Well, hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to what's going to be a very special day here at the 80th Goodwood members meeting. My name's Rachel Stringer, and of course, alongside me, as always, is David Green, and we're expecting a pretty incredible today here, something similar to yesterday, David.
Yesterday was fantastic. The first day of the Goodwood Motorsport calendar, the first day of members meeting, sun shining, close racing, and seeing these sort of vehicles up close and personal and out on track. We've got the Lotus Cortina there tucked away in the garage. You're going to see 30 of those cars racing against each other today. And look at this thing, the Beast of Turin, 28 litres, land speed record car, now racing around the Goodwood Motor Circuit. These two cars, legendary Formula One cars, championship winning Brabham BMW BT52s, driven in period by Nelson Piquet and Riccardo Patrese, back here 40 years later to give us a demonstration around the Goodwood track. We'll be watching and listening to those cars later today.
Well, that's what you can expect, can't you, from members meeting, these demonstrations, and that was pretty special yesterday. Riccardo Patrese actually got quite emotional. You'll also be able to see some very close racing today, and of course, what Goodwood is all about, and especially members meeting, is the ability to get up close and personal to these cars and the drivers that race them.
Welcome to Goodwood.
A little bit interesting, but we then flip straight into official practice.
Have a look then at exactly what is in store for you today then on day 2 here of the 80th Goodwood members meeting. Well, it's all kicking off with the Gordon Murray parade up first at 9 o'clock, followed by 2 practice sessions for you. Salvadori Cup at 9:20 and the Moss Trophy at 9:45. Then we have our first race of the day, race 1, the Threlfall Cup. Formula Junior cars will be out on track at 10:15, followed by the GT demo. Then we have part 2 of the Hailwood Trophy. That's our 2-wheel motorcycle race. Scott Carson, he took the honours yesterday. How will he fare today at 11:20? Then a little bit later on at 11:50, we have the Bentley demo coming your way, before the Jim Clark race at 12:25, where we'll see those Lotus Cortinas in action, which David mentions, 30 of them out on track. Then this afternoon at 1:30, we'll have the SF Edge Trophy, followed by those Porsches on track for their demonstration celebrating 60 years of the 911 and 75 years of Porsche. Then a little bit later on, we have the Trofeo Nuvolari, the sports racing cars from pre-1939, so pre-war machinery there. After that, we'll see the Tony Gaze Trophy for sports cars and GT cars raced between 1954 and 59. Salvadori Cup is up next. The race named after Le Mans, Roy Salvadori himself, featuring a lot of touring car legends there. Later on, we have the Brabham BT52 demonstration out on track again. That will be something special. Riccardo Patrese was in the hot seat yesterday with David Brabham. I think we'll have some change in the car today. Maybe Karun Chandok will be out there. We'll have to wait and see. Keep your eyes on that one. Then we have the Moss Trophy, the closed cockpit GT cars from between 1958 and 62, followed by our finale from the day, the Gordon Spice Trophy final at 6:05, and that's going to be some of the closing racing you'll ever seen, and that is all those touring cars, isn't it, with the touring car legends in action, so do stick around for that one. But for the time being, let's go down to our reporter Ed Foster, who's with Gordon Murray.
Gordon Murray, I'm going to start with a slightly left field question, because we've all been wondering in the commentators' booth, why is George called George?
Okay, so it's a tradition I started at McLaren when we did the McLaren F1. We needed mule cars, and funnily enough, we used Ultimas then. And instead of giving them a chassis number, I decided to give them names, and we used English kings. So that was Edward and Albert, and that's why this one's George. But when we did the SLR, we used German kings. So we had Max, Otto, and Rudolf. Mercedes never really understood, I don't think.
Fantastic. And this we'd had a chat to Dario, and this is the latest and greatest. It must be so great seeing so many cars here at Goodwood, especially with these two out on track every day.
Yeah, indeed. We thought it would be nice to show people a story of how a car's developed, which is why we brought the whole chronological group of prototypes, because I think a lot of people think, you know, if you're making 100 cars, you probably just knock up 1 or 2 prototypes. But actually, we've made over 20.
Amazing. And obviously the big news, the unveil yesterday of the Spider. I suppose, as a designer, you spent so much time with this in your head and on the drawing board and everything like that. But I guess one of the great moments must be when you pull those covers off in front of the public here.
Oh, absolutely. That's the moment everybody waits for if you've designed a car, because you can think whatever you like about the car. What counts is what other people think about it. So.
Well, Gordon, thank you so much for bringing them all, because we're all absolutely loving it.
Pleasure. It's fun.
He's such a legend, isn't he, Gordon Murray? It's great that he is here, and especially this year, because if you did join us yesterday, we had the global launch of his latest car. That was the Spider T33, and it was amazing to see that. I just love the colour. It's vivid blue. If you haven't seen it yet, do get down and see that one. But obviously, he's got so many special cars on display this year, as always.
Well, it's a bit of a Gordon Murray celebration this weekend, and rightly so. This man has designed some of the best race and road cars in the world. Obviously, we talked about the Brabham Formula One car there, but his road cars are legendary. This is the man who designed the McLaren F1, and often people see the T50 as the sort of successor, the spiritual successor to that car. He's brought along the next in line, the T33, now with its roof off, which is probably the best way to experience one of the best V12s ever made. Revs to over 11,000 RPM. It's fantastic.
Only 100 made, of course, and Gordon Murray himself said he's really looking forward to taking it on a road trip up to the Scottish Highlands. But this is the T50 then, which Dario Franchitti, I believe, is going to be taking around the circuit in a short time for a bit of a demonstration. He'll go out and do possibly 2 laps, not the greatest weather conditions today. I'm not sure he's going to be really putting his foot down on that one. Let's see how he gets on.
I think Dario just books this in so he can wake up. That's the perfect alarm call, is get that V12 singing behind you, and he gets out of that. It's better than an espresso.
I mean, for Gordon Murray to come back as well and just showcase what he has been able to create over the years. I had a chance to speak to him yesterday, and obviously he's changed now, hasn't he, to these supercars. And I said, would you still really like to be developing F1 cars now with all the kind of reservations on them? And he said, not really, I'm quite enjoying my job. And, you know, that is exactly what is going on now.
Well, he's like a kid in a sweet shop, you know, he's building cars he wants to drive. I mean, these cars are being so well received, and it's all about lightness, packaging, and just this amazing emotional experience driving these cars.
Exactly. Well, let's continue on these pictures and of this beautiful Gordon Murray T50, and let's hand over for the first time today to 2 of our commentators, Harry Benjamin and Alice Powell. Guys, how are you doing?
Thanks, Rachel. Well, we're a bit chilly and we just about avoided the rain on the way into the commentary box, but sadly the rain is starting to come down here at Goodwood for the 80th members meeting on the Sunday, but that isn't getting anybody down. That's it. Get the Packer Max out, get the coffees in, and warm up, because we're about to get some track action for you to kickstart the day, so that'll warm us up and put some smiles on everybody's faces. Alice Power, as you say, is alongside me, and first up, Alice, we've got the Gordon Murray Parade. 2 T50s about to head out on track. Really uniquely designed cars. The most driver-centric supercar ever built.
And they sound amazing. So if you're fortunate enough to be here yesterday and see these taken around the track, obviously slightly different conditions, but 2 experienced drivers behind the wheel, so they'll still be showing off and getting it sideways for sure, but they sound incredible. And they look awesome as well. They
really do. You've got this big fan right on the rear end, a unique ground effect design for these 2 Gordon Murray Automotive T50 cars. In the cars will be Dario Franchitti, 3-time Indy 500 winner. He went out yesterday as well, and certainly had a good time, even commentated around as well. Not today, though. And in the other car will be Gareth Howell, who is a British touring car race winner, and also is the chief tester driver at Gordon Murray. And we spoke to Gordon Murray yesterday and a little earlier as well with Rachel. Of course, very well known for designing Formula One cars back in the day, particularly with Brabham and McLaren, also working for McLaren High Performance as well. We have the Brabham BT52 here, Nelson Piquet's championship-winning Formula One car, which Gordon Murray designed, and we'll be celebrating that a little later on. But as they head out for their outlap, we're going to have 3 laps on these T50s out on track, and you can just hear them as they light up the rear tyres, the sound that will beckon across the next few laps. But they've got to be careful because it is wet out there, but at least the wipers are working.
Yeah, the wipers are working. V12 engines are going to be sounding around this incredible circuit, producing 664 brake horsepower, so not too easy to control. Even when they've just peeled out of the pit lane there, you could hear them wheels spinning and they barely were moving, so incredible power. But yeah, just take in the sound and the sight of these amazing cars.
Yeah, you can see there the driver seated right in the middle, so you have that race car feel, but either side slightly seated back are 2 passenger seats, so you can fit 3 people in this car. And then I was down there talking to some of the guys and I was asking, well, where do you put the luggage? Do you put it in the front? Do you put it in the back? Well, no, the engine's in the back. There is a little bonnet in the front, but really that's for some of the repair kit that you might possibly need. But the luggage storage, if you need any, is right where the footwell would normally be on either side, and plenty of it as well. So
It'd be good for you, Harry. You're too tall. You wouldn't fit in one of these, I'm afraid.
No, well, I'll have to go down there and
take any
ask.
luggage.
Yeah, no luggage. Just one person for me. But you can see Dario seated right in the middle there. 12,000 RPM, Redline Cosworth, GMA V12 engine, the lightest, highest revving, most power-dense, naturally aspirated engine ever fitted to a road car. These are powerful beasts, and they've also, of course, launching this weekend the T33 Spider, which is the most accomplished 2-seater supercar. So Gordon Murray, innovative as always.
Yeah, and they come with incredible aero package as well on these T50s. So it's a rear-mounted fan, which you'll see as it passes you down the straight around the corners. So that pretty much facilitates F1-style ground effects. So for amazing downforce without the need to have drag reduction wings. So you'll see them on the back of the cars.
Well, I think we are going to sit back and have a little listen to these cars going around the track in full anger. Well, that was a little bit nice, wasn't it, Alice?
Music to my ears. That is music to my ears. A 6-speed manual transmission as well, so it powers the rear wheels only. But yeah, they just sound incredible.
Utmost concentration from Dario and Gareth at the wheel as well in these tricky conditions. First cars out on track as well as they do I think one final lap. 467 Newton meters of torque in these machines, the 6-speed gearbox and just a singular wiper as well. That's all you need for these beautiful T50s. And you have to say that middle seating position for those who desire that road car feeling but also want that race car feeling too. This really gives it, because you've got that central seating position, you've got the middle ground, and you're a racing driver.
Exactly, so why not? We want to sit in the middle, don't we? But there's a carbon fibre chassis, so as Harry said, central seat layout, the chassis, the body panels, all collectively weighing less than 150 kilos. So a lot of attention to detail has gone into really making it a light package, and that's what, you know, goes into a lot of race cars and high-performance sports cars these days. Is weight is really key, and that a lot of that has gone into building this T50.
Well, and certainly with Gareth Howell at the wheel of one of them as the chief test driver, he gets to have the majority of the fun as well. And he has had a prolific career, actually raced alongside the likes of Jenson Button, Dan Weldon, Anthony Davidson, Gary Paffett while he was coming up through the ranks, was working for McLaren Automotive, and then made the switch to Gordon Murray and becoming the chief test driver with Gordon at the helm. Of course, a bit of crossover there. Gordon Murray working at McLaren under Ron Dennis, seeing Ayrton Senna achieve his first world title in his McLaren that Gordon Murray helped design. So there's some pretty big hitters that go into the making of this, and with the T33 Spider on the way as well, two of the world's most beautiful collection of cars as Dario makes his way through the chicane, puts the foot on the brake and back into the paddock to end a rather wonderful start of Sunday here at Goodwood for the 80th members meeting. And it is a busy day coming up as well. We've got the Salvadori Cup, the Moss Trophy, the Threlfall Cup too, another GT1 demonstration, which was absolutely brilliant yesterday evening as the sun started to set. So we'll get another look at those beautiful GT1 cars a little later on as the Gordon Murray T50s make their way back through the assembly area and into the paddock. And if you're here, do have a go and don't have a go in one, but have a go down and look at them, because they are rather lovely beasts in person too.
Yeah, they clearly are. And so many other activities going on throughout the day here. So many cars to see, and this is what I love about this event. It's my first actual members meeting, believe it or not, but it really feels it's such a family event, and it's probably one of the only events maybe in the world, I'm not sure, but definitely in the UK, that you can get so up close and personal to so many different cars. You've got, you know, from some fantastic drivers that are walking around the paddock as well, so it's incredible.
Well, umbrellas are up, but smiles are certainly out as the first bit of track action is underway here for the Gordon Murray Automotive T50 and the 80th members meeting. Dario Franchitti, three-time Indy 500 winner at the wheel, and Gareth Howell, British touring car race winner and chief test driver at Gordon Murray Automotive, taking these machines around. Incredibly lightweight, incredibly fast with that central seating position and the unique ground effect created by the big rear fan at the back, and tentatively making their way around this Goodwood Motors circuit. The rain starting to fall harder and harder this morning. The wipers certainly working, but beautiful start to these machines as Gordon Murray Automotive also celebrates the launch of the T33 Spider. Welcome back to Goodwood for the 80th members meeting. Our first bit of track action is already underway, and we go straight into some more practice qualifying for the Salvadori Cup up next. These are sports racing cars that race between 1955 and 1960. These beautiful sports prototypes from the late 1950s racing head-to-head in the name of Le Mans winner Roy Salvadori. Now, Salvadori competed in Formula One from 1952 to 1962 for the likes of Cooper, Van Wall, BRM, Aston Martin and Connell, with 47 starts to his name, 2 podiums as well, with third place at the British Grand Prix and second at the German Grand Prix in 1958, but celebrated for winning alongside that the 1957 24 Hours of Le Mans in an Aston Martin with Carroll Shelby. And these cars that we're seeing heading out on track now have shaped really Le Mans 24-hour history as it emerged from the post-war period and started to modernise with a spectacular showcase of action about to get underway before we have a 20-minute race later on. But the clock already timing down for this first practice qualifying. My name is Harry Benjamin. Up in the commentary box alongside me is racing driver Alice Powell. And Alice, well, track conditions getting trickier and trickier.
Yeah, they certainly are. So very different to what the weather that we saw yesterday. Obviously, if you were here on Friday, you would know that this is fairly similar, actually a bit nicer than Friday. Friday wasn't very nice, but only 15-minute session for these drivers to get used to the circuit, get used to the cars, but we're seeing some incredible cars. Jaguars, Maseratis going around, Ferraris. Yeah, this is where we see some really nice, and I was walking to the commentary box as these cars were firing up and literally couldn't hear myself talk if I wanted to. They sound amazing.
Absolutely. Goodwood is certainly one for the purists, but also for the newbie fans as well. A great diverse selection of cars to get stuck in with as we have a focus on the number 27. Now, this is Martin Stretton. Now, this won at last year's members meeting. This is a Lister Jaguar known as Nobly, entered by Stefan Ziegler from the 1960s. And what I love about these kind of entries at the moment is every car is so differently shaped, even though these are spread across a few years, but they're all designed for the same era. But look at Stretton really wrestling with the steering wheel as he heads down the main straight and starts his first flying lap. He's currently heading down through turn 1 Madgwick corner, and there's already a big incident, and that looks quite nasty, and that is the number 2 car, and that is not looking too good. That's John Saunders in the Lister Chevrolet.
So easy to, these cars have got so much power. As we saw the number 27 there, Martin Stretton, just trying to get the power down the straight. So session, of course, red flag. Driver okay, car not so much okay. So getting a replay now. Yeah, just, it's so slippy out there, really slippy. And I hope he's all right. A little bit of whiplash potentially there, running with a hands device, but it's so easy to do, and it's quite cold out today. It's pretty chilly. As you can see, fluid being spread onto the circuit as well. But good to see driver is okay, has got a hands device on, but car not so much.
Yeah, and that has not surprisingly brought out the red flag, so all track action stopped. Good to see John was able to get out of the car there, and you can see him up on the banking. But that Lister Chevrolet taking a big hit there from the late 1950s, that number 2 Nobly car. Entered and run by John Saunders there. But we were just saying, well, with these difficult track conditions, you mentioned the temperature there as well. Tough to get heat into the tyres. Of course, this is the first time they're running on track as well this weekend for a lot of these drivers, and equally, the grass is wet. One small wheel on the grass, and really you've got no control.
Yeah, rubber would be laid down yesterday as well, so trying to avoid that. He was actually off the rubber part of the circuit, but just obviously didn't have tyre temperature as well. But it's so hard to generate. It's such a high speed circuit. So it's very hard to generate that tyre temperature. As you see, cars now filter past, come back into the pits. And the number 2 car is an ex-Jim Hall, so LA Examiner GP in 1959. So pretty well-known car, and driver too.
And yeah, unfortunately though, that's going to be a big repair job if they can get that done in time for the race later on this afternoon, which gets going at about 4:20 at local time. 20-minute race, but that will be a bit of a race against time. But we saw a lot of incidents yesterday, particularly in the touring car racing as well, and they were able to fix those cars and get back out. But cars of this time though, can be a lot more difficult and a lot more tricky to repair and find those spare parts. But if anyone knows how to, it's the people who run these cars. So let's hope and fingers crossed.
Yeah, no, exactly. See some of the drivers coming in, they're not having full face helmets, the real old school helmets. And looking out the commentary box window down into the pit lane as well, because it's such a small pit lane here, not stacking them up single file, having to double stack essentially, as fans eagerly watching on, getting their pictures of the car. They got a brilliant view of over the pit lane, so there we are.
Well, you can tell they're coming back into the pit lane because the commentary box floor starts to rumble. But Ed is down in the pit lane for us, chatting to one of the drivers.
Right, I've literally just put my hand on Martin Stretter's front right tyre here, and there's really no heat at all because it is so wet. Let's see if we can get in. I'm so sorry, guys. Martin, I watched you come down the straight, and even in top, you seem to be going completely sideways.
Yeah, the track is extremely greasy. I think part of what may have gone down yesterday, but the track is really slippy, and it's very unfortunate what's happened. Hopefully everybody's okay. But yeah, it's going to be one for the concentration.
Yeah, no, John looks out of the car and looks absolutely fine. I guess it's a case of treating everything with kind of utmost respect in terms of throttle and brake, because there doesn't look any margin for error.
No, I don't think there is. I mean, I think the onboard computer is going to be working really hard for this one, and the traction control is going to have to be really disciplined, I think.
Right, Martin, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, I'll tell you what, Lee, we're going to attempt the unattemptable, and we're going to turn round, and I'm going to get up to the front of the grid, because we've got Julie Majoub up here, who's in the Saddler, which is a kind of a wild ride at the best of times. If I was behind the wheel today, I want to be in one of these little Lotuses, not in one of these bigger cars with so much power, because a tiny little move on the throttle and you have problems. Julian, I guess you probably didn't need a coffee this morning, having been out in this weather.
No, I think it's so greasy out there, you can't believe. Just squeezing the accelerator must be like driving a Derek.
And obviously it's slippy going into the corner, it's slippy coming out, and even on the straights, it looks like you can't even get the power down.
And you can't get the power down. I'm about maybe 2/3 of the RPM, if anything, on the straights. It's just so greasy and twitchy. I think there's a little bit of oil or something on the track, or well, I don't know what it is, or it's just a bit of rain.
And I guess with these Dunlop Historics, you can't even get heat into them.
No. So I mean, maybe by the end of the practice, we'll have a bit of heat in.
Enjoy it.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Right, I think we've got time. There's still a red flag here. So let's go and speak to Michael Birch, who is in one of these Lotuses, which is obviously a lot lighter, less power, but actually in the wet, that's what you want. I'm sorry, can I be very rude and squeeze in and have a chat to Michael? Michael, I was just saying that whilst the weather conditions are pretty difficult, I prefer to be in this than one of these bigger machines.
Yeah, well, these handle really well. These are a great car, you know, they look. So, yeah, I agree indeed.
And I mean, obviously it's really slippy, but how's this handling?
It is really slippy out there. You've got to be really careful because there's no forgiveness. You come off, you're on wet grass, which is like being on ice, and then you hit something. So you've got to treat it with a lot of respect. You can't, in my view, you don't really push in these conditions.
Right, Michael, take care.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, I think what we've discovered is that it is very slippy. So we'll see if we can find some more people to talk to in a bit.
Thanks very much, Ed. I think, yeah, we can deduce that it is slippy, and just hearing that from some of the drivers, just not being able to get the power down at all on the straights as they start to take that stricken Lister Chevrolet of John Saunders away, which is the reason for the red flag at the moment. But it's a bit ominous for the start of the day, isn't it, Alice?
Yeah, and with so many different cars going around as well, and old cars, you know, lots of things gets dropped onto the circuit, whether it be oil, you know, or coolant, and that can add, especially then when rain comes down. That is slippy, and that is like driving on ice.
Yeah, well, the marshal's doing an excellent job of quickly recovering the car and tidying up the circuit. But we've got a bit of time, so why don't we take you through a little track guide of this historic Goodwood motor circuit.
Let's take a look at the Goodwood circuit, largely unchanged since its heyday back in the 1960s. 2.36 miles of an unforgiving circuit. The grass banks are close, the grass verges are even closer. Heading off the start, you head first towards Madgwick, an off-camber tricky right-hander with a bump at the apex. It is so important to get the line right and get a good exit as you charge up towards Fordwater. A daunting right-hander, again off-camber, slightly dropping downhill at the exit as well. It is incredibly high speed. Up towards St. Mary's, it first goes right, then go left. Don't be too greedy with a curb on the left-hand side, and that'll put you offline. The track drops slightly downhill and then back up again towards a double right-hander of Lavin. Getting a good exit and traction out of here is hugely important because that leads you onto the fastest part of the track, through the little kink, heading towards Woodcote. A long right-hander with the apex seems to take an age to get to. The back of the car always edgy, and then you get hard on the brakes for the chicane. We've seen many an incident there with drivers getting just a bit too greedy with the curb and the walls of the inside line. Get all of this right and you will be the winner across the line.
Well, just follow Corinne Chandok's advice and you will be the winner around this Goodwood Motor Circuit here in Chichester, West Sussex. Opened all the way back in 1948, of course, and revived from 1998, or the revival from 1998 onwards. We had the Festival of Speed and now the members meeting too, located in the Goodwood House estate in these beautiful surroundings here. Currently under red flag conditions here for the Salvadori Cup practice qualifying session due to an incident because it is wet on track. It is rainy. These are tough conditions at the moment, and we've already had there is the number 2 Lister Chevrolet of John Saunders, which sadly lost the rear end and found the wall, the tyre barrier at least, with the front and the back end as well. He was able to walk away, so that was great to see John get out, but Ed was down there talking to a few of the drivers, and it just seems like it's difficult to get the power down even on the straights at the moment. So we stopped the clock at 12.5 minutes, so we'll see how much time they get when it comes back on. But the car now on to the back of that flatbed truck, so the marshals working as quickly as they can while the rest of the Salvadori Cup cars line up 2 by 2 in the pit lane.
Yeah, and big shout out to the marshals braving the rain. They had some sunshine yesterday, but doing an incredible job of getting us out, or everyone out racing. Obviously, without marshals on track, there'll be no track activity. So well done to them.
Absolutely, the marshals always doing a sterling job. They're here. They're the first here and the last to leave normally. So brilliant to see there. A couple of highlighted cars in the field. We spoke to Julia Majube earlier in that number 22 Sadler Chevrolet car. Now that was the first dedicated sports car built around a Chevrolet V8 engine. It's run at Goodwood twice back in the day, 1957. So not just historic race cars, but historic and specific to Goodwood as well. We've got the 112 car here too, making its way just in front of the 77, and that is the Lotus Climax 15 with Vincent Janssens at the wheel. And he's also entered that car as well. So Lotus Climax, that's one of the very last Lotus 15s built, really. And great view if you want to have a close-up look at these cars. 2 by 2 in the pit lane. Little wave there from Michael Gans in the another Lotus Climax 15 from 1959. So a huge spread of brands as well, Alice. Listers, Lotuses, Jaguars, Maseratis. The list goes on.
The list does go on. This event was last won in 2021 by Chris Ward. So we have seen cars like this go around the circuit before, obviously, and probably some of these cars as well. But some incredible cars. And you can go down to the paddock if you haven't already and you're out trackside to see these cars, get up close and personal, chat to the drivers, chat to all the teams as well to find out more about them, get close to them, and more importantly, just take some pictures and take them home with you, because it's not very often, as I touched on earlier, you get to events like this where you can get so close to seeing some cars, and very old cars as well. As I expect, track activity will be resumed once again very shortly, as the stricken car is now off circuit. So expect to see green flag very shortly.
Fingers crossed as the flatbed truck makes its way behind the wall, and sitting up front at the moment in the pit lane, we've got the number 22 on the left-hand side. That is Julian Majube, who we just mentioned, and then the number 14 on the right-hand side. Now that is Oliver Crossway, and that is a Cooper Climax alongside him, the T49 Monaco edition, and that's been entered by Oliver himself as well. Originally supplied with a Coventry Climax engine, but at some stage the engine suffered a breakage, which was far too expensive to repair. So the owner then modified the chassis and fitted it with a Buick V8 engine. Oliver then bought this car back in 2007 as a rolling chassis and set about restoring it to its 1959 spec. And 15 years on, the car is ready to go with a new 2-litre Coventry Climax engine and the correct 4-speed gearbox. So properly restored, and debuted back in May 2022 at the Sterling Moss Trophy race in Donington Park. So brilliant to see some of these cars and the history of them as well, going through almost complete rebuilds, but recapturing their finer form from when they were first built.
Yeah, and the car on the left, number 22, built in 1957 by Bill Sadler, who sadly passed away last year. But Julian, who was driving yesterday, so I'm not sure any of you saw him out on track yesterday in the SF Edge Trophy, and that was such a close race. He led it for most of the race, swapping positions, and just lost it going across the line. So he had experience yesterday being out on track, albeit a totally different car, an Edwardian car he was in yesterday, but in a slightly newer one today of a 1957 car.
Well, I think we might be in luck. I've heard the whistle go at the end of the pit lane from the marshals, and the cars are starting to fire up their engines, and I think we're ready to get back underway. The green flag is flying, session back underway, and they're going to get their full 12.5 minutes running. The clock's already counting down, so the time goes by very quickly in these sessions. They don't get very long, but Julian Majube is not waiting around at all, straight out of the blocks, and with pretty much 12 minutes on the clock, they've got to go and try and set the fastest laps they can, but it's pretty much reset. They're going to have to spend a bit of time trying to get these cars up to speed and up to temperature.
Yeah, I mean, we're not expecting any more rain today, but whether that's going to stay that way, no, I've jinxed it now, I've ruined it for everybody. But so for these drivers, I would say just sightsee the track, try and keep the car in one piece. Obviously, they have a race later on today at about 20 past 4, so not a lot of time to repair the cars if you do have a bit of heavy damage, as the driver's now driving down the straight, heading towards St Mary's, just filtering out, making sure they get a little bit of track position. I did notice yesterday it dried fairly quickly from the heavy rain we had overnight on Friday, so I expect if we don't have any more rain, the track conditions are going to be quite a bit different for these drivers when they come to the race later. Yeah, well, it's also a 25, well, now 24 car field, isn't it? So actually a lot of cars on track, so hopefully if it has stopped raining, which it looks like it has, but we are inside, so those down on the ground will know better than us in the commentary box, but it hopefully should dry up quite quickly. But again, we saw repeatedly yesterday how difficult it is to find a bit of space on this circuit as well. When you have got a big car field, finding that space is almost tougher than actually setting the lap time in the first place. I mean, just look at this, it's a bit of a traffic paradise. Yeah, it's not easy, and with such a fast circuit as well, it's quite hard to get out of the way. We saw quite a few drivers yesterday sort of giving, I don't think they were friendly hand signals to fellow competitors when they found themselves in traffic. Heading down now to Woodcote, you see number 29 on your screens, which is driven by Keith Arles, I believe. That's the first. Quicker eyes than I have. It's the first Lola ever built. Raced extensively from between 1958 and 1959. So the Mark I Lola in 1958, making its way through the chicane. Now you can just see what's brilliant about this. You can probably see sometimes through the visor the whites of the driver's eyes and how hard they have to battle through the chicane, carry as much speed as you can onto the main straight,
and through into Madrid corner, turn 1, double apex corner as well, which brings you on to a bit of another straight wheel. You've got to try and keep left before you then get to 2 and Ford Water, which takes you all the way around there through St Mary's and up the hill towards the opposite side of the track.
Yeah, and as Ed touched on when he spoke to Martin Stretton, a very experienced driver, of course. Martin said you just need to really concentrate. It's one of these where you've really got to concentrate because they've got so much power, these cars, and it's so slippy, so greasy. Martin Stretton has currently set the fastest first sector as well out of anybody, so the experienced driver using his advice very well, making sure eyes peeled, head up, and lots of concentration.
Yeah, well, lap time started to come in now thick and fast, but it is this car here, the number 33 of David Hart, which is currently fastest with a 1:59.213. That is a Maserati 300S. It's a multiple race-winning car, really big rear end on it as well. Visibly quite a bit of a chunkier car than what you'll see elsewhere on this track, but he is only, well, half a tenth in front of Martin Stretton in the number 27. That's that Lister Jaguar that he's racing around in the number 27, and then Pearson in the number 3, the Lotus Climax, or the number 7, I should say. That's the Jaguar D-type, apologies. That's Gary Pearson in 3rd.
Martin Stretton all out shape in a straight line, but these two drivers are actually together. They're both at the top of the time, so Martin Stretton jumps Hart by 9/10 of a second, but just look at the car control. I mean, I'd say they're barely going in a straight line when they need to be going in a straight line. You know, the control, just the movement on the wheel, because it is so greasy, but they'll be generating tyre temperature as well. So going sideways to get the temperature in these tyres is definitely not a bad thing. You can just see soaring at the wheels, so much seesawing.
Yeah, he looks like he's sat very low down in the car as well compared to some of the other drivers out there. But timing screens are starting to light up thick and fast. Just, well, it's now 9/10 of the gap that Stretton has over Hart at the moment. The number 3 car of Michael Gant, the Lotus Climax, an example of Colin Chapman's finest front-engine sports car in the number 3, going well at the moment. He's still in 4th, though, improved in the final sector, but not enough in terms of position. And Stretton then going even quicker still. The fastest lap time, a 1:46.256.
Yes, you see the difference in lines, actually, from Martin and from Hart as well, Hart's actually pulled a very, very good first sector out of the bag, but they're both trying to stay off the rubber. Martin going slightly wider, but interesting driving styles. Obviously, they're going wide because they want to try and stay off the rubber. You can see there, great example of 2 different approaches to taking the corners. Both of them are still crossing their hands and going sideways, but it's looking like Hart's approach is slightly faster at the moment.
Well, it is certainly looking like a battle between Stretton and Hart. Of course, Stretton in that number 27 won at last year's members meeting, so he's the one they're all trying to beat. 9 thousandths the gap, though, 2/10 now, actually. Pearson takes over at the top spot in the number 7. That is a Jaguar D-type. So we've got a Jaguar at the front for the time being. In that 1955 Works long-nose D-type, the Le Mans 1955 entered car. Sadly, it didn't finish the race, but it's very, very fast. The 1:43.6 at the moment for Pearson. 2.5 tenths to Hart, and Stretton now down in 3rd ahead of Michael Gans and Brereton in 5th.
So we have the 3 fastest drivers on circuit, all on the same piece of circuit. So easy for us to pick up and spot them as another purple sector by Martin Stretton. So they're both all pushing each other along. So expecting these times, he's actually gone about 4 tenths quicker than any of the others around him in that first sector. But Michael Gans is set not a bad first sector as well in the number 3 car, so watch out for him too.
Well, let's take another look. This is the number 17, the Lister Jaguar of South Assam, really fighting that steering wheel through the chicane. You can just see how hard they have to fight these cars sometimes and make their way through and keep it pointing in the right direction. Back up to David Hart, though, in that number 33 car that's making its way around the Lister Jaguar. Currently second, trying to find 2.5 tenths at the moment. He's purple, he's green across his sector, so he needs to find a little bit more time. He can't do it at the moment.
Gary seems a little bit faster in that last sector, so Martin Stretton pops up now. He gains a load of time into the 140s, as Hart pops up into P2. So Pearson's been pushed back down into third, but these really are pushed. I mean, some amazing lap times being thrown out at the minute, as we have possibly a spinner from Michael Gans. I was just saying how well he was going in the first sector, lost a lot of time in that last sector, which has bumped him down now into P5.
Yeah, Michael Gans in that big White Lotus climax, but that was a great lap from Martin Stretton, actually. 1.3 seconds he's got a gap now as Adams slops up into 4th spot in the number 57, and that is the Lola Climax Mark 1. So good lap time from him, but he's still a bit detached from, well, everyone's now detached really from Stretton, who's up in B1 spot. So work to do for Hart and Pearson. Can they recapture that form? Julian Majube, how is the number 22 going? It's a little bit further down the order. In 12th place at the moment with a 1:49.1. How is his sector times looking at the moment? Work to do, time to find in the final 2 sectors for Julian Majube, and this was the spinner.
Yeah, Michael going to get a little bit too eager on the throttle, and watch out for the curbs as well, because they are certainly slippy. White lines can be slippy too. But Julian now, yeah, not a fantastic first sector. He's using a little bit slightly tighter line out there as well. But I've got a question for him. He's not got a full face helmet, so surely he's going to get a chilly face. No?
Some of these races.
You know, that's the first thing I saw when he wore that helmet. That's a racing driver thing for me.
It certainly is not even any kind of goggle, really. Well, there's a little bit of a visor that's perhaps keeping the wind out, but he's got a little bit of traffic in front of him in the form of the 57 of Adams, and just about gets through Julian Majube in the silver 22 Sadler Chevrolet Mark II car, and makes his way around, but I think that would have lost him a little chunk of time. The gap out front is still 1.2 seconds, but Michael Gans, with the spin, manages to recapture his form and finds a huge chunk of time, and in that number 3 heads up into 3rd spot. What can Julian Majube do? He can't find too much time. It's Stretton, Pearson and Gans now up into the top 3.
Yeah, so you can see lap times. I mean, our timing screen's like a fruit machine at the moment. So many different colours floating everywhere, but it's now Martin Stretton that has set purple by, again, a good chunk. So he just seems to be finding his form. Track is probably slightly improving, as we see the number 17 on our screens at the moment.
Yeah, that's
making his way forward. Yeah, in P5, so also doing a fantastic job, managing the traffic well too.
Yeah, that's Execuria Costa car that won at Spa in 1958. A Lister Jaguar making its way around. Yeah, top 5 at the moment. A few seconds off the pace, but enough for the top 5. It's Stretton, Pearson, Gans, Hart, Assam, the top 5. Just missing out as Adams at the moment in 6th, but the gap still 1.2 seconds, so nobody can really match Stretton. He's put in a blistering sector one time and a really good middle sector, so going faster still, losing time though in that final sector, so even he can't quite beat his current time. Oh, he does actually. He goes quicker, and he's found 2.7 second. Well, he's found 2.7 second gap now. So Stretton finding more time, but he won't find time out there.
But actually, he made it look like it worked really well. It rotated the car nicely for him, even though he doesn't need too much help for that. It seems pretty sideways. As we see Julian now.
Because you can see his full face, it does make it look like he's having a bit of a, a relaxed time out there. That would have been a bit of a hand-in-heart moment for Julian Majube. Sorry, Julian. But as he pulls into the chicane, he's got a few cars behind him as well, and that would have lost him a little chunk of time, though. But the conditions here are certainly better from when we started this session. Majube crosses the line, and he is in 10th, so he's found a bit of time on that last lap. So 10th place for Julian Majube at the moment.
Yep, so Martin Stretton is really that first sector, dominating that first sector. So he's fastest out of anyone in that sector 1 by about 8/10. So he's really come into his element at the moment, as you see the number 8 of Joseph Otto there, and number 18 as well as Stuart Morley. Such a workout behind the wheel of these cars. Such a workout. Oh, even in a straight line. Even in a straight line, it's fantastic.
Amazing. The number 8 in the background there, Joseph Otto Rettenmeier, spent a good chunk of its life in America. That Maserati 61 birdcage car, and being brought into the UK as Julian Majube continues to find his space on the track, just slots in front of Cypher Sam in the number 17 Lister Jaguar. And all playing fairly nicely, it has to be said. Checkered flag out though. Stretton takes it, finds a little bit of time, but he's still holding on into first. 1:37.0. Let's see if anyone's improving for the time being. Not convinced anyone can find 2.2 seconds.
No, I think Michael Gans has done not a bad first sector, but still 8/10 off the best by Stretton, as we see a battle going on here, trying to find track position on the final lap between these two drivers as they approach the final chicane.
The difference in line there is so
is such a difference of line, personal preference from these drivers, but you want it because there's so much power. You want to try and make sure that you get as straight as possible. As the number 17, maybe not so particularly happy getting caught up in traffic.
Yes, I don't think Hassan will be particularly happy with Julian Majoub there.
But they're all on their laps. They're all on their laps, yeah, for qualifying. And with these tricky conditions, it's so hard for people to get out of the way, and especially in these dying moments as well. I mean, I might be saying something different if I was behind the wheel. Actually, I probably would be saying something different if I was behind the wheel. But it is very tricky for these drivers out there with such tough conditions as well. And they all want to set the fastest lap time.
He's not happy, Cypher Sam. You can see frustrated with that. He ended up with a 1:42.1 down in 7th place. So not the be-all and end-all. He's got a race later on that he can try and make up some ground in. But it's this man here, the number 27 car, which set the fastest lap time of Martin Stretton in the Lister Jaguar from 1960. Thumbs up to the crowd. Very impressive lap time. 1.7 seconds clear from the next best, which was Michael Gans in the Lotus Climax 15. Well, despite a red flag, we got underway in the end, and an exciting session which sets us up for an intriguing race later on.
Yes, certainly does. It really certainly does. And he's very happy with it, and so he should.
Now, I think we're about to see the Julian Majoub. I think we were watching this at the time, weren't we? Losing the rear end and just having to correct it. And this was Saif, very frustrated in the number 17, just on the right-hand side, with Julian Majoub on the left-hand side, perhaps causing the frustration as they took the checkered flag. And Saif was in the top 5, but ended up in 7th. So perhaps feeling he had a bit more time in the tank, but just wasn't able to show it on this occasion. But never fear, we've got a race later on at about 4:30 in the afternoon local time. But confirmation then of how the Salvadori Cup, the sports cars that raced between 1955 and 1960 practice session ended up. Martin Stretton is the fastest with a 1:37.0 in the Lister Jaguar, ahead of Michael Gans in the Lotus Climax 15 and Gary Pearson in the Jaguar D-Type long nose in 3rd. David Hart was up there for a long while as well, ended up 4th in the Lister Jaguar, ahead of Shane Brereton in the Cooper Climax. Ben Adams, Cypher Sam, you saw him very frustrated in his Lister Jaguar, starts 7th, ahead of another Lister in Mark Donner. We've got 2 Lolas rounding out the top 10. Into 11th, another Jaguar D-Type, Andrew Wallace, ahead of Devon Chevrolet, Malcolm Gammons. It was 12th, Stuart Morley, Julian Majoub, who we saw in the number 22 Sadler Chevrolet, making his way around with no face to his helmet, was 14th, ahead of a couple of Lotus Climaxes, a Tejero, a Lister Jaguar, and then the first of the Maseratis of Joseph Otto Rettenmeier down in 19th, ahead of Oliver Crosswaite in 20th. 2 more Lotus Climaxes, and then a Mike Malone Ferrari down in 23rd, just in front of the Sega Ferrari of David Cook in 24th, and bringing up the rear of the field, a Maserati of Stefan Rettenmeier. Well, as Martin Stretton gets out of his car, and congratulations there as the Salvadori Cup cars pull up into the Parc Fermé area. Let's take a look back then at how that practice qualifying session began, and it wasn't good start for the number 2, John Saunders in the Lister Chevrolet. The tricky track conditions, the rain coming down in Goodwood, saw him head into the wall. That led to a lengthy red flag before we were back out on track. Spinners galore, and it was Stretton, Gans and Pearson exchanging the fastest lap times along with Hart, finding track position, proving slightly difficult, and certainly for the Jaguar D-Type long nose of Gary Pearson fighting hard. This was the spinner we saw earlier of Michael Gans. He ended up in 2nd spot. but nobody could quite match the number 27 of Martin Stretton in the Lister Jaguar, who will start fastest later on.
Part of the competition aspect of the members' meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 separate groups to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to the Goodwood Master, the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. Peugeot Le Mans factory driver in the 2000s, Nicolas Minassian, is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. Ex-Formula 1 driver and Le Mans winner Jochen Mass is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the boar's head. Former British touring car ace Anthony Reid is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head, while 5 times winner of Le Mans Emanuele Pirro is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the Harp. Every driver at the event scores points according to how they finish in each race, but it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps Skittles is more suitable, or even sheep herding, amongst loads of options. There's also the important house group tug of war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there is no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood. So what is the situation with the House Challenge right now? It is all pretty close, but still leading, it's the Darnley House on 9,800 points. Second for Methuen, Torbolton in third, and Aubigny in fourth. And all of this is going to be adjusted as we go through the day, with more race victories scoring points and more people having fun doing other activities around the track. So that's the House Challenge, that's how things are going right now. And welcome back to our coverage. Ben Edwards with you in the commentary box now with Bruce Jones as we're getting into the Moss Trophy. So what we're looking at right now, out on track at the cars for a race that we'll be watching a little bit later on this afternoon. Closed cockpit GT cars, you can see already busy sliding around. Lots of Jaguar E-types, we've got Cobras, we've got TVRs, we've got Austin Healey's, we've got Austin Healey doing an amazing job a moment ago. So a wonderful collection here, Bruce, of GT cars from that late 50s, early 60s period.
Yeah, the cars that competed in the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy race, and there's certainly some names to look out for. Oliver Bryant, he drives many cars of many different varieties. This is a car 111. It's not quite the same as the Chevrolet Camaro Z28 he's driving in the Gordon Spice Trophy race, but he drives it beautifully. So look out for Ollie Bryant. He drives so many different historic cars, but E-types, you need a fair degree of precision. But just looking, Ben, when they drift out and touch the curbs, the track is starting to dry. It's a little bit greasy, but the curbs always retain the moisture. So look out for them getting the tails very out of shape, but hopefully not too much when they come out of the chicane.
Beautifully elegant E-types, of course, and they were racing in the early 1960s. Dick Prothero was one of the drivers back in the 60s who drove many times. Graham Hill, Mike Parks, Roy Salvadori all won races in 1961 in E-type Jaguars, so you had some star drivers, even though it wasn't quite the racing car that the D-type was. I mean, the D-type was the serious racing car.
Indeed. C-type begat D-type, D-type out-and-out race car. The Jaguar E-Type. Jaws dropped when it was launched at the Geneva show. It was considered, even by Enzo Ferrari, as the most beautiful car ever produced. But in time, the very nature, people want to get them out on track. And certainly in modern Goodwood history, that is as tight as can be going into the chicane. Is it greasy? Well, the answer to that most clearly is yes. And it was the number 22 E-Type that got completely out of shape. Well, exactly. I said we've got some top names. Oliver Bryant is in the background in treble 1, and double 2, 22 is Alex Buncombe. A beautifully prepared car, but driven, right to the edge. They're trying to find, they don't want to, back on too much into the chicane.
On the SK 120, so I don't quite know what's going on with there. That's Chris Scully, I think, in the car at the moment.
It's a bit like a form of semaphore indicator, isn't it? If you put the door out, so that will take the driver's attention. Looking across the cockpit, probably a little slower down the start-finish straight, hoping that won't happen again. Will the lock engage? But it's fairly narrow through the chicane. The last thing you want to do is make it any wider.
Absolutely. This is an interesting car. It's actually the Project Prothero. I mentioned Dick Prothero, who's one of the original racers of E-Types, but before that, he was a racer of XK120s. And this car was kind of rebuilt to the form that of the car that he raced back in the 1960s. It was modified to a 3.8-litre triple Weber with disc brakes, GT format. He raced it on Aintree, and so this Project Prothero car is certainly to really perpetuate the memory of a bit of sports car racing, and for Dick Prothero, who was one of the big names at the time.
Well, he made it work, and someone who's making something work very well is James Cossingham in the number 59 AC Cobra, a car that could not be more different from the E-Type if it tried. Loads of grunts and could be driven in a very, very different fashion, but James is going faster and faster. Winner at the British GT opening round up at Alton Park last weekend, over the Easter weekend, but look how he's putting it round the outside of that glorious Ferrari. He is absolutely attacking. His time at the moment was fastest when I started the sentence, and suddenly he's gone down to third because the two E-Types, 22 of Buncombe and 111 of Bryant, go ahead. But this AC Cobra, white with the black wheels, was did 27. It did races and hill climbs in the States in 63 and 64. Then became a road car. Then they put a 289 engine in, the 4.7 litre in this side of the Atlantic, and again, you look at a lot of these cars, they've got a lot of life in them, and they've raced, they've been road cars. But, I think that's why GT racing like this is just always so exciting. It is lovely. And we're seeing this blend, with the Austin Healey just up ahead there, the red Austin Healey sliding around just ahead of the Cobra. What a lovely blend to see of cars from this period. This is actually a rally car. And look at it, it's being driven like a rally car. Fantastic. Well, it was the first car out of the collection area. It was the first car through the chicane, and we thought, it's very greasy. But you know what? The Austin Healey, it was the hairy-chested driver's car of the period, but its Notiverse and its success came from its handling as well as its grunt on the rallies. Of course, competing in events like the Monte Carlo Rally, you had all road surfaces, but you could almost guarantee there was going to be snow and ice as well. If you had a car that didn't handle, it wouldn't succeed, but they certainly shone. So there's Ollie Bryant, second fastest at the moment, as you're looking at Alex Buncombe, who's the fastest with the number 22 car at this stage. And this was a car that Jenson Button drove here at Goodwood last year. Jenson not with us this weekend. Hopefully we'll be back at some of the future Goodwood events. Well, it's prepared by Bob Neville. It was brand new to them last year, literally a matter of weeks in their ownership, but it looks like it's going ever better. The top three cars covered by under a fifth of a second, and it's 22, the dark blue one, Alex Buncombe on the top of the pile, but only by 65 thousandths of a second from Oliver Bryant in the grey 111 E-Type, just in the background of the shot, having to work their way through traffic. And Ben, these qualifying sessions, practice as we call it here, very short, 15 minutes. So if you do get a gaggle of cars ahead of you, it really scuffles one, if not two laps. Yeah, well, we've seen in the races too how it can affect the outcome of a race when you get into traffic. So another interesting device there, the Chevy Corvette, just coming through as well. Big machine to try and squeeze around as we're looking back at the rally of Austin Healey. This won the Alpine Rally in 1961, and it was funny that the Austin Healey was a rally car as well as a race car back in the 1960s. This car was rallied between 1961 and 1964. Looks like he's coming in now, heading into the pits. Hopefully there's no problem with the car, because they've still got 6 minutes to go. You'd think he would want to stay out there, but maybe he just wants to make a little change to the car. Well, Paul Wilman will know the car very well. It's down in 15th position, so pretty much mid-grid at the moment, but it's still the E-Types first and second. That's Alex Buncombe in 22 from Oliver Bryant in treble 1, and then James Cossingham in the AC Cobra, one of two AC Cobras. Now, the track should be drying out, so maybe a few tweaks and changes. Looks so this lap is going to be faster still from Alex Buncombe. Fastest of all in Sector 1, fastest of all for Sector 2. And I guess a lot of it's going to come down to the exit from the chicane, where it certainly seems very greasy indeed.
We just saw Alan Letts in the big Chevy Corvette Vic car. It's not one of the fastest. He's down in sort of 24th place as we go back to the fastest car at the moment. Alex Buncombe sliding it around.
Big improvement, Ben. He found 7/10 of a second. He's
definitely drying up a bit.
It certainly is. So you don't find gobbets of time like that unless things are really improving. Because these top historic drivers, they can jump from one car to another with literally not a backward glance.
Gregor Fiskin's just moved quite well up the order as well. He's gone 4th now in his E-Type Jaguar. So the E-Types are certainly flying along at this stage. They seem to be dominating the situation right now. Although that AC Cobra of James Cottingham, that's still up there, that's in 3rd place.
Yeah, I'd like a shout out too for a moment ago. Up in 4th place was Andrew Kokodi in the Lotus Elite, clearly giving away a lot of horsepower. But in terms of handling, that is absolutely fabulous. He's just been pushed back a tiny little bit because number 5 with Rory Butcher has just gone ahead of him. Another Jaguar E-Type.
Sam Tordoff here, keep an eye on Sam, number 91. Not so far up the order as yet, so maybe this car is not as quite as quick as some, because Sam is a very, very rapid racer, as we know, plenty of experience.
Yeah, great looking car in that. What's the colour of that? Sand? Bronze?
Yes, what would you call it?
Hard to describe, hard to write it down. The 91 E-Type, prepared by CKL, it's a 1961 spec. And in behind, good to see, actually it's getting brighter. You can see much more light coming back off the flanks of the cars. The little Lotus Elite with the yellow tail tucked in behind. Number 5, mentioned Rory Butcher, he's down to 6th place. Who's improved? Right, the interloper is the driver of car number 2. It's John Spears in one of the early Cobras. That's the red one. That red E-Type going very well at the moment. Now down to 7th place. So who else is moving? Benoit Trollier. If you win at Le Mans, you can move up the order here. Car number 80, another E-Type, moves up into that 4th place. But it's Cottingham now, top in the white and black AC Cobra.
Yeah, that's a good effort. The Cobra back up to the top, but the laps are improving. You can see on that board on the left of the screen, if you're watching it on screen, you can see that it keeps changing as this track is getting a little bit drier. And if you're here at Goodwood enjoying all of the views around the track, no doubt you're seeing the track is getting in a better condition. Got another of the Austin Healey's there. That was a racing one, the DD300. That was an ex-Works Le Mans car, actually. And Jack Sears raced that in Le Mans 1961, 1962. But this car you're watching right now, the Cobra, with a lot of fight going at the steering wheel, typical in the Cobras around here. That is the fastest car right now, looking to try and get that pole position. And the clock is ticking away. We've got under 3 minutes to go.
Well, he's going faster and faster. He just got below 1 minute 34. That lap, he almost got below 1 minute 33. So all the grunt and the more 15 minutes around here is the equivalent of a morning spent at your local gym. James Cottingham, he's driving more and more, has a fabulous stable of cars, dealer of historic racing cars, and a very, very fine peddler. Let's take a look. This is the approach to the chicane. Not exactly in a straight line.
No, it's a little wide on the first part. It's a little bit like what we saw earlier, isn't it, from Buncombe, but he dealt with it. It's beautiful car control. Actually, Buncombe's just gone faster again. So Buncombe's done a 1:32.6 now, back in the E-Type. So it's still close up at the top end. There's 3 to 4 tenths separating them. A bit of traffic around as well, though. That's what you've got to be wary of, no doubt about it.
Yeah, for James Cottingham, he's improved in the 2nd position. AC Cobra, the best second of the AC Cobra is number 2, moving up the order. He's got up to 4th place, but as the track dries, he's fallen to 8th. It's car number 2, it's John Spears. He's in behind that big, broad Chevrolet Corvette in front of him. Would rather get past, but here comes the grunt in the much, much lighter AC Cobra. He should move past on the 11th straight.
Yeah, lovely to see. This is an ex-Pikes Peak competitor, this particular Cobra. John Spears at the wheel, as you say, the 1962 car, very elegant machine, and he's moved up the order a bit, been pushed back down to 9th again. He was a little higher than that a moment ago. Alex Buncombe still the fastest, but we're seeing a good first sector on this lap from Ollie Bryant, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well.
We talked all about Jaguar E-Types, AC Cobras. Haven't talked too much about Aston Martin DB4 GTs, but the white one, number 55, has moved up into 5th place overall. Of course, that as I speak, he moves down to 6th because John Spears has fought back in that red AC Cobra, number 2.
There's one of the Astons just going through. Yeah, it's lovely to see some of the Aston Martins out there as well. Buncombe is currently fastest from Cottingham. Bryant has just gone quicker with the 111. E-Type. So Ollie Bryant has now taken the top spot for the moment by, what, 0.3 of a second again. So that seems to be the gap that seems to be opened up every now and then with different drivers. There it is. That's what he's just achieved, Ollie Bryant. So much experience here at Goodwood over the years. Lots of success in many, many different cars. They have a wonderful collection of cars as a family.
They really do, but what all the drivers want is the line to be even dry, but the clock is not their friend. Only 20 seconds remain until the checkered flag will come out, so a lot of these drivers will be on their final lap, and certainly one of those is the driver of the treble one, the grey car, Oliver Bryant. Fastest of all. Now the fastest first sector of anyone is from another Jaguar E-Type. It's the one that's always been at the top end. Car number 22. He's had traffic, just went past White, Merriman, Aston Martin, so that will compromise him. And look, the clock has got down. 15 minutes has evaporated. Their session will be over when they reach the start-finish straight.
Yeah, checkered flag just going out now. So if you're on a lap now, then good news. You might still be able to go quicker. And as we said, Buncombe in this number 22 car has set the best first sector of anybody, only by a 10th, though, over Bryant. So it's going to be close.
It's going to be very close. He's got to find effectively 0.4 of a second. He's improved on his best time in the second sector. It's about how he can get through the chicane. Here comes the chicane and the daffodils.
Right, let's see how this works out then. Is it going to be Alex Buncombe who's going to snatch that pole position as he comes over the line? Is it enough? Across the line he goes. Yes, he's done a 1:31.5. Ollie Bryant has already gone over the line. He's had the checkered flag, so it's Buncombe who has indeed taken pole position by 0.3. It keeps being a 0.3 gap, and it is again at the end there. But it's very promising for the race later.
Oh, it really is. And I mean, if we'd had Cottingham still flying, he's done his fastest first sector, but suddenly instead of being 0.3 of a second down, he's got to find the best part of 1.5 seconds to try and take the top position. It does look as though, well, the traffic is just not going to help him whatsoever. So it looks like it's going to be the number 22 E-Type on pole position. That's Alex Buncombe. Ollie Bryant, the 111 E-Type in second, and unfortunately the traffic was not the friend of James Cottingham in that white and black AC Cobra, almost at a standstill as he gets tucked in behind some of the drivers further down the field. He gave it a shot, but the traffic works for you sometimes and not at others.
What a pile of cars. There's a beautiful Ferrari 250 GT Lusso in there of Chris Stahl. And there it is. Look at that, number 88. Beautiful machine. Not quite as rapid as some of the E-Types, etc. around, but very elegant. Lovely to see it out there. But he really got caught up in that, didn't he? Cottingham just towards the end of the lap. You can see his frustration a little bit. But we're up for a race later with some very competitive cars, with the E-Types and the Cobras, and that's going to be great fun.
What I found so interesting, as the track conditions were drying, the top three remained the top three, and they kept just edging away from the rest. The two E-Types, number 22, the one on your screen, did end up taking pole position, but it was a really good tussle. I think another lap without the traffic, the AC Cobra might have fought back, but in the end, the lap times came down to 1 minute 31.5 seconds. Alex Buncombe there, car number 22, he has the bragging rights going into this afternoon's race.
Yeah, very well deserved by Alex. Congratulations to him for taking pole position. We will be looking forward to the Moss Trophy race coming up a little bit later on today. It was a good effort by John Spears as well at the end there in the X-Pikes Peak AC Cobra. So we've got a couple of Cobras up there actually on the first and second row of the grid. So we are going to get a good battle. And Andrew Kukodi, as you mentioned earlier, he did a good job in the Lotus Elite, less powerful machine, the 1962 Lotus Elite, but he's up there in 6th place. So especially if we have some tricky weather conditions, that will suit Andrew very, very well. We'll have to wait and see if that works out. But took a victory yesterday. Let's see whether there's going to be any chance of doing it today as well in the Lotus. I think he could do with a bit more power, but who knows what the conditions will give us. So a very interesting practice session that has seen Alex Buncombe take pole position for the Moss Trophy coming up later today. Let's just take a look through the overall order then. Alex fastest by 0.3, the two E-Types ahead of the two AC Cobras, and that's the battle we're kind of expecting. Benoit Trellouillet up there as well. But there's Andrew Kukodi in the fastest of the Lotuses, the Lotus Elite, in car number 10. A couple more E-Types, Gregor Fiskin, Rory Butcher, and then the first of the Aston Martin DB4 GTs, are wonderful machines as well. 9th place for James Alexander, and the Ferrari 250 GT of John Hugenholtz, who's had that car for many years, about 40 years, I think. So lovely that he's out there again and in 10th position. Outside the top 10, Richard Mines, another E-Type ahead of Craig Davis. And as we go on down the list, there's the Chevrolet Corvette that we were watching a little bit. Alan Letts in 15th place. Sam Tordoff was 18th in his E-Type. And one of the Austin Healey's there, completing the top 20. That was Christian van Lanschot. And then down towards the lower end of the field, some of the less powerful cars, some of the Lotuses are a little bit further down the line there, but some fantastic cars. That beautiful Ferrari 250 GT Lusso, the first ever Lusso production car that was produced. Christopher Stahl, he's down towards the back, but he was having a lovely time driving it around and keeping it safe. So let's take a little look at some of the highlights from the qualifying in the Moss Trophy. And the main aspect of this, in a way, Bruce, was the track getting just a little bit drier as we went through the session, and it just got quicker and quicker. And thankfully, not too many incidents, quite a few good bits of car control, though.
Yeah, certainly the TV directors like cars getting a little out of shape, but the key was to keep both doors shut. Unfortunately, that didn't work for Chris Sholey in the XK120, but it was the real story of the number 59 AC Cobra really starting to press on against those two E-types, the number 22 of Alex Buncombe and Ollie Bryant in the 111. But they had to master the changing conditions, and change they did. The lap times kept on coming down. It was going to be who was quickest on the final lap.
So Ollie Bryant in the 111 ended up second fast, but number 22, Alex Buncombe, taking a well-deserved pole position.
Well, I've got to come in the tent, haven't I, and see the latest Gordon Murray car here, which is the T33 Spider. And Mark was eyeing it up, so I thought I'd get a quick chat with him about it. I mean, it looks pretty special, doesn't it, Mark?
Oh, yeah, it's a superb car, absolutely magnificent. This is my first visit today to the festival, and yeah, it's really, really impressive. Enjoyed it. We went to the house for breakfast this morning, and it's going really well. Just hoping that the weather picks up a little bit later in the day.
Oh, me too. Are you here with your eye on trying to buy a car, or just clearly to look at this?
Just looking. I think that's a bit out of my league.
I think it's a bit out of my league as well, so don't worry about that. In terms of had breakfast, that's a pretty good day. What else have you got in store for today?
Well, we're just going to have a look round and just view the cars and enjoy the day. We're staying down. We come from Kent, so we're staying down here for the day. And we're coming. I think we're coming in September. Is it for the revival? Yeah.
Have you been to Revival before?
Haven't. No.
What do you know about Revival, and what are you excited for?
Not very much, really, but I've always been interested in classic cars. I've got one myself, nothing special.
What have you got?
It's just an old Humber, but from the 1960s. I've always been interested in classic cars, and I've run a classic car for probably about the last 10, 15 years. So it's just a bit of a passion, I suppose, with me, yeah.
Well, you're amongst like-minded people, aren't you, Mark? Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you at Revival. Dressed up, I might not recognise you. Have a great rest of your day.
Okay, thanks very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Ray Malek, I've just interrupted you reading very important briefing notes. What do you learn out of these?
Well, it's not a question of learn. It's a question of being aware. So this is standard procedure now at the members' meeting that all drivers have to read the final instructions and briefing just before you go out, so it's as fresh as possible. So it's a good discipline.
And what a great qualifying session you had, because you're a long-time Formula Junior competitor, and I see you on so many grids, and it's lovely to see you right at the sharp end.
It is, yeah. So we've competed at Goodwood a few times, but this is my first pole here. So, yeah, it was a good day yesterday.
And the weather, you're not too fussed about the damp track?
Well, I've been racing for quite a long time, so I'm used to driving in all sorts of conditions. We tested here 3 weeks ago, and it was wet all day. The track does dry pretty quickly, but I'm aware that there's been a lot of traffic. There'll be a lot of grease and oil and probably fluids out there, so it will be greasy. And of course, with a morning like this where it's been raining and the grass is wet, then the consequences of going off the tarmac are extra challenging. Yeah.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, some beautiful daffodils to be the backdrop of this grid for the Threlfall Cup. This is for front-engined Formula Junior cars from the late 1950s and the early 1960s. And starting on pole position on row 1, and it will be on the front, far left as you look at it when we cut to the grid. It will be Ray Mallock in the U2 Ford Mark II, alongside Chris Drake in the Terrier Ford and Stuart Roach in the Alexis Ford. Then on row 2, it's Alex Mawson in the number 8 Condor Ford and Tom Waterfield in the number 24. Row 3, Michael Gans, Justin Fleming and Mark Woodhouse, and then slotting behind them, Robin Longdon and Stefan Ray will line up 9th and 10th. 11th is Tom DeGrees ahead of Colin Nursey and Graham Barron, make up row 5. It's rows of 3, 2 and 3. So row 6 is just 2 cars, Charlie Besley and Eric Eustason in the number 18. Niall McFadden, John Sykes and Nigel Lackford are 16th, 17th and 18th. Row 8 is Martin Shepherd and Lauren Demuse in 20th. 21st, Mark Haynes, Richard Bishop Miller and Rudolph Ernst makes up 23rd spot. Just behind them are Tony Pearson and Duncan Ravagliati. And then on row 11, the penultimate row, Peter Fenichel, Malcolm Wishart and Gunther Leidig are 26th through to 28th. And on the back row will be Roger Woodbridge and Nick Taylor in the number 11. And that is the Elva BMC. But these are sort of the cars that many of drivers of the era began their car careers in. They may look small, but the battles are normally very, very close. And it is that slightly boxy looking number 32 car, which finds itself on the front row of the grid. But these cars, Alice Powell, who is alongside myself, Harry Benjamin, now in the commentary box, back again, another switch for you. These are pretty mean machines.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're going to be challenged with different conditions than what they qualified these cars in yesterday. But the track's dried fairly quickly, and we've had a couple of drives. So Michael Gans, for example, who's starting in 6th place in the number 10, he's already been out this morning in the Salvadori Cup, so he's got a rough idea of what the track conditions are like, and where's best to be and where's not best to be. But obviously, totally different car. We've got Mark Woodhouse, who is there starting from pit lane. He was due to line up on 8th on the grid, but he's in the pit lane.
Yep, so that is the Elva BMC 100 there, which will start from the pit lane. But hopefully he will make the start as the green flag lap gets underway, so they will make their way around and the formation lap, try and get some heat into the tyres. Now, the weather is starting to get a little bit brighter. It's drying up, that's for certain. Although now I've said that, it'll probably start raining, won't it?
You've ruined it.
But fingers crossed it stays that way, because it's been a bit of a hectic start to the day here at Goodwood for the 80th members meeting. Some excellent track action so far, and that continues with the Threlfall Cup, named after Chris Threlfall, a British saloon car racer and a very successful Formula Junior racer. And these cars were basically perhaps the modern day equivalent of very early kind of Formula 3. They were a bit of designed maybe to battle the Italian 500cc Formula 3 cars that were being brought in at the time, and the British manufacturers coming in and creating this series for the junior racers to start climbing the ladder on the way up to the pinnacle of motorsport and Formula 1. So if you're looking for a bit of variety, this is certainly the one for you. Elvas, Lola Fords, we've got an Alexis BMC, a Condor Ford, Hailwood Formula Junior car, so many different brands that are involved in this, and some very excellent drivers as well making up the grid. And starting from the front row will be Ray Mallock in that number 32 green U2 Ford, Chris Drake in the number 33 all silver Terrier Ford just alongside him, and Stuart Roach in the number 12, and that is an Alexis Ford. Will be the front 3 cars on the front row of the grid.
And if it is brands you're looking for, and a difference of brands, so this will deliver more brand than any other members meeting race here this weekend. So full of brands, and these cars are small, but usually they produce some very close and exciting racing. So looking forward to this one.
Absolutely, a 20-minute race ahead of us to go around this Goodwood Motor Circuit, roughly 2.4 miles, 3.8 kilometres, 9 turns, depending on who you ask, as they make their way and line up on the grid. One car from the pit lane then, that'll be Woodhouse, starting from there, so we'll see how well he can cut through the pack, considering he had a pretty decent qualifying, so he should be fast and cutting through, so one to keep an eye on then.
Yeah, disappointing for him, unsure what's gone on. There's a couple of mechanics around the car, so he's not actually right up to where he needs to be on the pit lane, so I wonder if they need to push start it or something. But disappointing for him, because he was, as we said earlier, lining 8th on the grid, so he'll be one to watch to filter through the field.
Well, all fans of all shapes and sizes and all ages is there as well, getting ready for this race. Everyone enjoying here. The one thing about the Goodwood members meeting that I've discovered so far is that it is something for everybody here, whether you are an absolute car fanatic, a historical motorsport enthusiast, or you just like to see some excellent racing cars from all the eras. There is something for everybody here, and certainly there is something here in the Threlfall Cup. Front-engined Formula Junior cars about to go racing as we wait for the green flag at the back, and we will go racing. 20 minutes shortly underway. It's Ray Mallock on pole, who gets a good start to Chris Drake forward in the middle. The Silver 33 has a bit of a stutter, but does eventually get going, but I think it's Ray Mallock who makes the best of the start, so I think we've had a bit of a staller further back, and our pit lane starter does get going with the help of a little bit of a push. Chris Drake now trying to get back up to speed, but it's Mallock who is away and well from pole position, chased by the orange Stuart Roach car, the Alexis Ford. Further back we've got the number 10 car, that is the Stanguilini of Michael Gans, trying to find his way through into the top 5, but a fairly clean start then from our Formula Junior races.
Yeah, very keen. A couple starters did slow to get away. Mark Woodhouse did need a push to get going. He's already caught up the back of the pack, but yeah, dreadful start.
Car off as well, that is the number 33.
Hopefully he's going to filter back on nicely then. Oh, and another number 10. Michael Gans has spun around as well, and now the number 8, Alex Morton. So I wonder if they've come together, because they were in close proximity to each other on the circuit, so frustration. And the number 33 of Chris Drake as well. He was fighting at the
sharp end.
Yeah, he was.
Well, it wasn't a good start for our second place man, Chris Drake, but then he did manage to get back up and going, and it was a fairly clean start until we got about halfway around the lap. So cars spinning off everywhere you look, but everyone's still trying to carry on going. Up front, it is these two. It is the green Formula Junior car, the number 32 of Ray Mallock, up front, being hunted down by the all-orange number 12 of Chris Drake. And they've kind of detached away from everybody else. They've kept it clean. They've kept it pointing in the same direction as they finish lap 1 and start lap number 2 of this 20-minute race already. The clock ticking down through up into turn 1 and Madgwick corner they go, which will then bring them through to Fordwater. And I think it's certainly the number 12 catching very, very quickly of Roach. And is that the number 10 again going on?
Yeah, whether he's maybe reversed back to restart possibly. Got stuck on the grass, needed maybe a little bit of a push from the marshals, but that's really disappointing. So had not a bad start from him, and as I said, he's had a taste of these conditions already, albeit they were a little bit slippier. So disappointing from him, but the battle now at the front between the 32 car of Ray Mallock and number 12 of Stuart Roach in the orange car, looking fairly racing. Difference of lines as well, Harry. We've seen this through the other classes as well. So either a difference in driving style, it wouldn't be wet lines now because the track's looking fairly dry, or a style of driving the car, how the car handles.
Quite possibly, but Roach is not relenting here on the back of the Mallock. He absolutely wants to take the lead, and is this where he does? He gets alongside and makes it look all too easy as Roach, the number 12, the all-orange Formula Junior car, gets up into P1 spot. The Alexis Ford Mark II makes its way through the lead of this race, and that is a huge drop of a pace, it suddenly seems, for the number 32. Perhaps it just couldn't hold it back. And just looking further down the list as well, Woodhouse from the pit lane up into 20th already, so cutting through the field, but it looks like Mallock now, and Roach I should say, is starting to pull away.
Yeah, so Mallock was looking over in his mirrors, so I wonder if there was an issue. So there's a replay now.
They missed the braking?
So Michael Gans, just lose it. And a car comes across the front of him, and I think he backs out of the power. Hard to see if there was contact. And obviously, once you have that lift of power, away he went. Well, maybe we'll see a little bit better here. And was it so unfortunate for the number 8 car? Just avoiding. And then once he was on that slippery grass, he was pretty much a passenger spinning round. So very unfortunate for the number 8 car of Alex Morton.
Yeah, that's the Condor Ford going round on the grass there. And this was the move for the lead then. And Roach taking Malak. Malak, who started on pole in the green U2 Ford, but now Stuart Roach in the Alexis Ford, all orange number 12 Formula Junior racer, getting up into P1 spots. But can he hold it? This is Malak now coming back. And is he going to make his way through? He is in nearly the exact same spot as when Roach got through the first time.
So it's a very long straight out from Lavant Corner, so they're very flat out all the way down to Woodcote, so it's very useful to get a tow there. So obviously that's what's going on. These are small cars, so you can quite easily slot in behind and make a benefit of the tow. So we saw this in a couple of the races yesterday, similar position going down into Woodcote, they keep swapping every lap. So I expect we're going to see something similar now as they've caught up to the back of Michael Gans, who unfortunately is about to go a lap down.
What is so fascinating as well is the difference in shape and design of these cars. You know, look at, I mean, number 10 is becoming a back marker, but the front two, who are neck and neck really at the moment, super different. You've got the number 32 green U2 Ford, quite a boxy looking car with a cylindrical end, and then you've got the number 12 all orange Terrier Ford, the number 12, which is a lot more curved, but still has a little bit of a squaring off at the front, but the back end totally different.
Yeah, so actually looking at the speed traps, Harry, eagle-eyed racing driver, we like to know our speed traps. They keep swapping by about a good 5 miles an hour as we see him trying to slide down into the inside there. So whoever's the lead car is about 5 to 10 miles an hour slower than the person who's in second place. As there we have the number 33, Chris Drake, really disappointing as he saw Rally tripping in. So watch this now. So we'll see if he gets a really nice tow down into Woodcote. And carbon copy really in the speed trap difference there this time through sector 2 was 5 mile an hour. So I think this is going to be a story of the race potentially, unless one person makes a mistake and the lead driver can get away.
Well, that's what it's going to be, isn't it? Will there be a mistake, or will we get this until the very last lap, and then it will be on that last lap where it really matters which car can get in front using the slipstream. But for now, Roach and Malak just playing very nicely up front. Further back as well, just keeping an eye on our friend Mark Williams in the number 2 Elva. Started from the pit lane, had a push start. He has made it all the way up into 12th place at the moment, so managed to get through a bit of the carnage early doors, but is absolutely storming through. And considering he qualified originally 8th on the grid, he's got a lot of pace.
Yeah, he does. So he'll be really disappointed that he had to start from the pit lane. His lap times aren't too bad, seeing he's going through lots of traffic. The field is sort of spread with pace, and we see him on the screen there, the number 2 car. So he's coming under a little bit of pressure, not too much from the number 8 car of Alex Morton. So he's done a great job to filter through the field and stay out of trouble as well.
Yeah, that's the Condor Ford that is chasing him down at the moment, designed and built in 1960, and currently, did go under a huge restoration back in 2015 to restore that car to its proper period spec. Raced here, though, back in April of 1960 at Goodwood, so has a long history of racing around this track as they manage the traffic. That's the number 59 of Woodbridge, just very nicely getting out of the way, but this battle rages on. Let's take a look at this battle for 4th, and heading that up at the moment is the number 5 car. It looks like the Lola Ford Mark II of Robin Longdon, who's being chased down by Fleming in the number 3 Lola Ford. Again, a huge difference of line.
Yeah, huge difference of line, and also trying to get the tow as well as they come through Woodcote Corner. Now heading down to the chicane to see some taking a slightly tighter line, maybe not having to use all the road where they don't need to, shortening the distance. But you'll see now, number 3 car will tuck in right under the number 5 car, trying to get the tow, maybe also trying to break the tow from the car behind. Is he going to pull up alongside and brave it into turn 1? Not quite.
Beautiful colour as well, that number 3 Justin Fleming Lola Ford driven car, the number 3, originally a works car, and has finished in the Formula Junior Championship at the sharp end, second in 2014, first in 2017 and 2020, and runner-up last year too. So constantly at the sharp end, battling for fourth at the moment. And once again, we have a change for leader after 5 laps of this race. The number 32 goes to the front, but under braking, it's the all-orange car, the number 12 of Malik, who makes his way back through.
What a move. Just, I thought, is he going to get it stopped? Is he, because if you touch that grass at your round, as we've seen already, but fantastic driving there from Road, just managed to get it stopped, but now he's going to come under severe pressure heading down into turn 1.
Yeah, these two started first and third. The pole sitter was the green number 32 car, now finds himself behind the number 12 car of Roach, but they've got a bit of traffic up in front of them. How much is this going to hinder Roach and Malik? The 93 car of Rudolf Ernst gets nicely out of the way in the Mitter DKW M60, and they can carry on battling, but it's the slipstream use on the back straight, which is where we've been seeing the overtaking moves, chopping and changing pretty much every single lap of this race so far. But was that the decisive move that may well seal Roach the win? We shall see. We've still got over 10 minutes left. He managed to brake much later down the inside and just kept the momentum through.
Yeah, fantastic piece of driving there, full of confidence down the inside. We've actually been seeing him taking the tighter line compared to Malik, so something that he's used to. Maybe he's been ironing up for now, maybe for the past couple of laps, and getting used to driving on that line to when he wanted to make the charge. But using the toe, Malik's back on the back of him, and again he's going to make the charge into Woodcote. Let's see now if Roach is going to try and dive back down the inside. Maybe not. Looks a little bit too far away. Lock up at the front wheel. He's trying it. No, too far away.
Oh, a bit of frustration there coming through for Roach, who we think made a bit of a mistake coming into the Lavant, which allowed the number 32 of Malik to get back in front. But how much longer will he stay there? This is an absolutely brilliant battle for the top 2 spots of this race. And then they're kind of finding themselves a bit detached, really. It's Waterfield in the number 24 who finds himself in 3rd at the moment. Tom Waterfield in the Hailwood Formula Junior car. More traffic for our leaders, though, to deal with. This time it's the Nota BMC Formula Junior of Mark Haynes. He gets nicely out of the way. They continue on racing. Woodhouse Watch, he's still down in 12. So we've got about 6 seconds to find to get another spot to Morton if he wants to continue making up his positions, but a great effort so far from the pit lane.
So, I don't know, Malik's maybe got a problem. He's very slow into St Mary's there, which is strange. He's been really hanging on to it through there in previous laps, so I'm not sure, maybe he's got a slight issue. He maybe got boxed in by the traffic. He doesn't look too flustered. So let's look at the previous. Oh, just running. So lucky. Slightly wide there by Roach, which then clearly would allow Malik to get back onto the back. But let's keep an eye on Malik to see if he has got an issue. Well, he seems to be back, so maybe he just got boxed in with the traffic, and that's what could decide this race, Harry, is there's a lot of traffic coming up now. Okay, we've still got 8 minutes left to go, but there's a lot of traffic in front. If you get caught it wrong, I mean, look at this. The blue flags are out, waving. Drivers do need to get out of the way. So, but they're also fighting their own race as well, so it's very difficult. But you can see hand signals from those getting lapped, which is really nice to see, as to point of which side the drivers, all very respectful.
Yeah, you can see actually Malik had to just sort of hang back before getting into the chicane just to manage the traffic. But we've got a car pulling off. That is the Scorpion, the number 17 of Stefan Ray, who was in 7th spot, pulling off. So that great battle, I think, for 4th, which involved him at the time. He looks like he is down and out of this race, and still leading, though, number 12 of Roach in the orange Formula Junior car, extending that gap 1.2 seconds now as they try to negotiate the traffic, and they have got a huge distance to 3rd place Waterfield, nearly 30 seconds.
They really are in a league of their own for sure, aren't they? But I expect, yeah, you say there's a 1.2 seconds gap, but I will really expect Malik to close that down with the power of the toe down these very long and fast straights for these cars especially. So this is where we'll see it being most effective. So let's see how quickly Malik closes, and you can visibly see the benefit of getting the toe there, making sure you're tucked into that streamline effect. But we've seen that the Roach is very, very good on the brakes here. So either that's a car difference between the two, or just Roach has just got this braking nailed into Woodcock. It's very tricky because you need to get all your hard braking done in a straight line. Otherwise, you'll see, as we saw earlier, so some front locking of the brakes. A little check of the mirrors there from Roach.
Well, as the battle for the lead continues, Woodhouse watch from the pit lane. He was up to 12th, but he has just fallen all the way down to 26th. So perhaps a problem then for the number 2 Elva BMC. Such a shame for Mark Woodhouse, who had originally qualified 8th, had to start from the pit lane, made himself so many positions up into 12th place, and now looks like he's fallen down and out from this race. So sad to see that. We've lost a few in this Threlfall Cup race. The front engine Formula Junior races from between 1958 and 1960. We're looking at the second place car at the moment, the number 32 U2 Ford, with in the hands of Ray Mallock, who was trying to get back first place. He started from pole, but the number 12 of Roach has stolen it away from him. They were chopping and changing the lead using the slipstream on the back straight, but well, then here's the example of it. This time, can Mallock find a way through? Late on the brakes down the inside, but can he get it turned in? Looks like he's done it well in time for the corner, and it is Mallock back through for the lead.
Yeah, so I wonder what Roach's approach will be to this bit. Whether he just thinks coming into the final sort of 4 minutes of this race, whether he thinks, well, do you know what? I'm going to let you lead for the last lap. So then I know I'm good on the brakes going into Woodcock, and I can get the slipstream. But then the risk with that is the traffic. You know, Mallock can get a bit of a slipstream from some of the traffic around him. That will really help him defend going into the last lap. So, yeah, there could be a little bit of tactics here, but also, as well, there could be the luck of the traffic too. Yeah,
the number 32 car, though, back in the lead in the hands of Ray Mallock. This car painstakingly built by Captain John Harwood back in 1960 for 6 weeks, with John living off beetroot sandwiches.
We still didn't try them. We still haven't had a chance to get some beetroot sandwiches.
We'll do it after this. If he wins, beetroot sandwiches all round. But Mallock still leading out in front in this car that has won many historical races as well. It's won in the wet in Nürburgring as well. It's the Formula Junior race winner in the Formula Junior Championship too. But it is the number 12 of Roach that is unrelenting at the moment. Roach started in 3rd place. Stuart Roach, he's previously raced in this car as well. It was a pale blue colour back then, but it's been restored to its original orange livery and owned for 25 years. So he's well equipped to race this car, battling for the lead. He's fallen a little bit behind, but we've seen how much time you can make up with slipstream on that back straight. Half a second or so the gap, 3.5 minutes remaining as Mallock comes into the chicane and gets ready to start another lap of this race. But they've pulled almost another 10 seconds on 3rd place, nearly at 40 seconds now to Waterfield in 3rd in the number 24 Hailwood.
Yeah, so Roach didn't pull much into the back of Mallock down that back straight. Even though he did go purple in the final sector, his speed trap was a little bit down, so I wonder if he's just waiting patiently now. He's going to have the lap time, or time remaining I should say, on his pit board, but his 3rd place now. A little bit of a lonely race for Waterfield at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is the Hailwood Formula Junior 1960 car. Front engine, Fiat 1100cc engine, very popular in early front engine Formula Junior cars. The grunt coming from the front part of the car. You can see with a long nose, and makes its way across the line, and still occupying 3rd place, but the gap now about 45, 46 seconds. But then he in turn has got almost a lap really over 4th place man Morton. Here he is in the number 8. So the field a little bit distilled after the front two. Alex Morton in that number 8. The Condor Ford S2, first of 2 S2 models built, with an all-aluminium body and a Ford Anglia engine. Back up in front though, and that gap has not really come down as we have become to expect over the last couple of laps. He's putting over a second clear now with Ray Mallock.
Yeah, so it's strange because Roach just seems to be losing a second, well, 6/10 in the first sector, nearly a second in that middle sector. So I can't imagine, well, I didn't see any traffic, so maybe he's got some kind of problem there. Not too sure sure, really. That is particularly strange because he was very quick. He's lost a lot of time to the pace that he was doing before.
Yeah, it's now over 3 seconds, so either that's a problem or he has just decided that let's bring this car home. And I wonder, that's the number 7. It's an all-orange car, but don't be fooled, it's the Alexis. But the number 6, Elva of Goodwood, looks like it's had a bit of a spin. Can he get that back going again? The number 7 car's fallen all the way down to 20th at the moment, but he gets it back up and running, which is good. Doesn't look like he's had any comings together with the tyre wall, so comes into the chicane very tentatively. Will he stick to the right-hand side? Will he pull into the pits? Let's see. No, he carries on going round and allows the cars behind to come through. And is this a little look at how it happened?
All the other cars did a really good job. I just think,
wow.
Hang on, he's the front car there. How are they all going to avoid him? And they did. So great driving from those behind him. Took avoiding action and went off in all different kinds of directions. Skittles going everywhere, but a good job from those behind. But Malik, he's really got it nailed now out in front. He's nearly matched his fastest lap times. He's having another, that's not a spinner, that looks like an unhealthy number 3. He's putting his hand up, so yeah, clearly a problem there for Justin Fleming.
Yep, raising his hand to notify the drivers around him and the marshals as well. Is that somebody who's just span off too? Is that a 66 potentially? Can't quite see the number there, but it's all starting to unravel for a few of our drivers. I felt sorry for the number 10 just a moment ago. He got caught up in the spin. Michael Gans is having to take to the grass more often than he would like to so far, but a little spin into the barriers for somebody further round. But we continue to go, and the clock has timed down, so this should be the final lap as we watch the number 32 of Ray Malik, who then gets onto the grass and has a spin around on the final lap. Is he going to lose the win? He does. I think the number 12 goes through. He spins round. The car has stopped on the final lap for Ray Malik. Did he have to get out of the way of some traffic? Either way, a mistake has been made, and that has allowed Roach a clear path through.
Disaster, absolute disaster for Malik, because he had a good 2. He's got going again, and because he's so far ahead of Tom Waterfield in P3, I think he will be all right for second. But what a disaster. I mean, we're hearing there could be a little bit of oil down somewhere. We've seen, was it the number 3 that had a little bit of a problem, and they were raising their hands, unless they've dropped some oil. But it's going to be Roach, who's kept it calm and cool, coming home to take the win.
Well, that's what you have to do, isn't it? Through the chicane for one final time for Stuart Roach in the number 12 Formula Junior. The checkered flag should be waving for him. It does, and he takes the win in the Threlfall Cup. Fantastic work after 14 laps for Stuart Roach, and it all came together for him. It looked like it was Ray Malik's to have in the bag until the very final lap. Perhaps some more out on track, perhaps a mistake. I think there's already a little bit of a shaking at the head, but still a sterling drive, and both of them gapped everybody from 3rd downwards, really. So he will come across the line to secure 2nd place as he limps across in the number 32 U2 Ford Mark II Formula Junior car. And in the end, they were over a minute ahead of 3rd place Matt Waterfield, who will make his way around as we see a couple of the cars. That was the number 66. That's the Niall McFadden Elva. Just finding the grass.
Going a long way round.
Final lap makes it through the chicane, and here then is 3rd place man. The number 24 makes its way through the chicane in the Hailwood Formula Junior. Tom Waterfield, a quiet and lonely race, but he gets a podium for his troubles.
Yeah, no, still, and happy celebrations, but yeah, nightmare for Malik. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a replay and see what happened there. He didn't seem to, he was putting his hands up going across the line, so maybe it was either himself or traffic. We've got some close battles. 5th place coming across the line as well now.
Yeah, that's Longdon confirms that just in front of Taylor in the end, so that was a good battle that went all the way to the very end. The number 5 versus the number 11, the Lola Ford versus the Alexis. So this time it was the number 5 who won out there in the Lola Ford. Michael Gans in the number 10, the turquoise blue Formula Junior car, who was having troubles left, right and centre at the early start of this race, found the grass several times. He ended up in 11th in the end. Let's have a look at how this happened then.
So he was trying to get past the traffic and just looked like he just went in too hot into the left of St Mary's and just lost it. And there's the number 3 giving up the ghost and done for the day. But Yeah, so really unfortunate for Malik. Maybe he didn't need to rush past the traffic. As we see another spinner as well, number 26. So a few spinners.
We caught the back end of that.
Yeah, of spinners. So, but great job by Roach. Managed the traffic well and brought it home to take a deserving win.
Yeah, that spinner was the Bandini Fiat Formula Junior Tony Pearson at the wheel of that. So he's actually been fairly quick throughout the weekend. So not the end of the day that he wanted, but it was certainly the end of the day for Stuart Roach, and he ends up winning the race just in front of Ray Malik. Well, just in front, it was 36 plus seconds in the end, but Malik finding the grass, and you can just see how wet those tyres got as well, so it would have been a bit of a tentative drive to the checkered flag after his recovery, but plenty of time in hand to still come home in second place. But a great battle in the Threlfall Cup. The first here at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th Goodwood members meeting for the Threlfall Cup for these front-engined Formula Junior cars.
Yeah, disappointing. So we'll see, actually, maybe there was a little bit of oil down with all those cars going off. So disappointing for him, but still produced some exciting racing, some very close battles between the two of them up front now, as they're all down in pit lane, all smiles, all happy. Maybe not such a big smile from Ray Malik, possibly, but hopefully we'll be able to hear from him soon and find out what happened down there at St Mary's.
Yeah, let's see if they have a few words with each other, see what they thought of the race. Helmet off, coming off for Ray Malik. Stuart Roach in the blue, coming across. Well, smiles and hugs all round, so not too bad. You can see they both worked hard for that race, certainly, and no inches being given, but in the end, it's who can cross the line first, and it was Stuart Roach in the Alexis Ford Mark II who wins out in the Threlfall Cup in front of Ray Malik. The top two really escaping away for the majority of the race, from Tom Waterfield in third, who in turn had quite a bit of a gap over Alex Morton. Then it was close, though, between Robin Longdon in the Lola Ford and Nick Taylor in the Elva BMC for 5th and 6th. The Stanguellini was 7th in front of Charlie Besley. Graham Barron in the Gemini 9th, and Eric Eustason in the U2 Ford, the second of the U2 Fords, rounded out the top 10. Michael Gans in the number 10, Stanguellini, was having all sorts of jaunts off into the grass, but he came home 11th in the end, ahead of Nigel Lackford and Niall McFadden. Martin Shepherd and John Sykes were 14th and 15th. The Nota BMC of Mark Haynes was 16th. Then it was the Auto Sport Standard Triumph, the Mitta DKW, the Alexis BMC, and the Ferranta Fiat Formula Junior of Malcolm Wishart, rounding out the top 20. Gunther Leidig was 21st, Stanguellini Fiat Formula Junior, Thenichel in 22nd, and Roger Woodbridge was 25th. Well, let's see what some of the drivers had to say, shall we? We can throw that to Ed.
Well, what a race that was. Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. Stuart, let's start with you. I mean, there were more lead changes than a NASCAR race.
It's pretty good fun. I hope it's spectacular for you guys.
It was absolutely fantastic to watch, but the speed differential on the back straight was enormous.
Yeah, Ray's got about 11 miles an hour on me up there, and I was all right while I was in the toe, and then I could just sneak past him on the inside, but once he broke the toe, then that was it. So,
Ray, it looked done and dusted with a couple of laps to go. What happened?
It did, I think, yeah. Was that the last lap? May have been the last lap, but yeah, there was, I was coming up to lap Bishop Miller, and I wasn't convinced he'd seen me in the mirrors. So it was in the middle of St Mary's, so I took a very tight line to St Mary's, and unfortunately that was where the oil was, so there was oil there. But before that, we had a great scrap. That was a lot of fun. It was a question of feeling where the grip was, because it wasn't entirely dry. So that led to some of the manoeuvrings going on. My car was really quick out of Lavant as well. I think I got better gearing than you, as well as probably, well, and lower drag. People look at the Mallet and think, how does that go through the air? But it's very narrow track. It's inboard suspension. There's a few other things that make it quick on the straight. So, yeah, that was a joy. Thank you, Stuart.
It was great to watch. Well done to both of you. Let's, if you careful at the back of the car, Tom Waterfield. It was quite a lonely race for you in the end, but fantastic result to get on the podium.
Yeah, no, really, really pleased with it. Not really expecting it. It was just get through the chaos at the start. I managed to put a move down and on Alex, and I think he was someone tried to do a move down the inside of him and they ended up spinning off in the first corner, and I guess you just got to get through that, and from the rest of it, it was pretty straightforward. Just bring the car home. It was great.
Is it harder to maintain concentration when you're not in a gaggle?
No, because you can just focus on what you're doing, and you have to just think about, do I try and drive fast, which is always what you seem to do, but you just want to go, actually, no, I've got to get the car to the finish and make sure that I've got something in the bag when we get there.
Well, congratulations.
Cheers.
Well, a fantastic first Threlfall Cup race, and it was a great start for our pole sitter, Malik. Not so great for Chris Drake in the first row in second place, but spinners galore early doors, and somehow our Formula Junior races all keeping out of each other's way, but the grass sending them spinning. This was the number 33 of Chris Drake, who after that poor start found the grass and in the end didn't finish the race. But the battle up front was really between these two. It's the number 12 of Roach and the number 32 of Ray Malik, and they were battling tooth and nail throughout this entire race, and using the slipstream and the drag to chop and change positions. We didn't know how this one was going to go, calling it every which way as they broke away from the rest of the field, pulling almost a lap over third place finisher Waterfield in the end. But it was Roach who had the early advantage for the later part of the race, at least after the chopping and changing stopped, as Waterfield had the track to himself. A lonely race for the number 24 car, but he kept it together for that final spot on the podium. We thought there may have been a bit of an issue for Ray Malik in the number 32, but perhaps just conserving a bit of that tyre and trying to manage the traffic as quick as he could. But then this is where it all came undone, having got the lead back. A bit of oil on track forced him off into the grass, and that allowed for Stuart Roach to take the win here for the first Threlfall Cup at the 80th Goodwood members meeting. And now we can go down to David, who's with James Hayden.
So first of all, James, you having a good time today?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. How can you not here? You know, seeing all the bikes, the cars, it's amazing. I love it.
This is one of my favourite places on the circuit. You can just smell it, can't you, as well? Everyone's frigging on here, and the two-stroke, that Castrol GTX.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. So we got this great race. We got the Hailwood race, which is all the two strokes, the TZ350s, the TZ250s, and then we've got the 4 strokes, the Barry Sheen trophies. You can hear one just started up there, the 750s, road bike engines in either road or race chassis. But yesterday's race was absolutely great. It was the top 3 were all 2 strokes. It was won by Carlson, just ahead of Dan Cooper. But just,
wasn't it like 0.3 seconds or something?
Yeah, 0.3 of a second, and that's going to get added to their race time today to get the overall winner. But it was a close race, so we just have to be a bit careful of what these conditions are doing.
What do you think it's going to favour today, the 4-stroke or the 2-strokes?
Well, it's going to favour someone with that little bit of feel, so it can be really delicate in this. You know, the 2 strokes haven't quite got the torque of the 4 strokes, so you've got to be a bit careful coming out. Michael Rutter, he's well known to be a wet weather master, so if it stays a bit greasy like this, maybe him on the 4 strokes. You know, they're a little bit more docile coming off the turn, so maybe him.
I won't pin you to it, but what's your top 3 guess?
I mean, I think I still think those TZs from yesterday were looking really strong, just because the times they were setting were fast. I'm not sure that it might be reversed today. Maybe Cooper might just get Carlson, but I think it'll be tight.
Well, I think it's drying up, so it should be a fantastic race.
Yeah, the sun's coming out, so fingers crossed. Thank you.
Well, very much looking forward to that. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones back with you now as we're getting ready for some other stages. And the next stage that we're looking forward to, and in fact cars already out on the track for the GT1 demo. We enjoyed this yesterday evening, so if you were at the track or you were watching with us yesterday, you'll have seen a beautiful evening as the sun was setting and these cars were coming out. Now we've got a chance to see them in a little bit more daylight, Bruce.
Yeah, it was absolutely magical with the lights going down, the headlights getting brighter and brighter. It was evocative of them competing at Le Mans in the 24 hours and other races, long-distance races into the night. But it was the sound yesterday. You know, sometimes you look at photographs of cars and you forget the sound they made and the visceral note of the V12s. Absolutely glorious. And then the thumping Chevrolet 7-litre engine as well, and many in-betweens. And for a lot of the drivers, they're reunited with cars they haven't driven for 20-odd years, and they're not hating it, put it that way.
So what we're looking at are cars built to GT1 rules around 2000 to 2010. They're basically modified two-seater sports cars derived from road cars. They were changing the regulations a little bit to try and adapt and get a good sequence together, and they certainly managed to do it with GT1 at that level. They all had to run rear-wheel drive, even if they were four-wheel drive on the road. The Lamborghini Murcielago, which we don't actually have, we were hoping to get one or two this weekend. That was a four-wheel drive car on road, but they had to race it as a rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah, these things sort of get lost a little bit in the mists of time, but what hasn't been lost, these cars didn't have as much handling as the drivers might have liked, but they had plenty of power. They were a real handful. And listening yesterday to Darren Turner, so strong in this period, winning his class at Le Mans for Aston Martin. He's back on board a DBR9, and he said last night that he said, I love this car in period. I love it even more now. And it's a bit like getting an old piece of clothing back on, a glove or whatever, and suddenly remembering the settings you had. He was saying to Ed Foster beforehand, went out in the pits and suddenly thought, oh gosh, the power steering isn't working, and remembered he had to pull a fuse out and then move it to his right setting, which is setting 3, and suddenly the car came to him. So for a lot of these drivers, it's just reuniting them with some very old and dear friends.
Let's remind you what we've got out here. So the yellow cars you're looking at are the Chevrolet Corvettes, the C5s and the C6s. Very, very successful, these Chevrolet Corvettes at various levels, particularly at Le Mans. You know, British driver Oliver Gavin with Olivier Beretta, funnily enough, the two Olivers, one Olivier, one Oliver, they were racing at Le Mans many, many years, had a lot of victories. Oliver Gavin had 5 wins in total at Le Mans in class in period in the Corvettes. That was from 2002 up to 2006. Olivier Beretta was a part of some of those, although Beretta, Bruce, was actually successful not only in the Corvette, but in one of the other cars we're looking at here. That's the Viper there, the one just going through the shop.
Indeed, hugely successful. The American Le Mans Series was having a mighty phase in its life, racing on the great American circuits, and Road Atlanta particularly stood out. The number 64 Corvette there is the earlier model with the central headlights, if you will, the additional lights. That's the C5R, and the C6 is out there as well, but the one with the full-on American livery of the yellow top, the white flanks and the black tail, car number 64 being pedalled along, and a lovely little vignette in the background. In fact, just in front now, I think about it, we've got a Ferrari 550 Maranello prepared and made to race by ProDrive, and alongside a DBR9 Aston Martin repeat.
Yeah, so the Aston Martins are glorious as well. We've got a good selection of them. We're looking at one of the Vipers here right now, Chrysler Viper as it was called in Europe, Dodge Viper as it was called in the United States, an 8-litre V10 engine. So it was built as a road car, but the Reynard company were involved, weren't they, in developing it into a race car?
Yeah, they did, and the drivers who drove those early on found the cockpits unbelievably hot. All the heat coming from that giant lump up at the front, and that was a massive problem, even in the shorter GT races of the period.
But a very, very successful car, and taking victories at Le Mans in 1998, 1999 and in 2000, but successful in the United States obviously as well. The 24 hours Nürburgring class victories later on in 2005, 2006 and 2007. Now there's one of the Aston Martin DBR9s. That was a glorious car built in 2005. ProDrive doing the work. So ProDrive, the company that had done the Ferrari there, then developed the Aston Martin. It's amazing that ProDrive was such a part of 2 key brands to the GT development.
And Ben, it wasn't as though that was their entire focus. They're having hugely successful years in the World Rally Championship as well, but just there we are. That's sort of indicative of the British motorsport industry up there at Banbury, just producing excellence and continuing to do so today. But 2 great cars, and certainly walking up and down in the paddock, just listening to people going up and looking at the cars, and suddenly the stories were just pouring forth. Fabulous.
Lovely to see, and I was saying yesterday, I was looking at the Ferraris with bonnet off when it was sitting down in the paddock, and the way that engine sits so low and so far back in the front end of the car. A lot of these have these huge engines. I mean, that is a V12 front engine, Ferrari V12, not really what you expect. And interestingly, although ProDrive developed these as race cars, Ferrari at the time weren't involved at all, were they?
No, it's funny, you know, that gets, again, lost in the mist of time, but only this year have we got Ferrari back at top-level sports car racing in terms of the prototypes going to Le Mans. Of course, they've supported GTE and GT3 with their 458s and now the 296s, which look magnificent. But again, sometimes manufacturers have to be dragged into racing. And don't forget, the McLaren F1 GTR was made just as an F1 central seat as a road car, but the customers wanted more. They got more. They won races.
Another of the Vitas there, being followed by a remarkable car, the Marcos, in the background as well. There's just one of those out there. Kurt Oyzer, the Dutch driver, who was very much a part of that car being developed. Piet Heidekopper, who sadly passed away recently, January this year, were a designer who did a lot of the modification work. New tubular chassis, the mid-mounted Chevy engine, and a very light but strong drivetrain on this car. And it was very successful in British GT, in Spanish. It also raced in the Daytona 24-hour race, recently been restored by Kurt Oyzer.
Look at that car, though. Look at the Marcos, that enormous bulge in the bonnet. Kurt is not the tallest driver in the world. No. I actually wonder how he can see past it. He must be, he's obviously tucked to one side, but that is a big lump. And I love the fact that that could, Kurt said to you, didn't he, in the paddock, that could be entered now in the Dutch GT Championship and still be competitive. Well, so it should be. Great chassis, 7-litre V8 Chevy on there. It's got power.
It has lots of power. I love the way he's done his name on the number plate at the back there as well. And he was saying to me, I very briefly saw him just now, and he said, doing a demo, it must be a bit frustrating. Surely you want to go out there and race. He said, it's like being on a horse and holding it back. And that's what he's doing out there.
Yeah, you could actually sense it's a 15-minute demo. The drivers started to hold the reins a little more loosely after a handful of laps. Now, some other cars we haven't talked about. The Celine, only one of those here, very successful. First of all in the States for Steve Celine's squad, and then over here in British GT Championship as well. But quite happy just looking at the Aston Martin. There's Celine, and it's got the driver of the period with his overalls of the period, Johnny Molan. This was a car that very much sort of kept his career going, kept him sweet, and Johnny has kept his racing going, and he's only now just starting to step down a little bit, but he's always got plenty to say.
Yeah, he's done remarkably well, as you say. He started out in Porsches very successfully in both the UK and then in Europe, but as you say, the Celine was crucial to him because he raced at Le Mans in 2001 in Celine, the car run by Ray Mallock, funnily enough, and so that was they didn't have a finish there, but he did get a finish in 2006 with Christian Fittipaldi and Terry Borchella. They were 6th in class that year.
Yeah, again, great names in there. Right, tucked in behind the Lister, possibly the meanest looking car. If you thought the Marcus was mean, look at this black Lister, car number 14, Bobby Verden-Rowe on board, the Lister Storm. Again, small British manufacturer, big aspiration, plenty of aspiration, of course, from under the hood. But it was all about getting out there. Great success all around Europe. Privateer teams took them on as well, and they were hugely successful, and it really just looks the business. And you know what? If you've got long arms and short pockets, because quite possibly you could buy that car. Bobby Verden-Rowe's got it for sale at the moment.
Oh, there you go. That's a pretty remarkable thing. It has a Jaguar V12 7-litre engine in the front, although again, a bit like I was saying, the Ferrari, it pushes right back in to almost beside the driver, and the exhaust pipe actually runs underneath the driver's legs out to the side, out to the right-hand side, so that can get pretty warm in there too.
Yeah, again, talking about the Ferrari and again the Lister there, I have this image of tall mechanics with very long arms to get deep into the engine bay to work on them, but the car was made for a purpose, and it could not be more purposeful. And the sound as these GT1 cars roar past us, both Ben and I have our programme sound in our ears turned right up because there's a lot of sound, and I'm not disliking it 1 second.
No, it is great fun to see all these different cars from this 2000 to 2010 period that was so successful in the GT racing formula. Wins at Le Mans for Viper in the early part of it, then the Corvettes were winning at Le Mans in 01. 2002, 2004, Ferrari won Le Mans in 2003, and then the Corvettes came back again, 2005, 6, 2009. But the Aston Martin, although it didn't win Le Mans when it first came out, they had a victory in their first year in 2005, but they had a few problems. But then Aston Martin took 2 key victories, 2007 and 2008. And 2008 was a real battle year. They had a big battle with the Corvette that year, but they managed to come out in front.
Yes, and those battles did continue. Obviously, we doesn't matter what the generation is, the top GT class at Le Mans always provides a scrap. GTE Pro has now been scrapped, but that was brilliant a few years ago. We had 6 manufacturers, three cars apiece. And for the TV director, if it was dull up front in the outright victory, you'd go down towards the middle order, and they were with top works drivers just scrapping lap after lap, hour after hour.
Lovely. It was great for Aston Martin. It was their first win in 2007 at Le Mans since 1959. So it had made a huge deal. We heard from Darren Turner, who was in the car. David Brabham and Rickard Rydell were alongside him in that 2007 win, and then Darren won again with David Brabham the following year and Antonio Garcia. So that was a huge part of Darren's career, as he was telling us yesterday. Big for David Brabham as well, and a wonderful car that really worked extremely well. It's got the V12 6-litre, 635 horsepower engine in the Aston Martin there. The lovely engine noise, which we were particularly celebrating last night.
Yes, in fact, maybe we should do the same again today. Just fall quiet in the commentary box to listen to them. But certainly, if you're... The sound does escape here because there aren't big grandstands, but at Le Mans, when they come past the pits, the grandstand's enclosed and the pit building on the other side, the noise is incredible. Soothing in some ways, but after 17 hours of the race or so, when you're flagging, it really can hurt a little bit.
Absolutely, but it's very enjoyable to be listening to it and to see this little mixture of cars that not all raced against each other all at the same time, because they went through this sort of decade of period. We were hoping to see some of the Maserati MC12s here, although they, in some ways, the Maserati that became dominant in FIA GT wasn't allowed to race in Le Mans because it was the wrong proportions, but it dominated FIA GT. But it wasn't really a road car to me.
No, it wasn't. It was not a road car made to go racing. It was a racing car made to go racing. And, you know, you will, through the history of the sport, have cars that aren't maybe quite to the essence of, let's say, the rule maker's intention, but it doesn't make it a worse place, just a different place.
We're certainly getting some of that lovely sound from these machines. They have got these huge engines and a lot of control involved in it. There's the Celine coming through, so US built, and then the Lister, both small manufacturers building relatively small number of machinery, but with great success. And then you have these big famous manufacturers like Aston Martin and Ferrari and Chevrolet, with putting a lot of effort, but with some very top race teams and race development by specialists like ProDrive, for example. And then the Marcos, that's a bit of a one-off as well.
Yeah, and the success for any of these marques does carry on through the decades, because, of course, we've moved on to other forms of GT racing, GTE, GT3, and now the Junior GT4. And Aston Martin have a hugely strong presence. A lot of people will only come racing if they can race a Ferrari, so they will always be strong. But really, success does beget more success. And again, Chevrolet Corvettes, they've just been rock solid. They were hugely strong in the German GT Championship for years because they just like big, rumbly V8s. Well, who doesn't?
And incredibly reliable. I mean, that was one of the things, the Corvettes and the Aston Martins, but that's what Aston, in a way, had to develop, was the Corvette not only quick over a single lap, and a lot of teams could kind of achieve that at places like Le Mans, but when you're doing long distance, 24-hour races, with that solid reliability, the Corvette always had that.
Oh, they did, and Pratt and Miller ran that team for so long. The continuity, just the ability to any task they had to perform, they'd already done it before. They weren't going into the unknown, and watching them work. If you had one of those cameras where you had time-lapse in their garage, it was magical to watch. They knew precisely what they were doing and had a great sense of fun as well. And let's face it, endurance racing is tough, however you look at it. So a little bit of levity goes a very long way.
So ProDrive produced something like 12 of these Ferrari 550s. They'd actually increased the engine size to 6 litres. They managed to get 500 kilos off the road version for the racing version. Amazing how they could have managed to have done something like that. But they took a total of 69 wins, 151 podiums from 343 races entered between 2001 and 2008. An absolutely stunning list.
It really is, and just looking at them again, the sound is what's knocked my socks off, but also they ride so low to the ground. They look really good, but the most important thing of all was the fact they look like the cars that began them. They really have that continuity, and the attraction to the fans is accordingly all the greater.
Yeah, absolutely. It sort of takes you back to seeing, you know, we often see some beautiful, more historic Ferraris here, like the 250s, 250 GTOs, and in some ways, the 550 is that modern, you know, that later version. Yes, it's now a few years old. We're now talking about a car that's 20 years old, of course.
But it still looks the business,
yeah.
and it certainly sounds the business. And I love the fact the drivers have decided to run as close to each other as possible to bring this sort of wall of sound around the circuit with them, and they will soon come to an end. The Gulf liveried car, the Aston Martin from the Rothko collection, is coming out, but only in time to greet the checkered flag. So whatever little tweak matters no more. They'll bring it back round, but hopefully people all around the circuit and all around the world on the live streaming will have enjoyed them. It's great to see the cars again, but notably fabulous to hear them.
Yeah, it really is wonderful to see these and hear them back on circuit. And although this isn't a race, this is very much a demonstration. I think it has given us all an opportunity to soak up the atmosphere of these wonderful GT cars. And that's one of the joys of coming to these members meetings at Goodwood, is that they put together these collections of cars, a kind of collection that may never happen again, possibly. You know, the owners of these cars, are they really going to take them to every other event? No, but Goodwood means a lot to them. And so to get an assembly like this, Goodwood is one of the unique places in the world for putting a group together like this.
Well, late last night, sitting around with a glass of wine after a much-needed supper, we were discussing great in historic racing if we could have a championship, racing championship for GT1 cars. And I can guarantee a lot of the drivers out here, reunited with their glorious old cars, will be thinking, you know what, that could suit me rather well. I'm a little older now, but the cars have not slowed at all.
Of course, they didn't race here at Goodwood because racing had stopped at Goodwood in 1966. So they couldn't, for example, put a race at the Revival, which is only for cars that always had the ability to race here in the 40s, 50s and 60s. But I love the fact that at a members meeting, they bring in cars from different periods right up to sort of this kind of level, and then we get a chance to enjoy them.
Well, it does, and also these are the cars applicable to the next generation below us, or even, dare I say it, Ben, 2 generations behind us, to enjoy the cars that they might have watched when they were very young, and now they're a little older and they can see them all over again. But they really haven't dated at all. They still look exquisite.
Absolutely, they look fantastic, and it's lovely to see so many of you taking photographs of them. That's really lovely. There are some stunning shots coming out, I'm sure, and some wonderful sounds as well. If you've set up your videos, hopefully you've got some of that sound that you'll be able to listen to in the future. So whether you're here at Goodwood enjoying the sound as the cars go past, or whether you're watching us online, it's great to have you with us for this 80th members meeting at Goodwood. And that was one of the key demonstrations of this weekend. We've got another one with Porsches coming out a little bit later, and there are some cars with tremendous history in the Porsche demo coming up a little bit later. But we've got some more racing to come up very soon, and we're looking forward to that. It's going to be good fun. And one of the aspects of the next races that are coming up is a motorbike race, ironically though, with a man, hopefully, if the bike's okay, who's going to be doing his first motorbike race. He's won Le Mans 5 times, and he's going to go motorbike racing. Rachel is with Emanuele Pirro.
Well, I'm down in the Hailwood paddock with Emanuele, who is going to go out on this bike behind me. He went out in practice yesterday, had a problem, and it's not looking good for later, is it?
No, not really. This is historic racing, and historic racing are beautiful, but there's always a potential issue. So there was one bolt came loose and created a huge damage because we lost the water. Without water cooling, the engine doesn't feel happy, so the engine is seized. And the owner of the bike, Michael Russell, who very kindly lent it to me, they spent hours trying to fix it. The bike is fixed, but we should go straight into the second race without trying it. With a 2-stroke engine, it's not really ideal. So we decided to pull the plug, and I'm not crying just because I'm an adult and I'm in front of a camera, but it's been very disappointing because the build-up in my mind. Last night, I rode about 1 million laps just to get used to it. So, but I still have a smile because it's been a good adventure, and hopefully I will do it again.
Yeah, obviously, what was the thought of coming on 2 wheels this year instead of 4?
It's a little bit of a long story. I got my first bike when I was 6, and for me, riding a bike means freedom, means joy, especially in my days, you know, in the country, no helmet, sorry for safety, but we didn't know about it. So the bike has always been very meaningful to me. Bike racing is extremely difficult and requires a great finesse, but the riders are very humble people compared to us. So I always loved the riders, especially the road racers. I raced in Macau the cars for many years, and I met a lot of the road racers who race in Macau, John McGuinness, Michael Rachter, and I always really admired them. Also the way they approach it. People say they're crazy. For me, it's an offense to say they're crazy. They're really brave. So once to be one of them, being humbly one of them, would have been a dream. And because it's difficult, this is a Grand Prix bike. Goodwood is an unforgiving circuit. And I don't know why, but I really love challenges very much. So this was the whole reason why I'm here.
I know, massive challenge. Hopefully you'll come back in the summer. We'll bring Michael in quickly as well. So disappointing that he can't go out. But you just said you spent hours last night trying to make it happen.
Yeah, we spent about 10 hours, the team, working on it yesterday to try and get Emanuele out. I mean, it's a shared dream. When someone is, like Emanuele says, can I ride a bike? You have to say yes. So unfortunately, it didn't work out. But we will try and make it happen again some other time. So, yeah.
I'd love to see that. And how's the house captaincy going as well? Tor Bolton, third so far, I think.
Yeah, no, it's going well. This is the 10th year of this, do you say captaincy? So it's also time to move over and give it to somebody else. It's been an incredible ride, you know, to get the camaraderie with all the others. So this was a really cool idea from the Duke. The positive thing about not being a captain anymore next year is that I can leave this in a wardrobe and dress like a normal human being. But apart from that, I just want to leave a positive message. This is a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Car broken, bike broken, doesn't matter. It's a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuele. Thank you, Michael, very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Well, looking forward to seeing the Hailwood Trophy coming up soon. That is going to be the next race, even though it's a shame that Emanuele won't be competing. And then as we go through today's schedule, we're going to have the Bentley Speed 8 and Continental GT demonstration coming up after that. Then the Jim Clark Trophy with the Ford Lotus Cortinas, some fabulous drivers. The SF Edge Trophy for the ancient cars, the Edwardian machinery. Another demonstration, that's for the Porsches. That's at 2:35 p.m. Then the Trofeo Nuvolari, that's coming up for the Pre-39 sports cars at 3 o'clock. That's a 20-minute race. And then we continue with the competition. Tony Gaze sees racing cars from 1948 to 1954 when Goodwood began, followed by the Salvadori Cup with the sports prototypes from the late 1950s and early 60s. Then another demonstration with the Brabham BT52 Formula One car from 1983. The Moss Trophy follows up from that as we get towards the end of the day for the GT cars 58 to 62, and then a fantastic Gordon Spice Trophy final for the Group 1 touring cars, the mixed levels that we saw racing absolutely hard yesterday. Looking forward to that final later on today. Now, looking here, this is going to be very interesting. Michael Rutter on this Hadley Honda. Now, they had a little bit of a problem with the motor. It's a 4-stroke. He's starting back on the 3rd row of the grid, despite having qualified really well originally. It didn't quite work out for him in the race yesterday, but let's hope he's really got that bike working now.
Yeah, I was speaking to Chris Wilson, the owner of that motorcycle, and they worked hard overnight, and I was listening to it. It had a bit of a misfire, but it's sounding really sharp now. And Michael, he loves it when the conditions are a bit awkward. It's drying pretty quick, but I think he might be one of the men to watch.
That bike was originally raced by Julian Soper, who was a bit of a national hero in the 1970s.
Yeah, absolutely, and exactly that. I know that his family are here to see the bike race as well today, so yeah, thoughts to all those guys.
Oh, that's lovely, lovely history. There's Emanuele Pirro looking around. Well, unfortunately, he's not going to be competing in this one, but we've got a lot of bikes to keep an eye on. There is a majority of Yamaha 2-strokes. Remember, we've got the 2-strokes versus the 4-strokes.
Yeah, it's split into two classes. You've got the Hailwood Trophy, which is the 2-strokes. It's the Yamaha TZ 750s. They come from 1972 to 1981. Then you've got the TZ 250s amongst that, and they're up to 1984. So 350s bigger capacity, 250s just a slightly more development, so slightly better the chassis, brakes. As we look at Maria Costello over here, she's racing that Triumph there, number 89. She got the last point yesterday in 15th, but it was the top 3 in the race were TZ 350s yesterday, the Yamahas, before we got to the first 4-stroke, which is, of course, Andy Hornby on the Triumph Trident. So a really nice mix yesterday. Just going, so that's the Hailwood Trophy, and then we've got the Sheen Trophy, which is the 750 bikes up to 1972.
And the thing you were pointing out to us yesterday, James, the fact that this is an aggregate race, and it was such a close gap between the top two, 0.3 of a second between Scott Carson and Dan Cooper. It means that even if they're both racing hard against each other, it's going to be unpredictable to get the overall victory at the end of it.
Yeah, very much. And obviously, throw back markers in that and stuff, so you've got to, it's so close between them. And it's the same in the Sheen Trophy as well for the 4 strokes. It's just 0.4 of a second that separates Hornby and Higley. So, and Michael Rutter's only 1.7 seconds back off that win. So there's 2 races in one, and it's amazing. Also, you've got the little 350 Yamahas, 250 Yamahas, from a decade later, that are competing really evenly with these big 750s. And one of the important things you've got to remember is the little Yamahas, they weigh about 115 kilos. These big F2, these big Formula 750 bikes, they weigh about 230, so twice the weight, but they're easier to drive, a bit more torquey.
Track conditions are looking reasonable. We had that rain this morning, and we saw quite a few moments and incidents with the cars. It's looking reasonable now, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just slightly worried it was still going to be a bit damp, but that wind is a little bit warmer, and the track is looking really good. So I think the guys will be mightily relieved. You can see number 42 there, that is Andy Hornby. He was the top 4-stroke yesterday, so he will be again another man to watch. And number 37, that was Dan Cooper. He set the fastest lap of the race, down in the low 126s yesterday. So again, he was flying to close in on the lead to Carson.
And interestingly, the grid is set up on the fastest laps, isn't it, from yesterday? So he actually has pole position for this race, Dan Cooper, even though he finished in 2nd place yesterday. So it's quite a fun way of doing it.
Yeah, it's great. Fastest lap from your race, as you say, puts you in the grid position today. So it's all changed. There's Gary Vines, number 23. He had a problem yesterday, but they think they've sorted it. So I spoke to him, although he had a little shake of the head there. So he was the top TZ 250 in qualifying, that 1984 TZ 250 there, but we'll have to see how he's going to get on in the race. It was a little shake of the head.
Well, let's hope everything's okay. There's the Gauloise Yamaha of Robin Lamb. That's starting a little bit further down the order. But all the bikes just coming onto the grid now, getting ready for the start of what's going to be another 7-lap race around the Goodwood circuit. And we saw these wonderful battles yesterday. Big improvement from Dan Jackson. And Dan Jackson actually on the left-hand side on the front row there, number 55. Dan Jackson, he did very well yesterday because qualifying didn't go well. They had a problem with the bike. And he managed to get himself up to 3rd place. Once he got up to 3rd, he couldn't quite get on with Scott Carson and Dan Cooper. Let's see what kind of pace he's got here today. He did very well here last year, taking the victory. So let's see whether he's going to be able to repeat that. But pole position on bikes is actually up the far side. So it is Dan Cooper, number 37, who starts from pole position.
Yeah, 33 bikes out there, really packed grid. That different sound. You've got the light zingy 2 strokes, the big deep 4 strokes. What an eclectic mix of bikes, but it should be a good race.
Yeah, it should be fun. A little bit of smoke, of course, as they're on the grid there, getting ready to go. They will get a final green flag lap, and then it'll be all about the start and getting off the line effectively. And we saw some good starts from the 2nd row yesterday. It's not always easy to get the 2 strokes. They've got quite a narrow band of power, and you've got to get it just right.
You have indeed, otherwise they bog down. You've really got to match the revs and slip that clutch to get them driving, and it's a bit of an art in itself.
So, green flag lap, away they go. Let's see if everybody gets off the line.
We've got someone's very slow with his stalled it. I think it might be Hedger. Someone's got a problem there. I think it might be number 13, Luke Hedger on the Triumph, and he's been left behind on the grid. He gets pulled off into pit lane.
Dan Jackson did pull quite a big wheelie there. I'm not sure that was perfect. Oh dear, once again, it's the number 13 bike. That's a shame because that had problems yesterday. That is Luke Hedger, isn't it? And that Triumph, are they going to be able to get it to run?
So it looked like it might be a fueling thing. You can see him fiddling with the fuel. So whether he just had that maybe turned off. Has it got going again?
So obviously did the outlet okay, but it's not running properly now. He's trying to work out what's going on with it.
That is Luke Kidger, double British champion, so he'll be disappointed. And we're looking at number 24, so that is Scott Carson. That's the man who won yesterday.
Yeah, Scott Carson, who won by just 0.3 of a second over the line. That great battle with Dan Cooper. The rest of the field coming through. And you've got a real mixture of bikes and riders as well. You've got some very experienced, very talented riders up near the front end. But you've got plenty of racers, riders who just love their bikes and want to be out here at Goodwood. Oh, that's looking very wobbly. What's going on there then?
Yeah, do you know, I spoke to him earlier and he was saying that he's having a real problem with that bike just sort of in this mild weave. And you know, I was speaking to him about it, but you got a really clear example of that then, didn't you?
Anthony Hart, that is. Have you ever ridden a bike that's done that to you?
I mean, plenty that are shaking his heads, but didn't look quite like that. It just is like a speed wobble. He's saying when he shuts the throttle, though, it stops it. So it's a weight. It's to do with the weight on the front wheel. So it's just a bit of balancing stuff. But it looked pretty horrible there for Anthony Hart.
Well, let's hope that they can get the bike working okay. They are now coming through the chicane, heading down towards the grid to make their lineup. James, you've raced here at Goodwood in the past. I know you're going to talk about it this time, but it's great to have you with us with your expertise on the bikes as well. And on this such great variety. I'm glad to see the rotary engine bike is back out because they had a problem yesterday.
Yeah, they did indeed. So that was an amazing motorcycle, that bike, that DKW.
So let's have a very quick look at the grid then. On the front row, it's Dan Cooper, Scott Carson and Dan Jackson. Watch out for Andy Hornby on the four-stroke. Nick Williamson is alongside. And then that next row, Graham Higlett and Michael Rutter, Rob Whitty. Gary Vines is also going to be one to watch. So as we go down that list, you're going to see a lot of battles coming through from the start of this race. We're getting ready to go. The Hailwood Trophy here at Goodwood. The second part is underway. And it's a really good start from Dan Jackson on the inside. He's got away exceptionally well. One bike a bit throw away, though. It's the rotary, I think. But no, he doesn't have the lead going in. Scott Carson's got in front as they go through the first corner at Madwick. And this could be a big battle between the top three. Scott Carson with the initial advantage.
Yeah, he has indeed. As you say, it's all the TZ350s at the front. Carson, Cooper, then Jackson. And then the first four-stroke, Andy Hornby there.
Yeah, Andy Hornby, who started...
Oh, someone's right in the cross. Oh. Massive moment. They just went a bit wide coming out of there, got it completely sideways. It might have been Gary Vines on the grass, but he's made it back on the track in one piece.
My goodness, that was a scary moment, but thankfully they all got through there. As you say, Gary Vines got through there as well. But our race leader is Scott Carson, being chased at the moment by Dan Cooper and Dan Jackson, the three who were on that front row together, all making their way down the order here. Jamie O'Brien was just keeping out of the way a little bit. Hopefully that bike's working okay. But there is Michael Rutter, number 67, hoping that that engine is running a little more smoothly today than it was yesterday, as we're looking at our race leader, Scott Carson. Not a big advantage, and in fact, Dan Jackson's on the attack again.
Yeah, he's so good, though, Carson, there. We can just see some of the other two strokes coming in. There's Gary Vines, 23. He's the top 250 in the race so far. But one of the things, Scott Carson, really good at getting away on these tyres. No tyre warmers, of course, on the first lap. And that takes some confidence and takes some doing.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Through the chicane, everyone taking it fairly neat and tidy. Let's just have a look at that big wobble. What happened here?
Oh, look, he is so lucky. He runs, he's in too hot, gets on the grass, the front tucks. You see it go against the lock stop, and it comes back. A huge moment there for Gary Vines, that man there.
Yeah, I hadn't realised it was Gary right from the start. I thought he might have been squeezed out, but he wasn't, was he? He kind of just ran it too wide.
Yeah, I think he was obviously just that right hand, just going in a bit hot on the cold tyres. But out in front, Carson set the fastest flying lap on that first lap, 130.7. Just behind him, obviously, you can see Cooper. And already these guys just putting a bit of pressure on Jackson behind in third.
Now remember, Carson did win yesterday, not by a big margin at all, but he did win. So if Carson can do what he's doing now, stay in front, even if the margin is tiny between him and Cooper or Jackson, then he will take the overall victory in the Hailwood Trophy. But let's wait and see. We've still got a bit of time to go here, 6 laps to go, just under 6 laps to go still, as Carson has control at this point. And he's just trying to open up that advantage. He did say yesterday, though, we saw him lose a bit of pace just towards the end of the race with the tyres getting a little bit too warm.
Yeah, that's right. They were maybe going to have a little just experiment with pressure there because it was certainly hot in that part of the race. And what we saw yesterday was Carson was very good from the off. Cooper took a little bit more warming up. Remember, Dan Cooper only rode it to this TZ350. That man there, we're talking about number 37 for the first time yesterday. So he's still growing in it, he's still learning into it, but he's riding that really well. So this was when he started to come a bit stronger. Lap 2, once everything's warmed up. Now there's the battle for the 4 strokes, you can see. That's Hornby and Higlett, 40 and 50. This is for honours at the moment. And remember, yesterday, they were separated by just 0.4 of a second. So these guys are dicing for the overall win, as are the 2 two-strokes. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, this is for the Sheen Trophy part, the 4-stroke part. So sometimes it's a battle for the overall win as well, but right now it's the 2 strokes that are taking the overall lead. But these 2 4-stroke bikes, heavier, more powerful, but you've got to control that bike well, and it's a good battle between the 2 of them right now, with Andy Hornby just having the advantage.
And I've just seen a 125.9 for Carson, so that is a really strong lap time there for Scott Carson. 126.3 it was for Cooper, so he's taken that up to 0.9 of a second, but that was the quickest lap we've seen yesterday.
Graham Higlett, look, Graham Higlett's got the chance to try and get past Hornby, but no, not quite. Had to brake a little earlier.
That's right, he looked like he got a slightly better drive, but Hornby just putting his bike exactly where he needs to. It looks like Michael Rutter behind as well. Number 67 is starting to move in. He's probably just taken a few laps just to get into that bike, but he's doing a nice job, and certainly, as I say, I think they cured the problem they had yesterday.
Yeah. So you've got the 2 triumphs here, and again Higlett having a little look down the inside, but oh yes, this time he's done it. Gets in front, but will he go too wide on the exit? Will he lose that position again? Yeah, absolutely. Hornby's through, and as you say, now Michael Rutter's with them.
Exactly, he's in the hunt. He might even get a good slipstream here. He might be able to pull out. Not quite on that lap. Jackson on set the fastest lap, 125.3, so the times are tumbling here today.
Oh, this is fabulous to watch. Michael Rutter, man you raced against in your youth.
Many a time. I mean, Rutter can do anything. He wins TTs, British Superbike races. You know, obviously he's getting an older gentleman like myself these days, but he still knows how to ride a motorcycle, and he really can ride anything. He was on the podium in the British Championship last weekend on the new BMW One Make Series, so he can throw his hand about.
Yeah, he certainly can, and even though it's the first time this weekend that he's ridden this bike, but look at it, it's becoming a 3-way fight in the 4-stroke battle for the Sheen Trophy. 2 separate parts to this race, even though they're not hugely separated in terms of performance, and Hornby is just holding on at the moment. Andy Hornby, who won this class last year here at Goodwood. We'll just wait and see whether Michael Rutter's just waiting for exactly the right moment.
Yeah, well, he knows to win this, he'd have to beat these guys by 1.7 to take the overall win. But Hornby there, he looks really good on the brakes in that last section.
So Cooper in second place has done the fastest lap. Up front, we've got the 2-stroke Yamahas battling against each other still, and there was only 0.7 of a second as they went over the line, so you can see on the leaderboard 0.7 of a second between Carson and Cooper up front. Then Jackson in third, Hornby then with this battle going on with Higlett and Rutter behind as well. So we've got some good racing going on here, absolutely what we want. 3 laps to go, under 3 laps to go now, so they've really got to keep it clean, stay out of trouble. And of course what we will find towards the end, as we did yesterday, James, is they're going to be lapping some of the slower riders, and that can mess things up.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see, so 42 Hornby, you know, he's riding that RPS Triumph Trident and really getting it going. And behind him, of course, it's the Rob North Trident. And then we got Michael Rutter, who's riding the Hadley Honda CB750. So real mix of stuff, but this is back at the front. And this is Cooper hunting down. It's down to 0.7 of a second. We're about to start lap 5, and they come out of here. This is again a bit like what happened yesterday. He lost a little bit in the early laps, came back strong in the middle. 24.8 for Carson, 24.9 for Cooper. They are, you know, we're just seeing these lap times tumbling and tumbling.
Yeah, very, very close though. Carson is not giving up, that's for sure. He's got that lead and he's got the advantage. Let's just have a look. There was an overtake here. Oh, bit of a wobble there for number 22. That's Tony Perkin. He got away with it though, so that was all right.
Yeah, it looked like tight. He might have just clipped the front wheel. Now look at that. We can see.
Higlett's got in front, hasn't he?
He has indeed. So this is where he's not seems to be quite as strong on the brakes as as Hornby. So, and again, Hornby just underneath him there. So, real interesting dice. It's like they've just got slightly different areas of where the two bikes are working better. But look at that, Higlet's gone wide, I think.
This is a really good battle between these two in the four-stroke fight, and for now it's Higlet who's got back in front. Andy Hornby chasing after him, so Graham Higlet, who, oh my goodness, he nearly loses it.
Oh, wow. So it was a massive, it's so important to get a drive out there, and you could see number 50, Higlet, he got on the power, he lost the rear, and he nearly went on the grass. Remember, that grass is damp, and you don't want to do it, but he's recovered well. Big moment.
Wow, Michael Rutter, I thought he had a chance to get past him, but he's got to get it back together, and Graham Higlet's got to face himself and just make sure he doesn't make those mistakes. But he's pushing so hard, and now it has given Andy Hornby this useful little advantage as Michael Rutter comes up behind. Let's just take a look at this again, James.
Yeah, he just got on the power, and the rear slid, he's had to shut the throttle and to avoid it spinning around and high-siding him, and then the wobble's taking him wide and nearly onto the grass.
Up front, the gap has opened up a little bit more, actually. Carson has opened it up to 1.3, maybe even a bit more than that. That was as they went over the line. It looks even slightly bigger than that.
Yeah, he's really got his head down, and this is the last lap, so he's starting to nurse. That's a 1.3 second gap as well. That would give him the overall win. Cooper is trying his best. But him and Jackson, there's nothing between them. They are both right with each other, so that's an interesting dice, although no, Cooper's just dropped him a fraction there now. Good last lap.
This is looking good, isn't it, for Scott Carson, the man who took victory yesterday by just 0.3 tenths of a second, but this time he's opened up a very useful lead indeed on the number 24 Yamaha. We've got a four-stroke battle still going on here, though. Andy Hornby's been caught again by Higlet.
It is. It's going to be Carson that comes across to the win.
Victory in the Hailwood Trophy does go to Scott Carson. Having taken victory on both days, he takes the aggregate victory as well. Jackson actually came across the line, and a Cooper. So there was Dan Jackson, who has come across second. Now, what's going to go on in the four strokes? It's going to be very close. I think Andy Hornby's just going to hold on, like he did last year. Andy Hornby wins the four strokes, the Sheen Trophy.
Yeah, it was all coming out. There's a lot of dicing on that last corner, but as you say, Carson, Jackson, Cooper for the top three in the Hailwood, then Hornby, Higlet, Rutter for the four strokes. But two really fascinating races there within that race.
I don't know what happened to Dan Cooper on that last lap, because he suddenly lost a lot of time, and Jackson was able to get past him. Throughout it all, though, Scott Carson's been very, very consistent on this.
Very impressed with him, you know, really quick. That's 1:24.6, so that was a blistering lap time. The first time I think we've seen those is down there. Remember, that's 2 seconds quicker than they did in yesterday's race.
That is amazing.
Which is incredible. That's in the fastest lap, so that really was setting some times. And Hornby, Higlet, Rutter, what a battle that was. Just 3 tenths separating that three as well. So some lovely motorbikes there, no incidents, and everyone looking good despite a few scary moments.
There were a couple of scary moments, definitely. But well done to Scott Carson on this Harris-built Yamaha TZ350. And he has taken both race victories, so of course he has won overall, because it's the aggregate result that counts. But yeah, he's done that superbly well.
Yeah, and he never looked like he missed a mark. He looked smooth and neat. He was so good at getting going early on. You know, that 1981 TZ250, like you say, with the Harris chassis, it really has performed very well, and he's been loving it. He said he loves the circuit. He's really enjoyed riding it, and 2 strong wins for you. You see what he means there, and especially good. Yeah, that 1:24.6 is a great time around here.
Definitely, and well done to Andy Hornby, waving in the background, who won the Sheen Trophy last year here as well. So the Mike Hailwood Trophy has gone to Scott Carson, named after the Mike Hailwood, who 9 times world champion in the various different categories, went into car racing and became a Formula 2 champion, went into Formula 1, and then came back to bikes and was still winning events at the Isle of Man TT.
Yeah, absolute legend he was. And, very sadly missed. What a star he was.
And then Barry Sheen, his name given to the winners in the 4 strokes, double world champion, 1976 and 1977. So Andy Hornby, number 42 there, he has effectively won that Sheen trophy. And the racing's been really enjoyable to watch, hasn't it, this weekend?
Yeah, it has. I mean, Carlson's just stretched it back a little at the front, but everyone else has really been, done him so well. We can see Scott Carlson there with his crew chief and his and stuff, so great to see for him. But the 4 strokes very tight, and again that top, we can see they were the difference between the 4 strokes and 2 strokes, not too much. The 2 strokes did look quicker, did seem quicker. I think Dan will be a bit disappointed not to have grabbed that second again, but hey ho.
That's the way it goes. So the final standings in that second race, Scott Carson taking the outright victory, and it means he has won the whole Hailwood Trophy. Dan Jackson finished in second, Dan Cooper in third, and then the first of the 4 strokes was Andy Hornby on his RPS Triumph Trident. A very close battle with Graham Higlett and Michael Rutter towards the end. Nick Williamson, Ian Bain, George Thomas and Rob Whitty completed the top 10. Quite a bunch of the 350s, of course, the 2-stroke bikes. A couple of the 250s just outside the top 10. You've got Gary Vines and Mark Linton. Gary didn't have quite the run this time as he had last year. Michael Russell up there in the Norton Max. That had a problem yesterday, so he managed to move up the field quite well there. Down to 20th place with Derek Cripps taking 20th on his Yamaha TZ350, and then Alan Cathcart on his Ducati, on the Ducati that he's riding this weekend, and rides so many different bikes, of course. Duncan Fitchett down in 25th place. Tom Snow bringing up the back with Harley Davidson 250 down in 27th position. And there we are, the combined classification. There is the aggregate top 10. Scott Carson confirmed as the outright winner, and Dan Cooper taking second overall. So although Dan was actually third in this second race, he took second overall ahead of Dan Jackson. And Andy Hornby, the overall winner in the 4 strokes, as we expected, because he took both victories in both races. Graham Higlett, Michael Rutter, and that is the aggregate order. So that's how the trophies get awarded to Scott Carson and Andy Hornby. So let's go down to Ed Foster in Parc Fermé.
Scott Carson, what a fantastic ride, but you couldn't put a foot wrong there, could you?
No, I had to keep going. The boys were pushing me the whole race, yeah, and I put a new tyre in for this one because the last time it had really gone off, so I think that made the difference for me, yeah, fantastic.
Winner of Heat 1 yesterday, winner of Heat 2, and the overall winner as well. That's not a bad weekend, is it?
Oh, it's a dream. It's a dream. I've always wanted to come here and ride, and to be able to do this is, yeah, fantastic. Lost for words, so... Yeah, I just want to thank Paul for letting me ride the bike and everyone who's helped me, because it gets everything here, so it's been fantastic.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers, thank you.
Right, let's find a second place man, Dan Jackson. Actually, I'll tell you what, we'll come, Dan Jackson, where are we? Here we go. Dan, I didn't see on the screens because we were watching other battles, but what happened at the end? Because you just pipped Dan.
I was quite strong on the twisty bits, but maybe just my size wasn't quite the match of these two on the straight, but I was there or thereabouts with Dan, and unfortunately I think I had a slight little issue, and I just managed to pip him. So, yeah, I think it was just one of those lucky moments, but not as lucky as last year, but yeah, it was all right. No, good race, really good, strong pace. I just wish I would have had a new rear tyre in, but hey, always next year.
Well, you finished on the podium, so fantastic ride.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Right, let's find Dan Cooper. We just cruise over here. Dan, I mean, you kept everyone honest all the way through, and then obviously something happened at the end.
Yeah, I just missed the gear. The only mistake I made the whole race, really, just I made the mistake right when I didn't need to, So, yeah, I'm a bit annoyed with myself. But hey, I felt like we were riding good then. I don't know what the pace was like. It felt like we were riding harder than yesterday. So I'm happy. Just a bit disappointed we didn't get the number 1, but never mind. We'll have another go.
I mean, you were a lot quicker than yesterday, I think almost 2 seconds. But so whilst you finished third today, you came second overall over the weekend. So great weekend.
Oh, yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's just nice to come to Goodwood and have a really good competitive bike to be able to show what we can do. I just want to thank Ron and Barney for putting such a great bike together, I think we didn't quite do it justice today, but, there's always another time.
Well, we all enjoyed it. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Fantastic fun and games in the Hailwood Trophy Part 2, and we'll just have a little look at some of the highlights there, James, because there was fun games. And thankfully, although we did see the odd scary moment, particularly Gary Vines at the first corner, everyone got out of it okay.
Yeah, we did. We saw a really good battle for the four-stroke honours here between Hornby and Higlett. And you just see there that Higlett ran a little bit wide. Hornby came back underneath. And you got Michael Rutter in the picture as well, just sniffing about, waiting to see what he could do.
Yeah, it's lovely to watch, and although Michael Rutter in the end couldn't quite get on to the same terms as Andy Hornby in particular, Andy rode really well. He had to fight hard all the way through to fend off these two behind him, but he managed it.
Yeah, he did indeed, and he seemed to be slightly stronger on the brakes where it counted, and just seemed to have a bit more support. Then we saw some of the two strokes, they're coming through, and a big moment there, if we remember as well. That was...
Yeah, Tony Perkin getting a little bit wobbly, but he got away with it, so that was all right. And we did see one or two little incidents like that.
This was the big one,
yeah.
And it really, just because of the way it shut, the bike stood itself up and he went off, but it was this man, Scott Carson, who took the double win.
Yeah, beautifully done. Scott Carson taking victory and the outright win of the Hailwood Trophy. As in the background, Dan Jackson managed to take second place in that race, but Dan Cooper took second place overall. But many congratulations to Scott Carson, who has thoroughly enjoyed his members meeting weekend at Goodwood. So, some bikes giving us lots of entertainment, but now it's sort of time to start turning our heads back towards the cars coming on track. Let's go and have a chat with a driver who's driven all sorts of cars around here at Goodwood over the years. Rachel is with Tiffany Dell.
Well, Tiffany Dell, lovely to see you. Obviously racing this weekend in the Jim Clark. Back of the grid. What's been happening? I've got to tell everybody.
Just say I'm racing here. You don't have to say where. Yeah, I am on the back row of the grid. We are 28th fastest of the 28 Cortinas.
What went wrong?
Well, I'm just with Jerry Bailey here. It's a friend. I live in Salisbury, and I think he lives in Salisbury. So I spent a Goodwood thought we'll partner Tiff with the Salisbury man. And Jerry admitted it wasn't the most highly modified, highly tinkered Cortina, and he was dead right. It's not the most highly modified, and. You know, I mean, some people, they're spending £150,000 on a Cortina to race. I think Jerry bought this for about £25,000, you know, and he's played with it and cleaned it up. But, I mean, obviously, they're not, well, they are professionals, really. The preparation companies at the head of the field, they take it very, very seriously. They come here testing every other month, you know, and they spend a lot of money. And I mean, I think a fast engine would cost about £40,000 for a quick engine for these cars. So we're here for the beer, and we're here to race at Goodwood, and that's the most important thing. I think the Duke always says, you know, this isn't serious racing, it's fun, and that's what we're having.
Exactly, and jokes aside, obviously we're celebrating 60 years as well of the Cortinas, and I saw a tweet, you said, I was there during that first race. Tell us about that. You must have been a little boy then.
It's a bit shocking when I thought that must be only 50 years ago. Sure, it can't be 60 years. But yes, I was an 11-year-old clinging to the fences at Goodwood because this is why I was brought up with my father as soon as I could walk, you know, so I'd watch Mike Hawthorne and Sterling Moss, and Jim Clark was my greatest hero. So I watched Jim Clark racing Lotus Cortinas around Goodwood 60 years ago, and got my own photos at home.
Is that where your love affair for cars started?
Yeah, as soon as Dad brought me in when I was 3. So the fact that, you know, the Duke recreated Goodwood for me to come and race on a track that I just dreamt of racing, it's been magnificent. It's kept me right. I've done every revival meeting and every members meeting. Long may it continue.
Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it? And a quick word on how many cars are you hoping, if any, you'll overtake then from back of the grid in this race coming up?
Oh, well, 27, obviously.
Oh, very confident there, Tibbs.
He's put the V8 in overnight to make up for the slight horsepower deficit.
There you go, we'll hear you before we see you possibly. Well, good luck in your Mini Greenie. Yep. And yeah, hope it goes well. We'll chat to you afterwards.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you're enjoying the 80th members meeting here at Goodwood. We certainly are at the moment. We're looking forward to some more racing getting underway soon. But we've got one of our demonstrations coming up as well shortly. And there we are. We've got the cars sitting in the assembly area ready for the demonstration. And it's all about Bentley. And it's all about, a lot of it is about this car and how Bentley won Le Mans in 2003 with the Bentley Speed 8. And this car was driven by Ronaldo Capello, Tom Christensen, and British driver Guy Smith for what was his only ever win at Le Mans. There's some great history to this car. We'll be seeing a bit more of it in a moment. Also in the assembly area, you can see a lot of Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1s. That's because that's going to be the next race. We're very much looking forward to that with some star drivers. All of the drivers that we've got lined up there, remarkable histories in touring cars, GT racing, some really top names who will be competing in those Lotus Cortinas. But we're going to start off with this Bentley demonstration, and it's going to be a lovely opportunity to see how it all goes. And it's actually Tom Christensen in the car this time to do the demonstration. 9 times winner of Le Mans. So Harry, this must be good for him. I mean, it wasn't his first win. He was already into a sequence of winning Le Mans races, but a part of that, it was one of 6 consecutive that he won between 2000 and 2005. Remarkable.
Absolutely, alongside his driving with Audi as well, that he became so well known for. Mr. Le Mans, he's already had a run out in this Bentley yesterday. He's actually racing quite a lot of different machinery across the weekend. So Tom Christensen having a lovely time out there at the moment. But of course, this all marking 20 years since Bentley's 6th victory at the 24-hour Le Mans. 100 years, of course, this year, the centenary for the 24-hour Le Mans legendary race. And alongside the Speed 8 that we'll see out on track, we'll also see a Bentley Continental GT, and Bentley are creating a limited edition series of Continental GT coupes and GTCs to celebrate their achievements at Le Mans. There's a lot of crossover, particularly with some of the paintwork and specifically, I should say, the interior as well. They've replaced the 12-hour analog clock with a 24-hour analog clock. So it's little touches like that which go a long way for the Bentley mark.
Yeah, no, that'll be great fun to see that out there, some of the special cars they produce. But lovely to see this Bentley that won Le Mans. And as you say, you know, there's 100 years we're celebrating since Bentley first went to Le Mans. There was just sort of one car entered in 1923. It didn't win on that first year, but it finished 4th overall, Bentley. And then the following year, 1924, they took their first victory, John Duff and Frank Clement, who won with Bentley then. And now we're seeing a car, the most recent Bentley to ever win Le Mans, this 2003 winning car. And it was actually a 1-2 for Bentley that weekend, because Mark Blundell, David Brabham and Johnny Herbert were second. In the other car, they had some problems with the battery that had to be replaced in their version of this car, and that meant they missed out on potentially winning. Could have been an even bigger battle with Capello, Christensen and Guy Smith for the victory than it was, but it was still a 1-2 finish. A brilliant day for Bentley.
A little jaunt down the Motorsport History Hall of Fame there, just some brilliant names all having driven for the Bentley mark. And I was commenting on this yesterday as well. Look at the Speed 8. You just don't quite see that type of car in modern day racing. You know how it slopes down right at the rear, and the huge rear wing as well. You know, we've got the modern day hypercars and the past of the LMP1s racing in the World Endurance Championship, of course the LMDH over in America in the IMSA Sports Car Championship, but nothing is quite like this historic sports car. You can just see, you know, they're both adorning the number 7 badge, which was the winning car. So the Continental GT is another homage to the Bentley. It displays the number 7 on the exterior, on the front grille in white, and almost copies the British Racing green livery too, with the silver monochrome stripe down the middle. If these two turned up in your driveway, I don't think you'd be too upset.
No. I tell you what, there is a bit of a personal issue for me, or moment if you like, to see this car on track once again, because I saw this car recently. There was a sad funeral recently of a man I knew and respected and liked very much, called John Wickham, and he was in charge of running the team when they won Le Mans with this Bentley. He was running that up from Norfolk in my part of the world. And John Wickham, I then worked with him on A1GP. He had a tremendous background as a team manager in motorsport. He started with the BARC, the club that runs this fantastic event at Goodwood. He started out as a volunteer marshal for the BARC in the 1970s, and then got into being a team manager for all sorts of people. John Surtees, he was team manager for March Engineering, and then he got into Formula One with the Spirit Formula One team, and they brought Honda. That was when Honda came into Formula One. And then John Wickham worked with Richard Lloyd in British touring cars, with the Audi UK sport team, Frank Biela winning the championship, and then he went to run this Bentley team. And so he was, John Wickham, who I'm talking about, was a key part of the way they had success. We lost John very recently, very sad to lose him. He passed away due to motor neurone disease, but this in a way for me is a memory of John Wickham, and to see this car on the track here at Goodwood, and a very memorable time for Bentley overall.
What a fantastic memory to share as well, Ben. So much history and emotion attached to a lot of the cars that we've seen across the weekend as well. Of course, we've just had earlier on in the day and last night the GT1 demonstration too. Just seeing those cars on track brings back a lot of evocative emotion as the two Bentleys close up into the chicane of the Continental GT, leading the Speed 8 for now. And here we go, the Speed 8 foot to the floor.
Yeah, zaps past as it comes down towards the corner. I love the way that this special road Bentley that they have built, which has actually a W12, has the W12 engine, but inside the cockpit, a valve from the engine of one of these cars is actually in the dashboard, isn't it, of the Bentley Continental?
Yes, they've split them up. They've taken a valve basically from the original engines and put them in each of the Continental GT coupes and GTCs that they are making available in this limited edition series. They've also got the Le Mans winning reeds that you can see on the front bumper of the Speed 8. They are on the interior of the Continental of the GT car, and as I said right at the start, they've got rid of the 12-hour clock and replacing with a 24-hour one as well. And the black line spec that you see on the GT nods to the black and green livery that we see on the Speed 8 too. So a remarkable feat of engineering being recreated in the modern day road car.
Lovely to see. Tom Christensen, by the way, it's great to see him in this car again, because although he had quite a lot of success at Le Mans, even when he then went on to take this victory, his first ever pole position was in the Bentley at Le Mans. Funnily enough, he'd had 4 wins, but he hadn't had pole position. But when in 2003 he was in the Bentley, he then managed to take pole position. I know it meant a lot to him that day. Well, he has this most incredible record at Le Mans, of course, with the most wins of anybody in the history of the sport. Funnily enough, Derek Bell was consultant to the Bentley team at Le Mans that year, and he'd had 5 wins, so they were sort of matching up at around that time. But Tom Christensen then went even further, taking it to 9 victories. His first win at Le Mans had come back in 1997 in one of the Porsches, and then, as you said, Audis were his very successful brand for a while.
What we would give for Bentley perhaps to re-enter the World Endurance Championship with these new hypercar regulations, along with what seems to be the beginning of a bit of a golden era. But I mean, you mentioned some of the drivers that have raced this car. I mean, on top of that, you had the likes of Martin Brundle, Eric van der Poel as well, David Brabham, all having a go across the years in this Speed 8, which notched up 4 race wins in the end, 1 pole position, 2 fastest laps, 1 overall win as well. So as the demonstration comes to an end and the Speed 8 peels off back into the paddock. So if you get a chance, if you're here at Goodwood, that is absolutely one to get a little closer look at if you can.
Yeah, wonderful, and also fun to see this with its W12 engine, a car capable of speed of over 200 miles an hour. It's over 620 horsepower that this produces, twin turbo, most successful. They certainly listed as the most successful 12-cylinder engine of the modern era, and it's lovely to see that out on track and celebrating the victory of the Speed 8, all part and parcel of the same story for Bentley. So wonderful to see the 2 cars out there, giving us another special demonstration at Goodwood.
Absolutely, as we celebrate the 80th members meeting. We started off the day with a bit of cloud and a bit of rain, but pleased to say that has cleared off and the track is drying out and blue sky starting to peek through. And get your seats in, get your prime spots, get your food and drink. It's almost lunchtime, and plenty more action to come throughout the day. We've had just the Bentley demonstration there. We've got the Jim Clark Trophy, of course, coming up a little later on. SF Edge once again out there. A celebration celebrating. A Porsche, of course, and we have a demo coming out a little later on in the afternoon. So plenty more action before the day is done just yet.
Yeah, lots to look forward to, and thankfully we've got a nice dry track at the moment, so hopefully we're going to get some good racing in, and we've got this Jim Clark Trophy coming up pretty soon now with the Ford Lotus Cortinas, and in fact Tom Christensen is in this race, funnily enough, so he's been driving around in that Bentley, and then he's going to be coming out in a very different kind of car, the Mark 1 Ford Lotus Cortina, which was a very important combination for Ford and Lotus working together, if you like, because Lotus had already developed a Ford engine, turned it into a racing engine, and with their twin cam cylinder head, and Ford thought, oh, this is good, let's make a car that people can really see as a competition car. It was really the first time that Ford got into producing competition cars in that way, and of course the Ford Lotus Cortina went on to take lots of victories in both rallying and racing, and we'll see the fun and games of seeing so many of them out there in just a little while with some superstar drivers. Steve Soper, by the way, will be starting the race as well, so from up front. That's going to be interesting to see how he gets on with that, and we'll be watching that in just a little while. But as you say, Harry, there's lots to look forward to throughout the rest of the day as well. The SF Edge Trophy for the Edwardian vehicles, which we enjoyed yesterday, especially as the race was won, literally, as it went over the line. We've had some... You were commentating on the saloon car races yesterday, which is going to be a final race today, and it's worth hanging around for, I have to say, because both those heats that led up to what you're going to be commentating on the final later, they were amazing.
Absolutely, you read my mind. I was just having a little recheck of the schedule, and it is the Gordon Spies Trophy, the British saloon car racing, touring car-esque races, and we've had 2 heats already, and the top 15 of both go through to the final, so make sure you come back for that one.
Definitely. Let's just have a look at some of the highlights from the Bentleys heading around for our little demonstration there. A very modern supercar road car, but also the stunning 2003 Le Mans winner, being driven by Tom Christensen, who was in the car when it took one of his key victories at Le Mans. And we've enjoyed seeing the side of these cars. The fact that the livery is very much crossed over, it's all in memory of what they achieved some 20 years ago. So, yeah, it would be lovely to see Bentley back one day, but we've certainly enjoyed seeing them on track here this afternoon.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
So here we are, looking forward to getting the Jim Clark Trophy underway in just a little while with the Ford and Lotus Cortina Mark 1s and some top drivers. So we've got such a long list of drivers, but one of the key drivers who will be competing in this race was the man who was such a star of the Goodwood Festival of Speed last year, putting in a new record altogether. Well, he's going to be racing in the Ford Lotus Cortina. Rachel is with Max Chilton.
Well, Max Chilton coming back to members meeting as a record holder from the hill in the summer in the McMurtry. The Lotus is a little bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. It's the steering wheel has a lot more inputs going into it, but you know what, it doesn't make it any less fun. It's such an amazing event here. I've been fortunate enough to race at the members meeting and the revival, and every driver comes back every year because it's just such great fun. But this is a real first to have 30 Cortinas. We think it's the first time they've ever had that many on a grid anywhere in the world, and it's full of an amazing array of drivers, and it's super close. So yeah, it's just an amazing experience, great track, and I think the fans are going to love it. It's going to be like a giant go-kart race, but in Lotus Cortinas.
And a 6-year anniversary as well from where the Lotus Cortinas first came out, and kind of a nod to Jim Clark as well. How important is that?
I think it's really important. Jim Clark for me is one of my idols. I wish I was around in the time to watch him race. He was brilliant in whatever he did, and to know that we're actually driving a car that he's driven around here at very similar speeds. We're a little bit quicker now because of the way modern technologies push them forward a little bit, but they're still 99% the same as they were, and the racing is really pure. You can see every bit of the driver's input, and the fans just love it. You get to see the cars drifting around the corners, which in modern day motorsport you don't really get to see unless it's gone wrong. So yeah, really loving every part of this weekend, and can't wait to be back again.
Do you think Jim Clark will be impressed with how you handled this weekend?
Hopefully I did him proud yesterday. I beat some of the professional touring car boys, and we haven't done any testing, so I was very happy.
Well, I think that was a positive. Big thumbs up, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your weekend, Max.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks.
Well, it's good to see Max as part of the team of drivers, but I can tell you, I can run through a little list of some of the drivers. We've got people, great touring car stars like Colin Turkington, who's going to be in this one. Our very own Karun Chandok's going to be racing. David Brabham's out there. We've seen that Tiffany Dell's going to be competing. Emanuele Pirro, who we were hoping would be on the bikes earlier, he's going to be in this race. Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden, both touring car champions, the British Touring Car Series, who've worked together for many years. They're going to be racing together as well in the same car, which is fun to see. Mark Blundell, Alex Brundle. We've got a huge list of star names who are going to be coming out onto the track very shortly. And to tell us a little bit more about this Jim Clark Trophy, let's go to something that Rachel has put together for us.
Talk about a recipe for success. First, take the Lotus Cortina, a twin cam legend. Add in a double F1 world champion and Indy 500 winner in Jim Clark, and you have an unbeatable partnership. He won almost every race that he ever contested in a Cortina, even adding the 1964 British Saloon Car Championship title to his list of achievements. And who better to shed some light on the great man and his special relationship with a Lotus Cortina than a man who raced them himself and who raced against Jim. Richard Atwood is joining me now. Richard, lovely to speak to you.
Yeah.
And you obviously said that Jim Clark is the best you've ever raced against.
Yeah, without
what gave
question,
him
yeah.
that edge? Why was he the greatest?
He had a talent that was just so special. It's difficult to understand. You know, people have tried to analyse what makes a racing driver, and there's so many things that you can't exactly describe it. And everything he drove to win. He won in cars that never won races before or since.
Well, talking about I guess how he could adapt as well to anything. You kind of alluded to it there, but from IndyCar to touring car to prototypes to F1 cars, that's kind of unimaginable possibly today as well.
I think today now Formula One so specialised, IndyCar the same, you can go from one to the other and the other way around as well, which is happening now. But he just, very early on, he would win straight away. And these cars, he used to outdrive them, anybody in a car like this. But he was just the best guy.
And obviously you raced against him a lot of times as well. And
I did.
You always said as well, if he wasn't in the race, you would have won.
I was on the grid. Well,
you mentioned that.
I did actually finish second to him.
Exactly, pipped
a
you
few
to the
times.
post.
But he was just gone basically. You know, I couldn't keep up with it.
I'm sure Jim Clark would love to see these Lotus Cortinas out on track. Sure, he'll be smiling wherever he is that they're still in action and people love them so much.
So there we are. That's what we're very much looking forward to as the cars are in the assembly area at the moment, being prepared to come out on circuit on pretty much ideal conditions. We've got a bit of cloud today, not quite as bright and sunny as it was yesterday, but we've still got a lovely day and a great race ahead of us. Let's go down to that assembly area now with Ed Foster.
Josh, I always think with one-make races you have nowhere to hide, but good news for you because you're on pole position.
Yeah, everything worked out for us yesterday. You know, the More Racing have put together a great car. The lap, you know, was clean, and I've managed to get the benefit. Luckily, because there's so many of us out there, I got the benefit of a nice tow down the back straight and then up to the start-finish line. So, yeah, couldn't have gone really much better for us.
And you're obviously going second in the race. Have you got a sort of team tactic of when you're going to jump in?
Yeah, possibly. You know, we've got a bit of an idea, but you know, anything can happen. It's going to be such a busy race. You know, there could be safety cars, there could be you know, stints where it gets a bit hectic. So yeah, I mean, we're going to have to be pretty fluid, but we've got an idea of what we want to do really.
As a racing driver, surely a 45-minute race with a bunch of Lotus Cortinas is pretty high up the list.
I mean, yeah, it's got to be one of the, you know, for me, it's a personal highlight. You know, not only just to be at Goodwood in this race, you know, but to also be driving this car and starting on pole position. It's yeah, it's definitely a memory that I'll carry with me for a very long time.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great effort by Josh Cook in qualifying yesterday to put that car on pole position. But a race is going to be another story, of course, because it is a two-driver race, and it's going to be very important to get those swaps done well. And different drivers, of course, we've got some star drivers, as I said, but a lot of them are owners of these cars who will also be driving. So let's see how they get on with it all. And I think this could be a very, very tightly fought contest throughout. A lot of fun to look forward to, and a lot of the Lotus Cortinas that are down there. Let's go back down to Ed, still in that assembly area.
Andrew, I always think with these slightly longer two-driver races, it doesn't really matter how fast the faster driver is. It's really important how fast the second driver is, but I think David's pretty quick.
He is, yeah. So, first time here at Goodwood for him, so he's excited, probably a little bit nervous, I would think, starting on the front row. But no, I think he'll have the pace to run in the top few in the first stint, and then we'll see what happens when I get in it. But I think it's going to be a cracking race.
We're used to watching these, you know, in the Samaris Trophy, and it's 20 minutes, 45-minute race. Do you have to start looking after the brakes and tyres, or is it fine?
No. Just flat out and deal with it at the end. So, yeah, the tyres go off, like even in qualifying yesterday, the track felt really kind of low grip. So it was a handful, but it was obviously pretty quick. So we made a few little tweaks today, and we'll go from there.
I asked Josh what the tactics were in terms of when they were changing, and he didn't really tell me. Will you?
I think as soon as. I think we'll probably do maybe just a lap extra, because I think pit lane will be very busy. But yeah, David's very much, look, as soon as the pit's open, I'll be in, and you can get in and crack on.
Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, there we go. Let's see how Andrew Jordan gets on in this. David Dickinson, who will be starting that car from the front row, from the middle of the front row. It's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. But Steve Soper is one of the front runners who will be starting this race from the outside of the front row. Alex Brundle and Matt Neal from the second row. That's going to be interesting too. They're going to be right up there as well. So there are possibilities from further down the grid too that we might see some real changes going on in this Jim Clark Trophy, and those cars will be heading out in just a few moments' time. It is basically celebrating 60 years since the car became available. It came about thanks to Ford wanting to get into motorsport. That connection with Lotus was the first aspect. Walter Hayes of the Ford company, he connected with Colin Chapman and they produced this world-beating saloon car racer. Financial support from Ford to Lotus was a real boost at the time, because Lotus was not the most financially successful, even though they were winning races in all sorts of formats. And their plan was to build 1,000 cars to go Group 2 racing. Lotus had already created this modified engine, the twin-cam Ford-based 1500cc four-cylinder engine. They used it for powering their Type 26 Elan, and it was also used in a race car, the Lotus Type 23, which Jim Clark raced at Nürburgring in 1962, and actually led the race with this newly developed engine. And it's that engine that basically then became the basis of the Lotus Cortina. They used the same gearbox as the Lotus Elan as well. They put new suspension on the Cortina, and actually the rear suspension they modified quite a lot. They went back to the original spec a little bit more with some of the later ones, and the production began in 1963, so exactly 60 years ago. So lots to look forward to. Some of the other drivers as well. We've got another driver in this who is such a big part of Goodwood, and Rachel is with him, Anthony Reid.
Well, we've got Anthony Reid then, of the house captain of Methuen. Last year as house captain, I've been told. How are you feeling about that?
Well, mixed emotions. I mean, it's been a fantastic ride, the whole thing. And I've been in office longer than Obama. This is the 10th year. And just the opportunities it's given me, the fabulous cars I've raced, the people I've met, and just the incredible, like last night, the party, the show outside. It's been brilliant.
In your 10 years as captaincy, what has been a highlight?
A highlight for me would be driving a priceless Ferrari 250 short wheelbase when it was snowing. And up on the trundle behind us, it was capped with snow. It was surreal, but fantastic.
Goodwood always makes surreal moments, doesn't it? This year, though, obviously you're in a Lotus Cortina in the Jim Clark. How's that been going?
Yeah, I've only driven it once before, and that was in the rain. So
rain, snow, you bring all the weathers, don't you?
Yes. It wasn't to my liking or to our liking. It was first proper run when the car was dry yesterday, and so we've changed. The team's worked really hard overnight, changed a lot of things, and we'll see how it goes this afternoon. But I mean, it's an illustrious grid. If you look at the drivers, you know, Tom Christensen, Dario Franchitti, and the list goes on, and it's a real privilege to be part of that.
Do you have any scalp you're hoping to tick off later in the race?
Yeah, my ex-teammate, Colin Turkington, who's next to me on the grid.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out, Anthony. Thank you for chatting to me, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Now it's all very quiet down here on the start-finish straight, and you can feel the nerves. It's all the engines are off, everyone's just waiting. So Lee, follow me. Let's go and have a chat to a few people. It's kind of just what they want right now, is a microphone shoved into the car. Matt Neal here, who a while ago raced a Mini at Goodwood, and I said, "How is it racing a Mini?" He said, "I don't race one, I wear one." I'm just going to squeeze in. You've got a lot more space in here than you did the Mini.
Yeah. I was just thinking of you and your MG as well.
You paired up with Gordon. Things going okay so far?
We're at the right end of the grid. It's a heinously competitive grid. There's a bit of a shake-up with which of the quicker drivers. Flash is slightly quicker than me, so we're going to. I'm going to do the donkey work to start with and let him see if we can bring it home.
Right, I'll go and chat to Gordon now. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Right, let's see if we can... I saw Gordon here talking to Manuel Pirro in his beautiful house captain blazer. Gordon, we'll start with you. He was saying you're a bit quicker than him. Have you been giving him some advice?
Not at all. It is quite funny. He spent his whole career trying to talk him up, and now in historic racing we're trying to talk him down. So these. I mean, what an absolute amazing sight. I don't ever know if there was this many Lotus Cortinas in period, but it seems that everyone has made it to the grid here, and I think it's going to be an absolutely fantastic race.
And a lot of the cars up here are all very, very quick, aren't they? Quite evenly matched.
It is, and when you look, there's almost somebody you know and or have heard of in every single car. And I said yesterday, I looked up and down the grid and I said, this is going to be like a stag do. This is like glorified rental cars with expensive Lotus Cortinas, but I think it'll be a fantastic race.
Don't tell the owners that.
Absolutely.
Right, Emanuele, does this jacket give you? It gives you about 2 seconds a lap, doesn't it?
Well, it makes me walk as tall as, it makes me feel as tall as you are, let's put it this way. But can I take this opportunity to say hello to everybody coming here. It's a wonderful, wonderful event once more. And this race, I don't know whether it's cooler to watch it or to actually race it, because it must be really, really interesting to watch this race. And one more thing, to the Torbolton fellows, the last kick, the last kick down, we are nearly at the end. Let us make it, let us win, if possible, the last house competition.
Emanuele, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
I need to be careful, otherwise all the other house captains are going to complain that he's getting free marketing time. Let's squeeze in here. Julian, I'm sorry, I'm going to squeeze. I'll come to you in a second. Alex, we haven't had a chance to catch up yet, but it's not a bad view, is it?
A decent view down towards turn 1, and yeah, plenty of good drivers around me. I mean, you say you see something fantastic every time you come to Goodwood, and you're correct. I've just seen Matt Neal put his legs in a Cortina, which is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
Now, you're very quick in a Mini. All these historic cars have their own kind of way of driving. What's the secret to this?
Well, I was watching Andy Jordan's lap yesterday, and it seems like sideways is best. But I try and keep it nice and smooth. They're a bit weird when you get a load of oversteer in them, so you've got to try and keep them out of that zone. But, mate, just send it, rev it and send it is the way forward.
Right. And then apologise to the engine builder.
Oh, and then run and hope you don't have to.
Best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Julian, your teammate's all right, isn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty handy, isn't he? Yeah.
Has he been asking you for any advice?
We've been helping each other out, to be honest, yeah.
Excellent. Well, look, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, Lee, come this way. I think we've still got a bit of time. So let's see what we've got here. We've got Andy Prio, who seemed to be in absolute hysterics when he was getting in the car. Andy, I must have missed the joke. When you were getting in the car, you were in absolute hysterics. Is that just what a Lotus Cortina does to you?
I think everyone's going to have a big laugh here. This is going to be a close race. Lots of great drivers on the grid, some beautiful cars, and I'm really looking forward to this, actually. It's like a touring car race all over again.
Gordon Shedden actually just described it as a stag do, but with expensive cars.
Exactly, yeah, with a load of guys who are slightly crazy. So it's going to be fun. It's a great event. It's nice to be here, and hopefully it's a clean race. But we want to make sure it's a crowd pleaser.
Perfect. I hope you've all had your meds this morning.
Yeah, we have.
Right, who have we got? We've got Guy Smith. Maybe we can squeeze in another interview. I don't think I'm going to get the microphone through here. Tell you what, I'll open the door. Guy, it's a long wait here. What takes through? I mean, you've done this so many times, but what goes through your mind as you're sat here?
Well, just really keen to get on with the race. It's going to be an absolute classic. 30 Cortinas. It's just an amazing grid. Something that you don't see anywhere else all year long. So just excited to get the race going, and looking forward to a good race.
Now, I can see on your speedo here, you've got 32 kph. I take it that's the speed limit for the pit lane. How easy is that to judge?
Well, you're lucky if you get to 32 kph in this pit lane. It's so busy and so crowded. So, yeah, it's just really just a guide. Obviously, we don't want to get any penalties or anything like that. So, yeah, but it's always crowded. It's Goodwood. It's a Goodwood pit lane, so it's always a bit carnage.
You've obviously got the lap timer. You've also got what looks like a stopwatch that came free out of a packet of cereal. Is that so you judge the pit lane right?
In theory, yeah. That's the plan. There's more watches than stopwatches. If I remember to press the button in the right time, that's the main thing.
Now I've drawn attention to all of these things. It's going to be an absolute nightmare if you get the pit lane wrong, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it wouldn't be the first time either, so we'll see.
Right, Guy, best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Let's see if we can get one more. As we've kind of done the sort of top part of the grid, so let's head down, see who else we can find. Who have we got in here? Yeah, that's Kyle. Here we go. There's quite a heady mix of drivers on this grid, aren't there?
There's masses of talent on this grid, isn't there? It's awesome to see, and it's pretty impressive. I'm not sure this many Cortinas have ever been in the same race.
And sharing with Nick, how have you been getting on time-wise?
Yeah, we're good. Nick and I are pretty similar in time. He had me in qualifying yesterday, but my excuse was I was dealing with a little bit of jet lag. I'd only just flown in from the States. But no, I'm just looking forward to it. It's going to be fun.
So the plan is use all the tyres, all the brakes, and hand over to him.
Absolutely.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, I think we are not far away from getting underway, so that's all from down on the start-finish straight.
Thank you, Ed. Fantastic. Great to hear from some of the drivers, some of the stars that will be taking part in this remarkable race. And there's a lovely look at the lineup as they get ready for the start of this one. Pole position is the number 57 car. Josh Cook's part of that. Mike Gardner's actually going to be starting the race in that one. David Dickinson will start the car in the middle, the green number 44. That's the car he's sharing with Andrew Jordan. And then on the outside of the front row, it will actually be Steve Soper who starts in that car. He's sharing with Mark Drain, but superstar touring car driver Steve Soper will be starting the race in this. We've got a list now of who's starting and who isn't, so we'll gradually know. I'll gradually run through that with you. Alex Brundle is going to be starting, as we saw, on from the second row, and Matt Neal. So that's a big battle from the second row. Matt Neal and Alex Brundle both starting from that second row, and Guy Smith also starting from the third row is going to make it interesting, and Andy Prio. So it is a mixture. Sometimes we've got the real super talent starting in a car. Sometimes we've got them coming in a little bit later on. So it's all going to be part and parcel of the race.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. You get to see all these cars, not just look at them, but you get to see them in action. That's cool.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values, and of course, sustainability.
Not only is there the motor racing, but it's everything else. The shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
We've got two possible stars of the future here, Ewan and Jamie, both kart racers. I want to chat to them about their love of cars, really. Where did it all start for you, Ewan?
Well, we started when we had a friend called Josh Turnbull, very good racer, and he's brought us up and brought us to many tracks and got us into karting, really. Yeah.
Wow, I love it. So young as well. Jamie, obviously you've said to me it's your first members meeting. Why did you want Dad to bring you here?
Because there's going to be like a lot of racing on, and I enjoy racing, so it's going to be a good time.
It's such a brilliant day out, and there's so many cars to see. I know you've got a favourite. Tell me about some of the favourite cars you've seen.
Well, I've seen a lot of Ferraris that I like. I like all the GTs, and yeah, I've seen, I think, yeah, mostly just all the cars. I love them all, yeah.
And earlier on, actually, the Duke of Richmond just stopped past. That was quite a special moment. You never know who you're going to bump into here, do you, Jamie?
No, you don't. It's like quite phenomenal that he just stops right here for us and talks.
The Duke of Richmond just stopped and chatted to these two and said, you never know, one day you might get a start here. And he asked them what, and you said a Ferrari you'd like to race. So fingers crossed, one day you might see these two on the grid here at members meeting. Ewan and Jamie, thank you so much.
No worries, thank you.
So there we are, getting ready for the race, and it's lovely to see the enthusiasm all around. So many families enjoying the event here at Goodwood this weekend, and let's hope we can all enjoy what could be a fabulous race coming up, the Jim Clark Trophy. Alice Powell is with me in the commentary box. Alice, I know, we are both very much looking forward to this, because a lot of the drivers are, in a way, our heroes, aren't they, that are competing in this race?
Yeah, exactly, and heroes of those young two boys that we've just seen there, but there's just so many, there's so much talent on this grid. There's not a driver that you could pick out and say, oh, I think that one's more talented than this one. And quite a few of them are starting this race. We've got touring car drivers, and we know how they like to race around circuits all across the UK.
We've got one, as you say that, just pulling away there, we've got one of the most experienced touring car drivers of all time, Steve Soper, who's starting from the outside of the front row. He's in his early 70s now, but he's still a remarkable racer. 14 wins in British touring cars over the years. Never quite won the British title. He was second to Joe Winkelhock in 1993, but he's won some of the big events like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the Spa 24 Hours, one of the great racers from touring cars. And he's going to, here he is, Steve Soper. He's going to be starting from the outside of the front row, along with David Dickinson and Mike Gardner on the front row. Mike Gardner will be starting from pole position, but it's that sort of heritage. And we've got Steve Soper starting from the front, and funnily enough, we've got Tiffany Dell starting from the very back. So it just goes to show, some superstar drivers who've been around for a long, long time, but Steve at the front, Tiff at the back.
Yeah, exactly. All with plenty of experience, and still seems they've got the very competitive edge as well, because they're sat here on this grid. And like I said, it's probably one of the most competitive fields that you're going to see out on track today.
Definitely, there's a few to keep an eye on. There's similar colours to most of them, of course. White with a green stripe down the side. That was very classic colouring for the Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1s, but you've got some different coloured cars. The green car up front on the front row, the number 44 car. David Dickinson starting in the race in that one, and Andrew Jordan will be taking it on, and Andrew's actually responsible for the preparation with his team of many of the cars out on track, because they concentrate on preparing historic cars now. So Andrew will be watching this as well as racing in it in a few minutes. The cars for the Jim Clark Trophy are weaving around, getting a little bit of heat into those tyres. The car that's leading the way won't actually start from pole, but it is Steve Soper, now in his early 70s, who will no doubt go on the attack from the start in this beautiful Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1. They are all the same. They were all driven by many, many famous drivers back in the 1960s, people like Sir Jackie Stewart, Graham Hill, Vic Elford, Jack Sears, but Jim Clark in particular taking success in the British Saloon Car Championship. And today we're going to see this rivalry as some great racers from more recent years as well in these 1500cc twin-cam powered Ford Lotus Cortina, this first combination that existed between Ford and Lotus. So this is how they line up then, and on pole position, Mike Gardner, who will be sharing with Josh Cook. I mentioned Steve Soper, he's on the outside of the front row, and as we go down, you see Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden, they're starting from the second row. That's going to be one to watch. We'll go through who was starting in. Guy Smith, for example, in car number 711, starting in 6th place. He's sharing with Ben Klukas. Andy Prio starting from 7th place in car number 13. But all the way down this list, if you look through that list, people like Tom Christensen, he's going to be in the car that's starting from 15th. Mark Blundell, he's going to be in the car that's starting from 20th position. He'll actually be in it later. He's taking over when we get to the pit stop time. So we've got some star drivers starting the race. Some will be taking over a little later. Karun Chandhok will be taking over car that's 25th on the grid a little bit later on. They're all moving onto that grid then. Look at that. I wonder if we've ever seen so many of the Mark 1 Lotus Cortinas all lined up together like we've got here today at Goodwood. And we're all set to go racing. This is going to be a fun one. Steve Soper's not actually right up onto the line there, I noticed, as we get ready for the start. The Jim Clark Trophy here at Goodwood is underway. Great start by David Dickinson from the middle of the front row. David Dickinson, number 44, the green one. He got away superbly well. Steve Soper's up on the outside, but that's also a good start for Alex Brundle, number 33. Going around the outside, Alex is on the grass. Oh, he gets it back on the tarmac. I thought he was going to go off there, Alice.
Yeah, very close. Fantastic start by Alex from that second row. But yeah, Steve Soper, a dreadful start for him. As you mentioned, he wasn't quite up to the line at the front, and that all makes the difference. And it clearly, yeah, but David Dickinson, what a launch off the line.
Great to see. Down the back, Katsuaki Kubota. He's sharing that car with David Brabham, who'll be taking on later. Look at the slipping and sliding and a bit of push and shoving. Andy Prio, number 13, there side by side as they head down towards Levant Corner. But it's a great battle up front at the moment as they all head around. David Dickinson just losing out to the lead, though, as Alex Brundle taking advantage. And he's managed to squeeze in front now. So Alex, who so nearly went off at that first corner, but now has managed to get involved. And this is all great stuff to see. Now we can watch some of the onboard action as well. On board with Mark Shaw. He's right in the midfield, sharing the car with Dario Franchitti, who will be taking it on later on. And you get a real sense of what it's like.
Yeah, look, and actually they've all behaved fairly nicely at the moment, which is really good. So you can see them snaking around on the brakes coming into the chicane, nose to tail pretty much, all fighting the wheel. Still 43 minutes of this race left to go, so a long way left to go now, heading down. But that's a nice lead there so far, but that can all change very quickly. But number 33 car got healthy 7/10 at the moment.
Yeah, Alex Brundle leading this race. Oh, Andrew Jordan had a big switch there, managed to just about control it, but he's under pressure from Guy Smith. Guy Smith trying to get past him, moves one way, then the other. Two top drivers here, Andrew Jordan and Guy Smith. Just a little earlier, we saw a car out on track that Guy Smith won at Le Mans with. Now he's in a Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1 that he might have seen as a kid growing up. And now he's pushing on Andrew Jordan. Andrew, a star of British touring cars and a man who prepares many of these cars. Now, how does Guy go about this? Where's the place to attack, do you think?
Well, you got a good attacking point into Woodcote, which will be the hardest braking zone on the track. But, you know, there's experienced drivers behind this wheel, so they're going to know where they need to put the car. But you can try and force the error in. So here they're coming down now into Woodcote. Alex Brundle with a nice, healthy lead there. The 2016 European Le Mans Series champion has got a nice little gap, so we'll see if Soper's going to have a little look at the inside. No, saves it for now. So he's just going to maybe sit and wait, but they are near enough, that middle sector. You can't point someone being quick as they're near enough doing exactly the same time through there. So very close times so far.
They are, yes, you're absolutely right. Alex Brundle still with the advantage. He had a 0.7 lead. It's not going to be much different as they come across the line. 0.9, so he hasn't pulled away much on that last lap. Andrew Jordan there in number 44, running in second place, but still under pressure from Guy Smith. Andy Prio is now up into fourth place. In the background, you can just see the car with a central stripe. So Andy Prio has just come up into fourth position now. There is Andy, and there's still this battle for second place. Guy Smith, look at Andrew Jordan's car wobbling around. They're both absolutely on the limit, and Smith is through.
Smith's through, yeah, you can see the 45 you mentioned wobbling and sideways, drifting it sideways, and Soper took the full advantage. So now Alex will see that in his mirror, but he's a calm driver, so he knows how to lead out the front. But he'll get his head down, but Soper, he's done a very fast first sector, a couple of tenths, so we're going to see a replay of the start, but you can just see what a launch from number 44 of David Dickinson, and Alex Brundle as well on that outside. He braved it all the way around the outside, here from front on back.
Yeah, you can see this. It wasn't a great start from Steve Soper, but Alex Brundle, as you say, as they went down towards that first corner, having started on the second row of the grid. Here, number 33, that's Alex Brundle going round the outside. I thought he'd overdone it.
I thought he'd overdone it. He said to me yesterday in the car park, he was like, you said I spun, I didn't. So there you go. There he's out in the lead. He said he needed to pull his finger out, and he certainly did at the start, and he's got a nice little lead now, but a very clean getaway from everyone, so well done.
That was brilliantly done, yeah, you're absolutely right. So Brundle is still our race leader. This was the onboard with Henry Mann. He's sharing this car with Karun Chandok, actually, so we'll see Karun. That was a good start.
Yeah, very good start. I mean, a mixture of starts on the grid. Obviously, people used to starting in different different stages. This goes right out on the grass, getting forced wide by the number 23, and actually ended up sort of in the wrong spot. So have a look at a replay here. That's Soper going down the inside, and Brundle too, like they copied each other.
So all exciting stuff, and Andrew Jordan is missing out a little bit now. So Andrew Jordan has dropped down to 3rd place now with the green machine. So number 33, there is Alex Brundle. He is the race leader, being chased by Guy Smith, 711. Then you've got Andrew Jordan in that slightly different liveried car. Andy Prio is closing up in the number 13 car. Steve Soper dropping back a little bit down to in 5th position. Oh, that's not going quite so well further down as well for Mike Gardner. He's dropping back. Mike Gardner, who in the car that Josh Cook took pole position, so that car started from pole. There it is, number 57, started from pole. It will be Josh Cook taking over when they make their pit stop, but he is just losing a few key places at this stage, and he's under a bit more pressure right now as well.
Yeah, so we're keeping it nice and tidy through there. Alex Brundle now coming across the line, built up a nice little lead of 2 seconds now, so keeping it nice.
Oh, the number 5 car has pulled off. That's Peter Chambers sharing it with Mike Jordan. That's a great shame. Looks as though it might be a mechanical issue there. Hopefully he can get the car out of the way as the racing continues. Still plenty of time to go. Brundle with as you say, a 2-second lead. Still in a good place out in front at the moment, but a long way to go in this race. And we're not yet around any kind of pit stop times yet. The pit lane won't be open for a while yet, so it's all about racing on track and trying to get as much as possible. And again, Andrew Jordan is slithering around, sliding around under pressure from Andy Prio, one of the great touring car racers as well. They're both great touring car drivers, and it's lovely to see them in cars like this, cars from the 1960s, which became such a great feature for Ford, combining with Lotus and producing these remarkable machines, but one on circuits, one in rallies, just about everything.
Yeah, certainly is. And we see a nice battle here between the 51 and the 77. Typical touring car style, getting extremely close to its Mark Sumter in the 77 there. Just losing out, went slightly wide on the grass, or being forced slightly wide on the grass, however you want to look at it. So he's going to come under even more pressure from behind now.
Yeah, it is getting a bit tight there, isn't it? Hopefully going to find a way to keep going. Mark Sumter, who will be sharing in this car with Chris Goodwin, will be taking it on a little bit later. A little group coming into the chicane side by side. That's always, whoa, a little bit tricky. Oh, and onto the grass, the number 777. That is the car that Jake Hill will be taking on later on. It's Ollie Streak in that car at the moment. So Jake Hill's going to have his work cut out.
Yeah, but Jake loves a challenge. Fast driver, we've seen him charge through touring car grids on many occasions. So he won't mind a little bit of a challenge on his hand, that's for sure. But battles continue as we see a replay now. Who's that venturing off a little bit wide?
Yeah, just putting a wheel on the grass and managing to get away with it. That's Patrick Shovlin who did that. Look, there you go. Yeah, just runs a bit wide. Thankfully, it's not quite as damp as it has been here at Goodwood. It is still, the grass is still damp, but I think drying out a little bit quite quickly now, and that helped.
Ex-rally cars, hey, as well,
That's
because
true.
they seem to be handling pretty well on the grass as well.
He got away with it well, didn't he? So it is Alex Brundle who still has control of this race for now. 2.4 seconds the gap when he last crossed the line. As we look a little further down the order, the number 82 car there that we're looking at is the Darren Turner Craig Jameson car. That actually quite an emotional car. Craig Jameson driving that at the moment. Bought and rebuilt this car with his wife Karen, who sadly died in 2021, but Craig very much in memory of her this weekend by racing the car. There is our race leader, number 33, Alex Brundle. He's opened up that gap a little bit more, actually. Yeah, 2.7 seconds, nearly 3 seconds now that he's got. But interestingly, Jordan he's still down in 3rd place, but he's under a bit more pressure from Andy Prio. And Steve Soper, number 97, Steve Soper, the fully experienced driver, is now tucked in behind them as well. Let's see if they can get a bit closer. This is impressive from Alex so far, though, I have to say.
Yeah, taking full control of this race so far, setting fastest lap, by at least 2 tenths from those that are behind him, so he'll start to control the pace a little bit. Pit stops aren't too far around the corner, but still got a few more laps yet, as we see probably a few more cars getting a little bit sideways and getting forced slightly wide. Yeah, that's not the ideal racing line, is it?
That's the John McGurk driving that. That's the car that's sharing with Colin Turkington. So that's not ideal either, is it, for another British Touring Car champion who's going to be into that? So we shall just have to see. Yes, and actually, quick mention. I was mentioning Andrew Jordan. Of course, it's David Dickinson who is actually in the number 44 car at the moment. David Dickinson's in that car, so he will be handing over to Andrew Jordan a little bit later on, and that's what's going to be fascinating, because the fact that Dickinson is keeping it up at this level at the moment and Andrew's going to be taking it on later on, that is going to be really interesting to see what he can do.
Yeah, certainly can. So looking back now down the field, still close battles. Guy Smith actually has done a really good job, because he started in 6th place, so he was 1 position behind Brundle in the starting position, but they've both got a really good start, launched themselves forward. Alex now just stretching his legs even more. Another fastest lap by a couple of tenths on that last lap. Actually, it was 4 tenths quicker than Smith, so stretching his legs still.
Yeah, it's still happening, still working well. So let's just see how this works then. So Brundle still managing to pull away. He's going to be handing the car over to Julian Thomas when we do get around to the pit stop time. And Guy Smith, who's currently in 2nd place, he'll be handing over to Ben Klukas. And then David Dickinson, who's in this 44 car, he will be passing over to Andrew Jordan. As I mentioned, I mixed up the way, which way round they were, but it is David Dickinson who is going to hand over. He's doing a really good job, actually, David Dickinson, I have to say, because he's up against some big rivals here. And Andrew was saying he's got some real ability, but he's having to take on board quite a lot here at Goodwood this weekend. Meanwhile, Steve Soper is putting some pressure on Andy Prio. Number 13 is Andy Prio, and Steve Soper, number 97, is really putting some pressure on him now, looking for an opportunity to get past, but it's always tight into the chicane.
Yeah, you're going to be brave to take it through 2 by 2 in the chicane, but both highly experienced touring car drivers won many races in the time, so Andy, he'll know exactly where to put the car. He knows exactly where to put a touring car. Maybe a Lotus Cortina is a little bit harder to place, but what a battle we've got on our hands here for that 3rd position.
Yeah, we have. It's really hotting up beautifully. Further back down the order, there's the number 25 car at the moment. That's the Gordon Shedden Matt Neal car, and Matt Neal in that car currently, and they're running in 7th position, under a bit of pressure right now from the 51 car, and Ambrogio Perfetti is in the car right now. Neil Yarni is going to be taking that over when we get to the pit stops. So that's going very well. Perfetti driving pretty hard and putting Matt Neal under a lot of pressure. Mark Sumter is still running 9th in the car he's sharing with Chris Goodwin. And then Mike Gardner, who started on the front row, who'll be handing over to Josh Cook. He is down in 10th position in car number 57. About a 20-second gap back to race leader, though, Alex Brundle. So, of course, that's a lot of time to be made up by Josh Cook when he gets into the car later on.
Yeah, getting very close in the background now as they're heading down the extremely long straight down to Woodcote. And we'll see if it's going to make the move stick in the 51 car, looking like pretty much got it covered. Yeah, getting it stopped as well, and even having a little look at the inside of their next victim as well.
So Matt Neal not quite able to hold him off, but let's see. Yeah, coming up to the number 70 car now as well. So this is going to be interesting whether they can get past the Justin Law, Rob Huff car. Justin is in it right now. Rob Huff will be taking this car on a little bit later on. And that is potentially a very, very front-running machine with that combination of drivers, Justin Law and Rob Huff, in the number 70 car, because it's got to stay in there. And it's very important, isn't it, Alice, when you're in a race that's of this kind of length, you've got 2 top drivers, you might get into a big battle. Try and stay out of trouble. You've got to keep that car in one piece, get through the pit stops and keep it tidy.
Yeah, exactly. Because now we're seeing the David Dickinson car and the Prio car having a really close battle. So it's really heating up now as Prio, but he's got a difficult position to be in, actually. He's got to attack, but he's also got to defend from Steve Soper as well. So he's in a tricky position, but in this position, I'm sure, plenty of times as well. So he's really got to think twice about where he's got to place his car, because he's got to have a little look, and pit lane now is open, so we'll keep an eye out of our commentary box window to see if any cars peel into the pit lane, and we'll start to see some driver changes. But another thing, it's a very important stage of the race.
Yeah, it is. So we saw quite a few penalties sometimes come up when they do their pit stop. So let's wait and see if that all goes cleanly. As Andy Prio, number 13, still pushing on hard, but hasn't found a way yet past David Dickinson. Now, was David, looked like he might have been responding to pits. I wonder if he's going to be coming in next time to hand over to Andrew Jordan. That is possible, I don't know. I have to say, David is doing a great job. I think it's partly why I thought it was Andrew in the car, because he's sliding it around so much. It's kind of Andrew's style.
No, I mean, that's what we saw yesterday, some onboards and some footage of Andrew driving that car, and it seemed to go faster sideways. He was really ragging it round, so people coming into the pits now, there's no radio communication in these cars, so use of the pit boards, you'll see there hanging over the edge as, who's that? We've got a first driver change of the race. They'll be strapping in the belt, so you'll try and do your bottom ones as well. You get the steering wheel on, so it's a real teamwork effort, and that's Josh Cook now, so watch out for him, because he, again, is a fast charger, as we've seen in British touring cars, race winner as well, so it'll be interesting to keep an eye on the 57 car.
Yeah, he did that great job in qualifying yesterday, and as we were saying yesterday, Alex, he's a star on these fast circuits. He's a real star at Thruxton. He always seems to win at Thruxton, and he's very rapid here too.
Very, very rapid. You see, you're probably thinking, why is the mechanic not letting him go? So they have minimum pit stop time. So the very quick driver change there, and we saw a couple of people get caught out in the Gurney Cup yesterday with being too eager with their stopwatches. So the Cook car being held maybe a little bit longer just to make sure that they're within that window, because the last thing you want is a 10-second penalty or a drive-through.
Nicholas Minassian in car number 18. He's just taken over from Kyle Tilley, who we heard from on the grid earlier. So Nicholas Minassian is one of the most experienced Goodwood runners, of course, and we shall see how he gets on. But for the moment, no change up front. Alex Brundle is still leading, on board with Henry Mann once more here, as he tries to gain another place or two before making the pit stop and handing over to Karun Chandhok. See whether he's going to be able to gain position. He's 20th at the moment.
Car in front is the 66 car, put it perfectly on the inside. He knew what Henry Mann was trying to do, but he might get the cut back into the chicane. No, so it looks like the 66 actually is just stuck on their indicator to just let Henry know I'm peeling into the pits. Yep, there we go, unless he was just trying to fall in, but clearly not. He was genuinely pulling into the pits as Henry Mann gives a wave to the pit wall, so I expect to see this car peeling in and Karun hopping in.
Yeah, next time round. That other car, the 66 car, that's Neil McFadden. He'll be handing over to Jochen Mass. As you can see, there's a lot going on, and now Andrew Jordan is in the number 44 car, so David Dickinson has done a really good job. I have to say that was a great first stint by David Dickinson. Is Andrew Jordan going to have that little bit of extra pace that he's still going to be able to challenge for the win? We haven't seen Alex Brundle come in yet. We haven't seen Guy Smith come in as yet, so he's still in second place. Andy Prio in third. Steve Soper is in fourth place. But we are seeing some pit stops, obviously, for some of the other drivers. And we know how quick Andrew is. He was second quickest in qualifying yesterday. Just looking at the number 4 car, that's the Marco Attar Tom Ingram machine. As this other battle is still going on as well. Justin Law, number 70, battling away with the number 51 car of Ambrosio Perfetti, the car that he's sharing with Neil Yarni. Good, close battling, but for the moment, Alex Brundle is still in charge of this race. So this fight still going on for 4th position, just outside a potential podium finish. Busy in the pit lane.
Yeah, very busy. So that was the number 8 car. Now, that's a very tight pit lane as well. You can see you can barely open the doors to get in and out, just having to be really careful. So the number 8 now, this is David Brabham, who has hopped in. And here we go. This is the Karun Chandhok car. So that quickly unbuckling the belts. Hopefully they're about the same size. Karun's a little bit shorter, so you can see pulling the belts in the middle. Really hard to get to these, so that's why he's just putting his hands up. It's easier actually if someone else is strapping you in, because it's so hard with a helmet on and hands device. So he's going to make adjustments, make sure he's into gear, everyone else strapping him in, and they might do it in plenty of time, so actually then they'll be able to just sit there. You can see Henry's telling him a little bit of advice, what he needs to put on. Karun firing up the car, all getting ready to go. There we go. Let's see how quickly they did it, if they've got a little bit of spare time. No, and off they go.
Yeah, it's pretty much perfect, I think, for the time that was allowed. He obviously got the signal to, right, you can go now. So you still got to get on with it, but you don't have to panic in terms of making pit stop, because there is a minimum time.
Yeah, exactly. So charging through the gears now. A look in the mirror. And yeah, he's got a lovely clear track behind him. There you are, Karun. You can charge on now. Don't have to worry about anyone else behind. So they will peel out and slot fairly far down the field. Unfortunately for them, down in... Well, where are they at the moment? Down in, well, 24th place. A long list to look through.
Yeah, there is a long list. Well, at the moment, we are seeing some rapid laps being set. Josh Cook, number 57, who set that pace in qualifying yesterday. Josh Cook, there he is. He is putting in a very quick lap. He's just on a 1 minute 30.8.
Yeah, so he's absolutely blitzed the time by a good several tenths, actually. Jumped up into 12th. Alex Brundle had the fastest lap previous. So Josh Cook, yeah, he just seems to, well, love this track. Fast circuits. He's very handy around Thruxton as well. He's taken several wins there. So he's up, got a little bit of traffic in front of him. He's now peeling up to the number 25. That's the Neil and Shedden Team Dynamics car. So they'll know Josh well. It doesn't seem like putting up too much of a fight at the moment.
No, but you can see Josh working hard at the steering wheel, can't you? This is going to be a really good episode to watch, I think, to see how far Josh can get this car near the front, because we know he's got this tremendous pace. He's running it right out to the white lines, not quite onto the grass, but very nearly. And for the moment, he's chasing it down. So still no pit stop from Alex Brundle, nor from Steve Soper, but Andy Prio has now come in. Andrew Jordan in the 44 car now. He is definitely picking up some places, and I do still feel that Andrew Jordan is a potential winner of this race, along with David Dickinson. There we are, watching him right now. But until we get the other pit stops through, it's going to be very difficult to know exactly how this is all going to turn out.
Yeah, so Andrew Jordan is around about 3/10 slower previous lap to Cook, so both handy in these cars, different positions on track 2. As you can see, he's getting it fully sideways into turn 1, drifting it around. Even got the indicator on for good measure. I mean, luckily it's at right-hand corners here. But yeah, he's absolutely ragging that car around this circuit.
So there's the Steve Soper car. That is now running in 2nd position, but it is some 11 seconds behind Alex Brundle. We're still waiting for those guys to actually come in for their driver change. Alex Brundle still leading this race, but he has not made his pit stop yet. We've got some very rapid drivers out there who have now got into their cars. Josh Cook in particular, who is flying along down in 11th place, but putting in some very quick lap times. We're watching the race leader here, Alex Brundle, that's number 33. So he's got a comfortable lead right now, some 11 seconds over Steve Soper, who hasn't come into the pits yet. Perfetti's not come back into the pits as well. Several have decided to leave their pit stops a little bit later. But we have got those that have come into the pits, and we do know that Andrew Jordan, who's taken over from David Dickinson, is flying along at the moment. He is one of the front runners that have made a pit stop so far, and Dario Franchitti just getting on board as well now.
He's got no one helping him do his belts. He's been left to do it on his own. Oh, he's got someone popped into the side there, but it's, as I said, it's hard to see, but he's used to a little bit of endurance racing as now, so the pit lane is still pretty busy. Alex Brundle was actually waving his arms. I think that was Jake Hill in front of him. He caught up, but Jake's actually opened a little bit of a gap. Obviously not necessarily on the same lap. Here he goes now. So coming into the pits, and he's caught up between a slower car in front of him.
Yeah, that's not ideal for him. He won't have lost too much time, but they've got to keep to the same speed limit once they're in there. It's just that entry. A professional driver will make that entry as kind of fast as possible. So now Alex Brundle is handing over to Julian Thomas. I wonder how Julian's feeling about this next stage of the race, because it's going to be some serious competition, but a useful lead that Alex has passed to him. Let's see how the pit stop goes.
Yeah, so definitely a useful lead. So he's going to blend out into maybe a little bit of traffic, because obviously cars are on different runs. They've come into the pits a little bit earlier or a little bit later. But now it's quickly to try and dial in as quickly as possible. You know, you've got people you're going out as they keep an eye on the stopwatch. People out there that have done several laps already, like Andrew Jordan, Josh Cook. So for you going out, you really need to give you like a switch. You've really got to turn it on quickly to make sure that you don't drop back and lose any pace. Alex has done a great job for him, and actually he's come out on a perfect piece of circuit.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing Jordan go past us now, so the gap is pretty big. I have to say there must be about an 8-second gap at least right now that he's got over Andrew Jordan. So let's see how Julian Thomas gets on. But it's not yet for the absolute lead, because Steve Soper's not come into the pits. This is Steve Soper, number 97, hasn't made a pit stop yet, so he has the official lead of this race, but they will have to bring that car in relatively soon before we get to the pit window closing. Still got a chance. Yeah, he's coming in this time, no surprise there, and he will be handing over the car to Mark Drain.
Yeah, so getting the car fully stopped, coming in. You can still see people making pit stops here. Julian ran slightly wide there.
So, yeah, Julian Thomas getting himself around the car, this car that Alex Brundle has driven so well, the number 33 car. It looks like he's still going to have the lead for now, but let's just wait and see. Let's go and hear from Alex Brundle.
Alex, what a fantastic first stint.
Yeah, it all opened up for me at the start, didn't it? And we kept on going. Andy Wolf, of course, preparing an awesome car, so that's the main factor. But fantastic pace all the way through, and no doubt Jules will continue the good work now.
Yeah, Julian said he's never driven here, which I couldn't believe, but he's a very, very quick driver.
You know, we did a test just a few weeks ago, and I've never seen anyone get up to the pace here so quickly. Just absolutely unbelievable job he did. And, you know, passionate amateur, and comes and loves his historic racing. But, man, the level of him is just quite spectacular. So, yeah, I'm sure he's going to carry it through to the end of the race now.
You've done a lot of good starts in your time, but that's got to rank in the top 3, surely.
Yeah, the seas rather parted on that one. But it was around the outside of Fallswater that was the hairy bit. But Mike, whose car I might have driven actually this weekend before we shuffled around, as is the way here at Goodwood, I know he's a good chap. So yeah, he gave me lots of space on the outside. So thank you to him for that.
Well done. Bit of a waiting game now.
Exactly.
Oh, a little bit of an error from his co-driver there, Julian Thomas, putting it on the grass.
Yeah, very, very close. I mean, lap time-wise, he's not doing too bad of a job. He's actually saying that it's 1.5 seconds slower than Jordan at the moment, but still a fairly healthy lead of about 8 seconds. But he seems to be really ragging it round. But a great job by Alex for opening the gap. So it's going to be tough. It is definitely going to be tough when you've got Andrew Jordan, who seems to know these cars really well, Julian with a little bit less experience. But I think it's going to be close towards the end, Ben.
Let's just see what this lap time is as he comes across the line. We saw a couple of little wiggles and wobbles. So that was a 1:33.7. But we do have some drivers lapping at 1:31, even a 1:30.7. Yes, Josh Cook has just done a 1:30.7. So this car still leads by 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds from Andrew Jordan in the background. If we have a bit of a look in the background, we will see Andrew Jordan, but not far behind Andrew Jordan, Josh Cook. So in the background, you could just see the green car of Andrew Jordan, and then behind is Josh Cook. And I think we've still very much got a fight on here.
Yeah, we certainly have. They're trading personal best and fastest sectors in Sector 1. So the gap is now down between Thomas and Jordan, 5.5 seconds the gap now, so the gap is closing. You see Jordan always constantly fighting the wheel. Then we've got Cook, who's always constantly fighting the wheel, who's actually set the fastest lap, a 1:30.7 on the last lap.
Beautiful drift out of Levant corner, and it's just going to be really interesting watching these two. Yeah, as you say, that lap he was a couple of tenths quicker than Andrew Jordan. In fact, 4 tenths, I think, on that particular lap. Might have been that Andrew got a bit held up somewhere, but there's no doubt that Josh Cook has got real pace in the white car. The green car, that's Andrew Jordan, running in second place at the moment, and both of them are definitely catching up a little bit towards the race leader, Julian Thomas, who took over from Alex Brundle. Let's see what the gap is this time. Just looking back at, bit of a slide there for Mark Drain, who took over the Steve Soper car, number 97.
Just about held it. I was waiting for him to turn around, but a great piece of driving there. And is that Jake Hill having another little look on the grass?
Yeah, I think that is Jake, because that is after the pit stops, isn't it? So, yeah, I think you're right. But the gap is coming down, Alice. Look, it's down to 3.9 seconds across the line. So Andrew's getting that a little bit closer.
Yeah, so I think it's only a matter of time now. Previous lap, 1.7 seconds difference in pace. So we'll see in a few laps' time. He will be on the back. Traffic could come into play too, possibly. So we saw that have a big effect in yesterday's Gurney Cup and in the race earlier on today. So we've still got that factor to add in. But again, Cook is really setting the world on fire out there, but actually only a tenth quicker than Jordan. So it might be tough for Josh Cook to pull the reins in on Andrew Jordan.
Yeah, these guys are really having to focus absolutely on getting every tenth of a second, every few hundredths of a second around every part of the lap. That was a pretty big slide by the looks of things from Josh. But it's still this car, number 33, that is leading. Julian Thomas holding on, so he had a lead of 3.9 seconds when they last crossed the line. They are now just crossing the line once again. It's down to 2.2, so he gained 1.7 seconds here. Andrew Jordan in car 44, definitely closing that gap.
Yeah, and even Jordan has actually opened a little bit more of a gap now to Cook as well. But you can see Andrew's using every inch of track as well, as we ride on board now with Dario. A little bit further on down in the field in 19th. A bit of understeer there, had to even wait for the power change down gear as well. Back up, little clunk, shake of the head, so maybe he's struggling with an issue there. Not so breezy with the gearbox at the moment. Yeah, so he's having a little think to himself, waving his hands about. He's got a long straight to do it. They're coming into Woodcote now. Hard on the brakes, do the hardest of the braking when you've got the car in the straight line, trailing the brakes in, just waiting to get the car rotated. A little bit of kick of oversteer, and then the very short run into the chicane. Lovely, feathering it through there. And then another long straight for these Lotus Cortinas as back to the front battle. And yeah, even again, visually, you can see that gap has closed down.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Andrew Jordan is on the charge, closing that gap. And we've got 12 minutes to go in this race, so he's in no great rush, but he wants to get this done, obviously. And this is putting the pressure on Julian Thomas. Oh, look how much he caught up through the chicane. Big gain for Andrew Jordan, very close to the back of the race leader now, and the two of them now. What he won't want to do, of course, is lose too much time waiting too long to get past, because he is going to be aware that Josh Cook is not far behind. If they fight for too long for the lead, that'll allow Josh to catch them.
Yeah, it will. So we want to clear it quickly, but at the same time not do anything crazy, because he's still got a good 4 seconds now back to Josh Cook. So we want to be smart here. Still 10 minutes left of the race. Having a little look down the inside into St Mary's 1, thinks better of it. Gets the car nicely positioned. Julian's getting a little bit sideways. So now this is what I expect he'll do. He'll head down towards Woodcote now, get in the tow.
Oh, he's got very sideways. Huge moment for Andrew Jordan.
So into Levant corner, just really lost the race. I thought he'd be trying to wait to Goodwood, but clearly not. But yeah, there you go. Just need to try and be a little bit patient, because now he's got to try and close the gap again. And that's allowed Josh Cook to go, right, OK, he's gone a little bit sideways here. I've still got a chance.
Let's have another look at this, Alice. I think he must have almost gone to full opposite lock here.
I think so. I think his light flashed before him and he thought, that's it, I've just thrown away potentially a win. Maybe he just didn't expect the closing speed of the car in front to be as great on the brakes, because obviously he is a chunk quicker, but that's the thing, racing against less experienced drivers need to try and adapt as quickly as possible. But I think it won't be before too long where he'll be back on the back of Julian and Josh Cook as well. Still setting reasonably good lap times, actually a little bit slower than he's been doing at the moment. The pace of everyone pretty much seems to have dropped. So maybe these poor tyres are screaming for their lives at the moment, especially Andrew Jordan's now. Now he nearly, well, he went fully sideways.
He did well to hold it though, didn't he? Fantastic control to be able to do that. So many people getting to that kind of level would have lost it. But he kind of loves it, having this sideways momentum. But he is getting closer again. So we're now back down to that same corner, interesting, Levant. Meanwhile, there's some other good battles going on. Rob Huff now in car number 70. He's gradually picking up the way, but Tom Christensen is battling with him now. So Tom Christensen in car number 1, the pale blue car, the great Le Mans multiple winner. He is battling hard with Rob Huff here. Another tremendous driver, more in touring cars, and in fact Tom getting pretty sideways there as well. Lots to watch out for. Other drivers getting engaged. Darren Turner behind, and here's the battle for the lead, and he's done it. Andrew Jordan goes through.
Down into Woodcote is where we expect the heaviest braking zone on this circuit. He's down the inside. A fantastic move, and he was nice and clean and respectful to each other, both drivers. Great driving from the both. But now, here we go. He's not out of it yet, because Julian's got a fantastic run in the toe down to turn 1, but it's not quite enough. Andrew Jordan now needs to concentrate on just getting away, getting that gap, building a gap, because he'll know that Josh Cook is coming.
Yeah, Josh Cook is still not far behind the wheel. He hasn't really been able to gain much on that last lap. He's still a full 4 seconds away from the leader across the line. Whether Josh is going to be able to get any more out of the car, I don't know. As you say, I think the tyres are going off just a little bit compared to earlier on in this race. He's got a very clear 3rd place because he's well ahead of Ben Klukas. So we shall see how that goes. But for the moment, 3rd place for him. Back to the race leader, it is Andrew Jordan, and let's take another look at how he did it.
Yeah, so late down on the brakes, and actually Julian gave him room, in all fairness. Didn't close the door, didn't try to defend. Maybe he's thinking, right, I've not got the pace, I want to try and keep 2nd place, you know, keep my foot on the podium. You can probably see maybe on the pit board they're letting him know how far Josh Cook is behind, but Andrew's not stretched a big gap. So maybe Julian is learning from following Andrew up front. You can really see Andrew's car is never really going in a straight line, is it? He's always getting it on the real edge, using all the curve, all the road he absolutely can of this car. So Julian actually has popped up slightly faster time than he did last time round, and I think maybe that is because he's got Andrew is technically the carrot.
Good battle for 4th place here, no doubt about it. Ben Klukas in the car shared with Guy Smith, who was in it earlier. So number 711, that's Ben Klukas, the Guy Smith, Ben Klukas car. And that is being chased by number 25, the Gordon Shedden car. So the car shared with Matt Neal. That is Gordon Shedden that you're looking at right now. Had a big moment yesterday in one of the other races in the Ford GT40. But he's pushing on well, and we could see a change for 4th place. But Ben Klukas, although he hasn't had quite the British Touring Car success that Gordon Shedden has had, he is a very, very competitive driver. A lot of success at various different levels, and in recent years, particularly in historic racing. So this isn't going to be an easy pass for Gordon.
No, so coming up to Levant now is where we saw Andrew Jordan get very, very sideways. Then you've got the very long run down to Woodcote, where we've seen quite a few moves being made, but he's got 3-time British Touring Car champion of Gordon Shedden behind. He'll know how to make some moves, but then again, so does Ben Klukas as well. Fast, experienced driver. Let's see if he puts his car in the right position. Yeah, he moves slightly to the right-hand side if you're driving, forcing Shedden to have a look round the outside, keeps it tight still, just so Shedden doesn't get the cut back into the chicane. Nice driving, has to defend. So Shedden needs to try now, get a good exit from the chicane, and have another attack down into turn 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was beautifully positioned by Ben Klukas to just make it a bit harder for Gordon Shedden to get past. Andrew Jordan still leading with a 1.7 second advantage. Second place at the moment is Julian Thomas, the car shared with Alex Brundle, who led in the early stages. But this is the fight for 4th position right now, and it's very, very tight indeed. Gordon Shedden, car number 25, putting Ben Klukas under more and more pressure, but can he find the way? Because Ben is very smart at knowing exactly where to position the car. Shedden's going to have to do something a little brave, perhaps. Now, as you can see, Andrew Jordan, the race leader, number 44, he's in amongst traffic. Could make life a little bit more challenging. Let's just have a little look at... oh, there was a little bit of contact, unfortunately. The 77 car, that's being driven... I think that's Chris Goodwood in that one now.
Oh, that was close. Well, good job by everyone avoiding. But they've been pretty clean for... Seeing they've got quite a few touring car drivers on the end, I thought they've been pretty clean so far. But this is now Andrew Jordan needs to try and manage the traffic as best as he can. As I mentioned before, we've seen in a couple of races today and yesterday it all go wrong with traffic. So the Karun Chandok car just in front now. Karun, experienced driver, respectful as well, pulls over. We'll be getting the blue flags from the marshals as well, just to let him know that the race leaders are behind him.
And Julian Thomas still in second place. He's not dropping too far back. He's doing a good job, but he is some 2.3 seconds behind the race leader, number 44. And having some work to do. There's some of these other cars still being lapped. By the way, Gordon Shedden now is up ahead of Ben Klukas, so he did manage to make that move stick. As oh, actually, did he go back again? Maybe he did, because as they came across the line, he was ahead, but now he wasn't. So, all right, it wasn't Chris Goodwin in that car, by the way. Glad to say that. So. I'm not sure if that was the Mark Sumter car or one of the other cars that had a little bit of contact a moment ago. But this is the fight that we're really enjoying. For 4th position, Gordon Shedden in number 25. Snuck through briefly, but now back behind him again.
Yeah, so he's actually defending, going to Levant corner. Making Gordon go around the outside, but Ben needs to really try and get a good exit because there's a long run down the straight. Has he done that? We'll have a little look. Shedden looks like he's got an even better exit, trying to stay in the toe, nearly pushing him along down the straight. Down into the heaviest braking zone on the track. Again, Carbon Coffee keeping Gordon on the outside. He's going to be brave to try and go around the outside here. Is he? No, thinks better of it. I think that's the right decision, especially in one of these.
But this is exactly what we wanted to see. What a level of driving from both drivers. You know, they're like centimetres apart. They haven't actually touched, but the judgment on both sides is very impressive.
Oh, it's hugely impressive. Very respectful, very clean racing, which is what we want to see. So this is what happened. He just, wow, brave move down into, is that turn 1?
Yeah. Late
on the brakes, held it there, then going around Fordwater into St Mary's. Is that, no, that's going into Woodcote. So yeah, very brave move, fantastic stuff. But coming up close behind, well, they're actually losing quite a little bit of time. This battle is the number 51 car there in the back of your shot in the blue car. So it could be that Shedden then, instead of keeping his eyes forward, he's going to look rearwards as well.
Ben Klukas, number 711, doing a fine job so far. Man who won the Australian Formula 3 title in 2006. Has raced GTs and won GT Championship in Spain in the past. Runner-up at the Silverstone 24 Hours in 2010. Lots of classic racing, as I mentioned. Up against Gordon Shedden, one of the most famous touring car drivers over the years, and so far he's either fended him off or got him back again. And now joining in the fun and games is Neil Yarney, number 51. He is in that battle as well. There is our race leader. It is Andrew Jordan, and he's going on to the final lap now. It's all looking good for Andrew Jordan after a brilliant pairing with David Dickinson, who did an excellent first stint in this race. They've opened up the gap a bit more now. Second place is still at this stage. The car was driven by Alex Brundle, but now has Julian Thomas in it. Julian Thomas has driven very well, but hasn't quite been able to fend off Andrew Jordan. He's dropped back to about 4 seconds behind him now. Josh Cook is still holding on to 3rd position. And then we've got that amazing battle going on between Ben Klukas and Gordon Shedden all the way to the flag, I think. At the moment, though, Klukas is still just about holding on. That could come to an interesting end, but Andrew Jordan has been the star of the show. And you know what, Alice? He started his motorsport career in rallycross, brilliant in rallycross, and I think that car control that he learnt in rallycross has been extremely helpful today.
I would say so. I think he's taken that across into this, which looks extremely useful for driving these cars around this fabulous circuit as he heads down. Final couple of corners now for Andrew Jordan. Fantastic job to get himself up into P1. The battle behind is still raging. So we still got back. There's a 3-way battle now. Absolutely fantastic.
But here we are out of the chicane for the final time. It's the number 44 car. Andrew Jordan takes victory with David Dickinson in the Jim Clark Trophy at Goodwood. Now, what's going to happen behind? Look at this. It's all still very, very tight indeed in the battle.
They've got up the Josh Cook car. That's the Josh Cook in 57.
Yeah.
So we've got a change for podium there. So I'm not sure what happened on the last lap there with Josh Cook.
Julian Thomas has taken 2nd place, and it's Gordon Shedden who's taken the podium 3rd. Number 25, just beating Ben Klukas across the line. What a battle that was, right into the final lap. But superbly driven by both David Dickinson and Andrew Jordan to take victory in the Jim Clark Trophy. Well, what an end that was. And we're going to have another look at that last lap, aren't we, to see exactly what happened because of the change in the final podium position there, with Gordon Shedden managing to sneak through. I want to see exactly how that all went.
Yeah, well, Bruce has just heard, actually, the car going down the straight of Josh Cook saying it sounded like he might have had some kind of misfire.
Oh.
So they sort of scrambled to go, which way do we go round? And Gordon went round the outside, chose the right way there, and just then managed to hold it going into the final chicane. But oh, Andrew, now the race is finished, he's turned off his indicator bowl. That bowl was having a real workout, but a fantastic job, great drive. The crowd giving much appreciation for the drivers out there today, because we've seen some fantastic racing.
Yeah, we certainly have, and I think that was a great combo between Andrew Jordan and David Dickinson, because David did a really good first stint. He was driving so well, I thought it was Andrew in the car initially, but it wasn't. It was David, and then Andrew took over and had that pace that worked so well and earned a 4.5 second advantage in the end. But well done also to Julian Thomas, who took over from Alex Brundle in the car that was leading in the early stages. And Julian, still very impressive, not a driver who's had the sort of race experience and competition levels of people like Alex Brundle and Andrew Jordan, but Julian Thomas, I think, drove a really good race to earn that 2nd place. And then we had that feisty battle for 3rd all the way, and Gordon Shedden, who's had a funny weekend this weekend, ups and downs all the way, but he got a big up at the end there by getting home in 3rd.
Yeah, you can see he was very pleased with it going across the line, celebrating. But no, I mean, this has always produced fantastic race, and it's great that we get so many drivers from lots of different categories and fantastic drivers as well to come over, because again, it produces fantastic racing, and we've seen some great driving. And Andrew Jordan, he's come out on top. He'll be extremely pleased with that.
Yes, and what a joy to watch so many of these Mark I Ford Lotus Cortinas racing against each other, and it gave us really what we were hoping for, particularly in that battle for the final podium slot. Once Andrew had got in front, although it wasn't as easy as we thought it would be for him to get in front. He had to work hard, but look at the delight for Andrew. This is a huge moment for him. That's really good, celebrating it. And remember, his company, the team that that he runs, they prepare a lot of these Ford Lotus Cortinas. I think 7 have been prepared by the Jordan Racing team for this grid, but he's come out as the winner in one of the cars that they've prepared. So that's beautifully done, and hopefully we'll get to hear from him in just a moment.
Well, what a race that was, David. We were on the edge of our seats, but you had a great first stint. It was probably worse watching than it was being in the car.
It definitely was. It's definitely a lot easier out in the track than sitting there watching. I was going to have a heart attack at the end, but I just want to say, first of all, it's been a tough week for our team. Craig Bean should have actually been here with us this weekend. He was with Michael Cullen last year at the Revival. Should have been here this weekend, and just tragic. And it was just nice to bring it home. He would have loved to be here this weekend, and he really loved the Revival. And another very close friend of mine who's guided me through Audrain Motorsport, Mick Merrigan, who I lost just before Christmas. So hopefully they're both looking down, smiling today. So it's brilliant.
They definitely are, and well said. Let's try and grab Andrew. Andrew, what a final stint. Your life must have flashed before your eyes as you were pointing at Chichester but going through Lavant.
Yeah, well, I was struggling with second gear a bit, and as I went for a bit of a move, I went for second and it wasn't there. Thought I went for third and I got first, so it locked the rears pretty solid, and I was like, oh, I thought that was going round. So, but first of all, Craig Breen, he drove our car last year and was due to do to drive one of our cars this weekend, and yeah, life's short, like you said.
Well put, and a lovely drive, well done.
Thank you, and just want to say, brilliant job by David. I took care of the car just about. Brilliant job of the whole team. It's you know, our kind of backbone of the business is Cortinas, so it's always nice to come and win here.
I think you need to give your gearbox man a bonus.
Yeah, it just lasted, so sorry David in advance, so thank you.
Right, so let's find second place drivers. Carrying down here, we're going to need Lee, the cameraman. Here we go. Guys, let me jump in. Julian, I'm going to come to you first, because for someone who has never been to Goodwood, what a result.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, I was pinching myself as I'm chasing Andrew Jordan around Goodwood in a Cortina, and I was learning from his lines. He was so much quicker than me through St Mary's, and I started to get a bit braver and go a bit quicker. It's great.
Can't imagine how fast you're going to be next time. Alex, last night, if I said you were going to be on the podium in second, you would have taken that, wouldn't you?
I think we would, but I'm not sure now. No, I think we would. I mean, it's a joy to be here. My first podium at Goodwood. My first podium at Goodwood after several appearances here, and what a race that was. And to think that we're on the podium in front of those names, as Julian said, it's fabulous.
Well done to both of you.
Thank you.
Right, let's get to third place. A surprise third place at the end. Matt. Do you know what? You guys are quite good sharing a car together. That worked out rather well.
We could have very easily ended up sixth there, or I don't know how we got onto the podium, so fair play. Great last lap, but it was a good dice between them all. Felt a bit for Cookie at the end, just with his engine going a bit tight, but yeah, we'll take a podium every day of the week.
That was a great job. Gordon, what happened? Because I got here, I had you written down as sixth, and then suddenly you're third.
See, everybody doubts me all the time, don't they? I don't know. I think Cookie's engine just kind of tightened up a bit. I could see it just getting a little bit slower. And then just the way the run came out of Levant on the last lap, I had enough of an overlap with Ben Clucas to not enable him to come out from behind Cookie, so I did 2-in-1 moves. So yeah, it's a little bit fortuitous, but like Matt says, we'll take the podium definitely.
What do you think of your new teammate? Is he all right?
He's not bad, is he? It's just such a privilege to be here again this weekend, you know, to the Duke. It puts on just such a great show, and you know, just to be a part of it, it's a real privilege.
Well done, guys.
Thanks.
Yes, indeed. Very enjoyable. Lovely to see. And what a great race that was. Combination of Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden working very well to snatch that third place. It was a great shame to hear that Josh Cook had a problem. So, Dickinson and Jordan taking the victory by 4.5 seconds from Brundle and Thomas, with Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden in that third place, grabbing it on the last lap from the Guy Smith, Ben Clucas car, and the Mike Gardner, Josh Cook car, which obviously had that engine problem. Further down the list, Tom Christensen was fighting hard. Neil Yarney was certainly pretty electric in those last few laps as well. Jake Hill getting up to 8th place, Darren Turner in 9th position in the number 82 car, and Nicolas Manassian finishing in 10th. And then outside the top 10, we saw a whole bunch of other drivers right down towards the bottom end of the order as well. But it was a fascinating race, no doubt about it. And to see all of those Mark 1 Ford Lotus Cortinas racing against each other so hard, and thankfully I don't think we saw too much damage. We saw 1 or 2 cars coming into the pits and retiring out of the race, but overall a pretty reliable run all round.
Yeah, they kept it fairly clean, which is fantastic. And yeah, I mean, we're going to see the highlights now. I mean, won't have enough time to fit all the highlights in, but a fantastic start to the race by that number 44 car, David Dickinson. Got an absolute launch, but then so did the 33 of Alex Brundle. Everyone getting away cleanly, getting slightly tight into turn 1 for Henry Mann. He had forced on the grass, but here was that move. Alex Brundle up in the lead, and the number 7 1-1 slotting through into second place.
Yeah, this was such a good race all the way through, wasn't it? And entertainment at different aspects. So wherever you're watching it, whether you're watching it on screen or whether you're at a certain place around the circuit here at Goodwood, there was plenty to enjoy. Lots of slipping and sliding going on, onto the grass occasionally. The pit stops, which took well, and I don't think there were too many problems. Didn't see many penalties come up today. I think everybody behaved themselves with their speeds into the pit lane. Karun Chandok had some fun, of course, and then we saw Andrew Jordan snatching the lead when he got the opportunity. We saw a few other problems. Mark Train having a bit of a slide in the 97 car and would have another little incident later on. That was the car that Steve Soper was very quick with early on. But it all stayed in one place, so that was good. We saw Julian Thomas doing a brilliant job, but in the end he had to give up to Andrew Jordan despite this slide. I mean, that was when Andrew nearly lost it. He was telling us he put it into first gear by mistake, and that locked up the rears, and that's how he had to then control it. But he got away from that and then was able to come through and take the lead away from Julian Thomas. But Julian still got that fantastic second place. But a celebration for Andrew Jordan and David Dickinson. So there we are, all good fun and games in the Jim Clark Trophy. And, well, it was very entertaining to watch all that. We're now moving on, of course, so we've got lots of other good races coming up here today. And one of them is the SF Edge race for the Edwardian machinery. And earlier this week, we caught up with 2 drivers who are going to be competing in this race today. One of them very young.
Well, I'm here with father and son, I should say team, but you're in 2 separate cars, Ben and Archie Collins. Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Now, first of all, Ben, we've seen you many times at Goodwood, in the Blitz and Benz, I believe, again.
Yeah, I'm today, yeah.
Well, Archie, you're not quite a new arrival for racing. I believe you've got some form here at Goodwood.
Yeah, well, I was in the pedal car race when I was 10. Which is very fun, and now I'm back again.
Well, you weren't just in the pedal car race, to be fair, were you? You won the Cetrican Cup, which is pretty impressive. 10 years old. Yeah. Where did the outfit come from?
I think it's an old helmet that we found in one of the cupboards at home.
And what was the plan here?
Little slipstream out of the chicane.
I like it.
And then really put the burners on. A little sweeping over to the right. Lovely little move after the chicane. Yeah.
You gave him no
little glance across.
Slight whiff of arrogance there.
Yeah. And I sort of cut him off after.
Really good.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's just no question that's a very comfortable win.
Yeah.
If you can replicate that this afternoon, I think you'd be in good shape.
That's what I'm going to try and do.
I'll be very impressed.
Yeah.
And I believe you're sort of fitting quite a lot in. I've heard you have to nip off to do A-levels in amongst all of this.
I do, yeah.
How's that working?
I'm going to stick some chemistry notes on here, so when I'm going around I can...
This almost looks like a chemistry set.
Yeah.
17 years old, sitting on top of a 9-litre car. No health and safety issues, Dad?
No, I'm not. I think my wife was maybe a little bit more concerned than me, but he's got a crash helmet on, so you know, what can go wrong? And he's got a horseshoe on the. Is that
for luck?
Yeah,
I was wondering what that was for.
No, I'm not too concerned. Archie's his awareness is very good of what's going on around him, and he knows the car really well. And...
Do you get to step up in power after this one? What's the plan?
I think we're just going to get through this weekend,
Yeah,
get Mum through this weekend, and move on from there.
Is Mum watching, or is she through the fingers?
Yeah, she's watching. Yeah.
Well, I'll certainly be watching out. Best of luck to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Let's speak to Julian Mazou down here then, man on pole today for race 2 of the SF Edge, of course, and he only came second by 0.3 yesterday. Obviously the aim is to win today. What's the plan out there?
Well, the plan is, I think he's got so much grunt, I've got to make as much room between me and him at the start so as he doesn't quite catch me up. That's the plan anyway.
These things are so noisy. How do you deal with that?
Well, I guess that's just how they are.
And just how much fun is it to race these around? I know you've been doing it for years. You're quite the icon down here.
Well, it's really these amazing cars. This is, using them's only part of the enjoyment of having them, really. Yeah.
Well, Julian, good luck, and I hope you finish first today.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, we are looking forward to this second race of the SF Edge and see what happens this time, because it was such a close battle across the line yesterday. Very different types of machines, of course, from such a very early period in motorsport. In cars in general, it was really the beginning of the development of cars, and motorsport was a way of doing that, and land speed records, that sort of thing. So that's why we're seeing some hugely powered devices about to come out onto the circuit here at Goodwood. And that's one of the joys of Goodwood, is this complete contrast of machinery that goes right back to the very beginning periods, right up to quite modern periods. We saw, looking at the Gordon Murray cars earlier on today, the supercars out on track giving a demonstration, some of the latest amazing machinery. It's all here at Goodwood, which is all part of the fun and games.
It really is, Ben, and I had a couple of hours away from the commentary box, and I didn't waste them, trust me. I moved around and talked to lots of people. Saw Adrian Reynard, who's still racing his Formula 4 2000, maybe slightly less this year, still competitive, but obviously hugely successful as a racing car designer. And it's just the faces you see and the places you get to go to and the machinery for which you have supreme access, which is always such a joy at the Goodwood members meeting.
It is, absolutely. So we're looking forward to this SF Edge Trophy getting underway shortly. They will be heading out onto the circuit. In fact, they are there now. They're on the track, and they are coming around towards the grid. And we shall see how this all comes together, because we saw some good battles between them as they were racing yesterday. And Mark Walker, the star in a way, is going to be lining up in the center of the front row. There he is in the, or on or in the Darracq, however you want to say it, because he sits up high in this machine with no bodywork to it at all. Julian Majib is on the inside in the Sunbeam, and then on the outside it'll be Ben Collins in the Benz 200 horsepower. So it's the same grid lineup actually as we saw yesterday.
Yes, indeed, and also these were cars that were made to beat the land speed record, and they did rudimentary city-to-city races as well, so this is almost alien territory for them. But just look at Mark Walker's car in the middle. You'll see every input he puts into that very powerful car, because his body is, as Ben said, he's sitting on, not in, that fabulous Darracq.
Every car moving into position. We did lose a couple of cars from yesterday. Jonathan Bradshaw and David Ozan will be starting, but I think we've got all the other cars that we are hoping to see. So here we are, looking forward to these wonderful ancient vehicles about to take the start of the SF Edge Trophy. The Sunbeam Indianapolis of Julian Majib starting from pole. Mark Walker, who won yesterday in the Darracq, he starts second. Ben Collins on the outside of the front row. And you're looking at cars like Mercedes, Vauxhalls, all sorts going right back to period. And we're getting ready for the start of the race. Julian Majib on the inside up front pole position makes another very good start. Good start from Ben Collins, and once again, as yesterday, it's a dreadful start from Mark Walker in the Darracq, but he did say how difficult it is to get off the line.
Well, he only makes one gear change all race, first to second thereafter. He stays in second for the remainder of the 5 laps, but I don't mind him falling back, because we know that means he's going to be fighting way back through the order, and it's fabulous, isn't it, Alice?
Yeah, exactly. We got the view of the leader from now, or from behind the leader. But you're going to see Mark charge through the field as there's a move down the inside now. The number 23, is that?
No,
yeah, that's Christian Mann.
I think it's Julian, isn't it, who's come through, who was on pole, Julian Majub earlier on, and he has grabbed the advantage.
He certainly has, and Mark Walker, I was just counting the cars down, he's back into 6th place, working his way forward, but that long pointed tail of the Sunbeam in Indianapolis heading off into the distance. And remember, when Mark Walker got up with him, Mark had all the power, but Julian had the ability, the handling, and the ability to brake late. Not they have much in the way of braking any of these cars.
Alice, it's amazing watching them use these handbrake things on the outside of the cockpit, isn't it? So different.
There seems to be so much going on, and as Bruce touched on, we got the Mark as well. He leads. You can see he's using every inch of his body, and the car as well, having to pump with the fuel. There's so much going on. You can already see Mark making a move now through the field. He's not hanging back. He knows the fantastic race that he had between him and Julian earlier on, yesterday, where they were swapping places going down to Woodcote Corner.
So here it is. This is Mark Walker on the Darragh. This is one of the earliest cars that is out there from 1905, but it has a 25.5 litre V8 engine. From then, it was a land speed record car. It was one of the first ever cars to reach certain speeds, some 300 horsepower. One gear he uses all the way around, doesn't he? What he's got going.
Gets off the line, brackets badly 2 days running, but look, he's coming back. But great start from Julian Majub from pole position. And Ben Collins alongside, leaning out of that glorious blitz and bends to change gear as they go down towards Madgwick Corner. Madgwick's such a tricky corner. It's 2 apexes, and let's look at the rear of the Darragh. All the power, not all of the handling, it must be said. And really, when you go down, up and down, you look for the colour of the bodywork. There is no bodywork on the Darragh, so that stands out. And Mark is nothing if not brave.
I love the fact there's no bodywork though, because you can see everything working. You can see him, not the most comfortable seat there. It's like he's sitting in a funny shaped bucket, but you can really see how he's having to lean into the corners, and he's got nothing that's strapping him in. So he's literally got to engage every muscle of his body just to make sure he doesn't fall out.
Yeah, absolutely right. And he's coming up against a couple of cars now that it's going to make life a little bit more difficult. It's got the Alfa Romeo RLTF of Christopher Mann. That's a 1923 car. That's one of the youngest cars in this race, in fact, 1923. There it is, the Alfa Romeo. Looks more like a kind of racing car in some ways, doesn't it?
It really does, and the next age of racing, Alfa Romeo has had huge success. And the other red single-seater up there is, of course, one of the 2 Hudsons, the Super 6, the American cars in this race, both days being run very, very well indeed. Car 66 with James Collins, but up front and pulling clear, he was nearly 2 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap. Julian Majub in that sort of alley-bodied Sunbeam Indianapolis at the front of the field. Bear in mind, that was racing in 1960. Extraordinary.
Ben Collins, you're looking at now in 2nd place in the Blitz and Benz, another land speed record car of its time. But also, he's being very effective going around the Goodwood circuit here. The car that's leading actually would have raced, or did race at Indianapolis. They started their racing in 1911. It was a few years later than that. But here we are watching Mark Walker, and he is getting a little bit closer to them. I think, Alice, he's got a chance, actually. He's beginning to close up on the next one. There is another chance to gain a place here.
Yeah, still a very short... Oh, someone has lost a tyre there. So we'll have a look to see who's lost that as it's parked up on the side of the road. But there's still 3 laps left to go. So that is enough time for Walker to still close the gap. Because it was around about this time where he started to really open up and close the gap with full throttle down the straight. You can see all the movement, all the body. It's a physical ride, I can imagine, for all these drivers.
Oh, it really is. And I was just thinking that for some of these cars, losing a tyre probably doesn't make much difference in terms of handling, because the tyres are very narrow, very, very solid. But Mark Walker's having to work his as hard as he can. Going into St Mary's, he's catching the 2nd place blitz and bends of Ben Collins. He's got past James Collins in the Hudson, and the target is just about to turn into the first part of Lavant up ahead, so we could have the battle rejoined with Julian Majub, but he's going to have to get past Ben Collins very soon indeed. They've both got an awful lot of grunt, so out of Lavant, that's precisely what you want.
Here we go then. So this is the view from the 2nd placed car, the Blitz and Benz. The camera on the back of it is looking at the man who's putting him under pressure. That is Mark Walker, who won yesterday, and again he's fighting his way through the field. Look at the straight line speed that it's got.
It's amazing. Me and Bruce are sat here waving our arms saying, look how much he's having to control the car, fighting with that wheel right now. So now he can get his head down. They go towards Julian again. Such a close race they had yesterday, so I expect Julian's going to want to make sure that he wins this race and doesn't lose it by inches over the line like he did yesterday.
Well, let's see what the gap is. It was 2.2 seconds between first and second at the end of lap number 2. The end of lap number 3, the charging Mark Walker with white helmet with the cross of St George over the top is now up into second place instead of Ben Collins. What is the gap to race leader Julian Majoub? Just waiting for that to come on the screen. 2.5 seconds, 2 laps to score it in. He can do this. He just banged in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he has. This is the tyre coming off, apparently.
Off the Oakland Romano, presumably.
Yeah.
Would be. Oh, of all the places to lose it, going into Woodcote, and of course it's the outside tyre.
Yeah, it's not going to be the most comfortable ride, but I don't know if they've pulled in, or like you said, it might still be actually okay going round just without it. But back to the battle for the lead now. I mean, yeah, it's fantastic. The gap is already visibly, you can see, is closed now as Mark Walker charging down that straight.
But the absolute point is as the fastest part of the circuit for Mark Walker in the second place, Darragh is out of Laventon down that long straight to Woodcote. They haven't got there yet. They're just going through the dip after St Mary's, and then a car that just warms the cockles of everybody's heart. The beat of Turin, almost 2 meters from base to tip. And it is super powerful, but actually, to be honest, he's outgunned. 28-litre engine. Yes, I did say that, but it still makes me smile.
It is a remarkable machine. Everybody, when they see it, they just can't quite believe how enormous it is, how tall it is, and narrow it looks. But this is all part of the development. They went for bigger and bigger engines initially. A lot of these cars that you've got here have got engines from aircraft from the First World War, because that's what they then fitted them into cars to try and make them go faster. Then they learned that perhaps reducing the engine size, lightening things up, that actually improved the driving ability. But it's wonderful to see machinery like this. This was a car rebuilt not so many years ago now. A lot of work putting it back together. Wonderful to see it running.
Yeah, and tucked in behind it, another car that really doesn't have a lot of bodywork is the Moors. And again, Ben, we were looking at these cars when they were stationary. Just the ability to see so many of the moving parts doing what they need to do. And Charlie Martin driving that very well indeed, just at the tail of the top 10. But the gap between first and second is down to 1.4 seconds as they started the final lap. It's a question, surely, not when, but where will the move come from? Mark Walker giving chase in the Darragh, Julian Majoub. They've had some fantastic racing, and the margin between them at the end yesterday was 0.3 of a second. Which way round's it going to be today?
It's going to be close, Alice. Do you think it's going to come down to that last line again?
I think it is. I really do. Julian just made a slight error, I felt personally, when he came out the exit of the chicane yesterday, and he just doesn't have the grunt down the straight, so he needs to try and make sure he's nice and tidy through these final section of corners where he's maybe a little bit stronger than Mark. But here we go, you will see the gap close down now with a very long straight coming up after Levant corner.
Right, here we go, important entry, get the braking right, get onto the power early, but that's exactly what Mark Walker here on the Darragh is going to be trying to do just as much. This 1905 machine is still going to be challenging for the victory, if at all possible, up against the 1916 Sunbeam Indianapolis, and here he comes! Here he comes, look! He's done it again!
Okay, just wait until they get to start the braking point. They're different braking points. The Sunbeam in second place will brake later. You can see he's gaining, but who's going to turn into Woodcote first? We had this last time, but don't forget last time, even though he led out of the chicane, Julian Majoub did not win the race. Can lightning strike twice?
This is going to be tight all the way, but it was out of the chicane that it went wrong for Julian yesterday. He knows that that car's right behind him again. Can Mark Walker do what he did yesterday and just get the speed out of the chicane? Or is Julian going to hold on? I think Julian might hold on this time.
It's going to be close.
It is going to be close. Oh, he's done it again.
Bumping up and down in his seat like a kart racer, and he just got enough of that power down onto terra firma. That was epic. Oh, my heart goes out to Julian Majoub. He knew it was coming, but surely today he thought he had it in the bag.
It's all about where the start-finish line is, Alice. If it was a bit earlier on the grid here, then he would have won it, Julian, but in the end it went to Mark Walker again.
Yeah, you can see a sigh of relief from Mark. He's like, I gave it everything, but there's still battles raging on down the field.
Yeah, that's lovely to see. Here's the big fear, fighting away just inside the top 10, running in 8th place at the moment, and under a little bit of pressure, it is to be said, from the number 12 of Charlie Martin. That's the Moors GP with the Curtis Aero engine. But I think the Fiat is just about going to be able to hold on here for 8th place. A little group of cars all together as they come across the line. Wonderful to see these Edwardian machines racing hard around the Goodwood circuit. And what a finish once again, like yesterday. A victory by 0.15 of a second. Mark Walker in the Darragh has done it again. Oh, that was great fun. Really enjoyed that. Amazing finish.
And for the second day running, not only did Mark Walker pip Julien Majoub on the line, he then began breathing again, because clearly he knew what he had to do. We saw that back marker just going through the kink on the 11th straight. That gave him a little bit of sucker, but then yet again Julien Majoub so good on the braking and turning into the penultimate corner into Woodcote. But hats off, huge entertainment and some really good scraps, Ben, up and down the field.
I tell you what, a 5-lap race is perfect for these cars, isn't it? Because it's always on the last lap of the 5 laps, because he can't get off the line very well, that he manages to get into the fight. And you know, he did this pass as we saw yesterday, exactly as you said earlier, but then he always gets beaten on the brakes because he has to slow down so much earlier than the Sunbeam.
It's quite a thought to think that he loses about 7 to 8 car lengths just braking for Woodcote, but even with his nose in front in the Sunbeam Indianapolis, Julien Majoub knows he's not safe. He got a much better exit from the chicane, and today all three of us thought that the move was enough for Julien. And he must just heave a sigh of, oh dear, because yet again, Mark Walker's blasted through at the very finish.
Yeah, Julian's face then, as he saw it, because he thought he had it. He thought he was going to get the win this time. And just as they got to the line, the Darragh was ahead. It has such power, that machine, out of the chicane. It's perfect for it. And there you are, look at it. Rattling away. The valves still bouncing up and down inside the cylinder heads. And now they finally get switched off. And Mark Walker has taken a double victory here at Goodwood in the SF Edge. Making a few adaptations to make sure he's looking after everything. That really was wonderful. Relieved, tired, exhausted. You're probably going to find he's going to drive it home again later or something like that, I don't know. But that really was tremendous stuff. A great show for all of us here at Goodwood today. And many congratulations and sympathy too for Julien, who has done a super job all weekend and has just missed out in both races. Let's go down to Parc Fermé and join Ed.
Mark Walker, I'm going to dive in here, sorry. Mark, you've taken about 10 years off my life with that finish.
Yeah, I can't afford 10 years off my life. That was hard work, that was.
I mean, what a race. It's got such grunt down the straight, doesn't it?
It's got good pickup. Yeah, it'll out-drag anyone with a bit of luck.
And by the looks of it, you start braking for Woodcote as you come out 11.
About halfway down this track, I think, I mean, it's all a bit tricky. And I didn't think I was going to be able to catch Julien, but I did. And then I thought, well, bloody hell. Anyway, it was a bit close, but I couldn't go any quicker.
Mark, fantastic. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
Right, let's find second place, Julien. I mean, what a weekend for Julien. Julien, Ben, we'll come to you in a second. Julien, I mean, what a weekend. It couldn't have been any closer, 0.152 seconds.
Yeah, well, it felt slower than that, closer than that. He was just by nothing, really. But I knew he had a bit of grunt, and yesterday I made a bit of a mistake in the first corner that cost me probably the race yesterday, maybe, potentially. But I thought if I can get as much distance as I can, because he has a bad start normally, if I can make up a few hundred yards, then by the time he catches me, I can just about manage him, but it didn't quite work. But it was really close. Yeah,
it was fantastic to watch, so well done.
Yes, it was a pleasure. Yeah, it was the pleasure's all mine. Yeah.
Brilliant, Julien. Right, let's go and try and find Ben, who's over here chatting to family and friends. Ben, I'm sorry to interrupt. I feel as though there was a sort of misspent youth racing off traffic lights with starts like that.
Yeah, no, the Blitzen's really wicked off the line. Yeah, I think I'm yeah, it's just so fast off the line. I can't believe it. And then the oil got a bit hot, and the brakes were a little bit grumpy, and I had a bit of axle tramp. So I just thought I'd let the others, you know, have their dice at the front.
For those that don't know, axle tramp, talk us through it.
Oh yeah, so the wheels are made of wood, and when they're out of balance, they jump up and down, which means when you're steering, they're only on the ground for half the time. So it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but no, otherwise it was great.
Perfect. Go and have a stiff drink.
Thanks, Ed. See you later.
Well, that really was great fun and lovely to see once again. The SF Edge Trophy Part 2, the final result. Mark Walker taking his second win of the weekend from Julien Majoub in the Sunbeam, but by tiny fraction, 0.152 of a second. Ben Collins in third place, as we saw. James Collins in the Hudson was fourth, ahead of Neil Goff. And then Rob Hubbard in the Vauxhall. Duncan Pittaway got seventh in the end in the Fiat S76, the huge Fiat. Charlie Martin was eighth, Gareth Graham, and then John Paulson completed the top 10. Ian Barnforth was 11th, and 17-year-old Archie Collins, son of Ben, getting in 12th place in the end in the Mercedes 60 horsepower. He's had a magic weekend as well. And the rest of the finishers that made it to the end in cars that have been around for such a long time, yet they can still put on a show for all of us motorsport fans. The combined classification, well, that's very straightforward because it is Mark Walker, of course, who has taken both victories. But even when you put the combined together, the time difference is marginal between the two. Julien has driven superbly with the Sunbeam this weekend, and as he said, didn't make any mistakes in that race. He did everything he possibly could, but ultimately he had to give way right across the line to Mark Walker. Oh, all fun and games, and very, very enjoyable, of course. Let's take a look at some of the highlights once again, Bruce. And that start, it was just the same as yesterday. I mean, it is very difficult to get the Darracq off the front row.
It really is, but it adds a story to the race even before they got to Madrick Corner. And again, some of the camera angles were brilliant. But Julien Majoub in that Sunbeam Indianapolis with a all-alley body and that pointed tail out front. But he knew he had to build up a lead, and build up a lead he did. Down the gap came down because Mark Walker went from 6th to 5th to 4th to 3rd to 2nd, and then the hunt was on, and he was hunting down Julien.
Yeah, this was the way that he started to catch up towards the end, and then he was that far back as they came out of the chicane. I thought, nah, he's not going to do it this time. But the sheer power, it's a much, much bigger engine on the Darracq than it is in the Sunbeam, and that sheer power worked perfectly as he crossed the line to take the victory. He knew it. Leaning forward, I love the way he's like leaning forward to cross the line first.
An athlete dipping at the tape at the end of the 100-metre sprint, but fabulous, fabulous race.
And well done to Mark Walker, who has taken double victories in the SF Edge Trophy.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
Members meeting wasn't for children. Think again, I've got Sophia here, a very young motorsport fan, and as you can probably tell from her hat, she's a big McLaren fan as well. Sophia, just tell me about your love for motorsport.
Well, I myself actually race, I go-kart, and I got into motorsport, well, I've always come to Goodwood since I was little, and I was doing some, like, I don't know if you know, like on some websites you can like do car configuring, and then I just found my love for motorsport and cars there.
Well, a members meeting is the place to come if you're a motorsport fan. How's your day been?
It's been great, actually. I've got like quite a lot of autographs from some of the drivers as well.
Can you tell me about a few of those?
Well, I saw Alex Brundle, which was really, really interesting, and it's quite fun just like spotting all of them out.
We have Alice Powell in the commentary box as well. Maybe an inspiration of yours in the W Series?
Oh, yeah.
And going forward, Sophia, what's the aim for you as a karter yourself?
Well, one day I hope to be a Formula 1 driver, but even to be in like F1 Academy, F2, F3, F4 would be amazing.
Well, Sophia is one to watch for the future, a massive motorsport fan and a racer herself. We'll have a brilliant rest of your day, Sophia. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Well, scenes here around this Goodwood Motor Circuit, because we've still got an absolutely packed afternoon schedule. Kicks off, restarts, I should say, about 2:35 with a display of the Porsches celebrating all things 9/11, followed by the Trofeo Nuvolari, our 20-minute race. And then it's pretty much racing action until the end, followed by the Salvadori Cup at about 4:20. And then, if you want to see a spectacular display of Formula 1 machinery, the Brabham BT52 is here, making its way around with Karun Chandok and David Brabham at the wheel of those cars just before 5 o'clock, followed by the Moss Trophy at 5:25, and then two spectacular heat races we had yesterday for the Gordon Spice Trophy, the big engine and the small engine touring cars. The final, where it's a mixed class racing, will be at 6:05 this evening, not one to miss. Well, one of the big exciting races from yesterday was the Gurney Cup, so let's relive some of the action.
This will put Dario Franchitti into the lead. Franchitti was catching Shedden. They had already done their pit stops. Now this car is making its one and only pit stop in this race, and Andrew's been very, very rapid. It now gets handed over to Stuart Hall, and Stuart is an experienced racer. I'm not sure he's going to have quite the same pace, so whether he can battle to be up front with the likes of Dario Franchitti, we shall see. Now, what is going to be fascinating is how far has Shedden dropped back, and is he going to be able to pick back up? Because we know Rob Huff in another GT40, number 9, is also flying along at this.
Yeah, so 25 seconds Gordon lost in that last sector from that spin, and Huff has just gone purple in the first sector as well, and again by a good half a second between Franchitti as he just goes through the chicane now, so he is going to pit. It's going to be so close, but yeah, definitely pipped him coming out of pit lane.
Yeah, so he goes, there's the pit lane exit. There is the Gulf-coloured GT40 effectively coming through, and that is the lead. Dario Franchitti in the blue and red car coming through one of the slower cars further down the field. That is our race leader now, and the car that started up front on pole position thanks to the lap that Dario did in qualifying. But let's just see what happened with Shedden here again, Alice.
Yeah, so I can't work out which black car it is on the inside there, and I just think because he went on the grass, his tyres were a little bit down, but it's still wet on the grass. You can see he knocked the 150-metre polystyrene board there, and just went to hit the brakes, turned in, yeah, just lost the rear of the car. And he now is 19 seconds, as we see the onboard there. He's hard on the brakes, so just praying, please stop, please stop. So that was lucky that it was only a brief touch. He lost 25 seconds there, Ben, and he's now 19 seconds behind the lead. So wow. I think he would have had at least 3 or 4 seconds margin on those around him. So yeah, quite unfortunate there.
Oh, poor Gordon, but as you said, I'm sure you're right. You haven't get wet tyres, it just threw the braking. But Rob Huff has set fastest lap. He is absolutely flying at the moment. He's currently in 4th place, but he's a little way behind Shedden. But then Shedden will do, I think, a careful lap or so, just to make sure the car's feeling all right. But it seems to be running okay. You can't see any damage on the back of Gordon Shedden's GT40. So hopefully he's going to be able to push on as well. At the moment, the car that was leading during the pit stops, the Chevron, Andrew Kukotti, that of course is still up there at the moment, but that will drop back effectively, I'm pretty sure. So we shall see over the next few laps how that changes. The potential podium here, we've got a few other cars still racing hard. So there is Rob Huff, number 9. He's the one who set fast his lap. Huge experience in touring car racing, both in the UK and all over the world, world touring cars. And also he's always loved historic racing, having started out in an MGB in his youth, and he still loves racing classics every year at some point. Always quick here at Goodwood. There is our race leader though. It is Dario Franchitti, and the lap times are pretty consistent, aren't they?
Yeah, so he's been quite consistent. Obviously, he's had experience of endurance racing before, so dealing with the traffic is something he'll be used to. But the Rob Huff car, sorry, is actually lapping a good second and a half quicker, but he is about 32 seconds off the lead. So, yeah, Dario then gesticulating across the line. So I don't know whether it's at the traffic, but it does look that he's got his front grille is full of grass. Can you see that on your screens there? That might have been from the grass that Gordon shed and went over. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's getting quite hot, Ben.
Interesting to see. So this car is still running second. That is some 8 seconds behind. And then there's another gap of 14 seconds to the Gordon Shedden GT40, and then another 9 seconds back to Rob Huff, and another good lap from Rob on that lap. He did a 1:21.9, much quicker actually than anyone ahead of him. I think might have been traffic was partly as well, so we'll just have to see how that all goes. But yeah, it's all going on. Drivers being changed, a chance for us to catch up with some of them. Let's go to Ed.
Andrew, you had an absolutely cracking start and then obviously a pretty fantastic first stint.
Yeah, I mean, it was always difficult to know where the B8 would be relative to the GT40s, because I think it's the first time they've had them here. So yeah, it was great fun, to be honest. Great off the line. The car's good off the line, and then just do the best I could in the first stint.
And now a nervous sort of 15-odd minutes waiting.
Yeah, just have to see if we can hang on. I mean, obviously the way it works on drivers, I guess some of the slower ones were in earlier, and yeah, let's see. You just don't know, but it's been great fun anyway. Fantastic race.
A great drive.
Well, good to hear from Andrew there after his excellent performance in this car a little bit earlier on. And now we'll see how Stuart Hall manages to bring it home. It is still in second place at the moment, and he's actually doing a decent job. That last lap was a 1:24.7. That's very appreciative lap. There's similar sort of pace, isn't it, to the GT40s around?
Yeah, certainly is. As Richard Bradley now settled back in. He's set purple in the first sector. But Dario seems pretty comfy out front, stretching his lead a little bit. We've seen how quickly that can change with traffic and what have you. Keep an eye on as well his front grille, grass in the front. So we'll see how he copes with the temperatures. He's got Richard Bradley behind him, but he is a lap down. And car number 2, drive-through penalty. So an infringement for car number 2. That's the Kirkcaldy Hall car.
Oh, what a shame, a pit lane infringement. So was that timing in the pits? We're just looking at a lock-up replay there. But yeah, we've just learned that there is a drive-through penalty for the Andrew Kirkcaldy car for whatever happened in the pit lane. So whether it was speed in the pit lane, whether it was they did the pit stop too quick, I don't know, but obviously they have been picked up for something.
Yeah, so they'll get that message with a black flag, which will be hung over the pit wall. You can see out the commentary box window, and it will say drive-through penalty, board underneath. As I said, no radios, and he's just set fastest in the last sector as well. So I'd expect him to be, well, you have to do it within 3 laps, Ben. So he has 3 laps to go through, and some more penalties flashing up on the screen. Car 13 and 27, 10-second penalties.
Too many people were working on the car, apparently. That is the cause of the penalty, certainly on the first one. But as you say, some separate penalties, some 10-second penalties to car. Oh, car 13, the race leader, has got a 10-second penalty, less than the minimum time stop. Oh my goodness! So this is, and this is all going to change. We know car 2, so the top 2 cars that we've actually got on grid, that one, number 13 you're looking at, that's just been told we've got a 10-second penalty. Car number 2, the car that's running second, that's got a drive-through penalty. Okay, so this is going to put Shedden back in front, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it will. Well, is it? Because at the moment, the 10-second, Gordon is around about 20 seconds behind, 25 seconds behind, I think. So that spin did cost him. As we can see now, there's a very slow
drive-through penalty.
Drive-through penalty. As you can see, there's a guy there on the right-hand side that had a speed gun just to make sure that that he wasn't speeding down the pit lane. He folds back out 24 seconds behind the lead. Gordon Shedden's only 2.8 behind him, so he still kept on to track position, but that would have been possibly the win for them.
But actually, I was just sort of looking at it again and realising that this 10 seconds is only going to be added after the race. Actually, Franchitti can still win this because he's 24 seconds ahead. So as long as he keeps that kind of gap, even with the 10-second penalty, he's actually going to still end up with a comfortable victory, isn't he?
Yeah, no, for sure. And luckily for him, you know, say that again. Gordon Shedden had the spin, and the number 10 car there on your screens, Richard Bradley, who had a spin out of Woodcote. He is lighting the time screen, so his last lap there is about 2 seconds quicker than that of Dario's out in front, and we saw him actually overtake and sort of unlap himself as well. So either driving with anger can sometimes make you go quicker, but we already know that Richard was a very fast driver. A little adjustment to his middle mirror there. So really disappointing for the number 10 car, because I think they would have been in this battle, but this podium battle for sure.
Absolutely, it feels like everybody's handing this to Dario today. But a 10-second penalty added at the end of the race. It's not that he has to come in for a stop for 10 seconds, which of course we do see that in some forms of motor racing sometimes, that you have to come into the pits, do a stop for 10 seconds and then come back out again. That would have cost him the win. But to add 10 seconds to his overall time at the end of the race, which is what I'm being told it will be, he's got plenty. He's got 26 seconds advantage at the moment over the second place car. In fact, that will be different, I think, when they come round over the line again next time. So yeah, he's in a good position still here, Dario Franchitti, as he comes through to lap some of the other cars. There's that beautiful Roadster, the GT40 Roadster of the Mercedes Silva family. And then he's got another few cars to pick his way past, but he doesn't need to rush, does he? He can just take his time.
Well, yeah, I mean, he needs to, I'm sure he'll have the gap, I'm sure. I can see the pit boards hanging out over the side of the pit wall, so he'll have the gap there. He'll be aware of the time penalty as well, and I'm sure he's clever enough to work out the gaps. But he's dealing with the traffic, like I said, he doesn't need to rush. You know, we see Gordon having that error and being forced out onto the grass, as we're going to ride on board now with the battle for seconds. So you can see Gordon's closing up to the back of Hall at the moment, setting fairly similar lap times. Not much between them, but it will be the test will be when they catch up with that traffic that's not far in front of them.
This is a lovely onboard view when you've got a battle that's going on for second position coming up here. You're on board with Gordon Shedden, he's in third. The car up ahead of you is the car in second place. Different styles of car to a certain extent. Big Ford GT40. This was Stuart Hall just getting a little bit sideways a moment ago, but he's putting together some beautiful laps, as you said, Alice. His last lap was a very good lap, 122.8. So he's really putting the laps together extremely well in the Chevron. And Gordon is having to work hard at this to close that gap down. A little bit of slip and slide as he comes through Levant. And we know the GT40 is very quick when you come out of this corner. But can he close that gap up a little bit more and have an opportunity? In the background, you can see the silver GT40 still not quite on terms with the Chevron to be able to get alongside. You've got the fourth place car not far behind as well. You see, there's Rob Huff. You told us how fast he was going earlier. He could become part of this.
And he still is. He's just gone green, so that means a personal best for him in the middle sector, but so's Gordon Shedden. So Hall is struggling a little bit in that first sector, had a good middle sector. We'll see what the last sectors pop up now, but it goes purple actually. So times are all so close, Ben. They're all pretty much lapping at the same speed, apart from Rob Huff there. He's in the 121s, whereas you've got Hall and Shedden in the 122s. So Huff has got them in his sights and is chasing them down quickly.
Yeah, I tell you what, Stuart Hall's doing a fantastic job in that Chevron at the moment. He's really putting the laps in beautifully well. Let's see if he can control it with Gordon Shedden so close behind. Gordon having had that problem earlier, that mistake by getting on the grass and then losing control. There are more back markers coming up, and we saw how that affected him before. This could affect any of them as they come up to overtake. And Rob Huff with his lights on in the background as well. He could be in this fight for second place. I think there's no problem for Dario Franchitti, even with his 10-second penalty. He's got a 24-second advantage over this battle, but we are going to enjoy a fight for second to the flag.
Yeah, second and third as well, because Rob Huff again setting a very good first and middle sector, but it's going to be about dealing this traffic, because there's quite a little bit of traffic. Luck could be on your side as well, depending on where you can catch them, because it looks like Shedden, it's not fell from there. He's caught one of the back markers in the middle of the chicane, but Stuart Hall knows. He can see Gordon. He's got his lights on now, typical touring car fashion with the lights on. Whether he can flash them is another thing, but closing the gap. But Rob Huff, he's closed that gap again.
You can see they're braking pretty late. There's a little lock-up on the front left on both those cars. Rob Huff, I think, used the traffic well there, because that helped him just get a little closer again. So these three are fighting. Getting through this traffic is going to be so crucial. He gets away, go through on the inside. That's a relief to Stuart Hall, who does that beautifully and doesn't lose any time. He's certainly cutting his way through traffic pretty effectively at this stage. It's always a hard one to predict. We've got just over 5 minutes to go in the Gurney Cup. It's looking very comfortable for Dario Franchitti up front, but it's all still open for second, third and fourth places here.
Yeah, and shedding that. Huff is right on the back of him, nearly pushing him along. It's been a great cut here for Hall, but he's boxed in a little bit in the background there.
Look at how close Huff is to Shedden in the background.
So close, but it might just be that Rob Huff will have to wait for the next lap as they come into Woodcut now. But, or is it? They've caught this bunch really quickly going into the chicane, and it might look like, again, Shedden's going to get caught. He's gone down the inside, feathered it through. It's going to be a drag race up the main straight, Ben.
It is, yeah. This is a chance for Rob Huff in the red GT40 to get past Gordon Shedden. They're both lapping another GT40, which is much further down the field and is keeping to the inside. It's giving them space to go around the outside. So they've got a clear run, have they? Yeah, Rob's having to go right round the outside through Madrid. It's not easy to do that, but he's done it many times in the past. Oh, puts wheels on the grass. Just about gets away with it. My goodness, it's all a bit too thrilling. Do they know he's being lapped? I'm not sure.
I imagine Rob is shouting, "I'm lapping you, move out the way." He's lost a little bit of time to Gordon in front. Still 4 minutes left to go, and with his previous pace, that gap will close pretty quickly. Very, very strong in the first two sectors, but it spelled well for Stuart Hall. He got a little bit of a gap there from Shedden, but there's more back markers that they will be coming up to as well, as we're seeing on screens now, the race leader, and I think, yeah, he's pretty safe. I hope I'm just not commentators cursed him. Touch wood for Dario and his team. Yeah, nice gap from them.
Yeah, absolutely, even with the 10-second penalty. I noticed his pit board has got a lot of figures on it. I think they're trying to explain to him, yes, you've got a penalty, but yes, you are leading this race. Your advantage is such and such. Maybe, I don't know if they're doing all that on the pit board, but there were lots of numbers on it. And Dario's in a very good position, but this is a wonderful fight. But still, Stuart is holding on. He's got that gap a little bit more, I think, than it was last time, up to 1.6 seconds this time. And then Rob Huff chasing after them as well. And this little group, is there going to be any change? I think the traffic a little clearer at this point, but when we get onto the last lap, who knows? We might suddenly be back into traffic. On board with Gordon Shedden. How can he find just that little bit more pace that he needs? How are the tyres feeling now, I wonder, because they've done a lot of laps.
Yeah, they've done a lot of laps, a lot of load, a lot of high-speed corners here, and they're all, tyres seem to be doing all right, Ben, because they've all set their personal best.
Somebody's made contact and thrown bodywork onto the track.
So I wonder if either they've made contact with the wall, because that's a lot of bodywork that's off there. So we might lose our fantastic battle. See a replay now.
have a look at what happened here. Oh, it just flew off. The bodywork just flew off. The was that number 36 car, I think. Yeah, one of the chevrons. That's the Nick Thompson, Sean McClurg car. Oh my goodness! I don't know whether they're going to allow them to. They maybe just put a yellow flag up at that area. Maybe the racing will continue. Let's wait and see. Just under 2 minutes to go. That's all there is. I don't know if Gordon's going to be able to do this.
Yeah, I mean, Rob's gone quicker than him in both the first and second sector, all paid by a tenth in each. The yellow flag, let's hope they just stick with the yellow flag and we don't lose this exciting end to the race. But Rob Huff's just set the fastest lap of the race. That last sector, a good half a second quicker than Gordon Shedden. So the gap now down to just half a second.
Well, absolutely fantastic. Let's see whether they can keep it going all the way. Rob Huff is just tucked in behind Gordon Shedden. These guys have had plenty of races in touring cars over the years. Look at that whole rear bodywork section missing. How sad, but they're still going. That's good news.
Looks good. I like that. You can see, really see into the back of the car. But here we go. He's 2/10 quicker, 3/10 quicker that previous sector one time. So it's given a little bit of breathing space to Hall because Shedden's got his mirrors full of the red GT40 of Rob Huff, and he's right on the back of him now. But Gordon's used to this, used to close racing and British touring cars, so he's just going to try and make sure he keeps it nice and clean and place his car where he needs to.
Well, I'd say Stewart's doing a really good job right now, but Gordon Shedden is going to have to protect that because Rob is determined to find a way through if he possibly can up towards the chicane. So difficult to make a lunge here, and Shedden's braking late enough that the car was really sliding around. These two are going to have a huge fight in the remaining time. They're going to get another lap in here, and it's Rob moving one way then the other. Tries to go to the outside. Shedden will protect down the inside. Now, what about the exit? Can you get a better exit out of here? Let's hope they don't touch.
Yeah, it's so close. Need to get your exit. So Gordon did a great job. He's on so much oversteer on the exit now into Ford Water. Not a simple corner, especially in one of these cars, but he's nicely done there. But Rob Huff has got a really good run. He's showing his nose. Gordon's experienced enough to know what he's doing, what tricks he's trying to play on him. Through St Mary's 1 into St Mary's 2. You can see them working the wheel so much, and they'll be aware this is the final lap. So only a couple more opportunities now for Rob Huff.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here. Can he find a way through? It is coming up to the last chance. It's looking good for Dario Franchitti, despite the penalty that he has been given, a 10-second penalty at the end of the race. It will still allow him to win this race by more than 10 seconds over everybody else. Here comes Dario Franchitti. He takes the checkered flag and takes victory. Sean Lynn and Dario Franchitti, but the battle in the background is still going on. We know that second place, oh, look at this. Rob Huff almost alongside Gordon Shedden, but Shedden's still third at the moment. Rob Huff is trying to get the better exit all the way to the line. Second place, Stuart Hall's done a brilliant job in the chevron. Across the line go the two GT40s. Shedden just holds on to that position by 0.063 of a second over Rob Huff. What a wonderful battle. Well done to Stuart Hall, who raced with Andrew Cocotti. Experienced racer, Stuart. He's done a lot of endurance racing, GT racing over the years, but he did a fantastic job there. But Dario Franchitti has taken victory. One of the stars of Goodwood has done it again, and he will be so delighted about that. He loves this event. He loves Goodwood. He's been busy all day long so far, but he and Sean Lynn have taken victory in the Gurney Cup in their beautiful Ford GT40.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
Honestly, it makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. You get to see all these cars, not just look at them, but you get to see them in action. That's cool.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values, and of course, sustainability.
Not only is there the motor racing, but it's everything else. The shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, we hope everyone's having a lovely afternoon here at the 80th Goodwood members meeting. It's getting pretty warm now. The sun has been coming out. It's made an appearance, and I'm sure it's been brightening up everyone's day, because if you joined us from the beginning of the day, it was pretty grim this morning. But
I think mizzle more than drizzle, was it?
Mizzle?
Yes.
I don't know. Well, let's go with that. But it's been a great day so far. And obviously we just saw the pretty exciting SF Edge Trophy, the Edwardian cars. I love seeing that because actually you see the flames and you hear them and they're so noisy, aren't they, all the action out there on track?
Well, I think it's about the only race in the world where you'd hear a driver complain he didn't have enough power because he only had a 9-litre engine. I mean, these things are incredible. I mean, 100 years old plus cars, and then the finish is split by 0.15 of a second. I mean, you don't get that in modern racing very much, never mind with these really old bikes that were never really made for circuit racing, a lot of them. A lot of them were just built for out-and-out land speed records, not going around corners.
Exactly. We're seeing this last lap from the race 2 of the SF Edge Trophy. 0.1 they were split in the end. That was Mark Walker from Julian Mazub, and these two always battle it out, and it was actually the same result yesterday, but that was 0.3 split them then. So these two know how to battle. It was Julian Mazub, he was on pole from Mark Walker, but unfortunately Mark got the better of him in that engine on wheels is what we call his car.
Well, it was almost a carbon copy, as you say, of yesterday. I think Julian must feel really unlucky. I mean, he's been beaten off the chicane to the finish line. I mean, if the finish line was a little bit closer in, he would have got the top spot. But Mark, yet again, he's got 2 gears in that car. The first one to get away, and then he changes gear, and that's it for the rest of the race. Obviously, that got him off a little bit slowly from the start line, and exactly the same happened, but he does have 25 litres in that car. And not much else than that, actually, to be honest, apart from 4 wheels.
These cars are spectacular to watch, and Julian as well, obviously he was in that Sunbeam Indianapolis as well, and if you have a look on YouTube, you can see from yesteryear a couple of times that's burst into flames here in the paddock at Goodwood, so it's got a lot of history there. But like David mentioned, a lot of these cars were built over 100, 110 years ago for just pure outspeed, and they all were made, weren't they, to try and get the land speed record back in the day. And it was actually the Beast of Turin that I think set that at about 135 miles an hour, and that was about 100 years ago.
Yeah, I think that, well, actually that car was the fastest car in the world, but not officially, because it was built to actually take on the Blitz and Benz, which Ben Collins took to 3rd place today, who took the official record at the time. So incredible cars, and very close racing.
We talked about, obviously, 1 and 2 in that race. We have to give a mention to Ben Collins as well, who did finish in the 3rd place position, so on the podium as well, which was pretty incredible. There's so much still going on. I'm looking over my shoulder behind David and I. We can have a little pan around and see the cars getting ready in the assembly area as well. That's the Porsches. They're getting ready to go out on track in a short while. We'll have 2 laps from this demonstration of Porsche there, and this is always exciting as well. We have some great cars, and you were lucky enough to get out in one yesterday with Alice Powell, nonetheless.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and it's a huge year for Goodwood this year, 75 years of motorsport, but it's also 75 years since the founding of that great sports car brand, Porsche. And not only that, they're celebrating the 60th birthday of 911, so we've got the whole range of Porsches on show, on display this weekend, and it's great to see those 911s sort of getting bigger and bigger and bigger, from those quite slimline cars from the early 70s, those racers, those RSR racers, up to Moby Dicks of the late 70s. And yes, Alice and I went out in something a little bit more comfortable, shall we say, a bit more modern road car, a 911 GTS, and it was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely, and well, Alice had never been out on the track before, and you wouldn't think so the way she came out of the assembly area, so you know, it got my attention, that's for sure.
After Alice's first time out on track, then, has she decided she's going to come back for more in the future?
Well, I think she should. She did a fantastic job, and she'd obviously be very quick around here.
Well, obviously she'll have to find a little bit of a time in her schedule from the W Series to come out and find some time to be back here. But it'd be beautiful if we did see that happen from Alice Powell. Well, right now then, we've got a bit of a track guide from yourself and Alice to enjoy.
Well, Alice, we've just got the green flag, and you're going to give me, I think it's your first ever lap of the Goodwood circuit.
Yeah, so my first ever lap of Goodwood, so into Madwicks now. So a nice braking a straight line and be nice and gentle with the throttle. I'm going to have a little bleed here of the throttle through Ford Water. And then into St Mary's 1. Again, it's a really tricky one. Get that car straight on the brakes. Carry a little bit more speed through, work to get the car back to the right-hand side. You've got a slit road there as a bit of a reference.
We're over 3 minutes, right?
And a short run up to Levant, heavy on the brake. Probably, I would say, one of the tightest in terms of exit on the track here. It's not very wide on the exit there.
So this car, 480 horsepower.
It's marvellous,
193 mile an hour top speed. We're getting quite close to that up this back straight. It's a really long straight here.
Nice braking in a straight line. Trade in the brake in, the rear will start to want to move.
Last minute lunge into here. Bit narrow, but only room for one car through this part.
As we get the checkered flag now. What an incredible, incredible circuit.
How did you enjoy it?
It might be rubbish, but it might be
Loved
okay.
it.
Otherwise you
Can we just stay out? Do we have to stop?
I know, exactly. Thank you very much for that.
No worries, thank you.
We're celebrating so many anniversaries this year at Goodwood, and it's no exception for one of the most famous names in sports car making.
I don't know, that's a very
Porsche
good,
celebrates 75 years since it was created. Not only that, it's the 60th birthday of the 911, and Karun Chandok gets to drive probably the most expensive, valuable 911 there is, a 1973 RSR.
When I say Porsche, what car comes to mind? A 911, of course. That silhouette is unmistakable. It's so good, why change it? They haven't. This weekend at Goodwood, Porsche are celebrating 60 years of the 911, this iconic car and its racing pedigree. The 911 RSR from 1973, known as the R6. Now imagine this in today's world, if a current RSR went off to try and compete in the World Endurance Championship against the best factory teams and won outright. It's just never going to happen. But that is exactly what happened back in '73 when this car won the final ever World Championship status Targa Florio. This is the only car that retained the original rear spoiler modification, which became known as the Mary Stuart, as it kind of resembled the high neck collar favoured by the Queen of Scots. The Carrera RSR became an instant icon back in '73. The 2.8-litre engine boasted 300 horsepower at just 1,000 kilos when it was pushing 8,000 RPM. Unbelievably, the car was left to collect dust in a garage in Mexico until the current owners took possession of it back in 2016 and commissioned a full restoration. Now, like every petrolhead, this car's got to be on my bucket list. Fortunately, Simon, who looks after it, is here. Can I please have a go? I'll work on him. And now we go from the sublime to the ridiculous. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 911, the most extreme 911 ever built. This very 911 GT1 was the winning car of the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in 1998. Designed by the legendary Norbert Singer, this was the very first carbon fiber chassis that Porsche produced with carbon brakes. Now in the cockpit, it's got a nice touch, right-hand drive, but with the gear lever on the right side to help the European drivers. Now all this 911 chat has got me even more excited. Simon, please, can I have a go?
Let's give it some beans. 8,000 RPM. Up towards St. Mary's. It's got all the agility of a lightweight sports car, but the raw growl of something made back in the 1970s. This is everything the 6-year-old me with the poster on the wall thought it was going to be. Oh my God, this is a great car.
And rather on cue, here is Karun Chandhok in that beautiful number 8 Martini liveried Porsche 911 Carrera RSR 2.8 with the high neck in the rear. We are celebrating 60 years of the Porsche 911 and 75 years of Porsche. It's like changing the commentary box as well. My name is Harry Benjamin, alongside Bruce Jones. Well, we have many Porsche 911s up for grabs over the next 15 or so minutes. A Porsche everywhere you look, Bruce.
Absolutely so, and the RSR was such an exquisite car, and I tell you what, of all the race circuits I've been to in the world, there's another one I would love to have added in period, the Targa Florio, the Madoni circuit around the mountain roads and through the villages of Sicily. And this was a car, the RSR, that won back in 1973. There were sports prototypes that should have been way ahead of it, but this car's so nimble, and victory at the end went to Hees van Lennep and Herbert Muller, and it was a case of delicacy and keeping it on the island in more senses than one. See what I did there?
Very nice. It is Karun. I wondered if it was Neil Jarni. He's also one of the other Porsches, but Neil Jarni, the 2016 Le Mans winner, is also out there in the another 911 Carrera RSR Turbo. But really, well, the 911 unveiled, what, 60 years ago? It is, in 1963, and that rear-engine 911 never really conceived as a racing car. It wasn't built to be one. It just kind of became one, and then you can see all the different iterations. We've got so many nostalgic liveries as well, all celebrating some of Porsche's biggest wins across multiple GT and endurance-type racing.
Yes, not all the racing was in Europe. We saw the Coca-Cola liveried 935 K3, the most extreme version in many ways of the 935. That race stateside, and a lot of these cars have changed liveries over the year, but great to have the Porsche safety cars out there with them as well. But really, the 911 was a car, as you say, it wasn't the first car built by a manufacturer where the customers said, you know what, we want to take this racing, and they went, you know what, actually that's a very, very good idea, and we wholly concur with that. I love some of the historic liveries. The 59 Brumos livery, so much success in the USA, but it's great. And last year at Le Mans we had a car with a very similar race livery, and I'm a big fan of these things. And the Brumos racing, that's obviously with a kicked up tail, that ducktail as it was called, to get that extra downforce.
Yeah, that's Jean-Louis Bonnet at the wheel. That car raced in the Trans Am Championships, the 1957 Daytona winner, raced at Daytona 6 times, winning in 75 and 78, and finished up second at the Sebring 12 Hours too in 1977. So that 59 Brumos Porsche 911 3.0 RSR from 1974.
Peter Gregg grabbed titles for fun in that, in a very, very competitive time on the North American scene. But great to have the Brumos car here among the ranks. But of course, that's not the most extreme car out there by any stretch of imagination. We'll catch sight of we've got one car in the field, actually was the Le Mans winner outright winner against the sports prototypes. That was a massive thing for a GT class car, effectively, to take outright wheel. We'll catch that shortly. But the famous liveries, the Cafe Mexicano 911 RS4, car number 5. And again, that was a car that went out and scored great success in the 1,000 kilometres in the high altitude at Mexico City.
Yeah, the Rainer Becker car, the 3-time 24-hour Daytona winner. This 911, 2-time 12-hour Sebring winner. And as you rightly say, Bruce, winner of the 1,000 kilometres of Mexico, that Cafe Mexicano livery number 5 911. I suppose these are almost the stereotypical 911s. You think of a 911 and that's what you kind of imagine. So it's hard to think when we get a look at the 911 GT1 cars, the Le Mans winner that you mentioned there, how they are 911s to the naked eye, but at the heart and the DNA and the bone structure is well and truly a 911.
Well, in many ways, the physics of the car shouldn't have really worked with the engine hung out over the rear. Not all of these have the engines quite at the rear, because we'll get to the Le Mans winner later on, and the engine started to work its way a little bit forward from the tail of the car. But the handling just seemed to be so sweet. That's why it went racing after being launched simply as a road car. But great to have so many of these RSRs. And in terms of the road cars, of course, this is the racing version, the 1973 911 Carrera RS. To many people is the ultimate Porsche, just so small and simple.
Yeah, one of Porsche's greatest wins with the 911 came back in 1976 at the Tour de France. Now, that's actually an automobile race which predates its famous two-wheeled namesake. Run over 8 days back in 1976, competitors covered more than 2,300 miles between the city of Nancy and Nice as 911s dominated, winning all but one of the stages. We get a look at the 54 Jägermeister, and just stunning liveries throughout.
Now, one of the beauties of the many demonstrations at the members' meeting at Goodwood is the drivers start to go a little bit faster with every lap, because these cars look fabulous standing still, but they're racing cars, so we like to see them as close to their dynamic best as we possibly can. And it's a real treat for fans of RSRs to have the cars running close together. The order isn't mixed up, it's 911 RSRs together, and we'll advance through the demo looking at the models that followed later, because the 911, whatever the change of rules in sports car racing, and the history of sports car racing is about eternal chopping and changing to make it as healthy as possible. And so we'll see some different body shapes through the remainder of this amazing demo for the 911.
Absolutely. We've got some really classic livery cars out there. We've got a PlayStation livery as well, the 160 Porsche 993 GT2 Evo car out there too, alongside this Jägermeister. We've got the turquoise Conrad Motorsport car as well, which carry that 911 look a little bit more than some of the advanced prototype cars that you'll see making their way around this Goodwood Motor Circuit at the moment.
Everybody has a favourite livery, but I've yet to see a car that looks slow in a Jägermeister orange, and particularly as they did obviously so many endurance racing events. It's when you look at cars going in daylight, they may look one thing. At night time, this one is still supremely bright and really easy to pick up.
Good for a commentator to spot.
Yeah, commentators delight.
Well, the one thing that actually has confused me is because they're the Coca-Cola car that is out there. That's the Porsche 935 K3. Well, back in 1981, that was a Jägermeister orange livery. So there's been chopping and changing across different Porsche brands. But that is now liveried up in the Coca-Cola livery, and a different style of 911 for sure. And that's because that's a 935 K3.
Now, looking at the PlayStation 911 going through, of course, that is a rather later one. And again, we had to talk through the mix of cars, and that was going towards the GT3, the GT2 Evo. That was at the end of the 1990s, so we sort of moved on at a gallop, nearly 25 years from the RSRs, but still ostensibly very similar in terms of appearance.
Much higher, well, the rear wing on the back really sort of staunted and very high up. It sort of almost juts right up. It cuts in and juts up with the Gran Turismo logo just behind it. And you compare that to the Jägermeister car behind, much lower and almost a bit of a swooping rear wing behind. So the difference in aerodynamics for the different racing series that these Porsche 911s raced in as well on display here. But as you rightly say, this PlayStation, Paul Howells at the wheel in a 993 GT2 Evo from the 1997.
Yeah, and it was a time, again, the change in sports car racing. These became very, very popular, and almost the cars that are most successful in the history of sports car racing tend to be ones that brought new people into the sport, and many Pro-Am lineups effectively went out to race this, or Am-Am to start with, but it was a car that had lots of power and brilliant handling. How wouldn't you with that massive rear wing?
Absolutely, I bet the drivers are absolutely loving their time out there, and some pretty big names out there as well. Karun Shandok, former Formula 1 driver, making his way around. We've also got Tom Christensen out there, Mr. Le Mans himself, and not to mention, of course, many other drivers. Neil Jarni, a Porsche factory driver, or used to former Porsche, he is a Porsche factory driver, isn't he? Yeah, but Le Mans winner as well out there. So some pretty top-class racing, and highlights just how much Porsche put into their driver talent and their driver pool from all the way up the ladder.
Yeah, the German manufacturers in particular tend to be very loyal. They have a very, very tough recruitment program. The drivers have to be good off the track as well, good in the gym, know how to hold a knife and fork, and if they're good, they're kept on. Now, the Coca-Cola livery car, we have moved on to this is full bore. It's red, it's long, it's wide. Just imagine how much downforce. Look at the shape of the nose. Everything is about forcing that car down onto the track. And the Coca-Cola livery was raced a lot in the States. The Hudson wire writing across the top. And Harry, this one's standing out for you. I know that for a fact.
It certainly is. Derek Bell drove this at some point, didn't he? In 1982 at IMSA?
He did, and with the increasingly wild and wacky 935 as the aerodynamics work more and more, he said to me once, I'd get into the car, the 935, and say, I'm going to be in charge today. Or it would try and control me, and Jochen Mass, who raced so much with Derek, concurred. He said it would be like riding a bull. You had no choice, you had to take charge of it. So these cars, huge amounts of power, and obviously they really were desperate to have the most extreme styling they could have. You're a couple of other 935s behind in the George Lewis livery, the yellow band across the red nose. If you look at the rear shot, they have a wider rear wing. It's just not as extreme, less of a splitter there. But again, it just shows the constant tweaking and evolution of these cars.
Absolutely. Well, one of the great wins for some of the 935s, and not to mention Porsche, a wider 911 was 1979, the 24-hour Le Mans, a 1, 2, 3, 4 finish for 911 derived Porsches. But the favourite works 936 actually ran into a bit of trouble, which allowed the heavier privateer ran Porsche 935s to come through as well, and it was still a Porsche happy days because it's a 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Well, it's quite something if your sports prototype program doesn't come up with the trumps, if your GT models in the same race can come through. But a car that took victory at Le Mans in 1998, it was we're looking at it right now, car 26. It's launched in 1996, but came good a little bit later, 2 years later. It wasn't the fastest car at the time. It was the Mercedes CLK GTR. But you know what? It was reliable, and it was also took victory at Le Mans. This car, with a young trio, short of endurance racing experience. Alan McNish, who went on to become an absolute legendary Le Mans driver. Laurent Aiello, greater success in touring cars. And Stefan Ortelli, who didn't tend to drive the biggest of the cars, but they kept going and were there at the finish at the front of the queue.
Absolutely, and it really was a faultless drive to keep those behind after being trumped really by the likes of Mercedes in the 1997 FIA GT Championship. Porsche made a new version of the GT1 in 1998 with more aero bodywork and a new sequential gearbox, and after Mercedes and Porsche and BMW machines, or the BMW machines sort of retired, well, 1998 Le Mans, the 911 GT1s with Yannick Dalmas, Alan Manish and Stefan Ortelli led a 1-2 finish for Porsche, and that immense success in the FIA GT1 Championship was sort of saw the downfall of it a little bit. And another GT1 we have is the number 0. Now this is an all-Canadian driver lineup, historically raced extensively in Canada, the 911 GT1 Evo. Sam Hancock at the wheel of this, and well, the two GT1s running in tandem, but although both GT1 spec, both look very different.
They do. And again, it's not just down to the different race liveries, which can make a car look wholly different from one painted in another hue. But again, just constant evolution. And these cars just, you constantly get to a point in racing where a car is just so good, but sometimes there isn't enough competition, so the rules are changed and these cars are left high and dry. But I still absolutely love the shapes of these. Of course, you have to squint somewhat to think, is that a Porsche 911? Yes, it is, but put it side by side with an original one from 1963.
A few puffs of smoke coming out the back of that as it lights up the exhaust too through the chicane. Just running behind these is the number 8 Conrad Motorsport turquoise Porsche, the 993 GT2 Evo, only one of 6 made of those, so very rare Porsches out on track, covering a mixture of decades. Here it is, the Conrad Porsche just running through its picture, followed by the ME Porsche, that's the number 35. Now that is the 1997 British GT Championship winner, raced in the 4-hour Le Mans race as well by Derek Bell with a podium finish. So Derek loved his Porsches. Paul McLean at the wheel of that 993 GT2 Evo.
Yeah, and the EMI sponsorship came to racing with Steve O'Rourke, and he was the one that got this car out in the British GT Championship to start with Tim Sugden stepping up from single-seaters to become incredibly successful in Porsches, and for a driver who never had a great deal of money to win the Porsche Cup, which is for the most successful Porsche driver across the course of a season, really made his career. But 935 still have a special place in my heart, and looking at the number 94, we can tell it's from the States. It says Whittington Brothers on the back, and you wouldn't want to remove that name because they took victory at Le Mans. And in this car, it was a Porsche 1-2, and they were so far ahead. They lost nearly 90 minutes having repairs done during the course of the race, and they still came home in the lead. If they hadn't, Hollywood actor Paul Newman, a much better racing driver than people thought, would have taken victory in the Dick Barber entry that finished in second place.
Wow, well, just the history there as we see the smoke and the flames coming out of the back of the number 0 Porsche 911 GT1 Evo, putting its foot to the floor on the main straight, following its sister car, the 98, the older sister, GT1 98, or the younger sister, I should say. Brilliant to see these two Porsches making their way around, and all of this, of course, celebrating 60 years of the 911 and 75 years of the Porsche brand, and it will be 100 years, of course, this year of the 24 Hours of Le Mans race. So a very big, special, historic year.
It couldn't be a better year for hypercar to really find its form, with great new manufacturers coming to play, some of them not having competed at the very top of the sport for 60 years. They're back. It's going to take several years for them all to get up to speed, but top-class racing is at the strongest it's been for a very long time, and that will, I'm sure, bring a whole load of new fans to endurance racing. But let's take a look, Harry, at the highlights of this Porsche demo. Porsches of every shape and size, as you can imagine, because their history spans 60 years. But the car that won Le Mans, one of 2 Le Mans winners here, the 911 GT1, really caught the eye. But I know the RSRs, we're looking at them now, were super special in your mind from the early 70s.
Absolutely, just some of the liveries as well, really standing these out. Karun Chandok out there racing the Porsche 911 Carrera RSR, very expensive car, the Targa Florio winner, and he managed to get his hands on that. Tom Christensen out there as well, the GT1s running side by side with the 911 Carrera RSR 3.0s, the 993s out there too, and just some of these spectacular liveries showcasing Porsche's history in motorsport.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. And to hear them start and then
Now, you were just saying you had a few problems in practice, so you're hoping for a bit more speed in the race.
Yes, I think it's called Could Do Better. And also, I will be not doing what I did yesterday. So you can only do your best, can't you?
And, I mean, it's a beautiful grid, this one, isn't it? And what do they like to drive on the limit, though? Because they do look pretty lively.
They're beautiful cars to drive. And what's wonderful is they corner so well and you can slide them around. And in fact, one of the other drivers was just saying in the Aston that, you know, for him, it was the faster cars slow down so much on the corner that actually then he has to slow down because ours corner so well.
And you're obviously on the grid with Holly as well. It must be rather nice.
It's lovely. And we were hoping that Chloe, my other stepdaughter, could come too. But she's working on the coronation for the BBC.
As excuses go, it's a fair one.
It's not bad, is it? And she sent me a lovely text this morning saying she's so glad she's not having to do it.
Well, look, enjoy it and best of luck.
It's very well, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And hopefully I won't need it too much.
I might see you on the podium.
Are you going to be on there?
I'm going to interview the podium finishers. Enjoy it.
I'm on the podium, but maybe it's rear, the other way, the last three.
Well, we are about to get ready for a bit more racing action then after our Porsche demonstration. It's now time for the Trofeo Nuvolari. This is for sports racing cars of a type that raced up to 1939, celebrating the great Trao Nuvolari. This year marks 90 years since the great Italian won the RAC Tourist Trophy, the Le Mans 24 Hours and the Mille Miglia in a single season. An absolute epic feat. So we've got a race coming up which will see the likes of Alfa Romeos, Bugattis, Delahaye's all battling it out for glory. And easily these are some of the most elegant races ever to attack Le Mans and set the precedent for that fierce Le Mans battle, as we see our drivers getting ready to race. Richard Bradley will start from pole position in his Aston Martin alongside Gareth Burnett in the Alta and a Talbot. So three very different brands occupying the top three spots on row one. Harry Benjamin to guide you through all the coverage. Bruce Jones alongside me. Looking forward to this one.
Very much, and you might look at these cars and think, well, they might just be a little bit cautious, but Richard Bradley certainly not cautious, and when the track was quite greasy yesterday morning, hanging the tail out of that fabulous Aston Martin Red Dragon on pole position. We're looking across from the driver in third place, sitting up much higher, Harry. You were commenting on this yesterday. The Talbots, Lofty, these were cars that largely raced at Brooklands, so a circuit like this couldn't be more different if it tried, but Michael Birch there with his Rubens Barrichello imitation helmet there, or tribute helmet, well, you know what, certainly stands out.
What caught me off guard earlier is because it says Michael on the side, of course, so if you didn't know his name, suddenly you think it was some sort of amalgamation of a Michael Schumacher and a Rubens Barrichello helmet, but no, makes much more sense when you know his name is Michael.
Well, looking there at Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who's a superstar in a Fraser-Nash of any form. This is the TT replica, and there's one alongside him, Robert Beebe, number 59, tucked in. But these cars will all produce their performance in very, very different ways, and if anybody is an expert at carrying momentum in a less powerful car, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, starting from third position, is that man. So there's two TT reps, 3 and 59. We're looking there at Robert Beebe, his yellow and black helmet, and then probably the most elegant car in the field, to my eye, is the Alfa Romeo 8C. Whether the 2300 Monza or the 2600 Monza, just saw the first of those on the grid. That's Christopher Mann, the two-tone livery on his glorious Alfa Romeo.
Absolutely, we were getting a look at some of the Fraser-Nashes as well there. You meant pick up on BB Roberts there. That was the first TT replica back from 1932. Short frame, narrow body, no doors, and you could just see the difference in shape and bodywork across the board at this period, covering up to sports racing cars up to 1939, and there is one of the Fraser-Nashes out on track just next to the number 23 car.
That's the wonderfully named Squire Skimpy. Richard Wilson on board that, and again sitting low and light as racers really started to shape themselves. These cars from just before the Second World War, the mid-1930s, and they will be great fun to watch.
Yeah, this one being raced by the Duke of Grafton at Donington back in 1936, raced extensively in South Africa, the Richard Wilson Squire Skimpy. Only one of 7 original factory cars, of which 6 survive today. So not only vintage, but very rare as well, as we have a look at the number 30 Maserati 8C, just going past Joseph Otto Rettenmeier in that one. First major outing of that in 1932 at the Brno Czech Grand Prix. Second place, not too bad for the Maserati.
And just to point out, if that was at Brno, that was a mighty circuit through village and woodland and open field. The Masaryk circuit just outside the city of Brno.
So here, the number 20 in all green. Now that is the Talbot of Michael Birch, which is starting 3rd on row 1. So good lap time for Birch.
Yeah, now the car that was second, 1.5 seconds, 1.7 seconds down on the pole sitter, Richard Bradley, but Gareth Burnett in the Alta 2-seater spent most of that session, if you recall, sitting in the pit lane. Set a quick time early on, that was then toppled by Richard Bradley, but no other challengers. I don't know if there was a problem, but it may well be there is actually more speed in that car that he didn't have the laps to discover. But certainly in terms of being dynamic out on the circuit, Richard Bradley, from the absolute start of his flying lap, first flying lap, was on it. The rest took a little bit more time to build up to speed. But I think we're going to be in for a very special race. It's down for 20 minutes. Let's see how many laps we can get on board for the Trofeo Nuvolari.
Yes, well, we were, Ed was speaking to Annette Mason earlier on, just complimenting how well these cars can corner too. Very necessary around this Goodwood circuit, and getting up to speed very quickly, getting the heat into the tyres before they come back round for the grid, and we'll get a green flag lap 2 before we get underway for the racing action.
Now, seeing a mighty Bentley, they're not at the sharp end of the grid, but cars 5, 7 and 9, all Bentleys. One is the blower, that's the one with the supercharger sticking out the front, that's number 5, Martin Overington, the car we're looking at there. Number 7, which is a 4.5 litre, Joel Laub, and number 9, another 4.5 litre, William Medcalf. William put a little message up to us. All of those are running on 100% synthetic fuel. No modifications are required, and the same power. So this is really encouraging news. And again, historic racing, like all forms of racing, is finding ways to make sure it's going to have a continuation, have history, have future.
Absolutely. Well, some of these cars built at the time were seen as, you know, technologically advanced, transforming things, and of course over time they become very outdated and they're rebuilt and restored. But it's great to have that amalgamation, that combination, that hybrid package of bringing the old into the new and trying to find a way to make it sustainable, so we can see these beautiful cars still out on track in modern day. Because I can't believe some of these cars have been found in warehouses and dust gathered for more than 20 years. Who could possibly do that? They don't deserve that. They deserve to be out there on track parading and racing around.
Well, that's the glory of historic racing. These cars have been reborn, rebuilt, and new drivers able to experience them. But I've spent all my life looking for cars in barns, yet to find one.
Yes, what barns are these people looking at? I would like to know. But one of the Bentleys just making their way through the foreground there, and that is the number 11 Talbot of Christopher Lunn. He starts a little bit further back on row 9, but the first of the green Talbots, the big green machines, will be Michael Birch. He starts 3rd. That'll be on the far right as you look at the grid. Pole position on the far left for Richard Bradley, you just saw there in the all-black Aston Martin, the number 41, and lining up in the middle in the Alta 2-seater. Gareth Burnett in, I'd call that a blue, I think.
Now, in fact, the car on pole position, the one driven by Richard Bradley, very exciting car, the 41 car. He makes it look exciting. The Speed model Red Dragon, the Speed model followed after the Aston Martin Ulster. We see plenty of those. It was broader, a little more robust, shorter wheelbase though, but clearly in Richard's hands. And bear in mind, he's a contemporary endurance racer, but with a real penchant for driving historic cars. He hangs the tail out in a way a lot of these cars wouldn't even dare.
This car competing as a works car in the 1936 RAC TT. Le Mans, Spa 24 Hours as well, it has competed in. And with Richard Bradley at the wheel, as you say, a modern day endurance racer, he'll be bringing that machine over the course of the next 20 minutes as Annette Mason in the Aston Martin pulls up at the back of the grid.
Yeah, and the amazing cars in the stable for her husband, Nick Mason, the drummer for Pink Floyd, the 10 Tenths collection. And Nick's passion for racing started long before he got into music, and he's the second generation in his family. His father made very famous racing films back a very long time ago. It runs nicely through the blood. We have one of the drivers in the other Aston Martin Ulsters to look out for, car number 27, brought in at the last moment. We heard Annette Mason saying that her other stepdaughter Chloe Mason wasn't competing this weekend because she's busy working towards the coronation. And James Wood, fantastic driver, is at the wheel of that, somewhat towards the rear of the grid, but look for car 27 coming forward.
Yeah, that's on row 9 and 23rd in that Aston Martin Ulster, the very last of the works, 1.5 litre cars, classic pre-war Aston really, and one of the 3 Le Mans cars in the 10 Tenths collection to watch out for, starting a little bit further back. And there it is, the Aston Martin Ulster from 1935 with James Woods at the wheel.
Great looking little car. Now I'm just trying to consider who is most likely to get a brilliant start. I don't want to give the commentators curse, but look out for no, I shan't put a name in there, but not all the cars on the front row are necessarily going to be the first ones down to the first corner. Richard Bradley, with his experience and pretty much every weekend, every week he's in a car somewhere on the planet, he should be quick down to the first corner. But I rather fancy those Fraser Nash TT reps from the second row for Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Robert Beebe to see if they can get off the line a little faster than the Alta 2-seater. That's the mid-blue car in the middle of the front row, and the lofty green Talbot on the outside of the front row. Michael Birch on board that one. JJ.
Well, we wait to see how this unfolds. Then a 20-minute race about to get underway. On pole position on the far left-hand side is the Aston Martin of Richard Bradley. As we get the green flag, lap underway. In the middle, it will be Gareth Burnett in the Alta, and on the far right will be Michael Birch in the Talbot.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, this is not the start of the race, this is the green flag lap. They will come back round and make their start, but we're looking for 20 minutes of racing action. As you can see, the lofty Bentleys alongside the lofty, the tall frame of the Talbots, and then a much lower Aston Martin Altas, 2 of them bringing up the rear of the grid in that bright red livery. But the Aston Martin most likely to take victory in this, the Trofeo Nuvolari, that's the new name for the pre-1939 sports car race here at the members' meeting, is surely the one on pole position in the hands of Richard Bradley. Car number 41, which is the Aston Martin Speed Model Red Dragon, owned by Alan Middleton.
Yeah, well, keep an eye on the Talbots as well, particularly that Michael Birch Talbot. There's a few that started towards the back of the grid, but they've got some very good historical data to them. The number 25, which starts right at the back in 28, just on the penultimate roll with John Polston at the wheel. That's finished 3rd at Le Mans, way back in 1930 we're talking, though.
I know, but fantastic book I've just read recently is by Richard Williams. It's about the life and, sadly, eventually the death of Britain's sort of leading racer of the time, and it was Richard Seaman who raced this car here, the pole starting car, in the Tourist Trophy back in 1936. It's a great move, and of course he moved on to become a Mercedes works driver. It was an astonishing time in the years leading up to the Second World War, where cars were just leaping on. Literally every year they got faster and faster, bigger and more purpose-built.
It's always an education every time you come to Goodwood or see these cars, as we are here for the 80th Goodwood members meeting. The weather, well, it didn't start off too well, but it has turned out very nicely indeed, and now we can get your starting grid. Then on pole position will be Richard Bradley in the Aston Martin. Gareth Burnett is in the Alta, and then it's the Talbot occupying 3rd spot, all in the front row with Michael Birch. Just behind them we've got 2 Fraser Nashes in row 2 on 4th and 5th, and then the Alfa Romeo Christopher Mann is in 6th, just in front of the Maserati. Rettenmeyer and Eddie Williams in the other. Fraser Nash goes from 8th spot. Row 4, 9th and 10th will see Richard Wilson line up alongside an Alfa Romeo in the hands of Rupert Cleverly, and David Cook then behind them kicks off row 5 in 11th in an Alfa Romeo, followed by a Talbot of Max Sowerbury and a BMW of Albert Otten in 13th. Row 6 and P14 is 2 Aston Martins, an Edward Bradley and a David Freeman driven Aston. Row 7 from 16th, another Aston Martin, Stephen Skipworth, a BMW of John Ury and another Bentley. Of course, these Bentleys are running on 100% synthetic fuel. Martin Overington going from 18th, just in front of Nicholas Pelle in the Talbot, and William Metcalf in the other Bentley, the number 9. 21st on the grid, Christopher Lunn in the Talbot, followed by Stefan Rettenmaier in his Maserati, and James Wood in another Aston Martin goes from 23rd. Row 10, 24th position, we'll see a Lancia and Alex Herndon go from 24th in front of Andrew Hall in the Fraser Nash. Penultimate row from 26th is an MG of Richard Frankel, followed by Holly Mason Franchitti in her Aston Martin and John Paulson in that Talbot. And the final row will be John Laub in his Bentley, from Joel Laub, I should say, in his Bentley from 29th position, and Annette Mason, who you heard from with Ed right at the start of the programming for this race, in her Aston Martin at the back in 30th. So work to do, but looks like she's very much up for the fight. And a lot of these drivers just love the fight backs and the tough racing that is out there, because although, yes, this is vintage, this is classic racing, they can be very racy indeed. Green flag will fly at the back then, and we get underway for the Trofeo Nuvolari race, and we are going racing. It looks like it's a great start for our pole man Richard Bradley in his Aston Martin, the Alta, the two-seater, the blue Gareth Burnett car, also making a good start, and in fact manages to get the jump on all of them as well. I think that might have been Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash slotting in behind him as well, so a good start from Blakeney-Edwards on the second row of the grid.
Well, I'm really intrigued to see a brilliant start from pole position, but the pole starter is back in 4th place. I expected the TT Rex, the Fraser Nashes, to come through, but what I didn't think was going to be such a brilliant start from the Alta, the two-seater in the hands of Gareth Burnett. And what went wrong from Richard Bradley, I do not know. Nose in front from pole position. By the time they got to Magic, he was in 4th. He's now fighting back. He's past one of those Fraser Nashes. He's back into 3rd, but in front of him, Robert Beebe getting a bit twitchy into St Mary's, but by about 4 car lengths, we have Gareth Burnett leading this race. Let's see if everybody behind will stay on the black stuff and stay off the green sward. Unfortunately, Annette Mason is on the green sward, but that looks as though it's a mechanical failure. I'm not going to guess on that front, but anyhow, she is out of the race and pulls her car safely out of the way on the exit of Madgwick.
Huge shame for that Aston Martin Ulster, but back towards the front then, I think we saw it was Robert Beebe in the Fraser Nash who made also a great start from the second row. So Patrick Blakeney-Edwards and Robert Beebe both making excellent starts. Here is Beebe now trying to get through on the number 41 car, and that is Bradley.
It's Richard Bradley who got up he fell back to 4th, up to 3rd, into 2nd. Now the Fraser Nashes are trying to fight back. Michael Birch in the tall, number 20, Talbot down to 5th place. But let's see how they settle down. But for Gareth Burnett, that's a really good start. But really, it was a poor start. Not initially, but literally in the 2nd or 3rd gear change for Richard Bradley. Now he's fighting back, closing in 2nd place. Gap between Burnett and Bradley just under 2 seconds. Bear that in mind next time around, because Bradley's got clear line of sight and he's got a bit of breathing space. Well, just over a second back to Robert Beebe in 3rd.
Yeah, it's the two-seater Alta, though, that leads for the time being, and the pole sitter then slotting into 2nd, Beebe in 3rd in that number 59 Fraser Nash, just in front of Blakeney-Edwards in the number 3 Fraser Nash, and then it is the number 5. That is the Bentley of Martin Overington. Is that the number 5? Or no, it's not the number 5. It's the it's not the number 5. He's further back. But a good start then from Burnett, who is already starting to extend his lead now. 1.9 seconds the gap as they all try and filter through and find their space on the track. We get a look at the number 5, the Bentley. They're making its way around on track, and the fight up front, though, continues. 20 minutes on the clock, counting down to 17 we're at already. This is the number 70 car, the Alta two-seater. Gareth Burnett trying to defend his lead, but he's under pressure here.
He most certainly is. Richard Bradley just under 2 seconds down when they completed the first lap. He's far closer than that. Through the kick on the Lavant straight they go. Who's got more grunt? Well, I fancy it's the Alta out front that's just got a little more power, but it seems that the Aston Martin behind is very, very nimble, or certainly the Red Dragon is worked very, very hard indeed by Richard Bradley. The gap will come down surely. Well, look at it as they turn through Woodcote. That's not nearly 2 seconds. That's way under half a second, I would suggest. Then, of course, who's going to brake and get it lined up properly for the chicane? No risk being taken on the way out, but Richard Bradley will kick the tail out a tiny bit. Don't want it too wide. Doesn't want to sap what little power is there, but he's hunkered down. The gap is clearly way less than what it was last time. 2 seconds, and now it's just under 1 second. Let's see what Bradley can do this time around. But Gareth Burnett, he's a wily and very quick racer. He's not going to give up without a fight.
Well, what's interesting, I think the Alta is really good on the straights, but the Bentley, the Richard Bradley Aston Martin is really good in the corners. So they're sort of cancelling each other out a little bit. One gets close, but the other one's able to pull away. So it's a proper cat and mouse fight.
Yeah, Robert Beebe going very well in third place. Pat Blakeney-Edwards has had a problem, and I think he may be coming back into the pits. He's tumbling down the timing screen. So now we have the move for the lead from Richard Bradley. Makes it very nice and tidily down into Ford Water. By the time they get to St Mary's, he's already got about 3 or 4 car lengths clear. And look at the handling potential. But Richard's working that car really hard, easing the Red Dragon right to the edge of the circuit and not beyond. And that is totally the key. And he's got the flow that's required. But don't forget, last time around, we could see just how much grunt Gareth Burnett, now in second place, has under acceleration. What are they doing at this point on the circuit? They're accelerating hard. It's out of the second part of Lavant, and he will close the gap somewhat on the Kink Straight down to Woodcote. But when they get there, of course, Richard Bradley just has more handling, or is prepared to push that much harder in the speed model at the front, the Red Dragon. And let's see, again, yes, here comes the Alta, closing in, closing in. He'll dive, not quite close enough to dive up the inside, but you could be sure that Bradley would break that little bit later.
Absolutely. Well, it's as they started for the time being now. Burnett leading the way, Bradley leading the way, and Burnett in second place in that two-seater Alta through the chicane. They go to start another lap, and let's have a little look at how it happened in the change for the lead then. So the Aston Martin on the left-hand side swoops around. It all looked a little bit too easy for him in the end.
Well, you know what? That's also because Gareth Burnett saw what was coming and didn't fancy any collision. You can see a little look across between Ford Water and St Mary's, and he wasn't going to resist gravity, effectively, resist the obvious. No need to take them both out. He's going to now look in that tiny little mirror out in the middle of the car, looking back to see how close Robert Beebe is. But Robert's in third place in the number 59. Fraser Nash TT Rep is about 2.5, 3 seconds back behind them. Now he's going to focus again. Further down the order, again, side-by-side racing. And we're looking at the Maserati, looking so glorious in their car, number 26. Yes. That's the Tipo 6M. Stefan Rettenmeier, such a fan and supporter of that great Italian marque.
There's a good battle going on for 9th and 10th as well. I think the number 24 Alfa Romeo of David Cook has just gone through on Otten in the number 88 BMW. So that's happening a little further down the gap, only about 3.5 tenths of a second in the lower half of the top 10. But that about the closest gap at the moment. Although out front, the leader still keeping around half a second at the moment. Here is that Alfa Romeo. In all in blue, that number 24 of David Cook, who I think has just taken Otten in the number 88 BMW, and is now starting to actually pull a fair bit of a gap there. So that is over 9th and 10th, though we look like we've lost one driver early doors, Annette Mason, from this race. So 29 runners still in it as we take a look at the rear of the number 17 Aston Martin, the Holly Mason Franchitti car.
Having to work the steering wheel. You can see the right hand rising right up. Definitely Holly, with the Holly logos on her helmet. But again, that's one of the glories of historic racing, and particularly a corner like Magic. It's got 2 apexes, and there's a dip in between, which naturally makes the tail of the car to come out. So the drivers with experience here know they've got to adjust it and get the car straightened for the second part, because then, of course, you feed all the way up to that straight down to Ford Water. And that's where the really brave people carry as much speed as they can. And Richard Bradley certainly in that camp. And I tell you what, Gareth Burnett, he doesn't give up. And look, the Alta two-seater is closing back in all over again.
He's just done the fastest lap by the looks of it as well, a 1:41.898. So he is catching and catching quickly. But I think that Alta is so fast in a straight line that the Aston Martin just seems to have him on the brakes and into the corners. But let's see how this dogfight pays out. Still 12 minutes on the clock to run in this race, but Burnett going a lot quicker at the moment than the leader Bradley. So that two-seater Alta, the number 70 that you can see on your screens now, catching and catching.
Well, the point in which he does catch is accelerating out of Lavant, which is what he's doing now. Through the kink, they head down towards Woodcote, but through the twisty parts of St Mary's, of course, the Aston Martin got further ahead. But now who's going to break first? Well, it's going to be surely the heavier Alta. What's going to happen? The lighter... Oh, gosh, they had to get past one of the Aston Martin Ulsters, and that puts Richard Bradley on the outside. Is there enough outside? Is there enough handling? Is there enough cornering? Yes, there is. So Richard Bradley back into the lead. But in so many races here, Harry, this is your first members meeting at Goodwood. We have cars with great straight line speed. but they tend to be a bit heavier with the heavier engine that's giving them more power, and they have to give it up again into Woodcote. It's nip and tuck. It's fantastic.
Well, we saw that time and time again in some of the saloon car racing yesterday as well. But here we go then, the two-seater Talbot trying back into turn one, and he does get in front Burnett, but can Bradley hang around the outside? He's being forced out into the grass, but he holds firm and he gets back in front. What a brilliant fight this is for the lead of this Trofeo Nuvolari race. Bit of traffic in the way, but that number 7 Bentley of Joel Laub gets nicely out of the way, allows our leaders through. This is the tightest fight on track at the moment, less than 2.5 tenths of a second, but traffic is coming up thick and fast.
Traffic could be the deciding factor, and there's two tip-top drivers in brilliantly prepared cars. Unfortunately for Holly Mason Franchitti, started that well, but sadly giving some work for the 10 tenths crew, trying to point out what's gone wrong. So 2 of their 3 cars are out. So no pressure at all for James Wood. He's carrying their flag, but he's down in 25th position in the third of those Aston Martin Ulsters, the number 27.
There's a nice battle for 6th going on by the looks of things. That involves the number 30 Maserati and the number 2. That is the Alfa Romeo Rupert Cleverly. So they're quite a tight battle there. Less than half a second between 6th and 7th right now. So they're fighting hard alongside our leaders. The rest of the gaps are about a second or bigger than that. So keep an eye on that close battle for 6th and 7th. Number 30 car and the number 2 car. Less than half a second between those at the moment. But it's still back up front. Traffic management proving so tricky to try and get through on these back markers at the moment. It's Bradley who has the advantage, and now it's the 2-seater Alta of Burnett who has to negotiate the back of the MG in front of him. Then he makes his way by on the main straight. But look at the difference of line here. He's having to cut right down the inside and try and follow Bradley through, and they do. They manage to get quite a few cars on the main straight before turn 1 quickly approaches.
Traffic is still going to have an effect, because if Richard Bradley loses the momentum, he has to eke out everywhere, and it's a point at which we can have Gareth Burnett accelerating hard in that mid-blue number 70 Alta 2-seater Sports. That could be the answer. Unfortunately, it looks as though we've lost the BMW 328. That was being driven very well by Albert Otten, number 88 at the side of the circuit. So unfortunately, they had a flash of seeing car number 34, really unusual Lancia in this race, owned by Michael Scott, driven by Herndon. It's the Lancia Astra Steady Special. So many cars we talked about. You talk about barn finds, but suddenly they're repurposed and back they come after many, many years away.
We were just following Bradley Edwards there for the time being, the number 4 car, the Aston Martin Ulster, that is a bit further down the pack, but is having a good fight for the paces just outside of the top 10. A shame for that BMW that's had to pull over to the side, because it was running rather well.
Yeah, well, number 3 Fraser Nash TT rep, remember that started from 4th on the grid, but Pat Blaney just unfortunately had to drop right down the order. He's now fighting back, so it's a sub-story, but way too far back in a 20-minute race to get to the front. We have just over 8 minutes remaining, but he will be one of the quick guys out there. But really, it's all eyes on Richard Bradley leading in the Aston Martin Speed Model Red Dragon and making work very well. But Gareth Burnett less than half a minute, I think, not half a second behind him. 3rd place, Robert Beebe, driving really well in the 59 TT rep. And Michael Birch started 3rd. Here he is in the bright green Talbot, 4th place overall, but he's got company. He's got, let's have a look who's close behind. In fact, he hasn't got company because he's got a bit of a gap. Sorry, that was the car he was lapping. And look how much vibration down the start-finish straight. Loads of grunts, and the auxiliary lights up on that bar in the front shaking around.
And his Rubens Barrichello dedicated helmet there. Still, this battle raging on between 6th, 7th and 8th is looking fascinating, all within a second of each other. That's the number 30 car, that's the Maserati. We've got the number 2 car, the Alfa Romeo, and the number 24 as well. That's another Alfa Romeo. There's the 2 Alfa Romeos versus a Maserati over 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. So keep an eye on that. If you're seeing a bit of close action out on track, that's probably where it is happening at the moment as we look at the current man that is leading this race, the number 41 of Richard Bradley, making his way through in his Aston Martin. That gap starting to extend a bit, even though Burnett had the fastest lap a few laps ago. He hasn't quite been able to transfer that pace as the lights flash on for Bradley to let the back markers know. That's a proper endurance racing tactic, isn't it? I'm coming through, I'm quicker, get out of my way, I'm going to flash my lights at you.
One of those first 2, he's the one who knows he can't afford to lose momentum to the he's going to be compromised a great deal more. Now, really good little scrap. Just Rupert Cleveley and the Alfa Romeo, glorious in its cream livery there. And a car that looks very similar in the Louis Chiron tribute livery car, number 42. Sorry, that's 42 tucked in behind, another Alfa Romeo. Such glorious thoroughbred racers.
Yep, that number 42 really chasing down. Oh, that's the number 2 we focus on actually. Cleverly is being chased down by the number 24.
No, it's a number 42. It's just been lapped. I think that should be.
No, that's the wrong number.
It's the wrong number, so he is the 24. So it's Richard Cook.
Yes, that's the original number we think it used to race in, but this is, we believe, the number 24 of David Cook, who is hunting down the number 2 of Cleverly. Really super helpful for us up here, but it's the Alfa Romeo currently hunting down the number 2 car, the other Alfa Romeo, really 2 Alfa Romeos in tandem, and the gap coming down ever so slightly. It's about half a second or so, 0.6 of a second. So this over 6th and 7th place at the moment, so this is really the closest battle out on track. Perhaps 13th and 14th position might be hotting up slightly with the number 4 Aston Martin of Edward Bradley closing in on the number 53 BMW Fraser Nash of John Ury further back. But in terms of battling inside the top 10 with 5 minutes to go, well, 6th and 7th place certainly doesn't look decided just yet.
No, Rupert Cleveley constantly having to look. Is David Cook attacking up the inside? No, he's kept him behind there. They're coming up behind Richard Frankel, who is in 42. That's the MG. They're just coming up to lap. The blue one will... he's taking the inside line. This could be an opportunity for David Cook, because certainly in front of him, Rupert Cleveley had to run a little bit wider than he wanted going through the second part of St Mary's. And now, who's going to be brave around the outside? Or David Cook, well, he's never knowingly not brave. He's looking to keep going. He doesn't want to be obstructed by number 26, which is the Tipo 26M with Stefan Rettenmeier. Put a lap on that. They're both looking across at each other. Who's got the better acceleration out of Laban? Because, of course, that's the longest straight on the circuit. And it looks so... Rupert Cleveley did a good job there, and in fact he's got about half a dozen car lengths advantage as they go down to Woodcote. Great little scrap between these glorious Alfa Romeos, fighting not over victory but over 6th place. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all. And I think we also saw the fake 42 getting past to the real number 42, the MG, which is in the field but towards the back, that they were overtaking with Richard Frankel at the wheel. So that battle continues on. We are currently looking at the number 9 Bentley. This is William Metcalf, and he is currently in 17th position, but having a great fight with the number 6 Talbot of Martin Overington.
Yeah, and just to reinforce the message...
Nicholas Pellet, I should say, sorry.
Nicholas Pellet, the car we're looking at in the background there is William Metcalf in the Bentley, one of the 3 Bentleys running on synthetic fuel. So great to have this sort of new technology in a car that is not exactly in the first flush of youth, but Bentleys, when they turned up at Le Mans, people laughed at them to an extent because they thought these are far too big and unwieldy, but they proved to be super effective through the day and night enduro.
Absolutely. Well, out in front though, that gap is extending now, and it certainly looks a little bit ominous for the number 41, which currently leads the Aston Martin Red Dragon of Richard Bradley. Now 3.5 seconds the gap to Burnett in the 2-seater Alta. Here is our leader coming through the chicane to start another lap. 2.5 minutes just under that on the clock remaining of this race, so we'll get a couple more laps in as well.
He's going faster and faster. He just had the fastest lap at 1 minute 41.5. No, not good enough. 1:41.2 next time around. So very consistent, but worryingly for Gareth Burnett, who's now 6.6 seconds in the rear. The gap has really gone out. Bradley getting faster and faster.
The 2 Alfa Romeos are still absolutely taking each other for all that they've got. The number 2 of Cleverly is in 7th, still just keeping behind the number 24 Alfa Romeo of David Cook behind him in the blue Alfa. And at the moment, though, it's the cream Alfa that has the benefit of track position as they come into the braking zone for the right-left chicane and back out onto the main straight.
Out they go. Former Harlequin in the second car with a Harlequin style livery on his helmet, slightly different colours from the rugby shirts, but again, great to have these people who absolutely adore these cars, and they pick and choose what they want to race, but anyone who gets their hands on an Alfa Romeo 8C has done very well indeed. Such agile machinery, and if you listen very carefully, no, not carefully, listen any way you fancy, they make a brilliant, brilliant sound.
Yeah, that Alfa Romeo 8C of the number 2 car. rebuilt back in 2014 too, and David Cook's Alfa Romeo, a homage, the colours at least, to Louis Chiron, rebuilt by renowned Alfa pre-war expert Neil Twyman, raced throughout Europe by ex-England Rugby International, as you say, former Harlequin David Cook at the wheel, and absolutely fighting for that 7th place between both of them at the moment. That gap is the closest out on track.
What I want to see as Richard Bradley starts his final lap, we've just got 1 minute left on the clock. He won't lap under 1 minute, you can be sure of that. So the checkered flag will greet him. The gap back to Gareth Burnett in the Alta 2-seater in second place was 6 seconds. It's now a whisk under 9 seconds. Is there a problem that will lead Burnett not even hold on to second place, waiting for Robert Beebe to come through? No, he's another 10 seconds in arrears. So let's hope for Gareth Burnett, who pushed so hard and fleetingly had his nose in front about 2 laps ago. Was there a moment where he got blocked by traffic? Was there a moment we didn't see when he went off onto the grass? Can't quite tell you the answer to that. Maybe we'll find out after the race. But Richard Bradley, well, he's not stopping for anyone. Pressing on, pressing on.
Absolutely. A bit of a lonely race for the Fraser-Nash in third for Robert Beebe, the number 59 in the end. He's got a lot of time in front of him and a fair bit of time behind him as well.
Well, he's only got 2 and a bit seconds advantage over Michael Birch, who qualified third, is in fourth and is closing in. So look out for the number 20, Talbot, one of the AV 105 Brooklands racers, and it just has been going better and better. So possible problem for Burnett in second place, his lap speed dropping away quite comprehensively. Possible problem for Beebe, and Birch is closing in.
Quite possibly. I think Birch would rather like to take that third place, having started the race from there, but a bit of traffic to negotiate for our leader, Richard Bradley, in that Aston Martin, but it's been a sublime race from him. And then you have to say, some great fighting for the lead, some great scraps up and down. That battle for 7th not going anywhere. Cook is keeping Cleveley in within 7/10 of a second for the majority of this race, so that doesn't look done yet, but they come through the chicane. Pit lane to your right, we should see the checkered flag, and it will be the Aston Martin who takes the win at the Trofeo Nuvolari race here for the 80th members meeting at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Richard Bradley takes the win, and the 2-seater Albert will come home in second place. A valiant effort, but in the end didn't quite have enough and dropped off. And we await for Robert Beebe in the Fraser-Nash, the number 59, to take third on the podium, and he does so, and just in front of the number 20, and that was indeed the other Talbot, Michael Birch, who takes fourth. And then we have to see how this 7th and 8th battle unfolds. The number 2 car, the 2 Alfa Romeos, still within 7/10 of a second. Cleveley has had the advantage over David Cook, but we'll await and see where they are. Here they are, but there's a bit of traffic to play as well. Unfortunately, that has allowed Cleveley to escape up the road as they come through the chicane, and this fantastic battle for 7th will go the way of the cream Alfa Romeo, the number 2. That will take the checkered flag. Cleveley in front of Cook with a bit of trouble from the Talbot as traffic for the second Alfa, but a great battle between both of them nonetheless.
And just to confirm the gap between Richard Bradley, who took victory in the Aston Martin Speed model, the Red Dragon version of that, was 11.5, nearly 11.6 seconds over Gareth Burnett, but the Alta 2-seater driver still had just under 10 seconds of advantage over Robert Beebe in the best of the Fraser-Nash TT replicas. But here is Richard Bradley. He'll have enjoyed that very, very much indeed. He likes a car that makes him work, and these most certainly did, these pre-39 sports cars.
I think they'll be a little bit sweaty when they get out of these cars as well, but thumbs up and a wave to everybody around the track. We hope you enjoyed that one. Certainly if you are at trackside here or watching from wherever you are in the world, a fantastic Trofeo Nuvolari race, as you say, for sports cars that of a type that raced up to 1939, celebrating the great Trao Nuvolari, 90 years since the Italian racer won the RAC Tourist Trophy, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and the Mille Miglia in a single season. All historic and fantastic races, and what a feat that was for Nuvolari. So in honour of that, a spectacular array of cars, as you see, Alfa Romeos, Maseratis, Aston Martins, Altas, all racing it out for glory here in Goodwood.
Well, all racing drivers enjoy driving something a little bit different, but Richard Bradley changed from week to week, from car to car. He laps it all up, and certainly will enjoy the applause coming in past the Daffodil. The racing season, in many ways, we feel, is launched now. The members' meeting is here to start the Goodwood racing season.
Absolutely, as they peel in to the
Parc Fermé area, and will make their way back to the paddock. If you're here, make sure you have a little wander around the paddock. Some brilliant cars on display, not to mention these Trofeo Nuvolari cars that you can get up close and personal with. You get to spot one of the drivers or the entrants. Always worth having a chat with them and seeing how they came across these beautiful cars, the stories they hold. But certainly for Richard Bradley, pats his car down at Aston Martin. Job's a good one, and a job well done. Thumbs up all round as the two-seater Alta does a bit of parallel parking just behind. Nicely does it. The gap's big enough, you find. Plenty of room.
Now, Richard is an exciting interview even before he's got in a car. I think he'll be quite fired up by that victory, because not only did he win, and comfortably so, but he had to fight for it, which makes it all the better. And in true gentlemanly style, going up to have a quick word with Gareth Burnett, who pushed him so hard and did fleetingly get his nose in front. And don't forget, he led away at the start of the race. Yeah, Richard Bradley with the fastest lap as well. Set on the 10th lap of that race, 1:41.2. And, well, we always like to hear from our racers, so let's go down to Ed Foster, who's with them.
Richard Bradley, just wait for Lee to catch up. What a drive, but he certainly kept you honest for most of it.
Yeah, to be honest, I've known Gareth for a number of years, and I've been teammates with him in various cars, and he's a good buddy of mine. So I kind of knew that yesterday wasn't a real showing of his performance, and it was really good because I think we put on a really good battle with for the spectators here. I think I got a bit lucky with some traffic and managed to get a gap, but yeah, at the beginning it was really nice to have a battle with a driver you can trust in these type of cars, and yeah, just delighted, really happy.
Brilliant drive, well done.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Right, let's head down. Thank you, Lee. Find Gareth. Gareth, I mean, you were right on his coattails, but you said was there a problem near the end?
Yeah, the exhaust went, and I think it's something on the back axle, rear dampers, because it's just all over the place. So for 4 or 5 laps, I could hold him, but to be honest, my age, I need more muscles.
It's got some power down the straight, this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got lots of grunt. Oh my goodness, go through the corners better.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's find Robert. Robert, I mean, a busy start, but things seems to sort of calm down for you after that.
Well, I was with them until I missed a gear going into the chicane, and then I dropped back, and I was thinking about just slowing down a bit more, but then I thought, no, I just want to get on the podium at Goodwood, because that's just been a goal for such a long time, so it was fantastic. It's hard work, but they kept me honest.
You must be quite fit, because you don't look as though you've done too much.
It doesn't feel that way, I can tell you. When I saw that Talbot catching me up, I was getting a bit... I didn't know what lap we were on, so I'm very pleased that it ended when it did. That was great.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from our drivers there, and Robert Beebe there wasn't too happy to see that Talbot in his rear-view mirror, but he held on to that podium. Great to see how much that means to him here at Goodwood in that Fraser Nash in third, behind the Alta two-seater of Gareth Burnett in second, and Richard Bradley, of course, in the Aston Martin model, Red Dragon model, taking the win. Michael Birch then in that chasing Talbot ended up fourth ahead of an Alfa Romeo 8C. Christopher Mann at the wheel. Otto Rettenmeier in the Maserati 8C was sixth ahead of Rupert Cleveley in seventh, and David Cook in eighth. Great battle for seventh and eighth, right to the checkered flag. David Freeman in the Aston Martin 2 litre was ninth ahead of Richard Wilson in that Squire Skimpy. Then in the Talbot Lego T23, Max Sowerbury, Stephen Skipworth was 12th ahead of John Urie, who was being caught quite rapidly by Edward Bradley for a short time in that Aston Martin Ulster. He ended up 14th ahead of Martin Overington. In the Bentley, in 15th in front of Nicolas Pelle, William Metcalf and Christopher Lunt were 17th and 18th, and the top 20 rounded out by the MG. Just in front of the Fraser Nash of Andrew Hall, the Lancia of Alex Herndon, and then another Fraser Nash, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who's had issues and fell towards the back along with James Wood. Joel Loud in the Bentley, the final of the Bentleys, and John Paulson in the Talbot, 26th and last of our classified runners.
Let's take a look back at this Trofeo Nuvolari race for sports racing cars that raced up to 1939. It was a good initial start for our pole sitter Richard Bradley in the Aston Martin, but then in the second stage seemed to fall behind, and that allowed the two-seater Alta of Gareth Burnett to take the lead in a big battle with Michael Birch and his Talbot. Good start from the second row as well. The two Fraser Nashes of Patrick Blakeney-Edwards and Robert Beebe fighting tooth and nail too, but as starts go, it was fairly clean, and it was all about the battle for the lead in these early stages.
It really was. The Red Dragon model of the Aston Martin had the handling and the braking potential, but really for Richard Bradley the trouble was that Gareth Burnett had all the grunt in the two-seater Alta, and they really kept each other honest, and some tail-twitching moment there, including one at Madwick for Holly Mason-Franchitti. But up front it was Richard Bradley with the black and silver helmet and the white helmet of Gareth Burnett in behind, having a very, very enjoyable workout, but it was getting physical out there on the circuit.
It certainly was a 20-minute race in these pre-1939 cars, certainly one to battle with, but who was better in the corners, who was better in the straights, and crucially battling with the traffic and lapped cars all meant that it was Richard Bradley who managed to retake the lead in that Aston Martin and kept him at bay. Some great battles in the lower end of the top 10 as well happening at the exact same time. Some brilliant brands on display as well, but it was Richard Bradley and the Aston Martin in the end who took the win here in Goodwood for the Trofeo Nuvolari. Well, welcome back to the 80th members meeting here at Goodwood, and this is how the house points stack up at the moment. Well, you saw it briefly there. We can let you know about it later on, or you can go online and Google it. 80th members meeting here at Goodwood. We're about to get underway for some more racing. It is all action, thick and fast, and they are already out on track. Next up, it is the Tony Gaze Trophy for road-going sports and GT cars of a type between 1948 and 1954. Celebrating the first flourishes of the Goodwood Motor Circuit's racing life. Tony Gaze, known as a bit of the grandfather of the motor circuit in some ways. Already we're running into a little bit of trouble. That's the number 27. No, it's not. It is the number 27 car that has pulled to a halt, and that is the Jaguar XK120 of David Brazel, who seems to be running into issues. But Tony Gaze, seen as the grandfather of this motor circuit because, he was the World War II fighter, A7 racing driver who suggested to Freddie Marsh, the current Duke of Richmond's grandfather, that maybe the perimeter roads of the airfield would make a decent racetrack, and I don't think he was wrong about that either. But we're ready for a bit of GT and sports car racing action from the 1948 to 1954 as they make their way round for this 20-minute race. Harry Benjamin up in the commentary box with you, Bruce Jones alongside me as that number 27 sadly not even getting going before the race starts. So that's not what you want to see, Bruce, before they've even had the green flag lap.
It isn't, but the marshals, ever efficient, helped David Brazel to get that glorious looking but sadly no longer operative XK120 off the circuit. The driver on pole position, Bobby Verdon Rowe, not often seen in cars of this sort of age, HWM Jaguar. This was the one, remember, pulled off the side of the circuit after not many laps, but his best lap time was still, at the end of the session, 1.4 seconds clear. That's the number 5 car, that moss green metallic on pole position, alongside with Jonathan Abacassis of the Abacassis clan, just looking for his red and white stripe number 20, Austin Healey 100. He's sitting low, and on the outside of the front row we go to the first of many, many Fraser Nash Le Mans replicas, and there's one tucked in behind, but with a different nose you can spot. 32, very different looking car. To number 28 behind, in which John Yaw, who always goes well at Goodwood, will be having a real charge. And if you look back, another Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, car number 35, with Tim Crichton on board on the third row of the grid. Then a Porsche 356 in the background, that's Robert Barry, and very helpfully for us, his car number is 356 as well.
And that is handy as well, and visibly very different from the first few rows of the grid at the moment, but he's just in front of another one, I think.
Well, that was good work by the recovery crew, because David Brazel's XK120, they couldn't get it far enough away from the side of the circuit to be sure that car, should something happen, not be given a clout by anything coming off the circuit. So good work there. That leads to no delay before the start of the race. So well done to the Goodwood recovery crew there. And for those on the grid, having to be put into the right positions. We saw one Porsche 356, but the other one, which is a little bit further, next row back, is Tom Peed, and it's a car that was owned by the very famous journalist Dennis Jenkinson, or DSJ. Fittingly the same initials as my father. But he used to travel around Europe in that, going between all the continental races. It wasn't a bad life for a young journalist.
No, and that car becoming a crucial part of many of his stories as well along the way that he reported on so famously. Lines up on that fifth row, but we will run you through the grid shortly as the rest of the cars line up. But as you say, we're full of Fraser Nashes in this grid. We've also got Austin Healey's Jaguars, Jowett Jupiter in there as well, a couple of Porsches, a Morgan +4, a couple of Aston Martins, and a Panhard as well, Junior Roadster out there too. So a really wide collection of brands and manufacturers all taking part in this Tony Gaze trophy, ranging from the late 40s to the early 50s, celebrating all those road-going sports and GT cars that raced at the time. The 1 minute warning then as we get underway. The green flag just standing by for our green flag lap. And well, track conditions, there's certainly a lot of rubber laid down on this Goodwood Motor Circuit by now. It was a tough start to the day, cold and wet, but by now things should have rubbered nicely in. So all about getting as much heat as you can into the tyres and practicing your start. And already, well, if that's the start he gets when it comes to the race, Bobby Verdon Rowe will be very happy in his Jaguar from pole in that number 5, straight down into the first corner at Madgwick, and then through to Ford Water, the right-hander, and then round you go, up and down. Amazing levels of inclination that you have here in this Goodwood Motor Circuit. You'd be forgiven for thinking it was completely flat, but it very much isn't. If you saw one of our British Saloon Car races yesterday, we had a Mini well off into the grass, bouncing left, right and centre. This is Blakeney Edwards on board then, so we get a spectacular view. Not quite the driver's eye view, but not too bad.
It's absolutely fantastic, and of course there was a hot foot from the collection area, hopping from one Fraser Nash in the previous race, the Nuvolari race, and now into a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. He'll be starting from row 3 in 6th position. Here's the grid, Harry.
Yeah, here is the grid, and it is a Jaguar on pole in Bobby Verdon Rowe, just in front of an Austin Healey of Jonathan Abacassis and Cliff Gray in the number 32 Fraser Nash. Just behind them on row 2 will be Oliver Marquet in the Fraser Nash, joined by John Urie in 5th position. Row 3, and that is Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who we're just on board with in his Fraser Nashes. 2 more Fraser Nashes, Tim Crichton just behind him in 7th, and another Austin Healey in 8th, Paul Mortimer. Robert Barry in the first of the Porsches goes from 9th in front of Vincent Janssens in the Austin Healey. And then we've got the Morgan +4 on row 5, starting from 11th place in front of Tom Peed in the Porsche. The second of the Porsches just behind its sister, and Nicholas English in the Austin Healey goes from 13th. Then row 6, it's David Brazel in his Jaguar. It's a double Jaguar lineup, really. Guy Harmon alongside him in 15th. And then it's Steve Ward, and we've got Schneeberger and Richard Kane in the number 8. Row 8 is Chris Mayhew, Ryan Morgan, and row 9, the third last row, Robert Hubbard, Guy Verhofstadt, the former Belgian Prime Minister, goes from 22nd. Michael Hibbard just behind him, and penultimate row is Ewan Sergeson, Neil Collins, and finally it will be Rudolf Ernst on row 11. 26th place he will start. So a long way back, but room to move forward.
Yeah, and just looking out the window, spotted that Michael Hibbard, who is going to be starting from 23rd position, will not be starting from the track, but I think he's towards pit exit in the buckler. But all eyes will be on Bobby Verdon Rowe on pole position, surely having had a problem in qualifying, but still being 1.4 seconds clear at the end in that HWM number 5. He's got to have an advantage, but let's see, can he make a good start? If he does not, he's going to be gobbled up by a phalanx of Fraser Nash Le Mans replicas, plus, of course, the car in the middle of the front row, Jonathan Abacassis, in that great-looking Austin Healey.
Yeah, look to your left, look to your right, look behind you, look in front. You might well come across a Fraser Nash of some sort in this Tony Gaze Trophy for road-going sports and GT cars of a type that raced between 1948 and 1954, as our pole sitter Bobby Verdenberg just gets a little push back from the marshals, perhaps a little bit too far forward in his grid sport. Easily done in some of these cars. The sight lines are not always the best for lining up in the grid markings, but everyone seemingly finding their points very nicely indeed. So on pole position on the far left hand of your screen is the Jaguar Bobby Verdenberg, Jonathan Abacassis and the Austin Healey in the middle, and Fraser Nash, the Cliff Gray car, will go from third. The flag flies and we get underway here for the Tony Gaze Trophy, and it looks like it's a great start really from all three on the front row. How will they unveil as we go into turn 1? And it is the pole sitter who holds on to the lead for the time being. It's Cliff Gray who's managed to jump Jonathan Abacassis up into second spot, so the Fraser Nash getting the better of the Austin Healey, but it's the Jaguar that leads them all away from the line. All fairly clean so far, jostling in the back 4 position, but so far so good, as the number 20 car really looking a little bit out of shape there at some stage.
Bobby Verdenberg was in the lead. He's fallen back 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. He's had a problem yesterday in practice, and he's dropping out of the race as they get down to Ford Water. So the driver who started from 2nd on the grid is now leading. That's Jonathan Abacassis in the Austin Healey 100. Oh, running quite right. Number 35, Tim Crichton, driven Fraser Nash there, gets it right for the second part of St Mary's. But for Bobby Verdenberg, problems, and also for car number 51, that is not going well. That's Michael Hibbert, who started from the pit lane in the Buckler. That's not going very far at any speed whatsoever.
Yeah, Jonathan Abacassis in the end, after a bit of a slow start, really managed to carve his way through the field and hit the front very quickly indeed. Such a shame for Bobby Verdenberg. We are on board with one of the...
this is Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who started from 6th on the grid. Car number 2 pressing on, and his rear-facing camera shows the cars dwindling in the background as he's gaining speed and picking his way up the order. I think by the end of the opening lap he'll be up into maybe 4th place. Let's take a look. Down into Woodcote they go. We can see Jonathan Abacassis still leading their Austin Healey 100 at the front field, but side by side action in behind in the battle for 3rd place, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards, I think it is, diving through. Yeah, that's 28. That's
Fraser Nash.
Fraser Nash, John Yaw.
John Yaw making his way through the chicane, trying to get right up onto the back, and then we go to the battle just behind that, and that is Patrick Blakeney-Edwards.
Just need to correct myself, it was Olivier Marseille who moved up into 3rd place there in that battle ahead of John Yaw. Jonathan Abacassis, though, leading by just a whisker over a second from Cliff Gray, who started so well from the outside of the front row in the less regular-looking Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, number 32. There he is with a Union flag-style helmet, and in the background being pushed very hard by Olivier Marseille, who's got more speed. They work their way down around the back part of the circuit, and it's still very busy because in behind the dark red version of John Yaw is looking for a moment. And are they going to go on both sides of Cliff Gray? Not just yet.
Oh, and the number 28 there on John Yaw putting a wheel on the grass there, getting very edgy and pulling off by the looks of things, with trouble already. Michael Hibbert in the Buckler. Sadly, it looks like his day well and truly done, and a lot of smoke pouring out the back of that exhaust for the Porsche 356. That's the Tom Peed Porsche, which started the row behind its sister, and that is at a bit of damage on the car in front as well. The cream car just in front has picked up a bit of debris on the front grille, it looks like, but this car smoking, it doesn't look like in a good way.
No, but the sister 356 started a row in front. Robert Barry pressing on very hard, being pushed by the Morgan's +4 of Richard Thorne. Great historic races, and again, fabulous footage. We look forward from the driver in 6th place, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, all over the tail of, well, not quite onto the tail, but he will be through the chicane of Paul Mortimer in that red and white Austin Healey 104. You go a little bit wide over the curves, you don't get the power down, and that is exactly what was the case for in that situation. And then driving on the grass and having a marker board, that's definitely slows you down somewhat. That's a 166, and
the Austin
unfortunate
Healey.
one of the 3 Austin Healeys in the race, one of the 4 Austin Healeys in the race. But there's Bobby Verdon-Rowe still going around, but clearly our pole starter has had big problems. 12th at the end of the opening lap, and there is a replay. Very lucky that Bobby Verdon-Rowe didn't get that join him, and he backed right off as it rejoined the circuit, crisscrossed, took a liking to the daffodils, but hopefully didn't hit anything other than the marker board. That was a big, big moment.
Yes, well, that was the car that I thought I saw. It picked up a bit of debris. Nicholas English at the wheel of that 166, and there he is, rather rallying around this Goodwood Motor Circuit, and well, fairly good job to keep it out of the tyre barriers there, with the marking board across the front grille, but he manages to regain control, and there he is back on track just behind the Morgan in front at the moment. But up front, it's Jonathan Abacassis that still leads in the number 20 car. That is the Austin Healey, and he's got a 2.7 second gap ahead of the number 32 with Gray at the wheel, the Fraser Nash. So starting to eke out that gap now that battle's happening further back in the midfield. Fraser Nash is, to be precise, John Muir and Cliff Gray fighting it out still. Cliff Gray a little bit further back, actually, I think, in that number 32 car.
Behind, we already saw him put a wheel on the grass at St Mary's. John Muir has got both of his left-hand wheels on the grass coming into... Oh, it's only Woodcote. There's only a tyre barrier right in front. He's somehow collected it before he got to the chicane, but he's clearly got problems. And he's going to be joined very, very soon by the Austin Healey and Mortimer, and tucked in behind Pat Blakeney-Edwards in this mid-green car with the onboard camera. Let's have a look as they go down towards Madrick. It's such a tricky corner, and when you have the rear shot of a car in front, you can really see how it's handling. They've got a back marker on the outside of the circuit. That's half their cornering possibilities. And hand up, well done, says Pat Blakeney-Edwards. Thank you very much indeed for staying out of our way, because I've got a battle on here. I'm aiming for 5th place and higher.
He certainly has. He's following the number 45, Austin Healey, of Paul Mortimer, who was just up in front. But Pat Blakeney-Edwards gets so close in that final chicane as well. Every time I think he's going to hit the wall, and the smoke continues, though, to pour out of the back of the number 6 Porsche 356, Tom Peed. He's been going around with that smoking exhaust for the last few laps. Well, you can see his face doesn't look too perturbed by that, but certainly kicking up the fog behind him too. Back on board with Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who is very close now to the back of Mortimer, and takes the inside line. Two very different lines. The Austin Healey's going to have the much wider entry. That's really going to compromise Edwards, but he's managed to hold a little bit of speed, carry it through, try and get on the back, use momentum, use a bit of slipstream. How close can he get?
Well, better acceleration from the Austin Healey in front, but wait until you get to the braking area for Woodcote. Now it looks like the Jowett Jupiter might have had a problem there. The pale blue car, yeah, it's leaking various liquids from underneath, and that hopefully will not be making anything slippery on the track, and it will return to the pits. Richard Gain, so unfortunate for him there.
Yeah, that car from 1953 there, and still the smoke pours from Tom Peed, who's down in 12th at the moment, and I think he's been given, yes he has, a black and orange flag. So that means you've got to come in and fix your problem. And clearly a leaky exhaust that might well turn into oil. You never know, coming down to the circuit, and that won't be good for anybody on track 2. So that Porsche will be having to come into the pit. So not the race that Tom Peed wanted from his Porsche. Jonathan Abacassis leads just by 5 seconds.
Just by 5, and in fact the last lap was his best lap. It was under 1 minute 40. That's very impressive for cars of this age. Now is traffic going to have a role to play? Number 45, Paul Mortimer, just losing a little bit of ground there. In fact, he's fallen back several places. Pat Blakeney-Edwards was behind him at the start of the lap, has moved through. Has Tim Crichton gone past as well? Look, Tim in car number 35, one of the many Fraser Nash Le Mans reps. Let's take a look. Number 2 has been pushed hard by Pat Blakeney-Edwards, getting sideways into the drop on the exit of St Mary's, and he carries so much speed. He's now starting to catch the 2 cars in front. John Muir, who put his 2 wheels on the grass as he got down to Woodcote last time around, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards constantly adjusting the steering, moving his body a little bit in the car. Now riding on board with him. We call it a straight, but you may just spot there's a little bit of a kink to the left, but it doesn't feel so kinked indeed for the drivers, because the power is flat down, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards was pressing on, but the driver leading this race, sitting comfortably out front, Jonathan Abacassis, smooth, neat and tidy. So we've had a change at VA Marseille. Cliff Gray chopping and changing that in that battle for second place. And I don't think we've got to the end of that one yet. We've still got more than half the race remaining.
Yeah, the two Fraser Nashes battling hard for second and third in this race at the moment. We saw Pat Blakeney-Edwards a little earlier on absolutely scooting past Mortimer in the Austin Healey. Here is that battle though for second and third. Gray in the leading Fraser Nash, really trying to fight and keep that position from the 28 Fraser Nash as well of John Muir.
Well, we've lost Olivier Marseille from that. He's tumbling down the order, hadn't crossed the start-finish line, and so that's why Gray in 32 is up into second place in the less regular-looking Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. But John Muir, who is tucked in behind the dark red version car number 28, and he's got Pat Blakeney-Edwards behind it. Yes, another Fraser Nash Le Mans replica.
They are certainly giving us some excellent action as well. But there is John Muir making his way past Gray, who is falling back a little bit in that number 32. So room to find. And now he's coming under pressure from Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who's had some brilliant couple of laps. He's really carving his way through the fields. They've dropped the Austin Healey, the 45 of Mortimer, who was placated in fifth. Blakeney-Edwards just in front in fourth. Then it's this battle here, really. Blakeney-Edwards, Muir and Gray all fighting over second, third and fourth. And while they fight, that just allows Jonathan Abacasas to extend his lead. 6.5 seconds the gap now. But here we go, the slight kick to the left as we ride on board with Pat Blakeney-Edwards looking at the back of John Muir and Cliff Gray, the leading car in this trio. They all hold fort for the time being.
Yeah, John Muir running a little bit wide at the kink. He's up front. They've got a back marker to try and dispose of as they get through the first part of Woodcote. That's done. That stays nicely out of the way. But Pat Blakeney-Edwards, we're riding with his car, is so good through St Mary's, and that gives him a real chance as they come down. Sharp intake for breath.
Every lap.
Emanuele Pirro came up with a great phrase for why he suddenly found time when he was driving cars around. He said, "It was the moment I discovered the chicane wasn't made of concrete anymore."
Well, Pat Blakeney-Edwards has had me on tenterhooks because every lap he has done that, really. John Muir now makes his way up into second place, though, displacing Gray and Muir in the 28 on an absolute mission at the moment. The 32 car, here he is, Cliff Gray, falling down to third, trying to get back that position, but well, he's going to have to look at his rear-view mirror because he's falling back into the hands of Pat Blakeney-Edwards. And unfortunately, I don't think he really has a mirror, so we can't even look out that.
Great scrapping. I wouldn't even mind if this was for 10th place. This is for second place, and they're starting to lose sight of the race leader. 6.5 seconds clear. Jonathan Abacasas in the number 20, the red Austin Healey 100 with the two broad white stripes up its nose. But here is the point at which Pat Blakeney-Edwards is so good. Going through St Mary's, they've been through the first part, the second part, through the compression, now trying to settle the cars as they turn into the first part of Lavant. You can afford to run a little bit wide, but look at the adjustment to the steering wheel. Cliff Gray in front, really working hard. But what we're starting to see is John Muir in the dark red car at the front in that second place is just starting to edge clear. But again and again, as the cars go down to Woodcote, the gap gets compressed.
You can hear Blakeney-Edwards' throttle application as well as he makes his way through the corner. Absolutely brilliant to listen to as we see the Tom P Porsche did come in after being black and orange flagged. Have a look at the rear of that car where the engine is and the exhaust blowing a lot of smoke around this circuit, so he has had to come in, unfortunately, for Tom Pete, so that might be race done, we shall see. But continuing to fight out front, it's still Jonathan Abacasas who leads by 6.5 seconds, and then, no, this is the real battle here. John Muir in second, but it's these two, old Cliff Gray and Blakeney-Edwards, the 32 car leading, desperately trying to hold on.
What normally happens when you get one or two cars fighting or two or three cars fighting, they slow each other down. But what has happened just there, they've closed the gap to the race leader. Jonathan Abacasas was 6.5 seconds clear. Back markers might have had a role to play in it, but they're only 3.8 seconds down. Here is the order. In second place, the dark red Fraser Nash. You can see two cars ahead of Pat Blakeney-Edwards, and that's John Muir, and in between is Cliff Gray. They go past an Aston Martin 431. That's one of the DB2s. Nicely stays out of the way. Up to St Mary's they go. This is where Pat Blakeney-Edwards is so super strong. They turn to the right, they turn to the left. Now another car up front. Here's the moment for Pat Blakeney-Edwards. Cliff Gray very marginally delayed. Oh, it's super close. Do not interlock wheels, gentlemen, as they go through the dip. Up to Lavant they go. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Well, on this occasion it's Cliff Gray, but is that the right thing to do? Is it better to turn in, get the turn in right, and then get the power down as soon as you can? I think Pat Blakeney-Edwards has been very wise there.
Yeah, it allowed Blakeney-Edwards to almost get the undercut, to get a much tighter line here, but that's allowed him to close right onto the back
of Cliff Gray, and they're both catching John Muir here. Are they both going to get him? John Muir in the red car, which is at the front of this trio, moves to the inside. That's going to allow the number 32 of Cliff Gray to sweep round the outside. Can he hold it in? Not quite. Has to tuck back in. You can just see how hard he's working at the steering wheel. Holds firm for now. Through the chicane they go to start another lap. How are we doing for time? 6.5 minutes. So still a way to go yet before this battle over second, third and fourth is done.
From my point of view, there's not enough time. I want far more than the 6.5 more minutes. But Cliff Gray is fabulous on the brakes. But John Muir, using all his years, and in fact, let's be honest, decades of experience, just knows where to place at number 28 to hold on into second place. But Pat Blakeney-Edwards is still surely looking up the road. Is there another slower car that we get a lap? Can I find an advantage? He nearly did it last time around. Another Aston Martin to be picked off. But at St Mary's, don't forget, he and Cliff Gray almost interlocked wheels last time. So sharp intake of breath. The Aston Martin is deposed. First part of St Mary coming up. Cliff Gray, as per normal, brakes a little later. Carried the speed, carried the momentum. Let's see how they set up for the second part of St Mary's. It's actually far steeper than it appears on television, don't forget. So there's really quite a drop as they go out of the corner. And then coming up to possibly the key corner of the circuit, Lavant.
Here we go then. John Muir managing to make use of the traffic there, that Aston Martin, to give him a little bit of space. And this is where you can really see Pat Blakeney-Edwards battling with the steering wheel and the throttle to try and keep hold of that number 32, Fraser Nash, battling to get in front of John Muir, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards just behind as well in his Fraser Nash 2.
Now, I mentioned not long ago that the gap had almost been halved between Jonathan Abacassis leading in the number 20 Austin Healey. It came from 6.5 seconds down to 3.9. It was traffic affected. That, and as he's got the traffic behind him now, and he's opened it out to 5.6 seconds, maybe even more, as John Muir comes through in second place. Now with a tiny bit of breathing space over Gray, but the leader's gone through just now. He's in behind the Jaguar XK120, dives up the inside, so certainly taking no prisoners there. Jonathan Abacassis, what's the gap? Well, it's stabilised. It's almost exactly the same, 5.5 seconds.
Pat Blakeney-Edwards making his way through initially, but now that has actually allowed Cliff Gray to come back at him. So there was a slight change of a third there, but now Gray managing to get back in front and hold that position. And you can see Blakeney-Edwards trying for all his might, dipping a wheel onto the grass ever so slightly, tucking back in. The traffic gets out of the way nicely, trying to follow that slipstream as much as he can. Who is better on the brakes? He needs to be a little bit closer, and all the while they are still keeping Abacassis within bay. It's 5.5 seconds, but really it's going to be a tough one to try and catch him up without any mistakes. But 4 minutes on the clock to go, and he's desperately trying to get by his Blakeney-Edwards.
Well, Cliff Gray was way too deep turning into St Mary's, managed to just about call the car back across the right-hand side of the circuit for the second part. And again, you see so much adjustment of the steering wheel between the first part of Lavant. Now they're getting into the second part. Both these Fraser Nashes being driven a little more sideways than is ideal. And up in front in second place, John Muir in car number 28, much smoother. He hasn't got the pressure, and he's driving so well in second.
Absolutely. Well, there is Jonathan Abacassis scoots into out of the camera view, and away he goes. 5.4 seconds the gap after 9 laps. 3.5 minutes still to run. John Muir in second, and then this brilliant battle between Cliff Gray and Pat Blakeney-Edwards continues to rage on. And at the moment, it's John Muir with advantage in second over this trio, but the two Fraser Nashes hot on his heels.
I thought there was a slight mistake possibly from Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He dropped back a little bit down the Lavant straight, but Cliff Gray lives to fight another day in that third position. Now they're closing onto the tail of John Muir. So just as soon as you think John Muir's escaping, they come back at him. Oh, you're running very wide. The second part of Madrick negotiates that.
He certainly does. So you're quite right, Bruce. As soon as you think one starts to get away, suddenly they're back in the thick of the battle again. There is no rest. I think John Muir just be hoping he can scoot away with this, but no. Cliff Gray now right onto the back of him because Pat Blakeney-Edwards seems to have fallen back a little bit. So now, can Cliff Gray try and find a way through to get up into second? John Muir seems to be a little bit under pressure, but that's running out wide there for Cliff Gray. Falling back now into the hands of Pat Blakeney-Edwards. Fantastic.
You know, I think there it wasn't Patrick Blakeney dropping backs. It was Cliff Gray getting his tail up and really starting to close in. Maybe he's got a bit more tyre life at this stage in the race. You've only got 2 more minutes. Just take the rubber off them. That's the way to go. But Pat Blakeney-Edwards will still be looking in number 2, see if he can get on the podium. It won't be the first time by any stretch of the imagination for him here at Goodwood, either here in the members' meeting or at the revival. But Cliff Gray, he has been fabulous on the brakes, and here we have him going through the kink on the 11th straight down towards Woodcote. He's not only on the inside line, but he will probably brake later than John Yore. John's been great in defence, but is there half a gap? No, he hasn't decided to offer half a gap. But don't forget, Cliff Gray later on the brakes, closes in a little bit, but still in third position. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, he's sniffing something out here. Is it a podium position?
Who knows how this order will end at the moment. It's John Yore up in second, Cliff Gray in third, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards in fourth. How many more laps do we think they'll get?
I think it's going to be super close whether this is the last lap, because it's a 20-minute race, or if our race leader Jonathan Abacassis got through just in time with enough of a margin to go round. His best lap in the race, 1 minute 39.1. His last lap, a 1 minute 40 flat, so he's super consistent. But we'll keep an eye out on that one. I think he may have just squeaked on to do this lap and one further one. Let's wait and see. But either way, he's got a very tidy lead to defend. 4.5 seconds. And in behind me, Simon finally had to change. Cliff Gray motors past John Yore, and then who else fancies to go? Well, that'll be Pat Blakeney-Edwards.
Well, he certainly wanted to have a go, but then John Yore just came across and shut that gap down. But finally, John Yore succumbs to Cliff Gray, who manages to get through, just biding his time and doing it when it mattered most. But now John Yore has to focus on holding on to that final podium spot. We're looking at John Yore on board with Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who wants to be desperately rewarded with a podium for all of his hard work wrestling this Fraser-Nash throughout this 20-minute race. He's right onto the back of John Yore. Can he try and find a way through? Confirmation that this is the final lap. The traffic gets nicely out of the way, and Cliff Gray skates off into the distance. Who is going to get that final podium spot?
Now, what you'll experience here, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards is looking towards, is he wants to dive up the inside, but John Yore doesn't leave an inside option. And our race leader suddenly has been compromised. The 356 Porsche, he's about to lap it. It surely doesn't quite hold him up. I thought it might delay him, his 4-second gap. That's a bit of a comfortable cushion, but if there was a mistake, if the 356 had got sideways, he could have been gobbled up. But Cliff Gray looks so he's got out of the chicane in second place. John Yore tucked in behind Robert, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards having a look. So 3 cars, second, third and fourth, covered by half a second, 0.4 of a second. What a scrap. But really, anyone in those top quartet of cars had a great race. And Pat Blakeney-Edwards waving to the crowds. He worked hard. He looked for gaps here. He looked for gaps there. They didn't materialise, but it was not for want of trying.
Yeah, you definitely can't say he didn't try, but it was Jonathan Abacassis in the end with a 5-second gap who took the win in that number 20 Austin Healey. There you can see him waving to the fans and the crowds here. And what a fantastic Fraser-Nash battle we had between Cliff Gray, John Yore and Pat Blakeney-Edwards for second, third and fourth. In the end, Gray won that one out in second, and John Yore rounds out the podium, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards by less than 1/10 of a second in fourth. It'll hurt, but it'll be satisfying and fun.
It will, and for Fraser-Nash fans the world over, that was a very special experience. And for Jonathan Abacassis, drove beautifully out front, but you can understand why the cameras left themselves principally on that battle for second, third and fourth position. Brilliant scrapping. And again, just showing these cars, they're small, they're narrow, they make space for each other on the circuit, and they are so exciting. And I just really, in many ways, lovely to be in the commentary box, but the thought of being on the curbing, on the verge down there at St Mary's, that would have been magical.
You know, if you're here around the circuit at one of those corners, will be absolutely fantastic. I did want to pick up on this because I saw his name tumbling down the timing order. He was in that fantastic battle for just outside the podium spots for a long while. The other Austin Healey of Paul Mortimer, the number 45, broke down on the last lap. You can see it here, hand in the air, and trying to find a way to pull off, notifying to the marshals and the other cars on track. And what a shame for the 45 Austin.
Yeah, tough luck there for Paul Mortimer. Everyone wants to finish, but he'd have had a good scrap in the race, but nobody had as good a scrap as John Yore in 28, Cliff Gray in 32, and the third of those Fraser-Nash Le Mans replicas, Pat Blakeney-Edwards. What a scrap for second, third and fourth position. No disrespect to any of them. They all deserved a place on the podium, but PBE, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, is the one who just missed out this time around. And great to see them waving to the fans, waving to the marshals around the circuit. But that is what historic racing is all about.
Yeah, we just saw the Fraser Nashes in tandem there, doing a bit of synchronised driving. Also got the green 35 of Tim Crichton, Fraser Nash, which finished just behind this lot. Well, I'll say just behind. It was a fair bit behind, but in 5th. So it was a Fraser Nash 2, 3, 4, 5, really. So fantastic work for them. And then the Jaguar of Guy Harmon in the 72 rounds out the top 6.
And you know, one thing I'd like to just commend the drivers on is the drivers who weren't as quick were very, very good at keeping out of the way. And it would have been a real shame if this battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th had been interrupted, and it wasn't. One of the cars that pulled out of the way is the Connaught in the background, driven very well by Ewan Sturgis. He knew he wasn't in to win this race. He was out there to enjoy it, but he didn't want to spoil the fun, and he did a great job keeping out of the way.
Absolutely. He finished down in 16th as well, so finishing this race, always nice to see. A shame for some of our runners which didn't get to. We've got that Porsche, of course, of Tom Peed being given the black and orange flag, had to come in. I don't think he was able to get back out after that. And of course, Bobby Verdon Rowe started on pole position, failed to finish.
Yeah, he had problems in qualifying, was very quick. He didn't last the course in qualifying, started the race, good getaway, and that was it. Between Madgwick and Fordwater, he lost about a dozen positions and did a further lap and then eventually brought it in. But I'm sure Bobby will be out in the HWM Jaguar at some stage in the future. But it was a really, really good show, and it was lovely to hear, even from our commentary position, the ripple of applause from the fans in the grandstand who acknowledged that was a proper, it was a pucker race, and they absolutely loved it.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? As the racing action is really coming thick and fast here on this Sunday for the 80th members meeting here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, hosting a wide array of machinery. We have just witnessed some excellent racing for road-going sports and GT cars that raced between 1948 and 1954, and a particular highlight seeing those Fraser Nashes do battle. But it was the Austin Healey who won out in the end. The Jaguar started on pole but couldn't quite make it to the end. We had Porsches in there as well, a Connaught and even a Panhard as well, Junior Roadster out there. So a huge variety and something for everybody to get involved with. And there is Jonathan Abacassis, our race winner, with the wreath around him, smiling, happy days. And in the end, it wasn't the biggest of margins. He was a little bit compromised by traffic in those final laps. And the Fraser Nashes, although they were battling tooth and nail, they weren't losing too much time in that gap to the leader. So perhaps Jonathan Abacassis just managing that pace. But let's hear from our top 3 now. They're down with Ed.
Jonathan, what a fantastic drive. I guess you didn't have any idea of all the chaos behind you.
I certainly didn't, yeah. I just thought you never quite know, never know if he's going to get going again. I need to just keep pushing on.
Car obviously working beautifully.
Yeah, it was stunning. So big thanks to the Walmer Classic team. It was a bit bouncy on the rear yesterday. They sorted it out and it was wonderful today.
Well, it certainly looked wonderful. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Right, let's find 2nd and 3rd. John and Cliff. Let's get both of you together, actually. John and Cliff. Come on, Cliff. I mean, it's quite a tiring race watching that. I mean, talk us through it behind the seat.
It was just fantastic. John and I had a wonderful race, and then Patrick's, I could see with the flashing lights, you think, oh my goodness, keeping an eye on him, thinking, can we, can't we? And then we had just a great race between 3 of the most beautiful Nashes, so it's absolutely wonderful. Brilliant driving. Loved driving with John.
John, so close. I mean, it looked like you all had it under control, and then something went wrong in the last lap.
Yeah, well, I was losing about 4 laps from the end. I got a little bit of water on the windscreen, so there's something, it's just not quite as sharp at the top end. So I was trying to use the corners to eke out enough that he couldn't get me on the straights, but anyway, he got me anyway. But it was fabulous, because racing close like that, you know, when you're in corners and drifting and you know, with somebody you can trust, it's just wonderful, absolutely brilliant. Fantastic circuit to be here and great competition, wonderful.
It's something you'll tell your grandkids about that?
Yeah, well, I hope so. We'll have some, but it'll be wonderful, yes, absolutely. No, and I'm grateful to John. It was just a joy. And Patrick as well. Lovely finish. 3 Nashes going along. Yeah, it could have been. It was great.
Well driven, all of you.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
Well, let's get confirmation then of how that all ended up. The Tony Gaze Trophy. It was the Austin Healey of Jonathan Avacasas winning out by about 5 seconds in front of this brilliant Fraser-Nash battle for the final podium positions. In the end, Cliff Gray took second and John Muir held on to third, but it wasn't without trying for Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the third. Fraser-Nash finishing off in fourth, quite away in front of Tim Crichton in another Fraser-Nash Le Mans replica, but absolutely brilliant to see them racing around in tandem at the very end. Guy Harmon was sixth in his Jaguar, Vincent Janssens, the other Austin Healey, down in seventh. The Morgan +4, Richard Thorne eighth, and the top 10 rounded out by the Porsche 356 of Robert Barry, and Nicholas English in another Austin Healey was 11th. A mixture of Jaguars and Aston Martins in the fringes outside of the top 10. You had the Connaught of Ewan Sergeson down in 16th, Neil Collins in the Healey Silverstone 17th, and Rudolf Ernst in the HRG 1500, the last of the classified finishes in 18th. Well, let's take a look back at this fantastic Tony Gaze Trophy race for road-going sports and GT cars that raced between 1948 and 1954 on board with the Fraser-Nash of Pat Blakeney-Edwards to start this race. It was a good start for our pole sitter, but in the end, it all came undone fairly early on for Bobby Burton-Rowe.
Yeah, kicked off in the HWM, and ironically, the driver who then took over in the lead, Jonathan Abacassis, his grandfather George founded HWM back in the 1950s. But really, all eyes were drawn to the battle between Cliff Gray and the trio of fabulously driven Fraser-Nash Le Mans replicas. Olivier Marseille was up there in the mix. He eventually dropped back and tumbled down the order. Tom Peed, his Porsche 356, was sending smoke signals to someone. We never found out who. Eventually, he was called in to speak to the crews. Then Nicholas English got it very wrong, but somehow, despite collecting a marker board, managed to actually stay away from the tyre wall. But then John Muir showed that he wasn't the only one who'd be taking to the grass, but great control to get it back on the black stuff.
He absolutely was, but no one was troubling this man out front, Jonathan Avacassis, in that Austin Healey, extending his gap. But those Fraser-Nashes kept him close, but they were busy with their own battle. But in the end, Avacassis was able to hold on, and this is where it got nice and tasty for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, getting right alongside Cliff Gray on the right-hand side while they tried to both catch John Muir up ahead. A wheel on the grass for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, couldn't get him onto the podium, but no one could stop Jonathan Avacassis from taking the win here in Goodwood for the Tony Gaze Trophy. The Austin on top, ahead of the Fraser-Nashes.
Well, there is so much more than just motor racing here at members meeting. As you can hear and see, there is an auction going on from Bonhams over the other side of the circuit. And Louis Frankel here from Bonhams is going to tell me about what's on sale and what's, I guess, got a lot of interest. And I obviously want to know about the most expensive car, which I believe is this Subaru next to us here.
Absolutely, yeah. So one of the most important cars we're offering here today, a real snapshot of history, and it's great to be offering at a members meeting, particularly with motorsport going on and this car's history. So it's one of the 1999/2000 Works Pro Drive rally cars, piloted by none other than Britain's favourite, Richard Burns. So it's actually a stage winner with Richard Burns as well. So at the 2000 Monte Carlo Rally, after its sort of history with the Works team and Richard driving it, it was sold into private hands until our vendor purchased the car a few years ago and commissioned an extensive the exact spec when Richard Burns won the stage at 2000 Monte Carlo Rally. So it's just been inspected by ProDrive. They've signed it off that it's exactly how it was. And yeah, very special to be offering it here today.
It definitely doesn't look like it's in a rally stage or is 23 years old, that's for sure. And I've heard it's had quite a lot of interest as well.
Yeah, lots of interest, as you can imagine. I think particularly these sort of late 90s, early 2000 rally cars, they're a sort of growing market all the time, you know, particularly cars that have got great history and been driven by the likes of McRae and Burns. There's so much interest in that now, and I think, yeah, it might be a good time to buy one of these, because I suspect interest is going to continue to grow as more and more sort of come out of the woodwork, which is great.
What price range are we looking at? Is this a lottery winner or this is a pocket money kind of car?
It's closer to lottery, unfortunately. It's sort of we're sort of expecting somewhere between that sort of 430 and 500 mark, I suspect. So, yeah, it's not pocket change, sadly. I wish it was, otherwise it would be mine as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's turn around as well. I'm going to go this side, Louis, and tell me a little bit about the Mini. I'm going to say it's cheaper, but possibly not at Bonhams.
Yeah, it is a little bit cheaper, so we're guiding this car at 120 to 150. The reason being, obviously, everyone knows that Paddy Hopkirk famously won the Monte Carlo Rally in 1964. His car wasn't the only works car that was running that weekend, so this car was actually driven by Rano Aaltonen, who I believe has raced at Goodwood numerous times as well in recent years. So this car finished 8th in the Monte and was part of the team car. So not only did they win the individual with Paddy, they won the team prize as well. So again, another very special Mini, something where, yeah, again, a lot of interest. These cars have, again, been growing in interest, particularly anything that's got works history, raced at Monte Carlo, it's fairly unrepeatable. So, yeah, excited to see where this one goes as well.
As I walked into the tent as well, actually, I saw the Bentley, the 1931, the touring car there. That is price range of 500 to 600,000.
5 to 600, yeah. So 8-litre Bentley. You know, again, a market that's certainly been interesting of late, but they don't come up very often. So really nice to have one of those in. It's got a slightly interesting history, but it's presented in, you know, perfectly usable condition. So, you know, as a result, if you've been looking for an 8-litre that you want to just go and use, perfect car.
Well, thank you very much for chatting to us. There are so many beautiful cars down here, other side of the track, at the Bonhams auction. Even if you just want to have a look, and one day you may be able to get it if you do win the lottery. Louis, thank you very much.
Absolutely, win the lottery, and we'd love to hear from you, so come and find us. Great to speak with you.
And you.
Well, thanks very much for that, Rachel. Down there, checking out the auction time, and you can see there we've got a little bit of a break while the marshals deal with the oil that has leaked out on track. So the marshals will deal with that very quickly indeed, and we can head down to Ed.
I'm here with pole setter Martin Stretton. Martin, you were very clear pole. You're going to convert to first.
How do you hear you?
So you were very clear pole yesterday. Are you going to convert it to a win today?
We're going to try very hard. I know Michael's going to give me a hard time, and there's one or two others that can really get to it. So I think it's going to be a good race, but we'll see.
What's the strategy? You're just flat out from the start?
Oh yeah, definitely, absolutely. I think it's a bit of oil down. We'll find out where it is as we go to the grid and then just go for it.
And has the car been running okay?
The car is beautiful. Really enjoying driving it.
Well, it certainly looks the part. The very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Thanks, David, down there in the paddock as we get ready for our next race, the Salvadori Cup. Really looking forward to this one. Now, this is for sports racing cars of a type that raced between 1955 and 1960. These are beautiful sports prototypes from the late 1950s, racing head-to-head in the name of Le Mans winner Roy Salvadori. Now, Salvadori competed in Formula One from 1952 for 10 years to 62 for the likes of Cooper, Van Wall, BRM, Aston Martin and Connaught. So some pretty nostalgic names there. 47 starts to his name, 2 podiums, a 3rd place at the British Grand Prix, a 2nd place at the German Grand Prix, both in 1958. But he did win the 1957 24 Hours of Le Mans in an Aston Martin with Carroll Shelby. So these cars very much shaped the Le Mans 24 Hours as it emerged from its post-war period and almost have a bit of DNA into what we see in the modern day. So this is certainly going to be a spectacular showcase that will certainly give us a brilliant, not quite at the end of the weekend's action, but getting there of what has been an incredible weekend of action. Harry Benjamin with you to guide you through this 20-minute race that will get underway shortly as the cars will make their way from the assembly area and onto the track. Alice Powell is back alongside me. Now, these cars, they're fun.
They are fun, but for these drivers, this is the first time they're actually really getting a taste of the dry. So when I say dry, You'll see on the pictures in a moment, there's quite a bit of oil that's been dropped from the previous race. It appears to be pretty much from the start line all the way around Madwick's corner, which is turn 1. So for these drivers, they had very slippy and cold conditions earlier. They were really the first session to go out on the track this morning. So different conditions. We'll see who adapts the best to the dry weather and the dry line, and who stays off this oil. So it's going to be a tricky start for these drivers, as now we see them peeling out of the assembly area and heading round to the grid.
Absolutely. Some of these drivers saying they couldn't even get the power down the straights when they went out earlier on in the not so nice weather. But there is the remnants of that oil spillage that has been covered up by the marshals. But thankfully it's not on the racing line. But of course, off the race starts, it's usually about 3 or 4 wide. So we shall see how they deal with that. The spray that gets, the dust that gets kicked up off of that. You can already see a little bit as the number 6 car there made its way through. That was a Jaguar D-type long nose. And just one of the many historical brand names we have in this. We've got Jaguars, we've got Maseratis, we've got Ferraris, we've got Listers, Coopers as well, not to mention Chevrolet too. So a little bit of something for everybody here, which is very nice to see.
Yep, so it will take a few laps to sort of bed in, so you see the dust that's on the track. That'll take a while to be absorbed, so it'll be good to see how far around. It looks like it still carries on the exit of the corner, but whoever was in the car that dumped the oil in the previous race did do a good job of sort of avoiding staying off the exit. It's a very fast exit on the exit of turn 1, so they did a good job of staying out of the way, but it is going to be tricky, Harry, heading down into that first corner when all the cars are bunched up, jostling for position. You're going to want to sort of try and stay off that dust, and also it does seem to be a lot of dust down. That may affect visibility a little bit for some of these drivers as well.
Certainly is. We're currently looking at the number 12, I should say, in the red. That's a Ferrari there of David Cook, the former England rugby international. It's a really interesting story of his car that he's driving, the Sega Ferrari 250 TR, based on a wreck of a 1958 Ferrari chassis, and it's built by the Ganschnag. I've probably absolutely butchered that, brothers, George, who is actually the grandfather to a rather well-known racing driver and somebody who's got a penchant for winning endurance racing, Sebastian Buemi, a former Formula 1 driver as well. So a relation there to the modern day too, and that car was raced between 61 and 62 at the likes of the Pescara 4 Hours and Nürburgring as well. Broken up into little bits in 1967 and rebuilt, and making its way around, which is brilliant to see, as we then turn our attention to Andrew Wallace in the Jaguar D-type long nose. We've got a couple of them, and you can tell why it's called a long nose. You see the long front and almost a bit of a shark fin at the back, almost reminiscent to the modern day F1 cars from a few years ago, but certainly that long type car, making a long nose Jag D-type car, making its way through, getting its tyres up to speed, and making their way through to the chassis as we await for them to stop, and then we'll get a green flag lap, and then we will come back round to start our 20-minute race as Andrew Wallace continues to absolutely pound that steering wheel in this Jag long D-type long nose with 4 wins at the Le Mans Classic, reconstructed back in the late 70s after the original was discovered as being the original 1955 Le Mans winning chassis. The likes of Mike Hawthorne and Ivor Buick used, rebuilt using original Jaguar D-type parts as well. Now, this was something I thought about when they were coming out, and of course this oil cover-up is not on the racing line, so it should be okay for when they're racing, but at the very start of the race, when they are 3 wide on the starting grids, well, for the man who starts second in the Lotus Climax, Michael Gans, well, he's going to have a face full of dust.
Yeah, he is, and his left-hand wheels are actually on the dust, so I'm not sure whereabouts he is in his box. If he has got room to move over slightly before they, when they come back round for the start of the race, then he can. But you can just see there, right as we look at look at it, he is actually quite tight, so he hasn't got any movement to move out of his box. So unfortunately for him, he will have to start on a little bit of dust there, but he's had experience. He's been racing in the Threlfall Cup as well, so he's had a little bit of experience of racing in the dry today. So probably one of the few drivers that has from when these cars went out this morning. So he'll know what the track's like in the dry. So that could be a benefit for him.
Yeah, a lot of these races racing across the day in very different classes. That Michael Gans car in the middle, an example of Colin Chapman's finest front-engine sports cars. Roy Pierpoint, the British touring car champion, raced this from 1960 to 1962, winning outright no less than 7 times. So this 1959 Lotus Climax 15 in the hands of Michael Gans today, sitting pretty in the middle of the front row. That is second position.
So there's a yellow flag. Looks like one of the cars, sorry Harry, has maybe a bit of an issue. You can see one of the marshals. Let's see if they all get away. They do. So I'm not sure what the yellow flag was for. One of the marshals was waving, so I'll have a little look. It looked like it was the red car with the stripes, but look at the dust. I mean,
visibility.
That's what I mean about the visibility. It's going to be difficult for these drivers coming down into turn 1. If you're the leader, you've got a perfect view. It's almost worse than driving in the rain, because that's just going to sort of stick a little bit to your visor as well. But it'll get cleared a little bit, but it will take a few laps, and the start will be tricky.
Well, hopefully they've kind of cleared quite a lot of it just from kicking off there. There's the David Cook Ferrari, just being followed by the number 16 of James Thorpe in the Lister Jaguar, which will start right at the back of the pack in that number 16. That's the Flatiron Jaguar, the only Lister to have finished Le Mans. And back in 1958, that was. Original ran as a 2-litre car. Raced in the Goodwood 9-hour race back in 1955, so the heritage there very strong. But let's take a look at how the rest of the grid forms up then. It's a Lister Jaguar on pole too. It's Martin Stretton on pole alongside the Lotus Climax of Michael Gans, and the Jaguar D-Type long nose of Gary Pearson makes up third. Next row is a Cooper Climax, the Shane Brereton, and the Lotus Climax of Ben Adams in fifth. Then we've got another Lister Jaguar, a Lola, and another Lotus, which makes up row 3, 6th to 8th positions. A Lister Jaguar of David Hart is 9th, and the top 10 is rounded out by another Jaguar D-Type of Andrew Wallace. Into the 11th place, row number 5, is a Devlin Chevrolet, a Lister Jag, and another Lister Chevrolet of Malcolm Gannon's Cypher Sam and Stuart Morley. 14th and 15th is Julia Majoub and Vincent Janzes. Then we have an Ian Dalglish Lotus Climax ahead of the Tejero Jaguar. And in 18th place, a Lister Jaguar of Anthony Schrauen. Then we have a Maserati and a Cooper Climax on row 8. Row 9 is 2 Lotus Climaxes and the first of the Ferraris of Mike Malone in 23rd. The penultimate row is David Cook in that Sega Ferrari from 24th, just in front of a Maserati of the number 36 in 25th spot. And the final row, all on his own at the back, Lister Jaguar James Thorpe, the number 16. So watch out for him to see how well he can carve through. But the blue skies here very much remained with us for the bulk of this day here for the 80th members meeting here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit as the cars make their way through the chicane. The Salvadori Cup about to get underway. We are looking at sports cars that raced between 1955 and 1960. A huge array of brands, a huge array of shapes and sizes and different aerodynamic designs as the front 3 pull up into the front row.
So you can see the middle there, Michael Gans. So he's going to line up in front where the marshal is going to stand. So it looks like we might have a bit of a delay though. The red flag is out. So I'm not entirely sure why that is. So looking at my commentary box window, there doesn't look like there's any issue. So I wonder if one of the cars, when there was a yellow flag, might have dropped some oil onto the grid. But we'll keep an eye out. There is red flags at marshal posts. So,
well, red flag certainly out, and you can see that with confirmation of on your screen as well. But we're not quite sure why at the moment. I can't imagine it would be for the cover of the oil spillage that happened in the last race and all the dust that's being splint up. But the marshal's chatting there. And let's see how this unfolds then. Are they about to show the 1-minute board? And a green flag. So perhaps
So I wonder if it is for the dust. So I think maybe they felt that it was too unsafe to release the drivers because the visibility was extremely poor. And there's lots of different variety of old cars here. Some get off the line a little bit better than others. So I wonder if it is because of the dust and they're just wanting the dust to be driven over again by all of these cars just to help try and clear it, because as we did see, the visibility was poor. So the message is being spread by the marshals down the grid, and we wait for the green flag at the front end of the grid. 1 minute board did go up, so we'll wait and see, but hopefully we will have some racing underway very shortly.
So potentially then another green flag lap to get rid of that dust, or to try and make it a little bit clearer. We saw on the initial green flag lap that the visibility, certainly for those behind anybody on that front row, was not the greatest. So we are going to do another green flag lap to get everybody back up to speed again, and then we will get this 20-minute race, the Salvadori Cup, underway. There's the 30-second board, and the man waiting there to fly the green flag. So hold your breath.
And a quick 30 seconds. I mean, yeah, but I guess safe to say that always when you get these boards, especially in club racing here in the UK, they don't always go by time with 30 seconds. So dust has settled a little bit more, so this is actually definitely going to help with the dust and the visibility. As all cars make their way around again, gives them actually a nice little sighter to get the feel of the track, seeing that it was damp earlier on for them today. So actually not a bad thing for most of these drivers that haven't been out in other things today, just to have a little look, a little see, and a little feel of the car, even though they are going at quite a slow pace, but it still definitely helps some of them.
Of course, the fear of a second green flag lap is, I mean, these are old cars, so there's always the case that one of them might break down on this green flag lap. We're looking at the number 49 Cooper Climax, Shane Brereton.
That was meant to start in P4.
The reason we believe we're doing another green flag is because he thought we had started the race. You can see there, right on the left-hand side, he goes straight through and up into the lead. It's a great start, but it's not the race start. So bit of confusion there. He wasn't aware, and that can easily happen. So he has unfortunately been penalised for that and will be put to the very back. So that's Shane Brereton in the Cooper Climax, the number 49 car. So that is the reason then why we had the brief red flag followed by the second green flag. It's because he thought that the race had started already.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. He was very eager to get away. Clearly, he felt he didn't want a warm-up lap. He thought everything.
He wanted to go racing.
He did, like we all do. But unfortunately, it wasn't with the rules for this race anyway. So sadly for him, that's a shame. He was starting in a good position up in 4th place. So down the back of the field now. So we'll keep an eye on him actually, because had the pace this morning in the wet conditions. So we'll see how he makes his way through the field. But for those that are further back from 4th place, they all gain a position already. So good start for all of them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Shane, though, he will start at the back in that Cooper Climax. That car commissioned by Sir Sterling Moss back in 1959, qualified on the front row for the British Grand Prix sports car race at Aintree, won in Sweden and Denmark, shipped over to Australia where it won a huge amount of Australian sports car races, and recently has been the outright winner of the BRDC's 50s sports car champ. So he qualified in 4th, so that will be one to watch then. How quickly can Shane Brereton make his way through from the back of the pack, and they all make their way around now for what will be the proper race start, and we will get underway for this 20-minute race, this Salvadori Cup for sports racing cars between 1955 and 1960, as the grid make their way through. The last couple of stragglers at the back, David Cook in his Ferrari, and the Maserati and the Lister Jag, now accompanied by the Cooper. Well, let's look at the front row then. On pole on the left-hand side, it is Martin Stretton in the Lister Jaguar. The Lotus Climax of Martin Michael Gans is in the middle, and the Jaguar D-Type of Gary Pearson on the far right in the number 7. 5 seconds on the clock then, and we wait for the flag. It flies, and we're racing in Goodwood once again for the Salvadori Cup, and it looks like the dust has genuinely settled, and it's a good start for our pole man, Martin Stretton, in the Lister Jaguar, who holds on to first, and then second, Michael Gans having a fierce fight. The Lotus Climax with the Jaguar D-Type of Gary Pearson fighting, but it's 1, 2 and 3 as they started, but Gary Pearson wants to fight this. He's going to be on the inside for turn 2. It doesn't matter. He's already through. So that's the Jaguar D-Type up into second. Pearson in second, just behind Stretton. And then Michael Gans drops down a place to third.
A clean getaway from everybody. Yeah, Michael Gans, the number 26 now, is having a look down the inside at St Mary's. Thought better of it, but it's Martin Stretton who got a great start, and he's already had a healthy lead. But Michael Gans struggling on that dust, but he's having a look now at the inside at the Levant corner.
Yeah, James Wood's going down the inside there of the number 33. That was David Hart. Great start for James Wood further back. And then we've got the number 17 doing battle. That was Cypher Sam. He was so frustrated during qualifying earlier. Felt he could have qualified much higher up. He's now trying to make his way through and up into the pack. But leading right now is our pole sitter, Martin Stretton, with the Lister Jaguar, followed by Michael Gans. But then the rest of the gaggle all come while they try and sort themselves out. We're focusing on the Lister Jaguar. That is David Hart, the number 33 car, which is following the 41. That's another Lister Jaguar of Mark Donner, as they fight tooth and nail and don't look too far behind, because the number 55 is right there following as well. And the Devon Chevrolet SS, that's Malcolm Gammons in the red and white striped 5.5 car, and really hounding that steering wheel. 18 minutes counting down for this Salvadori Cup race.
Yeah, everyone's been nice and clean. You see the 55 very close to the car in front, and already the number 49 is up to 10th place. So Shane has made, wow, and a very impressive start. I don't know how he's done it.
Hopefully jump the start.
Yeah, let's hope he didn't jump the start, because that's an incredible job by him, and he's actually just gone purple in the first sector by a good few tenths as well. So yeah, keep an eye out for him charging through the field. I mean, I said he was going to move up through the field. I didn't expect it to be this quickly.
He is carving through like a knife through butter in that Cooper Climax T49, the Monaco edition. Fantastic work all the way from the back, and as you say, already up into the top placings. Fantastic work from the number 49 up into 10th, and battling with Adams. It will be up next, but you just see it's a big machine going ripping through the air in a straight line. Fantastic speed on that number 49 car. It's almost unbelievable.
Yeah, breezing. You see the control that he's having to input behind the wheel as he now comes into the chicane, and already on the back of the 55 of Gammons now as he heads down the straight. So maybe he's a little bit too far away to have a go as more battles are unfolding down the rear of the field. And oh no, he is. It's a brave move down the inside, so he's not hanging around. He knows, okay, we've only got 16 minutes left of this race. I can't hang around.
He's not hanging around at all, is he? How quickly will he be at the front? Well, our leader, Martin Stretton, hasn't really escaped. Just under 8/10 the gap up front between Stretton and Pearson, and it's all pretty tight Gans as well, just behind half a second in third, and then comes David Hart in fourth in the number 33 car. So it is all to play for at the moment in this Salvadori Cup. Absolutely brilliant racing, and once again, who's up next for the number 49? It's the number 26, and that is a Lotus Climax of James Wood, and down the inside then for the 49 of Brereton, and he makes it look easy.
I think he can win this race.
I think
he can. Looking at the lap times at the moment, for example, Martin Stretton did a 1:31.1, whereas Shane did a 1:28.3 in the number 49 car. So looking at that, he's 6 seconds back, but set another purple first sector, so fastest overall in the first sector, and he's carving his way through the traffic, and especially now the gap at the front has closed down. So could be, if they continue battling, it could be quite quickly before he catches up to the back of them.
And so we get almost a little bit of contact there with Pearson in the losing many places. That's the 33 of Hart making its way through up into second, Gans up into third, and then comes the number 7 of Pearson. We are just watching Gans. There he is in the white, and then comes Pearson in the number 7. So Pearson losing out big time in that battle. Stretton still leads 2.5 seconds now the gap though. So during that little scuffle, he's managed to make up a bit of time. And what's this? The 49 doing an overtake. I would have never thought it. He makes his way through on the 41 and makes it look far too easy. That's the Lister Jaguar. He's just made his way through on Mark Donner. So he is very quickly going to catch up to the leaders, lapping well over a second quicker already, catching up onto the car in front.
However, another man on the move is the number 33, who is setting the first sector on fire as well. So he's got 2.5 seconds to close the gap to Stretton in the lead. But at the moment, if you're going by these sector times, he should be able to do that. So Stretton is just going, right, I've got this gap, don't want to do anything crazy. You can see a variety of lines coming into that final chicane, some not using all the roads, some a little bit tighter, as that is definitely one of the fastest drivers on the circuit at the moment, using all the road, Maxwell, and then tucking in behind the car in front, the strip line, just to get the toe down the straight.
Almost running a bit of a James Hunt-style helmet for the number 49, Shane Brereton there, but the rear end kicking out a little bit on that Cooper Climax, but this is such a high pedigree car. It has won so many races around the world. Commissioned brand new by Sir Sterling Moss back in 1959, straight away qualified on the front row of the British Grand Prix sports car race back then at Aintree, and now he's on to the back of Pearson, the number 7 car. That is a Jaguar D-type long nose, and I wonder how long it will be until Brereton makes it through on this drag. The Cooper Climax versus the Jaguar. The Cooper Climax is going to dive down the inside, laid on the brakes. Can the Jaguar cut back and try and give anything to fight this back? Yes, he can. Pearson is side by side now with Brereton, but who's going to have the better straight line seat? Brereton squeezes him on the straight just to let him know, I'm here and I'm coming through, and he does so. Brereton up another spot, up into 4th.
Yeah, brilliant fair, close racing as go down into Woodcote now. You can see how much the car pitches forward under the brakes, and it's a long corner trailing the brake round sideways through there into the chicane. It's getting very close up front as well between, is that Gans and the 33 car as well, Hart. So they are really into Martin Stretton, so gap down now to 1.4 seconds, setting some pretty impressive lap times as Michael Gans now is the fastest man on circuit.
Yeah, I think we just saw the back end of Gans losing it a little bit into the chicane. He's that close. He's fighting tooth and nail to try and get through on David Hart in that number 33 Lister Jaguar, just in front of the slightly bigger car. And then we have this number 3. That's a Lotus Climax driven by Michael Gans. And very tight racing so far. More
Gans, what a slide through St Mary's 1 as well, and he's kept up the momentum going on to the Levant straight. But wherever you look, Harry, there are battles all the way down the field.
It really is. Now, what do we have here? We've got the number 9 making its way through, but as he does so, someone's off on the number 17. That's a Lister Jaguar. That's South Assam, I think. No, it's not. It isn't.
Yes, it is. Yeah, he was frustrated with the traffic earlier on in qualifying, if you remember, and with actually Julian, who he was possibly battling with. It looks like they were pretty close together on circuit. So I wonder if the battle from qualifying continued into the race. But we've got a battle for the lead now as Martin Stretton got a bit of oversteer going into the chicane. That's allowed Hart now to close the gap even more. And look who's coming up behind, the number 49.
The 2 Lister Jaguars fighting out, but is this a change for the lead then? Stretton trying his might to keep in front. The second gap he had has come down and down and down to less than half a second. David Hart battling for all his might in that number 3 Lister Jaguar. And then you can't breathe for too long, because there is Michael Gans and then there is Shane Brereton. But Brereton's progress seems to have been a little bit halted now that he's gone into the top 4. He's not carving through as quickly as we saw him do, well, the entire rest of the field. A reminder, he started last and is already up into 4th place.
Yeah, well, if he keeps it clean and the pace he's doing at the moment, for example, his last lap, 3 seconds faster than the leader. 3 seconds. So if he keeps this up, I mean, look, that just shows top 4 cars, nose to tail, going down this long straight. Who's going to be the bravest on the brakes? And we've got a back marker thrown in there as well. It's just out of shot. He's trying to go round the outside, nice and brave. Late on the brakes, he's going to run out of road. No, just about hold it. But the 49 is through into 3rd.
And can he get any more positions? Can they make gain? But they've got traffic in front as well, and down into the chicane. That was tight between Shane Brereton and Michael Gans. Wow, but now the number 12 gets out of the way. David Cook in his Ferrari, but that could have been a lot worse. Stretton still leads in front of Hart, and then it's Brereton now up into the top 3, just scooting through on Gans, who's down to 4th. Fantastic racing.
Oh, I was praying that Brereton was going to get the car stopped, and he just about did. So you see Hart went slightly wide, which compromised him. He was trying to be very brave going around the outside, and Shane thought, do you know what, I'm going to stick it up the inside. Then he thought, no, actually, no, I'm not. The door firmly closed quite quickly. So very great decision to back out, because that gap was always going to close. But we've got a race on here, Harry.
I think David Cook was looking in his mirror and thought, yep, no, I'm getting out of the way as quickly as I can. We've got a car off in the background there. That looks like, it's the 55 car that we saw battling early doors. That's Malcolm Gammons. Looks like his day is done. He's pulled off. So a yellow flag out in that sector of the track, and it's now a full safety car. I think that's the first safety car we've had. I'm not sure, certainly in the Salvadori Cup. But, well, everyone will slow down. The pace is neutralised. And just when things were heating up, we get a little bit of neutralisation.
We can take a breather, though. We can take a breather. I mean, I would say that car was fairly out of the way, but obviously not. But maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to get it out of the way quickly. So we're going to see Brereton getting, and Gans as well, why not? 2 of them putting on a fantastic show and showing off for the cameras there, getting all sideways. So a breather for the front 4, should I say, and the rest of the field, as they're going to pick up the yellow Porsche safety car on the main straight. Its lights are on. There we go. And very cool and calm safety car drivers there. They've got their hands out the window, but actually that will be to try and wave through any back markers. It's not them just trying to look super cool.
Yeah, well, we've got 7.5 minutes. The time continues to count down from this 20-minute race in total. I'm looking forward to this restart already. Hopefully we can get it underway as quickly as possible. Already the marshals working with the driver to get that car out of the way as swiftly as possible, because, well, this top 4 battle could go either way. The gaps they had, even though they were minimal, now completely wiped out. And so Stretton, who will head this pack, will have to defend for all his might. Or can he? Has he saved something? Has he got any more grunt left? Has he got any more rubber left on his tyres that he can start to pull away? But what about Brereton? How much tyre has he used up coming right from the back of the field? Has he reached his limit? All of these questions still to be answered over the next 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, there's not much time left, so hopefully they will move that car pretty quickly. But a replay of the start now. Everyone away pretty cleanly, which is really nice to end. Good that everyone got off the grid as well. You see Michael Gans there in the middle, not so strong getting away. Probably something to do partly with that oil, but Stretton, he got his head down and he was on. He was making a good gap at the start, battles all the way down the field, but it's really nice to see everyone away nice and cleanly and racing fairly as well.
Look at the back here. This was Shane Brereton then making his way up. He goes right to the left-hand side, almost collides with the car in front, and is just like a missile going round the outside, darts into the middle. He's overtaken 5 cars by the time they get to turn 1.
Yeah, he wasn't hanging around at all, was he? He knew, right, 20 minutes, I've got to go, I've got to make way now. And as they're just going to wait, so fantastic work by the recovery team all weekend, and the marshals as well, for clearing all the cars, making sure we all stay safe on circuit as well. So they'll drag that car. They won't drag it back to the pits. I don't expect they'll probably drag it to a safe place so we can get back racing as soon as possible. Safety car lights are still lit on top of the safety car. Those will go out, which will signal to the drivers that it's time to go racing again. 5 minutes left on the clock, so we won't have many racing laps, Harry.
Yeah, well, if you're ever in a hurry to get anywhere, I'd recommend the Cooper Climax T49 Monaco. That would get you anywhere pretty quickly. The Porsche safety car in yellow and black leading the field, which is completely neutralised at the moment. 5 minutes still remaining under the safety car conditions after the 55 car of Malcolm Gammons in the Devon Chevrolet SS pulled to the side of the road. So a suspected mechanical problem perhaps. And sadly out of this race. That car now being towed away, and fingers crossed maybe another lap behind the safety car while they just finish off getting that Devon out of the way, and we can get a frantic few minutes of racing in, which will be incredibly frantic.
It might only just be one lap, possibly. So that last lap behind the safety car, that full lap they did, was nearly 3 minutes long. We've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, so it could be a one-lap dash, Harry, and you know, I would struggle to pick a winner right now.
Just when you think it couldn't get any better. I mean, we've had more races decided on the final lap this weekend than I think I've ever covered in my entire life. It's been that close across the entirety of the different races in the different fields. This is, of course, the Salvadori Cup for sports racing cars. The race between 1955 and 1960. A huge, diverse range of cars out there. And when we get, hopefully, this race restarted, we may even just have a lap. And I think we will get this race restarted. And it probably will be just one lap.
Yeah, so safety car in this lap. The lights will eventually go off on the top of the Porsche, so they'll all start to back up, and we know how frantic safety car starts can be in any category, but let's keep a close eye on how Martin Stretton deals with this restart. Obviously, he's got a long run down from the chicane up to turn one. He's not backing up yet. He's got to keep a close distance to the safety car, but maybe he's just going to not slow down at all. Very much. No, it looks like he's already technically gone, and he's maybe caught a few of them to the further middle back of the field, and what a getaway.
He does not want to wait around. He does not want to become a victim to any of the drivers behind him. David Hartlett under huge amounts of pressure from Shane Brereton, who's been carving his ways through the field. There he is in that number 49 Cooper Climax. Can they make any ground? It's actually been a pretty sublime start for our race leader. All he has to do is to try and hold on to that lap. We might get a lap or two of racing still in, because the gap, well, about a second, and then comes Hart, Brereton and Michael Gans in the number 3 Lotus Climax, just in the background of your picture here. But is this the move for second then? Shane Brereton going down the inside of David Hart. Can he hold it all together? A little bit of steering correction, holds it all going into the same direction, and now chases down Stretton for the lead.
Yeah, and he's very quick, even though he was overtaking through that first end. It's not all done yet, as the 33 car has another little look down the inside. They're going to go side by side, be nice and clean. No,
he's on the grass. It could all come untangled there for Shane Brereton, but he didn't spin out. He holds it going in the same direction, but it's Hart then who holds on to second, and Gans then makes gains up into third. But how quickly can Brereton come back? He little bit cheeky there perhaps from Hart, forced him out onto the grass, but rubbing his racing, and all the while this is allowing Stretton up front to have a little bit of a pleasurable gap to those behind. If he can hold on to that win, we will get another lap in. But here we come then, Shane Brereton already right on the back of Michael Gans, and Gans might well be looking at the back of the 49 soon.
Yeah, so going around the outside has not put him off being pushed onto the grass. They're going to go side by side again. Nice and clean. Is he going to get the cut back? No. So Michael Gans holds on to third place, but he's still going to have to defend and keep a close eye. He is sideways going through Fordwater and heading down to St Mary's now. He pulls over to the right-hand side to defend. And I was going to say that's brave. He's going to try around the outside, and he does.
These two are not giving an inch. Was there a bit of contact there, a bit of smoke with tyre-to-tyre contact perhaps? but everybody wants a podium at Goodwood, and Shane Brereton is desperate to take it off of Michael Gans. But what an absolutely fantastic battle, and while they have been fighting it out, that has allowed David Hart and Martin Stretton to head up the road in first and second, so perhaps they are safe for now as the clock counts down, and Stretton leads ahead of Hart. What can Gans do? He's in the number 3. Can he hold back Brereton? No, he can't. Brereton goes through, but can he hold it all together? He has to force out wide. He's on the grass again, and that's going to allow Gans through. Hart, meanwhile, is right onto the back of Brereton. The clock is going to time down, and I think Gans has just about got third, but up front then, after all that, it's Stretton in the 27 who wins the Salvadori Cup, just ahead of David Hart and Michael Gans in third, and Shane Brereton from the back in fourth. But my word, Alice Powell, that was some racing.
That was fantastic, but actually I can't see the checkered flag, so I think we're still...
Oh, they've gone too early there. Well,
yeah,
it's
they've
another
gone
lap.
too early. We have got another lap
down there. Well, I've got too
racing.
excited. Certainly,
So
half a
it's
second
still
the
going.
gap.
Still going. So they haven't put the flag out when time was up. So it's great for us, because I was going to say we needed some more racing laps, and we've certainly got that here. The battle for the lead is not over, and neither is the last spot for the podium.
Absolutely. Well, Gans is holding on for all his might, but here comes Shane Brereton, but he tries it down the inside, can't quite make it work then, and Gans gets all out of shape, the rear end really going around on him, but he holds it straight. Stretton still half a second in front of the lead. David Hart in second, then it's Gans in third, Brereton in fourth, and the rest of the field is about 13 seconds back, but it's a good battle perhaps for those further behind, but we're focusing on this. Can Stretton hold on for the lead? He's only got a few more corners to go, but he is fighting hard. Hart is pushing him all the way in that number 33, but the 27 is the one out in front through the chicane for what we think might well be the last time. This time around, is the checkered flag out? I think it might well be. Stretton then in the number 27 does it when he needed to, out in front ahead of Hart. Then it was Gans who held on for third, and Shane Brereton from the back up into fourth, and I think they'll be exhausted after that. I certainly am, but that was fantastic racing from all of our races, not least the top 4.
Yeah, no, so fantastic racing all round. I mean, just brilliant. It was, you didn't know where to look. Well, I certainly didn't as well, but fantastic driving. Michael Gans, he's certainly happy with his podium. A great job from Martin Stretton by defending and holding off the fast-charging David Hart as well, who was in second place. And Shane Brereton, wow, what a charge from the back of the grid.
Well, you wonder if Shane had started in fourth, where he was meant to, how quickly could he have got to the front? But even when he caught up to the top 3, it was still nip and tuck between them. So could we have had that battle raging on for much longer? Because you could just see, especially the replay of that start from Brereton, like a missile coming from the back. Overtook 5 cars before they even got to turn 1.
Yeah, he certainly was, and he definitely had the pace as well. Fastest lap by over 3/10. So fantastic job. The crowd enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. Fantastic, incredible, close racing here in the Salvadori Cup.
Fantastic for sports cars of a type between 1955 and 1960, and I can't wait. Hopefully we'll get to speak to some of the drivers, the top 3, in a little bit when they make their way back down, but because I'd like to know what they think. I'd like to speak to Shane Brereton to find out what he thought about that. He had the fastest lap in the end, a 1:26.6 to him. He was just a couple of tenths behind Gans for that final podium spot. Then came Wood, Pearson, Donna, Morley, Julian Majoub and Crossthwaite in the top 10. Sadly, we lost a couple of cars, the 55 and the number 6. So 24 runners finishing this race out of the 26. But I think the fans appreciated how good of a race that was. Round of applause all round here as the sun beats down on this beautiful Goodwood Motor Circuit for the 80th members meeting. Stretton wins ahead of Hart, and Gans rounds out the podium.
Yeah, amazing job by all drivers, and it was tricky at the start as well with the dust on the circuit, as this is how close the fans can get. They get so close to the cars, to the drivers when they come into the assembly area as well. It's something you don't get really anywhere else, as well as lots of smiles, which is fantastic to see as well. And yeah, laughter too. I mean, these just look awesome to drive as well. Such great fun.
They really do, don't they? The car control these drivers have is fantastic. We can see there Martin Stretton coming across to David Hart.
I can imagine he's saying, yeah, I could see you coming. You were coming quickly as well.
He really was, but hugs all around. They enjoyed that one as well. We'll wait for Gans as well, and the wreaths get placed, and thankfully we can throw down to Ed and hear from the drivers themselves after that epic battle.
Martin Stretton, you had to earn your money on that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I went on the first lap. I realised I'd got a bit of a braking issue, and then I thought it was going to be all right in terms of whatever, and then David started hunting me down, and I just had to be on the limit. And he's a great guy to race, and that was just such fun.
Fantastic drive. Did you realise how quickly number 49 was coming up?
Yeah, I saw him coming too, and then I don't know what happened to him after the safety car. Did he make a mistake or something? But it was all, I just was blocking my rear brakes all the time if I wasn't careful. So, yeah, I really had to concentrate. So it was hard work.
Cracking drive, well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's, Lee, we're going to disappear down here. And, well done, Michael, we'll come and see you in a second. David, wow, where do we start? I mean, what a race.
Yeah, it was really nice. I had to watch with the sand and everything came in my eyes, so I couldn't see a lot. But yeah, it was well. The last time I drove was in an LMP1 in the driveway, so this is slippery, but it's really nice. I enjoyed it a lot, and it's also honest. I mean, we were sliding together, but I like Martin. It's an honest guy.
David, well done.
Okay, thank you.
Where's Michael? Michael, we got Shane. We're going to come to you in a second. We'll probably need an hour-long podcast for you. But Michael, what a race! I don't even know whether we can cover this in a 30-second interview. But how did it feel from behind the steering wheel?
Pretty frightening and exhausting, I must say. I thought I was moving forward, but then these guys came up from behind. I mean, David is viciously quick. The car has lots of power, and they're pretty wide, big things. These Lister Costons, you know. So. I was hoping I would just be able to sit back there and watch them make a mistake. And lo and behold, behind me shows up this Cooper Bobtail, and he's going like gangbusters. So that was more hard work than I'd ever expected.
Well done, a great podium.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Right, Shane, here we are. Well, let's start with a green flag start, because in your head, it was probably the greatest start you've ever made.
Yeah, it was a very good start, just a little bit too soon. I don't really know what happened. I maybe got in the zone a bit wrong, I think. But it made for an exciting race for everyone, didn't it?
The race was fantastic, and what a drive through the field. I think after even a lap, you're up to 10th.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just good. The car was in the zone. After the safety car, the car went off, kept locking the brake. Gears got difficult. Up until then, I felt I could wait for an opportunity maybe to get the first, but it's difficult to overtake around here. When the pack's bunched up, that's sort of where I thrive. You've got to be so careful when it's wheel to wheel. It's so fast around there.
Well, you had us all on the edge of our seats, so well done.
That's very good, thank you.
Edge of the seat action all the way through that fantastic Salvadori Cup race, and in the end it was Martin Stretton in the Lister Jaguar who held on in front of David Hart and Michael Gans rounding out the podium, but Shane Brereton all the way from the back. What a roller coaster of a race he had, up into fourth, couldn't quite make the podium in the end, just in front of James Wood who rounded out the top 5. Then we have the first of the Jaguar D-Type long noses was Gary Pearson in 6th, Mark Donner, Stuart Morley and Julian Majube in 9th, and Oliver Crosthwaite in the Cooper Climax rounded out the top 10. James Thorpe in the Lister Jaguar made it all the way from the back of the grid up into 11th, so that was a bit underappreciated. He did well. Darren McWhirter in the Tajero Jaguar in 12th. Then a mixture of Lister Jaguars, Lola Climaxes and Maseratis making up the next few spots. Ian Dalglish down in 19th ahead of Keith Allers. Mike Malone in the Ferrari 250 TR had a Cypher Sam who will be very frustrated with his end to that race in 22nd. Then the Maserati 300S ahead of David Cook in his Ferrari. Well, hold your breaths, because this was a exciting race from start to finish, the Salvadori Cup for sports car racing between 1955 and 1960. That car, the rocket ship right at the back, the 49 Cooper Climax of Shane Brereton, started last, but very quickly made its way into the top 10, and then very quickly made its way into the top 4 for what ended up being a huge, epic battle for the podium places. One by one, Shane managed to carve his way through, and meanwhile the top 3 was still battling this fantastic battle between Gans and David Hart for the final podium places was happening. All the while Brereton was slowly reeling them in. Pearson was up next in the Jag for the 49 to reel off, and he did so in style. That fantastic Cooper Climax looking beautiful in this Goodwood Motor Circuit. David Hart and Michael Gans continuing to fight on there. The rear end stepping out left, right and centre, and that final chicane sometimes proving a little bit tricky. Heart in mouth moment for Stretton as he tried desperately to fight on for that lead. He lost it a couple of times, but was always able to just nick it back from the 33 of Hart. A safety car intervention at one point as well closed the pack up before we got a last gasp of racing, and here we have the top 4 all in the same shot, and nearly there for Shane Brereton, finding the wall of the chicane. He thought better of it at the last moment, but he was fighting for every bit of track he could get, so much so he ended on the grass a couple of times, but he still kept that car pointing in the right direction. But it wasn't quite enough, and it was Stretton who took the win ahead of Hart, Gans and Shane Brereton from the back in 4th.
Steering wheel?
Yes, we are firing up now. Ready?
Get ready to catch it, Karen.
Well, now we are moving on as we are looking forward to one of our final demos of the day here. Ben Edwards back with you for a little while, and we're looking forward to seeing our very own Karun Chandhok in one of the most classic Formula One cars of all time, the BT52, the Brabham BT52 from 1983. We've got 2 of them going out with David Brabham in the other one, and this is a real joy to watch. 2 of the same team cars back together for the first time in 40 years since they took the title for Nelson Piquet. And as we saw yesterday, Riccardo Patrese was here to drive the car with which he won the very last race of that year as well. And he just missed out on one of the others that season at San Marino. It was Nelson Piquet who won the championship in the Brabham BT52, his 2nd world title, and the first ever turbo-powered car to take the Drivers' World Championship. So here you are, experiencing and watching 2 fabulous Formula One cars from the 1980s. Soak this up, because this is a really, really beautiful demonstration with the 2 cars. And it was an absolutely brilliant season. The cars were designed by Gordon Murray, and we've been talking about Gordon Murray a little bit already this weekend with his modern supercars doing demos earlier. And Gordon Murray designed these actually very short notice in the end. He had already designed a car for 1983 with full ground effect, and then suddenly they got the rules that ground effect had been banned for Formula One for 1983. And so he discovered that in November, and he had to get the cars designed and built in time for March 1983. And he came up with this absolutely stunning looking car, which had no side pods. Now, Alice, we've seen ground effect come back into Formula One in recent years, haven't we? This, you know, we've been hearing all about the porpoising and bouncing that ground effect has caused. So actually, ground effect's come back. But this was a period when ground effect was banned from Formula One, and Gordon Murray just took this option of making the car very simple.
Yeah, he did, and simple sometimes works, and it definitely worked with these 2 cars here.
That's a shame. oh dear, Smokey. Karun Chandok's engine, the BMW turbo engine, that's not looking very healthy. Not the first time I've seen that from a turbo-powered car from the 1980s. I'm afraid that that can happen. But no, it's a bit of a shame for Karun. He hasn't had a chance to have a proper run in it.
No, that is just why I spoke to him actually before, not long before this, earlier on today, and he said he couldn't wait to get behind the wheel of one of these fantastic cars as David heads down the main straight now. And listen to that sound. I mean, I'd just love to, well, I wasn't alive on the days when these cars were racing around, but just to teleport back and imagine some of these fantastic cars, a whole field of them driving through and past on a main straight. But that was a spectacular sight.
I was actually very lucky. I was in my mid-teens and I was doing a bit of gophering and mechanicking for a Formula 4 team at Brands Hatch when Nelson Piquet won the European Grand Prix at Brands Hatch that year. So I was sitting in one of the stands, the paddock stand, which you were allowed to do as a mechanic. And I did watch Nelson Piquet that year, that race, and it was a key race actually for him to win, because it was into the latter stages of the season. He'd been battling with Alain Prost for the championship, and because this car was the best car, but it wasn't always fully reliable, as we've just seen. So he didn't have every result that he was hoping for, and it was this battle with Prost, but then he had a really good end to the season. He was leading that last race, but decided to back out once Prost retired, and ended up winning the championship. So it really was very notable. And of course Renault then, they had a turbocharged engine that had been running for a long time, but they just didn't get the title. It was the BMW turbo. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a 4-cylinder engine, and depending on boost pressure, it can produce anywhere between 800 and 1,350 horsepower. So incredible machine to drive, and I can imagine round Brands Hatch, especially in the wet, it could be quite a handful.
Absolutely. No, they got wheel spin in nearly all gears, you know. It really
amazing.
Remarkable how it lay rubber down with that amount of power that you're talking about from that turbocharged engine. One thing that also Gordon Murray did in the design of the car, in a way, by taking the side pods down towards the back, and that was to get the weight onto the rear wheels, because he had so much power, he wanted to get as much traction from the car. Let's just go quiet for a moment and listen to this 4-cylinder BMW turbocharged engine that was such a big part of Nelson Piquet's title in 1983. And David Brabham it is at the wheel, great racer himself, and son of Sir Jack Brabham, of course, who set up this team originally. By the time we got to this stage in the 80s, of course, it was run by Bernie Eccleston, and Graham Murray was the designer that he brought in about 10 years before that, in fact. And as I mentioned, this was the second World Championship that they managed to take, and the final championship, indeed, for the Brabham team that Nelson Piquet took in that 1983 season. It was a strong season, as I say. He had 3 wins in total. He led 11 out of the 15 races. As I say, there wasn't always the reliability they wanted, and 327 laps led, more than double any other driver in that 1983 season, were led by Nelson Piquet in the BT52. British Grand Prix at Silverstone. So we had 2 Grand Prix in the UK that year. The British Grand Prix was at Silverstone. That saw Prost actually win and Piquet second. But as I mentioned, the second Grand Prix in the UK, very unusual, of course, that happened, but it did with the European Grand Prix taking place at Brands Hatch, and that was a very important win for Piquet. Funnily enough, Patrese and De Angelis, they tangled from first and second. Prost finished second to Nelson Piquet that day. He still had the lead in the championship, but Piquet managed to grab it away right towards the end. So it was a very memorable time indeed. And the other key thing about it being here at Goodwood is it tested here at Goodwood in 1983 and is said to have lapped at under 1 minute. I say it's said to because it was never written down. Nobody's ever found the proof of it.
Of course. Ackeron's out. Fantastic.
That is good news. So hopefully that wasn't a major problem. Yeah, so under 1 minute is the fastest lap that is ever known to have been timed around here, but it wasn't written down. It was on somebody's stopwatch, and a few people remembered it, but they were just busy testing. They were getting so ready for the race. It didn't get written down, so we don't know it for official, but the story is the fastest ever lap round Goodwood has been done in the Brabham BT52.
Yeah, so I also asked Karun, actually, I said, are we going to be trying to beat that lap time? He said, no, I'm just going to go around and enjoy driving. So I'm really glad to see that he's back out. He did also mention and remind me as well, it's Bernie Eccleston's car. So he'd been in a lot of trouble if he happened to stick it in one of the barriers.
Yeah, so Bernie Eccleston still owns this car. The other car is owned by BMW themselves. So it's lovely to see two of them out on track at the same time. It's a beautiful livery too, isn't it? Very straightforward. They actually reversed the blue and white from the beginning of the year. They had it the other way around in terms of where the blue and where the white was. But I think it's a lovely, lovely livery. It works extremely well.
Yeah, it certainly does work really nicely. Karun now, he can really give it some beans down the main straight. And it almost shakes the commentary box as it goes past. A wonderful, wonderful sound.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And a beautiful time in Formula One racing, and to have this simplicity of the look of the car and its tremendous performance as well really was very impressive. It was a time as well when they were stopping to refuel during the races, and that was something Brabham did extremely well. They were very, very efficient at doing that, and it worked as part of the handling of the Formula One at the time. But of course, refueling is not something we see in Formula One now. It's all about tyre changes, but it's not about refueling. But at that time, it was pretty important. And as you say, this engine, this turbocharged engine, would go on to well over 1,000 horsepower in qualifying. Certainly over the next couple of years after this, it was already very strong. Major power at about 11,000 revs per minute. And in fact, the BMW engine designer, Paul Roche, he fitted a pressure control valve on the engine, which did help reduce some of the throttle lag, because being a turbo engine, they had to deal with quite a lot of turbo lag. So that must have been a challenge for the drivers.
Yeah, no, and lots of things changing as well. I mean, just a challenge driving this car, especially on the smaller circuits. A lot of the modern day circuits now, there's room for error, but certainly back in the day, not pretty much like this circuit is now, not much room for error. As Karun now, they both bring them back into the pits. What a treat we've just witnessed there.
Yeah, really beautifully done, and so relief to see that car back out after the smoke pouring out of it earlier on. So hopefully that was nothing too serious, and both cars ran and demonstrated extremely well, just celebrating the Nelson Piquet win in 1983 of the Drivers' Championship, but also that amazing lap that happened here at Goodwood in the early part of the season. Rob Widows was here that day and actually saw it, and there were various people around, and it's lovely to remember it. So that's the Brabham demonstration done, and we're going back to some racing coming up now. The Moss Trophy is the next race that we are looking forward to. We've got a lovely mix of Jaguar E-Types, Aston Martin DB4s, AC Cobras, Lotus Elites, and one or two others as well. So it's a beautiful mixture of cars coming out onto the circuit now as we prepare for them to line up. Beautiful weather this afternoon as well, brightened up gloriously, and we're into the Moss Trophy for these closed cockpit GT cars between 1958 and 1962, and plenty of Jaguar E-Types, as I mentioned. We saw a good battle in qualifying, in fact, between the E-Types and the AC Cobras, and that's kind of how they split up on the grid. We've got two E-Types on the front row plus one AC Cobra. And then we've got an AC Cobra and an E-Type back on the second row. We have to go down to the third row before we get something different. That's the Lotus of Andrew Cocotti. And then down to the fourth row, we get an Aston Martin and a Ferrari as well. But the E-Types in particular, very quick around this Goodwood circuit. Very elegant, very beautiful. And we're looking forward to this. Bruce Jones rejoins us in the commentary box. And Bruce, I know you've watched these types of cars around Goodwood many, many times.
I do, but there's always a different mix. But you know what, walking around the paddock, as you and I have done when we're not in the commentary box, it's just seeing people stopped in their tracks by the beauty of some of these cars. The Lotus Elite in particular, not as well known as a Jaguar E-Type, but by golly, it was so super dynamic and its handling was exquisite. But really, a very, very well-driven E-Type. A lot of these drivers who are competing here have a huge amount of historic racing experience and a lot of time lapping the Goodwood circuit. And the battle between Alex Buncombe, Ollie Bryant, and then of course the AC Cobra with James Cottingham. They formed the front row. It was really nip and tuck, and conditions were not as good as they might are this afternoon, because it was quite greasy this morning. Had a little flurry of rain that started just before the cars went on track.
Yeah.
And certainly it meant that drivers had a narrower circuit because they didn't dare put any of these valuable cars onto the grass on the outside, because as we know, wet grass is pretty fast.
Absolutely. There's a very pretty AC Cobra. That one is going to be starting on the second row. That's John Spears who's driving that one. As you say, the very lovely Lotus is out as well. The fastest of them, Andrew Cocotti, in car number 10, starting on the inside of the third row of the grid. The Elites started being sort of made in the late 1950s. They had quite a lot of technical problems. It was a beautiful car, wonderful design, but trying to get all the body and chassis reinforced plastics that they were using, it proved to be a little bit of a challenge, so they didn't actually get them on sale until the 58. They did build nearly 1,000 of them eventually, and wins started for the Lotus Elite back in 1958 for the likes of Ian Walker and John Lowry as well. Colin Chapman actually raced an Elite himself, third at Silverstone International in 1959.
Yeah, Colin Chapman also competed, trying to compete in Formula One. He was a very quick driver, quite upsetting for some of his drivers who came through, because he could engineer the car, hop in the car and be as quick as they were, which sort of slightly ruffles their feathers. Now, looking at the AC Cobras at the front of the grid, they're the narrow ones. They're as they were when they took over for AC, and as you can see, they don't have the bulbous rear wheel arches and even front wheel arches that the latter cars did. They had the smaller engines, and to my eye, they're far prettier.
I know what you mean, yes, they're very elegant cars, aren't they? Carroll Shelby, of course, was a key part of the AC Cobra. We're going to be celebrating him this year as we go through the other Goodwood events, aren't we?
Carroll Shelby, just an epic figure. I once turned up at the NEC in Birmingham and I was told, actually, could you just go and host a dinner tonight? And who's going to be there? Oh, Sterling Moss, Carroll Shelby, Roy Salvadori, wow, John Coombs, et al. And I went, yeah, hold me back. So in I went, and what a raconteur. In fact, if you put him and Roy Salvadori together, we had Tony Brooks as the invigilator trying to calm them down when their stories were getting taller and taller. Fabulous times.
Lovely. Well, that's some great stories, and we'll have a lot more about Carroll Shelby as we go through the rest of the year with the Goodwood events, the Festival of Speed and the Revival. But let's keep an eye on these Cobras. James Cottingham in the white one on the outside of the front row. He's won various races here at Goodwood in quite recent times, actually. He won the Sussex Trophy here in a Tejero Jaguar last year. He's won the Sterling Moss Trophy in an E-Type before, and now he's in an AC, funnily enough. As we look at the number 74 E-Type, just making its way down, this is Nick Mayton. He's down a little bit further down towards the back of the grid. Actually, they've put him right down at the back at the moment. I think he's a little further up than that, because down at the back, I think, is the XK120. Chris Scully, we can see that XK120 just sitting down there on the back of the grid as well. So, but it's a lovely mixture of cars that we can enjoy and just see how this race is going to go. It's another 20-minute race, and we will get a good battle, I think, up front between the E-Types and the AC Cobras. The gap in qualifying was not great. Alex Buncombe took pole position. So that's Alex Buncombe on the left as you look at it there. Oliver Bryant is in the middle of the front row. James Cottingham on the outside, on the right-hand side there, number 59. So the two E-Types of Alex Buncombe and Oliver Bryant, and then James Cottingham in the AC Cobra on the outside. Then John Spears in the red AC Cobra. And as they come away on the starting lineup here, and then heading down towards the first corner. Just having a look there, one one of the Lotuses nice and far up already on that grid.
Yeah, just taking a look at the grid there.
Yeah,
the car that qualified fifth, Benoit Trollier, is not there. So the others have already been shunted up. There were no gaps in the grid, but I suddenly, the brains and the numbers didn't quite compute. So great.
I was just trying to work that out, actually, because I could see the Lotus not where I was expecting it. I was expecting it to be on the inside, but it's on the outside, as you say, on the second row. So actually, Andrew Cocotti has gained from Benoit Trollier.
Actually, Benoit in number 8 is going to be starting from the back of the grid. So a story is already imprinted on this race. Surely is going to be the recovery drive, but the reason he's back down there, we do not know. Let's hope it wasn't a little problem when they got away to go from the collection area round to the grid.
Yeah, that's funny, because normally they would leave the gap on the grid, wouldn't they? So maybe it was an earlier problem where they thought the car wouldn't appear at all. I don't know. But whatever comes of it, we shall see. As you say, if Benoit Trollier's car is actually working well, he'll be one to watch if he's starting down towards the back. So that's the number 80 E-Type. That's something to keep an eye on as well. But we've got a good battle to look forward to here. Alex Buncombe, Oliver Bryant, James Cottingham on the front row, John Spears, and now Andrew Cocotti up into 5th place. Another E-Type next, that's Gregor Fiskin, ahead of William Paul and James Alexander. Then the Ferrari, first of the Ferraris on the grid is John Hugenholtz. And John, always quick round here at Goodwood in various cars. Richard Mines on his Jaguar E-Type lines up in 10th place. And then we've got Guy Zeiser, Nicholas Ditting in the Aston Martin DB4. And then just the one Chevrolet Corvette in this race. Alan Letts is driving that here today. So that'll be a good one to watch, and we'll see how that goes. That's Peter James's car. Peter was hoping to race himself, but he has injured his back. So Alan Letts has got the opportunity. And there we've got some more of the Lotuses. Austin Healy's in the mix as well as we go further down the grid. The final part of the grid with a couple more E-Types and a very beautiful Ferrari 250 GT Lusso. Very rare car, that one. That's down in 25th place on the grid, but it's one to watch if you get the chance. And that beautiful Jaguar XK120, car number 34. Keep an eye out for that one as well. Earlier car, so not as competitive as the E-Types and the AC Cobras, but a lovely car to have as part of this lineup. So the cars are now just coming onto the grid itself, and we're getting ready for the start of this race. Who's going to get off the line best of all? Of course, the AC Cobras have a lot of horsepower in their American engines, but the E-Types, as we know, have got good flow. Let's see how they get off the line.
Absolutely so, and the car that has the handling, of course, is the Lotus Elite, but that has none of the grunt of the rivals. I think just a little bit of correction there, that Rory Bryant, rather than William Paul, will be starting in the red number 5. I've seen his name on the timing screens.
Okay.
They don't quite add up, but I could be wrong. But anyhow, we'll look out for that. The touring car racer is very, very handy indeed, but at the moment, it's the front row that's looking very good as we wait for the start.
Okay, let's have a look. We've got a green flag from the back. We're all set to go racing. The Moss Trophy at the 80th members meeting underway, and it's a good start from the poleman, Alex Buncombe. Oh, the Chevy doesn't move at all, does finally get going, but actually from the outside, James Cottingham in the AC Cobra, going around the outside, and I think he's taken Alex Buncombe. Yes, he has. It is the initial advantage to James Cottingham, and now Alex Buncombe finding himself under pressure from Oliver Bryant.
Well, if you've got lots of grunt, it's rude not to make the most of it, and certainly from the outside of the front row in that white AC Cobra with the black roof and the back wheels, James Cottingham has got clear, but through the course to lap, the flow, the wonderful flow the Jaguar E-Types have, should enable the front two cars, Alex Buncombe and Ollie Bryant, to fight back, but exactly what needed to be done for the AC Cobra of James Cottingham. Third became first.
It did, beautifully done. And we got some great battles going on further down the field as well. The John Hugenholtz in the number 14 Ferrari, just getting past there, that silver Ferrari. But we'll also be keeping an eye out. There it is, number 14. You can see he's coming back again in the fight. So there is John Hugenholtz. This is a car that raced in Italy in the 1960s. And Hugenholtz has had it for some 40 years pretty much now. Well, just under that. And he is enjoying racing. He always loves racing here at Goodwood. Number 77 E-Type as well. That is Guy Zeiser. And that's a car that's been rebuilt by the CKL team. Look at this, 3 abreast with the Austin Healy in the middle. That's a rally. It is a rally car originally, that Austin Healey, a winner in key rally, the Alpine Rally. I see that it's still got the labels on it and the rally lights on it, which is fun to see.
And what you saw in that little battle, the green and yellow Lotus Elite just had no answer to the power of the Austin Healey and all around him, and fell back enormously on the straight. But up front, what's the gap? First to second, 0.8 of a second. James Cottingham, that brilliant start in the AC Cobra, number 59. Alex Buncombe started on pole. He's down in second place, but he and Ollie Bryant and their E-Types will be fighting absolutely tooth and nail to get on the tail of the race leader.
Well, there is another of the Lotuses, as you mentioned, and that is Andrew Kokotti, who has dropped back a little bit from where he started, because he ended up starting 5th. But as you mentioned, with the less power in the Lotus Elite, he's very difficult off the line. So that's cost Andrew a bit of time. We saw Andrew earlier on today having a good second place finish in the Gurney Cup race.
And just one thing I really want to look out for is Benoit Trollier. We said he should have been starting 5th. He started right at the tail of the field. He gained possibly a dozen places. So look out for the number 80 E-Type working its way forward. But also look out for Alex Buncombe getting closer and closer to the race leader, James Cottingham's AC. And certainly Bob Neville's crew have done a fantastic preparation job on that dark blue E-Type. But Ollie Bryant not exactly falling away in 3rd place.
No, he isn't, is he? He's still part of that. Then you got Spears in 4th position. And then the others coming over the line. There's the first of the Aston Martins, and then just looking for Andrew Kokotti in the Lotus. He's dropped back a little bit now. It's a real mix of E-Types and the Austin Healeys there as they try to come through. Back to the battle for the lead, though, and for the moment James Cottingham is not getting away by very much, you have to say, with Alex Buncombe, who had that pole position right on his tail now.
Right, Jaguar fans, the good news is James Cottingham is not getting away. He's been hauled in, just 0.5 of a second clear. The top 3 cars, the AC Cobra and those 2 E-Types of Buncombe and Bryant, 1.1 seconds covers them. Then they've got 3 seconds back to John Spears in the red AC, the second one. He's got Rory Butcher, or is it William Paul? We'll find out. in behind in 5th place, but the first 3, as expected, are getting away. The big question, Ben, is in which order will they finish?
Yes, it is. Oh, we've got a problem for the number 11 car there. That's Robert Kaufman in his E-Type. Hope they can get that out of the way. The Marshal's doing a great job. Leaders still very, very close. Oh, a little touch of the grass for Alex Buncombe.
Hand out of the window there from the AC Cobra up front. Is there a problem for James Cottingham, or had there been a little mistake before? Wet yellows.
That was where they were pushing the car out of the way. So he saw the yellows, and I think he just responded to that.
And in many ways that just shows that a lot of mortals could be able to not have the extra brain power and capacity, but leading the race, James Cottingham's got the experience and he didn't want to be clouted from behind. Absolutely the right thing to do, but these are pro drivers doing an astonishingly good job. AC Cobra versus Jaguar E-Type, yeah, I could watch that any day of the week, and I could certainly watch an overtaking manoeuvre like that from second place into first from Alex Buncombe. But what a move down into Woodcote.
That was an excellent move. I did wonder whether Cottingham was going to shut the door a little bit more, but he didn't. Left-hand drive Cobra versus right-hand drive E-Type, so the gap between the 2 drivers is bigger than you get in some cases. Straight line speed from the Cobra, but the E-Type was very effective under braking.
Yeah, but what I'm wondering there, Ben, they slightly delayed themselves by backing off the yellow flags going to Laverton. It may just be that the AC Cobra, James Cottingham, backed off a little too much and couldn't use the grunt, and the power's put down sooner by Alex Buncombe. He's not only taken the lead, he's starting to hair clear. Wow, how's this one going to shape out?
But they're coming up into traffic already, so that can often complicate things. So let's just see if they manage to get through this okay. Further down the order as well, we've got some good racing going on. Further down, number 14 is Hugenholtz in that lovely Ferrari, and then a real group of E-Types. Richard Mines is in there.
And that's Benoit Trollier, who's just gone past the car with the Cut 7 livery on board, and he was the driver who qualified 5th, ended up starting right at the tail of the field, but you don't need a stopwatch to tell you that he's one of the quickest drivers out there. How high has he climbed? Already up to 13th position. More places will come his way before this lap is over, that's for sure. Possibly even into the top 10.
Yeah, 3 times Le Mans winner. Plenty of pace. The man who's won championships in Japan in both Formula Nippon and the GT series. There he is, number 80. He is a very talented, very experienced racer, and he's moved up extremely quickly from the back up to 13th when he crossed the line last time. He's going to be higher than that when he comes back across the line.
Well, he's challenging for 10th place. That's for the moment in the hands of Craig Davis, number 26. Very similar liveries of their cars, that gunmetal colour on the flanks. Is there enough space to go up the inside? You know what? Craig Davis is a tough driver, and he said, if you want to come past, I'm not making it easy for you.
Absolutely. You will make him work hard for it. But that's fair enough. It's racing. Has a quick glance in his mirror before he comes into the chicane. Chucks it in. There's Craig. But Benoit is right on it, and he's going to try and get the better exit. Actually, he doesn't get a super exit out of there. It's good straight line speed in the Craig Davis car.
Yeah, in fact, just looking at that, it was a very smooth exit, and I thought it would yield advantage there for Ben Trollier, but it didn't. Plenty of grunt for Craig Davis in behind again. Of course, you got the soft tops, the non-fixed head coupes, and the one running in behind them should be, well, up from the back of the grid. Nick Mason, who was propelled from mid-grid, whatever the transgression was, that started at the back. So like Ben Trollier, 80 and 74 have been working their way up. They're halfway up the order, and they're definitely advancing. Look, the white car, the right E-Type with the red roof closing in as this battle in front is getting very fruity between Craig Davis and Ben Trollier. 26 ahead of number 80.
Yeah, 9th and 10th at the moment. And a little chance here for Trollier, who's going to try and outbrake round the outside. And then can he still get into the corner ahead of Davis? Yes, he can, just about. He gives him space. Fair play. But also joining in the fun and games is the number 74 of Nick Mason. Let's see whether he's going to be able to get past as well. He's got a good run as they go down the straight, but no doubt about it, Trollier has managed to go through, and that has brought him up into 9th position. So the next one he's going after is John Hugenholtz now in the Ferrari. See how he can get a bit further up the order. Meanwhile, Alex Buncombe is still our race leader with a second advantage over James Cottingham.
Yeah, and that was the fastest lap of the race. Dipped under 1 minute 30 seconds. A very, very quick time from Alex Buncombe. Second generation, or is it third generation racer? Yes, in third generation racer from the Buncombe family from the West Country. Childhood friend of Jenson Button. Grew up doing karts together and have raced together in British GT and other things around. So great to have two pals enjoying their racing so much. But 1 second, almost precisely, race lead for Alex Buncombe over the AC Cobra of James Cottingham, and James having a purple patch in his racing career at the moment.
But it's Trollier again who's trying to come past at the moment in the number 80 E-Type Jaguar. He's doing a fantastic job. Hugenholtz up ahead of him. Very experienced, but I'm not sure he's going to hold on for too long. That was a bit of a wide... Oh, that's Spears. Spears, who was running in 4th, wasn't he? And he's dropped a couple of places there.
I think he's dropped rather more than that. I think he's, well, let's just wait and see to the next timing sector, but just the smallest of margins, running that little bit wide, but had to be very careful coming back onto the circuit. But as he accelerates hard towards the kink, as he comes back towards Woodcote, he'll be absolutely cursing. Right, he's fallen behind car number 62, which is Gregor Fiskin, so he's fallen, and he's ahead of Nick Ditting, so he's only fallen to 6th place. Well, that'll be frustrating.
Yeah, it will be frustrating, but obviously a little error, I would think, that he made, just running the car out wide as the battle between the E-Types continues. And here's the battle up front. It's still close. It's not much difference. The gap has come back down with a new fastest lap by James Cottingham in the Cobra. So he's got the gap back down to 0.681 of a second. And they are still dealing with traffic as well. That's something that you can see. They're catching up to one of the Jaguars, the XK120, the only 120 actually in this race. The car rebuilt to the Prodrose style, and they're going to get past that very quickly indeed.
Yeah, that was the slowest qualifier in the field, hardly surprisingly, because the world moved on very quickly when the E-Types came to town. The AC Cobras with all the power, so Chris Scully keeping out of the way there, but certainly Alex Buncombe going right to the edge of the circuit on the exit of St Mary's, drifting his way into Lavant. It's going to be possibly down to half a second, and good to see the number 14 Ferrari being driven so beautifully with so much experience. That car, John Hugenholtz pressing on tail end of the top 10, but he's got company, plenty of company. Benoit Trollier coming up from the tail of the field, trying to go round him, and in behind Nick Mason, the white E-Type.
He's done it.
With the red roof.
That was good. That was lovely, the way he dived up the inside. You see the occasional overtake there that works well, and that was actually beautifully done. And in fact, Hugenholtz is going to have to watch out. He might be losing 2 or 3 more places.
Yeah, it could be a very cruel half lap for him. No sooner had I said he's driving beautifully. Unfortunately, he is, but the drivers behind that little bit quicker, and certainly Benoit Trollier not only proving he's quick as he comes up, but he's also very, very positive with his overtaking.
So there we are, back with the 2 leaders, and it's still nothing to choose. It was 0.2 as they went over the line that time. Very, very close. And they're lapping one of the Lotuses as well, getting past it safely. Mark Gordon in the Lotus Elite. That car has done much racing over Europe. Hasn't got the straight line speed to run up front with the Cobra and E-Type here at Goodwood, but still having a lovely run outside this afternoon. But this is the race for the win in the Moss Trophy. At the moment, it's still Alex Buncombe who fought his way in front, sliding around a bit there.
You know, what I wouldn't discount in this, it looks like it's a two-horse race, but not that far back in third place is Ollie Bryant. I think the traffic works against him. It may well be these two cars in front, the AC Cobra of James Cottingham in second place, the number 22 E-Type in the lead. The race are marginally faster, but how far of the race have we got to go? 8.5 minutes remaining in this 20-minute race, but well, 0.2 of a second on the start-finish straight. But like so many races, the Goodwood members meeting, we have power against handling, and it's the E-Type that has the handling. Who breaks later would be the lighter E-Type, surely down to Woodcote.
You're right, he does break later, but they were absolutely side by side there for a moment, and it looked like Cottingham was going to get the chance. We've got a car limping, one of the Astons.
Missing the front wheel. I think that's the Dwight Merriman's car. Yes, number 3, the American racer. Well, he was so excited about racing here. There's his wheel. Great camera work again.
Wow. So we suddenly saw it dip down. The wheel has come off. It's not the first wheel we've seen come off a race car here today, but it's always a concern. Thankfully, I don't think it's done too much other damage. That's where it went off.
It's always a worry with bouncing wheels, but it's bouncing in a straight line, and the barriers did a fantastic job. The tyre wall slowing it down, but the sparks coming underneath it. I love DB4 GTs. That gives me a little spasm of pain, I'm afraid.
There's some suspension arms that are going to have to be replaced. They've been ground hard by that sparking along the tarmac, but that was the wheel, and thankfully it hasn't gone into an area where the marshals were, so that is okay. They have put out a yellow flag, and there you can see the damage being done to that front disc as well, front suspension, and then pulling over to one side. At least you can take it to an area that is safe down at that section. So back with the leaders. The race is still underway. There's no need for a safety car as he's managed to take it to a safe place, and it's still Buncombe versus Cottingham, E-Type versus AC Cobra for the win in the Moss Trophy. Ollie Bryant still running in third place, quite a lonely third. As you mentioned, he's a few seconds further back, but he's got no one behind him either, so it's a bit of a quiet race for him.
Yeah, he lost out again with the traffic, but I actually think the pace of that car has really fallen away, and the big question, can those behind catch him? But really the big question is, can James Cottingham get close enough of that AC Cobra to try and pounce to past Alex Buncombe? But as you can see, there is traffic out there, and Christopher Scully sort of doesn't really know where to go, because he has cars overtaking to the left, to the right. Hugenholtz was on one side and Craig Davis to the other, but he did a great job not to change his line. Nick Maton goes through as well, past the older Jaguar, and he gets a very good exit from Lavin. He's going to be taking a run on Craig Davis in front of him, but Craig moves across to grab the kink on the run down to Woodcote Corner. This is a fabulous, fabulous sight, and you get that little moment where the track comes across with drivers right.
Late break, and one of them gets past the Ferrari. Both of them get past the Ferrari. That worked well for the E-Types, didn't it, on that occasion?
Sheer artistry. These cars, you can see them up on their tiptoes, skeetering around, and again, some brilliant camera angles. Oh, but that wasn't how you want to exit the chicane. Craig Davis is surely going to lose out to Nick Maton, the white E-Type with the red roof taking a charge as they come up towards Madgwick. But again, we see Craig has got a lot of grunt. He gets the power down beautifully out of the chicane.
Look at this, though. Battle for the lead is still as close as ever. It was only 2/10 as they went over the line. It still looks like that to me at the moment. That slightly different style. You get a front wheel on the Cobra, always lifting a bit more than the E-Type. The E-Type doesn't lift the front wheels quite the same level as the Cobra does, but he's really got a good run here, Cottingham, but not quite. Once they get to an area where they're on the brakes, that's where Alex Buncombe has the advantage once again with the E-Type. Goes in quite deep, but that's okay. You often go in a little deeper into the first part of that corner, cut back into the apex, and that's been done very stylishly. Now through the chicane, neither of them giving up.
No, these are proper racers. The emphasis being on people who race and race hard, and don't offer the inside. If you want to come past me in your AC Cobra, James Cottingham, I only letting you have the outside. You've got more grunt, I've got more handling, and the car's set up very differently indeed, but they will respect each other, and they won't want to put these cars at risk. But look, the eyes of Alex Buncombe are so large, he looks in his mirror, and now alongside him comes the AC Cobra.
Oh, he's grabbing the lead, and at a good section of the track for him to do that, because there may be a chance to stay out in front, but the E-Type's coming back. Alex Buncombe looking for a chance to get back past through St Mary's, through the right into the left. There's a dab on the brake before they go into the left. Off camber on the exit. Don't run too wide. beautifully done. Now they've got to get onto the brakes again and get a really good exit out of this right-hander to take them onto the straight. You can see how actually Cottingham did that. He went in quite slow to get on the power as early as possible.
Exactly so. The AC Cobra not as good under braking as the Jaguar, but the Jaguar wasn't given the option of where to place the car. So for Alex Buncombe, very frustrating indeed, but very, very clever driving there from James Cottingham. The grunt of the AC Cobra, even though it's one of the smaller engines of the AC Cobra range, enough to punch him clear going down to Woodcote, but he's the one who has to hang on as they turn past the Daffodils. No time to admire those at the moment, but again sideways on the exit of Woodcote and then snaking through the chicane. James Cottingham taking the lead for the first time in this race and trying to punch clear, but you know what, Alex Buncombe is far from finished.
Yeah, no, Alex is not over yet. Very experienced GT racer and loves the classic racing as well. He's raced a lot here at Goodwood over the years. So, of course, has James. They both have tremendous experience around this track. James is son of David Cottingham, who runs DK Engineering. They prepare a lot of the cars that are here this weekend. Great engineering knowledge. They know how to get the best out of their cars. But these two drivers are really going to push it all the way to the checkered flag. Just under 3 minutes to go in the Moss Trophy. Ollie Bryant still running in third place. Gregor Fiskin is running in fourth. John Spears, who had that little moment in the Red Cobra, he's still running, but he's in fifth. And Trellier is now up into seventh place. And I'm not sure, he's only a couple of seconds behind his next rival. So there is still a chance that he's going to find another place or two, perhaps, before the end.
I sense he should be able to catch what we think is the Rory Butcher, the touring car racer in William Paul's red E-Type number 5. But right now the dynamic very different at the front, because having the AC Cobra leading the Jaguar E-Type, so Cottingham ahead of Buncombe, it's a different equation when they go through the points where one of the cars has an advantage, and the absolute advantage for Cottingham, he has more grunt. So if he can set it up nicely for the first part of Lavant, get the power down as soon as he possibly can before the second part, he should be able to pull clear.
Yeah, we just saw John Spears going through. There is Trellier, and he is now running in seventh place. As you can see, he's not quite at all. Lovely wheel spin, lovely control there. And you get a great view. The rear undersection of the E-Type, so pretty. It's almost like a Venturi, isn't it? It isn't a Venturi. They didn't use it for aerodynamic effect, but it has that beautiful curve under the back of the E-Type.
Yeah, absolutely glorious. And John Spears has got ahead of Gregor Fiskin there, the 62 Jaguar. Not going backwards, more to the point that the recovering John Spears is going forwards in that red number 2 AC Cobra. Very narrow compared to the later ones with the bigger engines, but very, very pretty indeed. But again, good grunt, and John Spears using that very well indeed.
So we have 1.25 minutes to go. Whether they're going to get another lap in, I think they probably will. Let's just see. It's going to be a bit tight. James Cottingham ahead of Alex Buncombe for the moment, but the gap still just over 1 second. Good racing going on further back now. John Spears just getting past Gregor Fiskin there, and Spears getting himself back into fourth position. And here's Trellier again on the charge, seeing if he can gain another place, and he does do so. So that brings him up into sixth position. So he has gained well, considering he started right from the back. That's a good move up the order, isn't it?
Hey, that's very, very impressive indeed, because some of the drivers at the back are doing their best, but they're nowhere near the pace of those at the front, and it does sometimes make it very hard indeed. You get a little bit held back, but as I said, he gained about a dozen places on the opening lap, and that was the key to this run up through the field, with Nick Maton coming through as well. Nick's up to 9th position, while Ben Trellier up into 6th, so he's made the better of it. But then again, with his Le Mans winning pedigree, you'd rather expect that.
Beautifully driven. It's a very balanced car, this number 80 car, and I have to say he's putting on a wonderful demonstration with it so far. Spears having to watch out a little bit, because Fiskin is not giving up on that fourth place. He's still right there with the E-Type.
Yeah, just a half a car length between them, and as they accelerate and then have to hit the brakes heavily to set the car up for the chicane, a short blast from Woodcote, it really does go in a very quick blink of the eye. But who makes the better exit? We've got the clock has gone to 0. Has the checkered flag come out? It won't yet, because it has to come out to the race leader, and that is James Cottingham. He's probably got 2/3 of a lap to go in the number 59 AC Cobra. Started from the outside of the front row, worked his way past those 2 E-Types, and looks as though he's got this one in the bag, Ben.
Yeah, he's got to get this last part of the lap done. He's still sliding the car, working those tyres very hard, but as you say, that gap that he's got over Alex Buncombe is looking pretty comfortable now. It does look as though this Moss Trophy is going the way of the AC Cobra as opposed to the Jaguar E-Type. A fight between the two types of car, and of course the AC Cobra coming up to some traffic, so he's flashing his lights. He does not want to get caught here because it could make a last-minute change if he gets slowed down too much. Coming up to the Lotus and the Chevy, it is slowing him down, and it could give a chance to Bunker, but he's got a decent exit out of the chicane. The Lotus getting out of his way, and fair enough, the checkered flag is out, and he takes victory. It is a win for James Cottingham in the Moss Trophy. The AC Cobra that started third on the grid. He fought hard, worked out how to get past Alex Bunkum. Bunkum finishes in second place. Oliver Bryant in third position in the 111 E-Type. So we have 2 E-Types and 1 AC Cobra up in the top 3, but it is the Cobra that has taken victory. Here's another AC Cobra. This is the John Spears machine coming through. He is going to hold on to 4th place ahead of Gregor Fiskin. And John, who had that little off onto the grass at one stage in the race, lost a couple of places, actually came back very, very well and got back to where he wanted to be. Trelier, who started at the back, putting his hand out of the window to wave at the fans because he did a great job there, starting from the back and coming all the way up towards the front. Lovely to see that. And just seeing Andrew Kukotti going through. I think the Austin Healey's struggling a little bit, seems to be just slowing down a touch, I'm not sure. Richard Walmer seemed to allow him past almost too quickly there, but he's still running, so you think he's going to get to the end of the race outside the top 10. But lovely to see this car slipping and sliding its way around the Goodwood circuit.
And you know what, we talked about Benoit Collier coming from stone last up to 6th position as Austin Healey does make it to the finish line.
Was a bit slow in a straight line. Might have lost a gear or something.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Another 2 laps, and I'm sure Trelier might have got up to 4th place. I think he'd have picked off Gregor Fiskin and John Spears. Didn't get the chance, but he'll still have loved the fact that he worked his way through the field so effectively. But what a battle up front between James Cottingham and Alex Bunkum. But eventually, very bold move took victory to put it in the hands of the AC Cobra driver. No, it didn't put him in his hands. He grabbed it with both hands. And that was a wonderful race.
In a very classic Cobra, one of only 11 recognised 260 Cobra competition cars. It was sent to Shelby, America, to Los Angeles, and campaigned extensively by its first owner in Seattle in the 1960s. It did hill climbs and races in the early 1960s. It's lovely to see a car like this back. It's been returned to completely original specification, and with the factory build sheet in that colour. That's how it was produced originally, in that very smart, clean colour. And hasn't it delivered well today? No doubt about it. James Cottingham has earned an excellent victory in this race from the Moss Trophy. Let's go down to Ed.
Ollie, I know you've got to rush off to the next race because you're in that, so we'll be quick. What a pace these two set ahead of you.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, they got away well, and we knew the Cobra was going to be tough to hang with, but Alex did a good job holding him off for as long as he did. We caught a Ferrari in traffic, then I lost quite a chunk of time to them when the Aston lost a wheel, so couldn't keep touch with them then. But fantastic to see that Cobra win. I drove the car last year, so I know it well. So it's good to see it win, and Alex did a great job as well.
It was a great drive for myself. Enjoy the next race.
Thank you.
Right, please stay with me. We'll take it slightly back to front today. That was 3rd place. Alex, I'll tell you what, I'll squeeze in here. Wow. James, you seem to have sort of created a Cobra that can be fast at the end of a race.
Well, I've only done a handful of dry laps in the car, and I say dry, moist, at Donington a couple of weeks ago, and this morning, the last lap of qualifying. So, great start, and then it was like 2 or 3 laps of trying to work out how to drive the car. And yeah, using the horsepower to my advantage and trying to sort of get a rest on the straights whilst I recover from all the turning the steering wheel, because it's super heavy, but a great car, and I really enjoyed it, and really close race with the boys, and nearly put you on the grass, sorry. Well, I did put you on the grass, but yeah, it was unintentional, but yeah, great race, really enjoyed it.
Well driven, great job.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Alex, come on in. Obviously a few hairy moments there, but yeah. I mean, it looked like you sort of had it under control, but you can't really compete with the grunt.
For sure. No, it was a bit David and Goliath, which round Goodwood you can't beat. It was a great race. I hope everyone enjoyed watching it. And yeah, for a moment I was pulling a bit of a gap, and I thought I'll just ease it back a little bit. And then the tyres started to go away, and then I could see him just reeling me in again. And I had a few unfortunate back markers, which is, you know, it's just, you know, how it goes here. But you know, I've got to say this almost does feel like a win for me. The car, you know, we haven't been out with it at all in the dry. We've only ever been out in the wet with it, so it was a little bit like James was saying, a little bit see how the car is, and I knew he'd be fast in the Cobra. You know, it you know, has got a lot of power, but you know, I'm a little bit faster in the corners. But unfortunately, just that bit more power just made that little bit of difference for him. So, but you know, it was a great race. We had a bit of a dicey moment on the on the grass with the yellow flags. I think there was a Aston Martin on 3 wheels or whatever. But no, just an awesome race. Thank you so much to Bob Neville for the car, and yeah, let's come back, you know, next year and let's try and get on the top step.
Lovely way to end the Sunday. Well done.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, beautifully done and great to hear from them. So let's just go through that result. And well done to Goodwood for putting together a grid that worked so well. And it was the early AC Cobra. If you'd put in one of the later ones, as you mentioned earlier, the bigger, wider ones, they would have been even quicker. But this was perfect. A great balance between the powerful AC Cobra and the beautifully balanced Jaguar E-Type. In the end, the Cobra had the win with James Cottingham ahead of Buncombe, Bryant and John Spears with the other AC Cobra. Then Gregor Fiskin and Benoit Treluie, I keep saying that wrong. And then William Paul is listed still, but we still think that it was Rory Butcher in that car. Nick Maton, Nicholas Ditting and Craig Davis completed the top 10. Then John Hugenholtz, who had some good fights in his Ferrari, ahead of Richard Mines and Guy Caesar, and then the rest of the cars, the Astons, the Lotus Elites, Andrew Kokodi losing out a little bit because he was right up front early on, but I don't know whether they had a problem with that car. It's quite possible they did. Further elites down the list as well, Christopher Scoli in that lovely Jaguar XK120 and Neil McFadden in the E-Type at the rear. We had a couple of cars unfortunately not making it, and that Aston Martin that lost its front wheel. I do hope there's not too much damage that's been done to that. So let's take a look at the highlights from that race. And the Moss Trophy saw the real fight up front, there's no doubt about it. Off the line, it was an interesting one because the E-Type initially off the line, but then the power of the Cobra work going through into that first corner.
And the real story up the very front was the little blue and silver Lotus Elite had no chance, didn't have the horsepower, and Andrew Kokodi drove beautifully but fell down the order. But again, you can see a green and yellow Lotus Elite there. That's Kyle Tilley just being absolutely monstered by the Austin Healey down into Woodcote. But up front, it was all about Cobra versus E-Type, and it was super, super close.
And it was lovely to see the respect they have for each other. They raced hard. They both pushed very hard at various times. This is when we saw John Spears going a little wide, just got it a bit wrong. That cost him a couple of places, but he was able to fight his way back past these two E-Types as the race continued.
He certainly was, got back up to 4th place, but it was just really well controlled. Had he not held on quite so tightly, that could have spun in front of them. And there is the moment that Dwight Merriman did not expect. Really looking forward to racing an Aston Martin DB4 GT, but he wanted 4 wheels. It only had 3.
Yeah, and I hadn't realised the leaders weren't far behind. I don't think we saw it in shot. Yeah, just there, you can see it in the background. That is the leaders actually coming through. So they were very, very close to the back of that Aston Martin in their fight for the lead. So I'm so glad that that didn't go any more difficult for them. We saw, that's where the Austin, I hadn't seen that before, the Austin Healey, the rally car. Well, it was a rally car, rally winner in the 1960s, and it decided to take to the grass. And then we saw how it was swapped up front with the AC Cobra going ahead.
But 2 drivers with great speed, great flow, but great respect for each other. But once the AC Cobra was in front, it managed to deliver, all by a small margin, but a great result there for James Cottingham to win in the AC Cobra.
So another enjoyable race. Let's go to Rachel.
We've been talking about the House Shield being contested all weekend, and you've got to gain points for the 4 houses and the 4 captains this weekend. And obviously this lady here is taking part in the axe throwing. That's one of the ways to gain some points. What house are you trying to get some points for?
Methuen.
Methuen is the house we're going for. And you've actually taken part in quite a lot of challenges, not just the axe throwing.
We've tried to do our bit. So we've done the sports field, we did the off-road yesterday, so we're trying our best.
How many points do you think you may have gained for Methuen?
47 so far.
You really are playing your point.
We're trying.
And in terms of what else you've been doing here at members meeting, what else have you seen? What else have you done?
We love the racing, so we spend a lot of time doing that. Yeah, I love the racing, do the pits, just have a good wander. Enjoyed the party last night, that's always good fun.
Family here? Yes. Competitive between each other? Who's going to be the best here at axe throwing?
Probably our daughter. Yeah, probably our daughter.
Well, I'm going to see just how good you are. They have 2 axes each. I think it's let me have a check over here while you're looking at that. It is 5 points for taking part and 30 for getting the bullseye. Guys, when you are ready, please start axe throwing. Let's see how these guys get on with this. We have a bullseye over there. We have 1 bullseye. There we have it. I thought that was pretty good. You didn't quite get them on the target.
Do so well as the rest of my family, no?
10 points still for taking part for Matthew.
Just pretend we didn't see that.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. And it's great that you're taking part in all these house challenges.
Thank you.
Well, beautiful scenes as we get towards the end of this 80th members meeting. We can do a little update on the house challenge. That is the scoreboard for you at the moment, and leading the way, it looks like it's Darnley out in front. This is not the final result yet, so there is still time for this to change around. It's pretty tight at the moment, certainly in the top end between Darnley and Methuen, but certainly keep an eye on how this rages on as we get very quickly towards the end of the 80th Goodwood members meeting on this beautiful Sunday it has turned out to be. And a change in the commentary box as well. Ben Edwards has done an excellent stint. And now, my name's Harry Benjamin, back in for the next race, which we're really looking forward to rounding off the day with the Gordon Spice Trophy. Bruce Jones will be alongside me to guide you through all of the action. And if you've waited around, whether you're watching online or whether you are here in these beautiful surroundings of the Goodwood Motor Circuit, well, this is certainly one that will reward your wait. This is going to be Group 1 saloon cars that raced between 1970 and 1982. Now, we had 2 heats yesterday, separating the big-engined saloon cars with the small-engine saloon cars. The top 15 of each race have gone through to the final, which is about to take place. So we've got a bit of a multi-class, multi-powered grid lineup for you on the way. Now, some of you may know this as the Jerry Marshall Trophy, which after 10 successful years at Goodwood's Group A touring car race, well, it has had a makeover after a decade of commemorating the life of touring car legend Jerry Marshall. The start of a revived members meeting, second decade, felt like the perfect time for a bit of a change. So Goodwood in honour now to celebrate the life of 7-time British Saloon Car champion and 4-time Le Mans class winner. The race is now called the Gordon Spice Trophy. So we're looking at touring cars from the 70s and early 80s, and we cannot wait to get this underway. So this 20-minute race will get started. And Bruce, we've got all sorts of machinery in here as well. So many brands, Ford Capris, Rovers, the VW Mark 1 Golf, which looked very, very quick yesterday.
It did, but the absolute beauty after those 2 heats, we had the first heat for the Capris, the Camaros, the Rover SD1s. The second heat was for the smaller engine cars, the Triumph Dolomites, the Ford Fiestas, the Ford Escort RS 2000s, the Minis, and then the top 15 finishers in each of those groups combine. They line up with the big bangers in positions, the odd numbers, first, third, fifth, etc. down the grid, and they're going to be mixed alongside the smaller engine cars. So the pot is totally stirred very, very nicely indeed. And I'm sure we're going to get some really brilliant onboard footage. This is going to be fireworks. It's only a 20-minute race, but there's going to be so much action and some fabulous historic race liveries there. But certainly the feature in the heats was we had the Capri, the 123 Gitan liveried car with Jake Hill on board. He was fighting against a couple of Chevrolet Camaros. They had the grunt, he had the handling, he could brake later for Woodcote, but it chopped and it changed. The car was already battered, you can see on that front flank. That was done in practice when he took to the tyre wall. Was most upset, but he's recovered some of his poise and certainly lost none of his pace in taking victory in his heat.
Absolutely, bruised and battered, but it carried it on. He's actually had a new gearbox put in as well, because he couldn't use second gear yesterday. So even without second gear, he still finds himself starting on the front row and in second place in that bruised and battered, as you say, Bruce, Ford Capri. So watch out for Jake Hill, a multiple winner in the British Touring Car Championship, still racing in that British Touring Car Championship. And actually just behind him is another touring car legend, really, Rob Huff, in the number 5 Chevy Camaro. Romero as well. So look out for the World Touring Car Champion, who has looked very fast in whatever piece of machinery you put him in across the weekend of action here. But there they all are, lining up, just getting ready to filter out onto the track. It will be a 20-minute race to round off what has been a spectacular 80th members meeting, and celebrating, of course, the life of Gordon Spice. There's some brilliant cars in here to pay homage to him, including the Mazda RX-7, which is a little further back on the grid. It's a fascinating car because actually that's the main rival that Gordon Spice could never quite beat. In 1980, came so close to winning the overall championship in the Saloon Car Championship, but he and teammate Rouse couldn't quite overcome the dominance of that Mazda. So brilliant to see that in the grid. As we take a look inside car number 5, that is Rob Huff, the 2012 World Touring Car Champion. And I think engine started, and I think we're about to get them out onto the track.
I cannot wait for this battle. Little against large, David against Goliath, or as a Brazilian racer Gilles de France said to me once, David against Goliath, and I still rather like that.
Very nice. Wonderful stuff. There is Rob Huff there. Also raced in the Scandinavian Championship, winning that as well back in 2020. So whatever you put him in, wherever you put him in, he tends to do rather well. And green flag then, so they make their way out on the lap. They'll do a lap around to the grid, and then they'll stop. We'll have a green flag lap. They'll make their way around once again, and then it'll be go time, and it will be the race. Because we've had a few tricky incidents with a couple of drivers thinking the green flag was the race start, and so we just make sure everybody is on the same page, and that's easily done with so much going on here at Goodwood.
Now, of course, if the cars were in their true order, it would be all the big bangers at the front and the very best of the smaller engine cars knitting in from mid-grid onwards. But they're mixed up, and so it's going to take a while for it to sort out. But the very quickest of the small engine field, Nick Swift in the little Mini and the VW Golf of Jim Morris, they will be giving their all, and their performance will come not in terms of grunt, but it will come in terms of being able to brake later and handle that bit better. And so it's going to chop and it's going to change, and we're going to find out which of these drivers, 30 drivers going for gold, going for broke in the final race of the 80th members meeting here at Goodwood.
Absolutely. Well, starting on pole position will be the GT Mini of Nick Swift from 1978, actually a replica of the 1979 Longman British Touring Car Championship winner. And then we have Jake Hill alongside him in the Ford Capri. That's entered by Rick Wood, who's been supporting that car. So Jake Hill, very grateful for that from 1980. The car is actually an exact copy of the 1980 Racing Capri, raced at Spa. Many original parts were used. The Rick Wood engine, 296 horsepower as well. So rear-wheel drive, plus the added element of it being a Ford Capri. And Jake has said it's rather fun to drive, especially around this Goodwood track. We've got the Volvo out there as well, a huge mixture of brands, and the Volvo quite a distinctly different shape as well, the 242T. That's John Young at the wheel of that. But have we already got a slightly slow car? It's the number 4.
It's Olivier Hart, who is due to be starting from the inside of the third row in 6th position. That was a car that he shunted during practice. Was good enough still to start from 3rd for the large engine grid. Drove beautifully, was challenging for the lead in the race, ended up 3rd, and alas for him, something is untoward. You can see the car's actually damaged under the front from his off in practice. You can see the lower grille tattered, but clearly going nowhere fast. That car will have to be moved from the track, so one of the potential winners has got a line through his name. Really bad luck for young Dutch racer Olivier Hart.
Very bad luck in that Chevrolet Camaro 228, which also took a bit of a shunt yesterday as well, and the team quickly repairing that bruised and battered Chevy to get out into the race. He should have been lining up 6th on the 3rd row, but sadly will not do so by the looks of things. Well, they make their way around into the chicane as we get ready for the green flag lap. Getting tyres up to heat, getting the heat in the tyres, I should say, and just making sure they still think the track goes in the same direction, because a lot of these drivers have already raced across many series at the moment, and hearing that we actually have a bit of a first reserve, Ludovic Lindsay.
Yeah, well, he had to start the back of the Big Bangers heat from the tail of the grid. He's worked his way up to 16th, so just out of the position. But if the number 4 Olivier Hart car doesn't come round to the grid, And it does. I can see the gap on the inside of the third row is still empty. Then Ludovic may be able to take the race start. We've got to see where exactly he is. Is he in the pit lane able to do that? Well, let's wait and find out.
Well, I'll have to get a bit of a hurry on if he wants to line up. He would line up at the back of the grid if we did go with Ludovic Lindsay as that first reserve driver.
Oh, another faller, the number 72 Mini that was driven really very well indeed. That's fallen from mid-grid out. That's Harvey Death and Harvey Death, and he's out of the race. So two have fallen before the start. We've lost. There is the 33 Fabergé Racing Brute 33.
He was ready.
Liveried Ludovic Lindsay. Right, who's the next reserve? The second reserve is the driver car number 14, which is from the little class. It's the Alfa Romeo GTV 6. Paul Clayson. That's the white and bright green Alpilate liveried car, and that may yet get a chance to come out and race.
So we looks like we've lost potentially Harvey Death from that the Mini. That car ran in the British Saloon Car Championship during the 1980 and 1981 season. You're seeing it now, and sponsored by the Austin Leyland Garage. PJ Green on the side and on the windscreen as well, and Harvey just having a little look at the car. We've still got the number 4 Chevy out there. Olivier Hart at the wheel, stranded and being picked up by the Land Rover to be wheeled away.
No, we don't know what the problem was that caused the number 4 Z28 Camaro to come to a halt. Let's hope it wasn't one that was preceded by oil issuing forth onto the track. But for the crews at the front, there's going to be a little bit of a delay, just waiting the last few cars to be put into their grid positions, and the car that's bringing up the rear as Harvey Death pushes forlornly the number 72 Mini out to a position of safety, having stopped out on the circuit. Yeah, the last car is coming into grid position at the back of the field. That's the first reserve. That's Ludovic Lindsay. And in fact, he literally had done no driving in this car before. Well, as he said, I've done nothing before, so that's a bit cheaper. But he went out to get his experience in a very short practice session, had the race, just missed out on the cut, but there he is at the back in that number 33 Ford Capri.
Absolutely. British Saloon touring and European touring car racer as well. Well, they've ditched the Land Rover Defender, and now they're doing it by the old push and roll. So do you reckon they can try and get that car maybe restarted and back in this? Or is that
no, they're moving it to a position of safety. I'm quite sure of that. You could see, in fact, the gesticulation from the window from Olivier Hart. Maybe he thinks they can push start, but I tell you what, that's a heavy piece of machinery. Two marshals, as hard as they push, will not do it. But along the outside, clearly someone has been dropping oil. That could be a little bit interesting on the first racing lap. The quick drives put down. Nick Swift, ever the showman, biting his fingernails through his gloves, but playing up to the camera. He's got a huge role to play. He'll be starting first, but you sort of feel that Jake Hill alongside will have more grunt in that Ford Capri. Whether either of those leads into the first corner. Jim Morris very quick in that VW Golf on the outside of the circuit, and don't discount the Bastos Camaro tucked in behind. That's Rob Huff, who was so strong in the closing stages of the Big Banger race yesterday afternoon.
And even Tom Shepherd in that Scirocco had a great start yesterday as well. Fell a little bit back from its VW counterpart as the race went on, but any one of the front two rows could really nip through. Of course, we've got a bit of oil on track, so that might lead to a bit of dusty fog being laid out in this green flag lap.
They have speed, but that oil down at Lavant, where we saw Olivier Hart being pushed clear, it may not have been his oil. It could have actually been from the Mini, from Harvey Death's Mini. But look, we've got 5 different makes of car on the front 5 positions on the grid. Then we've got a couple of Camaro Z28s, and in the middle of them on row 3, David Devine, the 63 Ford Escort RS2000, who I thought drove fantastically yesterday. So he fancies his chances as well. We just need to get this race underway, and once we do, it'll be 20 minutes of fabulous fun. You can be sure of that.
Well, we're teeing up nicely for you. The final race of the day there to see off what has been a brilliant 80th members meeting here at Goodwood. Thank you so much if you're here trackside, if you're watching around the world. It's an absolute honour to see these cars go racing as they were meant to do in a huge wide range of classes and cars throughout the ages that we've had on display over the last couple of days here at Goodwood, properly kick-starting the season for many. And you see all lining up, sitting pretty and just awaiting for the all clear. And I think there it is, the 1 minute marker. So the green flag lap will hopefully get underway in less than a minute now, and we see what's he bringing out next, the 30-second marker, I imagine, and it will be Nick Swift in the Mini. That's the pole position on the far left-hand side. Jake Hill in the Ford Capri is in the middle, and Jim Morris in the VW Mark 1 Golf is on the far right.
So as the fields wait to go around on the formation lap, their side to lap as they'll come around, the one thing they will see, particularly if they're on the left-hand side of the track, is the oil that is down. There will be warning flags, the red and yellow warning flags, as they approach Lavant. But on the first lap, when they come around at full racing speed, they might have just forgotten what lies ahead. Just looking to see, we've got another car coming out onto the circuit, so it's not the second reserve coming out. It looks as though it's car number 3. I think that's Raphael de Bourman's Ford Capri popping out. So we will have 30 cars starting this race.
Excellent to see as well. So maybe the number 14 wasn't quite ready. We'll see that was the Alfa Romeo. But we will, as you say, have a full car grid, which is brilliant to see. Sad to see those two not make it through, Olivier Hart and Deep. But we will absolutely get racing. And just seeing the BMW, I think that was Nicholas Padmore right in the back of the field, really weaving quite vigorously to get some heat into his tyres in that BMW. He's starting alongside the Mazda RX-7 further back in row 10. So no matter where you start, it's all about how you can finish and carve through the field. We've seen so many drivers start at the back and are able to pick off cars one by one, perhaps out of position, but also the racing here is fierce, as we saw yesterday. If you were here for Heat 1 and 2, it is absolutely fantastic. Well, as Bruce said, here is the grid. 5 different makes making up the first 2 rows of the grid. A Mini, a Ford Capri and a VW Mark Golf on the front row. Nick Swift on pole position. Row 2 is a Chevy Camaro and a VW Scirocco. Rob Huff and Tom Shepard. Then we've got another Camaro, a Ford Escort and another Chevy, rounding out row 3. In 9th and 10th, we go back to a Ford Fiesta and a Chevy Camaro of Dorlin and Bryant. Deef will not take the start in that Mini GT, so we'll have the Rover from 12th and Michael Whittaker, and then we'll have the Ford Fiesta of Simon Goodliff. James Thorpe and Peter Smith in the Chevy Camaro and Ford Escort on row 6. Row 7, a Ford Mustang, the Mini Clubman Estate, the only estate in the field, and the Ford Capri of Mike Whittaker will go from 18th, just in front of the Mini GT of Lawrence Waugh and Graham Scarborough in the Ford Capri. Row number 9 is the Mini GT, or it won't be the Mini GT actually, because it was Harvey Deeth, wasn't it, that had the issue, not Rupert Deeth. He will start that position earlier. The Volvo of Jack Young will go from 27th, and Tim Clark in the Triumph Dolomite, the first of those, in 23rd. The BMW and the Mazda RX-7 are row 10. Row 11 is the Ford Capri, the Toyota Corolla of David Green, and the Rover of Nick Sleet. And we will have at the back, well, the VW Mark 1 Golf of Mark Wilson, Timothy Morley in the Triumph Dolomite, Ludwig Lindsay, the first reserve in the number 13-3, and the number 3 Ford Capri as well will also line up as our reserves due to a couple falling by the wayside on that green flag lap. So either way, a full car grid of these Group 1 saloon cars that raced between 1970 and 1982 to see out the 80th Goodwood members meeting here for the Gordon Spice Trophy. I dared call it, Bruce.
They're going to be clammy hands on all of these cars, clutching the steering wheel, praying they can get the start right. The big bangers have got all the grunt, but they're heavier. They're going to be more difficult to get off that initial shove off the line, but so many cars go quickly for the first bit. The second gear change, the more powerful cars gain, and then they might be 3 or even 4 abreast when they get to the first corner, down to Madrick. The start is all yours.
Well, on pole position on the far left is the Mini GT of Nick Swift. In the middle, it's Jake Hill in the Ford Capri. And on the far right-hand side, as you look at it on the screen, it's Jim Morris in third and the VW Mark 1 Golf. We're about to get the final race underway here for the 80th members meeting at Goodwood. The Gordon Spice Trophy is underway. A lot of wheel spin, though, for the Mark 1 Golf. And it looks like it was a good start for the Ford Capri of Jake Hill, but smoke billowing out the back of Jake Hill's Capri. And I think that was Rob Huff in the Chevy Camaro who managed to get up to second super quickly as well. Nick Swift falling back from pole position, trying to hang on in there, just slots in front of Jim Morris in the VW, but it's Hill followed by Huff to start 1 and 2.
And what's smoking? The race leading car is smoking. We're looking back from Jake Hill's wow, really well driven, but very smoky and possibly terminally. Well, let's hope not. But his Capri leading the race, a Gitan car. Don't forget, it's passing the point where he went into the tyre wall yesterday morning. The car was repaired. It managed to win its race, but that's a slight concern. Is that just overfill? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it might just burn off, but certainly that's going to be giving Rob Huff a face full of smoke. He's not going to be able to see a lot apart from where Jake Hill is, full of the smoke, and there Jake Hill will be.
Well, I'm just slightly concerned maybe that getaway from the line was just a little bit too good. Was a rev limit exceeded to cause all this smoke coming from the car, so maybe the driver in second place, Rob Huff, who can see very little, will suddenly be in the lead. But Nick Swift in third place is hanging in there, guessing, almost muscle memory perhaps, as they go down the Lavant Straight towards Woodcote. It's a huge lead. It's probably about a second and a half, but Jake Hill will be very aware. He'll be looking at the gauges, he'll be looking in the mirrors. Will he even go off on his own oil? That's always a concern. Through Woodcote he goes into the chicane. This is the point where it has to be slowed right down. Can he? Let's see.
Well, you know what could be a worry? I've seen this in similar races so far this weekend. A Porsche, very similar thing, smoke billowing out the back, and after a while it got a black and orange flag and it had to come in and see what the issue was. So if that doesn't clear itself up, Jake Hill may well find himself forced into the pit lane. This is the view on board the World Touring Car champion of Rob Huff in the Chevrolet Camaro. You can see Jake Hill in the distance and that smoke, and Rob Huff just keeping a gentle distance for the time being and keeping Swift in his rear view mirror, who started on pole in that Mini GT, has stabilised in third ahead of Jack Tetley as well. He has managed to get up into fourth in the number 28 Chevy Camaro. So good starts from both the Chevrolet Camaros.
Yeah, and Ollie Bryant, just in the previous race, hopped out of one car, hopped into the number 21 Camaro. He's running in 5th place, so we've got two of the big bangers up front. In 3rd place, we've got Nick Swift in the Mini. The second of the little engine cars is in 6th place. That's Jim Morris from the outside the front row. But the big question, is there still as much smoke coming from Jake Hill's car? Is it bodywork rubbing? I don't think so. I'm rather worried. There is the black and orange warning flag. I'm afraid he's going to have to report to the pits. They're convinced that he is dropping oil on the circuit. And I think Rob has to be very clever not to take too many risks. He'll be having his senses completely heightened. Is it more slippery? What's that on the screen? But very shortly, I'm sure Jake Hill will heed the warning flag and report to the pit lane for inspection.
Yeah, very wise from Rob Huff, it seems. He's not even quite following behind him on the straight. He's just staying just off the racing line, just in case he is met with a bit of slippery track. Well, Jake Hill will see the flag when he comes round this lap now. So there'll be another lap. He's been told to come in. He'll see the black and orange flag. Rob Huff will know the situation as well. He was probably expecting this for quite some time, but he'll cross that lap with the fastest lap. So he's still got the pace, clearly, but you can't really see anything rubbing. There's no bodywork, as you mentioned there. 1:29.4 is the fastest lap at the moment, but I get the sense Huff is just biding his time for the time being.
Yeah, I really think so. But with so much smoke coming out of Jake Hill's Ford Capri that's leading the race, if they were trying to show a warning flag to the driver in 2nd place or anyone behind him, they wouldn't probably have seen it, but at least Jake Hill would have seen Rick Wood's crew holding out the in message on the board. Right, the Mini has gone back from pole position to 5th place. No disgrace in that, but it's the Camaros making their way forward. Car number 28, last year's winners, Jack Tetley, the Oimig sponsorship, and tucked in behind him, Oliver Bryant, pushing on very hard indeed. Of course, he just hopped out of a Jaguar E-Type to something with far less finesse, but a lot more grunt.
The American grunt, yes, making its way through. A little word on our first reserve, Ludovic Lindsay, who started right from the back in his Ford Capri and has got himself up into 20th spot so far. So not too bad for the number 33, who didn't think he'd be starting this race about 10 minutes ago.
Goes to prove testing is bunkum, doesn't need it at all. So he's gained 10 places in 2 laps. That's neat, that's tidy. It was just so hard to pick anyone out. Another car that's making its way forward is car number 19, the best of the Rovers.
Hill's just moved over, but there's way before the pit entry, before the chicane. Has he already got the problem? Has the car gone kaput, or is he just trying to stay out of the way at the moment? We're looking at our pit lane, our commentary box window. He's made it into the pit lane on board with Jake Hill.
He's still hoping he can go back out because he came into the pit lane as fast as he was allowed to do and wasn't wanting to wait a second. The bonnet's being wrenched up. Rick Wood's crew is taking a look on board. What has come loose? It may just be an oil pipe, but they've got to be sure. And we've had the number 64 Mini going for a little bit of a rotation. Very frustrating there for Lawrence Ward in the ex-John Mowat car.
Yeah, further back in the pack now, 15 minutes gone to go of this race. Rob Huff now takes over the lead of this race as Jake Hill, our leader, who had a great start from second on the grid to take the lead. Suddenly, as soon as he hit the gas pedal, a plume of smoke billowing out from the rear of that Ford Capri, and then eventually a black and orange flag saw him into the pit lane, allowing Rob Huff and his Chevy Camaro to take the lead, and he has nearly 4 seconds over Jack Tetley behind in another Chevy Camaro as well. So it's a Chevy Camaro 1-2 currently.
1, 2, 3, because Ollie Bryant in the 3rd place, number 21. But what we saw in the first race for these big bangers yesterday was the fact in the heat was that Rob Huff bided his time. He worked his way forward, got up into 2nd place and pushed and shoved and challenged really, really hard. But again, so much experience and a huge appreciation of historic cars, and all the way through his touring car career, all around the world. He was racing his MGB GT. And Hill has rejoined You could sense the frustration in his eyes as he was sitting there waiting for the crew to work as hard as they can. There is less smoke this time around, so the pipe clearly has been reattached. Can't see enough information on his gauges. In fact, he's probably not looking at them too hard through the fiddly parts of the circuit, and certainly as you go into St Mary's, you need to be looking to where the track is. He'll catch the tail enders fairly soon, but a victory, I'm afraid, for Jake Hill and for his ever enthusiastic father, Simon Hill, in the pit lane. Frustration is clearly the byword at the moment.
Fantastic onboard camera shot as well, just to see how hard he works the steering wheel, where the car is pointing, and a bit of anti-lock on there, a bit of anti-steering as well, even though it's a right-hander, the steering wheel's moving left. Fantastic work. Now, though, all the work to do for the 1-2-3 car back on the pack. Fantastic battle developing in the mid-pack around 7th place. There's a few thousandths of a second between. We've got a Volvo in there, along with another Camaro, a Ford as well. Not to mention the Rover, all battling it out, I think, from Shepherd down in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, I said if we'd put the cars according to their natural pace, you'd have the big bangers at the front and the very best of the smaller engine cars down around midfield. Of course, they were allowed to start all in sort of alternate positions, 1st, 3rd, 5th, etc. for the big bangers, 2nd, 4th, etc. for the smaller engine cars. They're very good through the corners, not so good down the straights, so they will gradually fall back. But Tom Shepherd going really well to be running 5th in that VW Sirocco.
Yeah, we're just looking at the number 31 of Thorpe trying to chase down the Volvo, the number 27 of Young for 11th place right now. That battle heating up nicely along with this, the Sirocco Mark 1. This is the 44 car trying to get through, but blink and you'll miss it. All of a sudden another battle happening. The Data Post car is trying to catch up to that gaggle, but there's a little bit of a gap because the Sirocco is all over the back of him.
Yeah, and James Dorlin had as much understeer as is possible to have there, and he got the 61 Fiesta just somehow through Woodcuts, but some great drives. And the Jack Young driven Volvo coming up with the Antar livery on the headlights and the Bastos livery on its flanks, the red and white colours in which it would have competed in the Spa 24 Hours. It had problems in practice, it's worked its way up the order, it's continuing to do so. It's getting faster and faster as Jack becomes accustomed to that absolute brute of a car.
James Dorlin heading up this little gaggle of cars in that Fiesta, the number 61. Then comes Tom Shepherd in the Sirocco, and then, as you rightly say, it's Young in that Volvo. A bit of side-by-side action. The Sirocco decides it's had enough of waiting behind the Data Post Ford. It wants to get through. Bit of a shove, bit of a squeeze, but no, the Ford holds strong. The 61 car gets up onto the curves. The Sirocco tries to cut back. That sends the Data Post Fiesta out wide, but will have the inside line for the next right-hander. The Sirocco has to bide its time into that 45. Shepherd holding on behind Dorlin, and he'll be sick and tired of that orange Data Post livery if he has to stay there for much longer.
Well, for Nick Swift, he's falling back down the order as the big powerful cars come through, and Fred Shepherd in the number 17 Ford Mustang Boss 302, he has the grunt. But look, when you go through the tighter bits, what closes in? The car with all the handling, and Nick Swift puts his car sideways in the blink of an eye, flicks it one way, flicks the other, brilliant out of the chicane. He gets the traction down a little sooner, but where are the horses? They're under the bonnet of the Ford.
Jake Hill watch, he's made up a position on Moore, and he's up to 28, 16.5 seconds to Morley in the number 38 Triumph Dolomite. Let's see how quickly and how much Hill can make an impact in these 10.5 minutes. But side-by-side action now, as we've got Volvo versus VW. Who can win out? The Volvo just gets its nose ahead, and the Sirocco has to bide its time further back, and that Data Post Fiesta still trying to do battle as well. This time it's with one of the other cars further back. Didn't quite see the number on that one, but the Mini super frustrated at the moment. That's the Clubman estate.
You know what though? The car that he was challenging was the number 8 Ford Capri. This is the Gordon Spice Trophy race. This was one of his cars with which he had so much success in the British Saloon Car Championship, with the Autocar sponsorship on its flanks and Motorcraft written in big white letters across the nose. It's absolutely right. A car in the Gordon Spice livery is competing in this race.
Now, Young is in this Volvo is proving to be perhaps a bit of the cork in the bottle here. He looked behind him and it's almost the rest of the field.
Yeah, no, actually, slightly unfair there, Harry. He's worked his way through that group. So, but anyhow, he's far from finished. Another person who is just looking to demote Nick Swift in that number 60 Mini is the number 19 Rover SD1, driven really well so far this weekend and pushing harder and harder, trying his best to depose him and gain a position. That's Michael Whittaker, son of Mike Whittaker, who's also been racing so many cars here in Goodwood over the years.
Absolutely. Well, up front still, Huff has a 3.3 second lead to Tetley, Bryant, Shepherd and Swift at the top 5, and scooting past is that number 60 Mini of Nick Swift, who started on pole, but has fallen back to fifth. He's got Whittaker right up behind him, and then comes the huge battle, including that Volvo of Young, currently in 10th spot, who's hounding now the back of Thorpe in 9th, and then there's a little bit of a gap back to Morris, who's up in 8th at the moment. So once he gets through, he might be able to make up some time, see how quickly he can get into the top 5. Swift continues to do battle then with Whittaker. Whittaker now in front.
But looking at the favourite part of the circuit for Nick Swift in the Mini, the way he can place his car where he wants to and then constantly change direction through St Mary's is fabulous. But if he needed to get in front into Lavant of the Sanyo Rover, and Michael Whittaker knows he's got the power down, he's got the power, he's going to pull away, but of course goes through the kink, keeps on accelerating, pulling further clear of the Mini, but wait to see where he puts the brakes on, and then some distance later the Mini will put the brakes on and Nick Swift will close right in as they come down to Woodcote. But the middle order just outside the tail of the top 10 is nose to tail with what, about 8 cars?
Quite possibly, yeah. The 31 now chasing down Young. This is Thorpe still on the back of Young. So Thorpe has been on the back of Young for quite some time now. So Young are making up a few positions, but then not really making too much progress at the moment. Still in that 9th spot, and then comes that huge gaggle of cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You keep counting them. They keep coming through the chicane. You can see Young absolutely battling with the steering of that Volvo, coming through the chicane and back onto the main straight to start another lap. 7.5 minutes remain of this final race, the Gordon Spice Trophy final here for the 80th members meeting at Goodwood.
I think there's a slight transponder problem. It has Jack Young tumbling down the order. We know he started back in 22nd position. He came across the line, I would reckon, right in front of James Thorpe, which will put him in 9th place. Now he's been re-established in that position, so he's gone very well indeed. And also James Thorpe has got into the tail of the top 10 from 14th on the grid. But up front, it's Rob Huff leading by 3.2 seconds from Jack Tenley. It's Chevrolet Camaro Z28 from Z28 with Oliver Bryant. No variety there. Also in the Z28, the American car's having a fabulous race. Their power really holding out.
Yeah, Young and Thorpe starting to create a bit of a gap in their Volvo and Chevy Camaros to the BMW that is chasing them down. And then comes this huge battle. The Scirocco right up the inside. Did he make it work? But disaster though for the number 8 of Whittaker.
Yeah, Michael Whittaker drove really well to work his way through the pack, trying to follow through from after Jack Young, Nick Padmore and the driver between them in that white Camaro. That's James Thorpe. But alas, whether he was pushed, whether he was shoved, whether he drove off the circuit with a problem, but that number 8 Ford Capri will tumble down the order for Michael Whittaker. What a shame.
Such a shame. No one likes to see a race end early for these drivers who work so hard on bringing these cars to us, for us to feast our eyes on this fantastic racing. Through the chicane again then for Jack Young in that Volvo, the number 27, still being hunted by those behind the Chevy Camaro and the Thorpe and the Thorpe car, and they're also bringing the BMW, and that's Padmore. He's had a great start from further back in the field. He was towards the back of the grid initially, so he's made huge gains and finds himself in this battle for 9th. Young at the moment heading up that gaggle of cars ahead of Thorpe. Padmore, then comes Sleep in the 88. Lindsay is 13th, and Shepherd has lost a few positions then down into 14th ahead of Waterfield. Rounds up the top 15, and that's a huge crash for the VW Mark 1 Golf GTI, I believe. Not sure which one that was though.
I can tell you it was one-sided from the tail of the grid by Mark Wilson. I was worried for any car that goes slowly up onto its side there. Was it the one that Jim Morris started from the front row? That's still going in 8th position, but just got it wrong down there. That was the Akai liveried Golf GTI flipping up onto its door. But the middle order, Nick Padmore has passed the Bastos Volvo, and up in front of him it's the James Thorpe driven Z28. So Padmore's gone really well. 24th position up to what is that 8th position right now. Can Jack Young fight back in that boxy brick-like 242 Volvo? He's certainly having a go alongside the UF Jeans livery car, and the Marlborough liveried Rover is also having a look. That's Sleep pushing and looking for half a gap, but James Thorpe appears to have escaped.
Well, they're all going to have to stop because the red flag has come out because of that Flint VW, and that was the car number 44, we believe, and 44.
Yeah, and just under, no, sorry, it was the
Scirocco, I think the
39.
Scirocco that went over, there's two, oh sorry, it's the VW Golf GTI, there were two that went over, but one of them has also had a 10-second penalty for the false start, so it's the 39 Golf, we can confirm it's that. So while the red flag is out to see if everything goes down there, we had less than 5 minutes remaining on the clock, so the time stops while everybody slows down, and we'll come to a halt, and we make sure that everybody can take a breather, and we'll see how this pans out for the last remaining 5 minutes of this race. But Rob Huff then will slow right down, but he will be the leader.
Yeah, but he will lose what was a 4.5 second advantage. Just remembered that. So Jack Tetley had been working very nicely. Jake Hill has got up to 21st position. Don't forget, he led away from pole, but he didn't hide from the opposition. Well, he did, because he put a cloud of smoke up and eventually was called into the pits for investigation. And for Mark Wilson sitting there, he's waiting for his car to be put back on four wheels. He's still at the behind the steering wheel. The marshal's just trying to get the right push and the right shove to right the car. So the car doesn't look well. It's just unfortunate. Flip at very low speed up onto its flank.
Yes, we caught the very end of it, didn't we? Just as it went up on its side, the Akai Golf, but and the sister Golf then at the same time being given a 10-second time penalty for a false start, and
trying to get that back down on the deck, proving very difficult indeed. So the field bunched up back on the grid, waiting to find out what's going on. The red flag came out with just under 5 minutes, this 20-minute race still to run. Now let's see what happens. And yes, you're just pointing out, car 44, a 10-second penalty for a false start, and that was Jim Morris from the outside of the front row. That's why he's tumbled down the order a little bit more, down, as you said, to 15th position.
All right, well, red flag conditions here, so let's restock on how this race has panned out so far. It's Rob Huff in the lead at the moment, the World Touring Car Champion, at the wheel of the Chevy Camaro, and good to see that everybody involved with getting that car down is up and walking away, and driver as well, so very good to see that. So although it was looks like a slow incident to happen, any incident, of course, needs to be carefully monitored, and the marshals and the medical services there doing a brilliant job of being on the scene so quickly, and excellent to see. So hopefully it won't be too long until we can potentially get this race restarted, but I don't think we will, because on our timing screens we're being told, well, it's gone now, so maybe I shouldn't, we thought it might have been the checkered flag with only 5 minutes remaining. You wonder if they would restart or not.
Well, I think they'd have to resort the order here, because they haven't made their way back round to form up on the sort of dummy grid in the right order. Certainly they need to sort that out if they're going to restart. But I feel with our time left to run in this race clock, going back to 0 minutes and 0 seconds, we do not know the answer as yet. But good to see Mark Wilson out of that Golf, having gone up onto his side, and clearly, well, he's able to see the funny side of it, which I think is very good indeed. But the British Motor Racing Marshals Club do a fantastic job. And that car back down on the deck, and good to see he's okay. And looking at the Akai Golf, what a shame to see any car damage, but the damage doesn't look as bad as it could have been. The flatbed there to recover it, still waiting for further messages about whether this final race of the 80th members meeting here at Goodwood will be restarted or not. It provided plenty of action, and certainly, Harry, it was very enjoyable having that mixture of the small cars and the big engine cars starting in alternate positions down the grid. We knew the smaller engine cars, even the best driven ones, would go back, and when the flag came out at the red flag there with 5 minutes to go, it was Nick Swift, was the best of the small engine cars in his Mini, number 60, down in 6th position. He started on pole, but the sheer grunt of those Chevrolet Camaros propelled them through. We got 3 of those in the top 3 positions, Huff, Tetley, Bryant, and then the best of the Mustang, the Boss Mustang 302 of Fred Shepherd, up in 4th place.
Absolutely. I didn't think Heat 1 and Heat 2 it could get better after that, but it certainly did in this Gordon Spice Trophy final, as we see that VW Mark 1 Golf GTI get recovered. The Akai Golf, originally built and driven, you saw on the side Richard Lloyd's name in 1978 and 1979 Touring Car Championships. He drove that, just losing out on the title to win Percy in 1978. Finished 3rd overall the following year as well. So a lot of history in that car. Let's see what happened. Ran out wide, onto the grass, tries to come back on, and then hits the wall. And it is a slow crash, actually.
It is, in fact, it was the friction against the tyre banding in front of the tyres, the rubber banding that almost forced the nose to come around there, but driver walks away, so that's very good news indeed that Mark Wilson is fine and hopefully not too much damage to his absolutely fabulous Mark I Golf GTI that raced in the Akai colours that Richard Lloyd achieved so much success with.
Absolutely. Well, as you can see, we completed 10 laps. We're still waiting to hear official confirmation if we will get the race restarted or not. But as Bruce, you said, all the cars are on the grid, but they're all in a jumbled up order because we've got lapped cars as well in front. We've got the other VW Mark I Golf right at the front of the field in the middle centre too. But they're all quite poised to nip back into the paddock if they need to. But it's a spectacular race up until that point, you have to say.
It really was, and it was, the pot was wholly stirred. I mean, there was plenty of variety in the large engine grouping in their heat, and likewise the small engine grouping, mixed them together. And as we remember, Harry, we had 5 different makes of cars in the top 5 positions on the grid. You can't ask for more than that. Of course, they all have different performance advantages or deficits. Some can corner better than others, some have more grunt, some have a sort of happy medium in between. And the racing was great, but Nick Swift could not resist the oncoming tide of horsepower. He fell from pole position in his little mini car number 60 down to 6th. And that's a very strong performance after 10 laps against the big bangers.
Shame for Jake Hill, though. A blinding start, and away he went, but trouble almost immediately for the
It was
Ford
blinding
Capri.
for everyone behind him.
Yes.
So much smoke coming out of the Gitane Grand Prix, Capri. Of course, he was called into the pits by the officials because they were worried he was dropping oil, and that had to be investigated. Whatever pipe was off from where it should have been was fixed, the car back out, and he ended up in 21st position. So still waiting for any signal as to whether, well, the cars haven't been encouraged to go back into the paddock. And we've just got the message coming through, the one we wanted. There will be 5 minutes remaining, or 4 minutes 56, let's not be picky, for these cars to do battle all over again. They'll have to get them back in the right order on the grid, which will take a little bit of time, I feel.
I wonder, and this might be naivety here, but would a safety car restart almost sort of sort that out, perhaps? Or would they just try
No,
and
it would take too long, I would think.
Okay.
That means that clearly that's what they're about to do.
Yes, clearly. Well, the medical team and the recovery team making their way back as well. So good to see that car being cleared away and everyone walking away from the scene of that Akai crash, which is great to report to you. But the even better news is that we will get this, well, just under 5 minutes of racing to round out what has been a brilliant Goodwood 80th members meeting, and with these fantastic saloon cars between 1970 and 1982 rounding off in racing style for the Gordon Spice Trophy.
3 days of solid rain at the circuit had us worried, but 2 days of starting slowly but building up to glorious sunshine have been a fabulous fillip going into spring, and yet another feather in the Duke of Richmond's cap. A hugely successful 80th members meeting. So just again, if you didn't hear, we are restarting this race for the final 5 minutes that were curtailed by the red flag. It will be a red, it will be a standing start. They have to get them in the right order, and just remember this number, 123. That's a Ford Capri. It's covered in Gitane livery. It's starting 21st. Can Jake Hill go from there in 5 minutes? Surely he can't get up with the 3 Camaros in the first 3 positions, but you know what? He's got a target, and he's going to go for it.
Stranger things have happened in motorsports and across this weekend that I've experienced as well. We had a car in one of the other races started plumb last, was already up to 4th place by the end of by halfway point. So what can this man do? Multiple winner in the British Touring Car Championship. Looking forward to getting properly underway back in that season this year. But Jake Hill just looking calm, collected, knows the camera's on him. He can hear me as well. So Hill certainly with work to do in this 5-minute sprint race, essentially, that we're going to get. Rob Huff, who will have to keep everyone behind him, really. He'd built up an almost 4-second gap, and then that all gets undone, of course. Here he is, Rob Huff, who sat pretty for a while behind Jake Hill when he was having his exhaust smoke issues at the start of this race, and just managed to take the lead as Jake Hill had to pull into the pits to fix his issues. But what will Rob Huff have to do to keep Jack Tetley and the other Chevy Camaro of Bryant behind him? Well, Huff has proven he is certainly a capable racer, so let's see what he can do when we get this 5-minute restart underway.
And of course they'll be super close together in the restart, and we all know a little push here and a shove there can lead to someone going a little bit offline, and there suddenly you could be monstered and half a dozen positions could go away from you. And look too, for I reckon Nick Padmore was going better and better. He started 24th, got up to 10th position, easy car to pick out. It's the BMW 530i in the red and white UFO jeans livery. You can see it on the outside of the pretend front row, but the grid will be reordered. He finished that first part of the race in 10th place when the red flag flew, but he worked his way constantly, position gain, position gain, position gain.
Absolutely. So many recognisable brands here. It's just brilliant for if you're a car enthusiast or a motorsport fanatic and you know everything about historical cars or you know absolutely nothing. We hope you are able to enjoy and see everything that you could possibly see here for this 80th Goodwood members meeting. In fact, there is something for all ages as well. I did a bit of research in between races. I went over to the fair. I had a little go on the Helter Skelter, and I went on the Ferris wheel. Cam reports. Then I did get a little bit car sick at the top of the Ferris wheel.
But you got an excellent view, no doubt, over the circuit here.
It was an excellent view. We had the Edwardian races going around at the time, so it was a wonderful view. Felt like I'd gone back in time as well. So something for everyone there, and definitely for the family as well. If you can head over to there it is on screen. The gallery are good, aren't they? And that is all there for you as well. And if you've enjoyed it this weekend, well, I report that the Helter Skelter, I'm 6'5" and I can slide down it, so can you, Bruce.
How quick were you when you hit the bottom?
Oh, I think I was easily going about 10 miles an hour.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Friction is not your friend, but that was still going great guns last night, and up till 10 o'clock there was a light show, there were fireworks, the concert was raging on, so there is no need to rush away. Let the car parks clear at a natural pace, but you know, 2 days, brilliant racing, great to have people all around the circuit still here waiting for this final restart, waving to the cameras, and we hope you've had a fabulous time. We know we have.
Absolutely, and hopefully you can still see a lot of the cars are still in there in the assembly area and in the paddock, so get your last glances until they're back at another event sometime soon.
And one thing, the photographers, you know, everyone wants things to run on time, but the light is getting better and better. They're lowering in the sky. They're going to get far more dramatic shots. And for those of you who are still working around the circuit, if you're feeling a little tired, just flag down one of the tractors and ride back. And it's been a brilliant way of going out and seeing these brilliant cars cornering on this sensational circuit at different bends. It's a change of scenery, and if you didn't do it this year, come back next year or come back to the revival and make sure you work your way all the way around the lap of this brilliant circuit here in West Sussex.
Absolutely. So many events, of course, that Goodwood put on, not to mention the 80th members meeting, the Festival of Speed, of course, as you mentioned, Bruce, the Goodwood revival, Goodwood as well. So as our timing screen clears in front of us, that's usually a good sign that the racing will start imminently, but of course a reorder of the grid at the moment because they are all completely out of position, but the marshals and the track officials will work efficiently with the teams and the drivers to get that done as quickly as possible for our 5-minute sprint to round out the Goodwood members meeting this year.
I like the way, Harry, you say it's a good thing the screen has gone clear. As a commentator, that's the point at which your heart stops when suddenly mid-race either your monitor goes or your timing screen and you just go, let's hope this comes back soon.
Mid-race, absolutely, but when we have something like this, I'm usually relieved. So as we get some beautiful scenes continued around this Goodwood members meeting, so many things to see. If you make sure if you get a chance to see the Bentley stand as well, just sort of located behind the paddock and behind the park for the assembly area, I should say, and the Speed 8 there, the 2003 winning Le Mans car alongside the new Continental GT series. Fantastic up close. They're just parked outside so you can get your nose right in and have a look around. Okay, car's being manoeuvred.
Engines being fired up slightly. Okay, it's the repositioning. I was slightly worried the Mini Clubman Estate was being pushed towards the rear, but Rob Huff was way down the order. He has got that Bastos number 5 Z28 out of the pack. He'll go up to the front of the grid. The next car should be number 28, which is Jack Tetley, last year's race-winning Camaro, and alongside the third of those will be Ollie Bryant, car number 21. So all the big power. Unlike the first start of this race, the earlier stage of the race where we had the mix, it's all the big bangers have worked their way to the front. So 3 Camaros, and starting on the second row on the inside, car 17, the best of the Fords, the Ford Mustang Boss 302 of Fred Shepherd. Then it should be the best of the Rovers, the Rover SD1 in the Sanyo Tribute livery, and that's Michael Whittaker, car number 19.
Yeah, well, they're doing a very quick job of moving up to their grid spots. So we will get this race underway very shortly. A 5-minute sprint to the end to settle this Gordon Spice Trophy, the final, and previously known as the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Now a makeover as Goodwood enters a new decade of celebration and celebrating the 7-time British Saloon Car champion and 4-time Le Mans class winner, Gordon Spice.
And people clearly coming from all around the world. The Mexican contingent with their smart blazers and lovely hats. They look as though they've had a great day, and that is the story. Shorts as well, that's brave. Certainly was quite chilly this morning.
It's certainly a look, but we're pleased you're here enjoying the sunshine as the sun begins to set over this Goodwood Motor Circuit. We're reordering the grid. 5-minute sprint dash to settle these British Saloon Car races, all a race between 1970 and 1982. So many brands involved as well. We've got big American beasts like the Chevrolet Camaro, but we've also got Rovers, Ford Capris, of course. We had Triumph Dolomites involved too.
And a little moment of spring watch, nature watch there, and a goldfinch watching down on the action, and hopefully it'll have its ears covered, because there's going to be a huge roar as these cars, particularly the Z28 Camaros and the Ford Mustang Boss 302 tucked behind them on the second row, are going to make a real fanfare as they accelerate away with just 5 minutes of racing remaining between us and them and the end of the 80th members meeting here at Goodwood. David Devine diving into the pit lane rather than starting from the grid. The Ford Escort RS 2000, that rather fell down the order. I think it went down to about 13th position, and clearly had problems because it started from 7th.
Yeah, so a pit lane start potentially on board, though, with Jake Hill, who lines up. How much positioning can he make up, having had to come into the pits for an issue? Let's hope the same issue doesn't happen again when he gets off the line. But I'm sure as we get the 34 Mayfair car being rolled towards the grid, is that getting a bit of a push start? Yes, it is. And that is the Triumph Dolomite of Tim Clark. Bit of a push start, and on his way to the grid he goes, followed by the Toyota Corolla.
So the reordering all but complete. The Hughes and Beaconsfield Toyota Corolla, the second last car on the grid, and the Triple X liveried Triumph Dolomite car number 38 is going to work its way to line up on the row behind, and that's the one driven by Tim Morley, ex-Jerry Marshall car at the back of the grid. It's the big bangers up the front, and it's all eyes on what's going to happen. Look out from 21st on the grid for the Ford Capri of Jake Hill. He started so well, but then kicked up the smoke, reported into the pit lane because he had to. The black and orange flag was there for him, but Jake, he's going to see what he can pick off, but he doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew, because when you end up on the outside around someone like Madgwick, suddenly you're presented with grass.
Yes, we all know what happens if you get onto the grass at Goodwood. It's more often than not very difficult to come back from it, although I've seen some fantastic saves so far this weekend from a lot of our drivers, particularly one of the mini GTs in this field of cars, bouncing away. I think it was one of the Deeth cars, somehow managed to save it in yesterday's heat and get it back onto the tarmac, but it wasn't on the first try that happened.
It was bouncing along like Zebedee from the Magic Roundabout. Right, which of these Camaros are going to lead to the first corner? Ollie Bryant in the oldest of those trio, the slightly different front end on his car, on the outside of the front row. In the middle of the front row, last year's winners Jack Titley and World Touring Car champion, with just 1 minute remaining before this final 5 minutes of the last race of the 80th members meeting. On pole position, Rob Huff in the number 5 David Clark owned Bastos livery Camaro Z28.
Well, we will get another green flag lap before we get the racing action properly underway as well. So they get underway. Bit of a slow start there from Bryant's Camaro, but he makes it off the line. So green flag lap, formation lap essentially underway as they get up to speed once again, getting heat into these tyres. What's left of the rubber after almost nearly full distance race, 5 minutes? How much rubber will they have left on these tyres to make it towards the end and to finally complete this race? We'll have to find out in just a few moments' time.
Let's hope nobody, when they were sitting there with their engines turned off, noticed the heat starting to build up too much in their cars, because racing cars, when driven fast and hard and pushed to the limit, don't like just suddenly stopping and sitting there without anybody to sort of keep things cool for them. And we've got a few cars that were started as reserves. Ludovic Lindsay will be starting middle order in the number 33 Fabergé liveried Ford Capri. It's black with the green, red flanks on that car, and right at the back they seemed a little bit underpowered, or in fact under-reliable when it came to practice. All sorts of problems for the Triumph Dolomites, but good to see a couple of them out there still playing at this, the finale. But it's all about the Z28 Camaros, which will fill the front row. And can Fred Shepherd in that white and black Ford Mustang Boss 302 do something about it in those that wonderful battle between those great American manufacturers?
And the VWs as well making their way through the field. The Scirocco, the Mark 1 Golf as well, looks so fast in yesterday's heat, but we'll have to make up a few positions in this 5-minute sprint to the end to try and get them into podium contention. You can see there is the 44, which I believe will still carry that 10-second penalty actually, so a bit of a race against time. I don't think that will be able to quite find 10 seconds in 5 minutes, but who knows. And let's do another grid for you, and we'll try and get up to speed. So Rob Huff on pole position ahead of Jack Tetley and Oliver Bryant. They are the front three in the Chevy Camaros, but watch out for that Ford Mustang of Fred Shepherd. Then we go back. The Volvo of Jack Young was really rallying hard in the top 7. He goes from 8th, along with Nicholas Padmore, who on the initial grid started way back down in 28th position. He's already right up there. First reserve, Ludovic Lindsay, started this race from the back. Didn't know he would be starting this race. He starts from 12th in this 5-minute sprint in his Ford Capri. Head down to Rupert Death, the remaining Mini GT. Death down in 18th position. He will start just behind the Ford Capri and the Ford Fiesta. James Dorlin, 19th, and 20th is David Devine. David Devine, who we saw going to the pit, so I wonder what will happen to him. And then we have the Triumph Dolomites, the Mini Clubman Estate, and there is Jake Hill in 21st, the 1-2-3 Ford Capri. Watch out. How much progress can he make in 5 minutes? And on the back row, it will be the Triumph Dolomite, the Ford Fiesta, and the Mini GT of Timothy Morley, Simon Goodliff, and Lawrence Waugh.
And good news, I just looked into pit lane. David Devine's Escort is waiting to rejoin the race when it starts from pit exit. But which of these Camaros are going to make the very best start? Or will the cars, the Rover and the Ford from the second row, have half a chance? Look out also for the Bastos Volvo on the outside.
Here we go then. A restart then. 5 minutes for the Gordon Spice Trophy to decide this final. Rob Huff is away and well. Bit of a slow start for the Chevy of Brabham, and Jack Tetley, I think, has managed to hold on into second. We've got cars already way off into the grass. It's a BMW and a Scirocco off. There's carbon fibre going everywhere further back in the pack as the middle pack scuffles. But for Rob Huff, he's away and well, being chased down by the sister Chevy of Jack Tetley. Jake Hill is getting into the thick of it as well, passing cars left, right and centre. He is trying to make up as much time as he can. A reminder, he led this race for the majority before having to come in and choose a black and orange flag.
Well, the pace of his Ford Capri, he's right on the tail of Skid Scarborough's Capri that started about 10 places ahead of him, but it was Nick Padmore who took with the Scirocco to the grass on the run down off the grid towards the first corner. But this is fabulous on-car footage. It's the Ford Mustang of Fred Shepherd has picked up Ollie Bryant's Camaro. Rover started 5th, it remains in 5th, but look, Jake Hill, I think he's up into about 8th position from 21st. Extraordinary.
He's in the top 10. I'm certain. We're still waiting for our timing screen page to update to give you the proper order as confirmed. Rob Huff, though, certainly leading the way. Here is Jake Hill then alongside the number 24. Side by side they go. Who is going to be the last of the late breakers? You have to say it's probably going to be Hill, and it is down into the braking zone, and the right-hander makes it stick. Hill up another position, but Rob Huff, is he coming under pressure a little bit from Jack Tetley and Ollie Bryant?
He may well be, but Jack Tetley's coming under a lot of pressure from Fred Shepherd in the Mustang. That's going to be to the advantage of race leader Rob Huff. 0.555 of a second is his advantage. We've got this lap and another lap and possibly one more. We'll see if they can squeak it in. But Jake Hill, what was the position? I said 8th. What a good guess. So it is.
Nailed it. Up into 8th for Jake Hill. How many more can he pick up in these last 3 minutes? Absolutely brilliant. Rob Huff then half a second ahead of Tetley, Shepherd, Bryant, Whittaker. The top 5 up another position for Jake Hill. He's got 4th, but he's up into 7th.
What's his next target? Nick Swift, a little bit up the road in the Mini, the best of the small engine cars, running in 6th at the moment. But boy, oh boy, nothing is being kept in store by Jake Hill. And up front, a little bit of a slide wide by Jack Tetley in 2nd place. That should surely let Fred Shepherd close a bit, but also let Rob Huff escape in the lead. He was half a second clear, but look, everything is being thrown out there by Jake Hill. Is there more smoke? Is that bodywork rubbing in the front corner? Has there been contact? since the start of the second part of this race, but it doesn't matter at all. He's closing in the next target, Nick Swift, and Nick will not give up without a fight. A lot of pride out there.
Well, I wonder if there was a bit of contact further back in the pack, because we saw that BMW and another car out well wide into the grass before we'd even reached turn one, so you have to wonder how they ended up out there. But we're focusing quite rightly on the racing action, and Rob Huff is still leading this race from Jack Tetley, who is right up behind him, half a second, but then it's only 2/10 to Shepherd now, who's up into third ahead of Ollie Bryant, down to fourth. Whittaker holds out the top 5.
These are big white cars, and boy oh boy, we're going to have 2 more laps. That's fantastic news. I thought this weekend in the way they thread the eye of the needle going through the chicane, literally scuffing it with either side of the car, and the way they drift. And Jake Hill, 7th isn't much good, is it? Let's go for 6th. That's what he's done at the end of that lap. He's only just under 6 seconds down on the race leader, having started 20 positions further back down the order.
Could he halve it? Could he get to third? I don't know. That might be a bit of a tough ask with just a couple of laps remaining, but it's Jake Hill in that Ford Capri. Anything is possible, as we've seen. That bruised and battered Capri battled through to the win the other day, so who knows? He could do it.
I think it's going to be too much of an ask. He's right on the tail of Michael Whittaker in the Sanyo liveried Rover. He'll pick that off sooner or later. He really just carries as much speed as he can. Can he get up the inside? If he's going to go any further forward, he's got to have a look going into Lavin. Not quite close enough, and the Rover's got a nice load of grunt. That fabulous 3.5 litre V8 running a little bit wide. That's fine, because then you get a cleaner exit to the second part. But Jake Hill, I think the needles are bending on his gauges as he's pressing so hard. Have a bruised foot, he's pushing it through the floor of the car.
Rob Huff under so much pressure. I just noticed Jack Tetley set the fastest lap last time around. He was 3/10. That's a lot less than 3/10. He's right up behind Huff for the lead of this race. Can Jack Tetley try and find a way through in the number 28 Chevy Camaro? We shall see through the chicane. They get oh so close to the walls, and to start another lap, we'll get another one in plenty of time. So one more lap to go then. Rob Huff leads this race from Jack Tetley. Then it's Shepherd, Brian Whittaker, the top 5. Jake Hill still in 6th, hasn't quite got Whittaker yet. So maybe that third place prediction was a bit bold, but Jake Hill, bravo.
Well, as you say, he has got Whittaker now up into 5th place, but he's not going to find the 5 seconds he requires on this, the final lap of the race. And let's take a look at Jake's move to pass the Whittaker Rover. Oh, poor Michael Whittaker. He was looking in his right-hand door mirror, and up the left-hand side came the Capri of Jake Hill as he charged down to Woodcote. So what's happening at the front of the race? Certainly Jack Tetley got closer, but it's settled at about half a second between them. Through St Mary's, in fact, this part, the twisting part of this, the final lap of the race, he closes in. This is last year's winner, the number 28 Chevrolet Camaro with the Oymig sponsorship on the flank, but I think the Bastos car surely, no, I can't say that here at Goodwood, can I, has got enough in hand. Well, it's a third of a second. What more could a race driver ask for?
Well, it has certainly proven to be an enthralling race, but it's Rob Huff seeing the win slip out of his hands. Jack Tetley gets right up alongside into the braking zone. Can Tetley make his way around the outside? Lock up for Rob Huff, lock up for both of them. They both run wide, just keeping out of the wall. No, they're not, and that's a huge crash for Tetley, who hits the tyre barrier. Rob Huff loses out. I think that's Shepherd then, who has gone through to take the lead ahead of Huff. Ollie Bryant holds on as well. Where is Jake Hill? Red flag out, as they should have taken the checker, but instead it's a red flag. Big crash there for Tetley. Not what we wanted to see.
Absolutely not. I thought you cannot brake any later than that. They both egged each other on braking deeper and deeper into Woodcote, and clearly not enough negotiation. But for Fred Shepherd, who might think, hey, so somehow I've had third place turn into first, of course the result gets counted back to laps before. So for the Mustang driver, well, they'll all be confused. They always wait for official confirmation, as do we. But the good news there is that Jack Tetley, having put his Camaro on its side right at the same point, that VW Golf of Mark Wilson also went up onto its flank. He's out of the car. That's good news. And anyhow, well, we knew it was going to be exciting. And Jake Hill, well, he went from 21st up to 5th. But of course, on countback, as a rather disconsolate Jack Tetley walks away, slight grimace and a shake of the head there. Well, you can't try harder than that. They were braking so far beyond the point at which a normal racing driver would be trying to slow the car down. But they knew what was at stake. Victory here at the members' meeting in Goodwood. And for the first Gordon Spice Trophy, that will carry an extra sting. So perhaps it will go to the driver who was in front before, to Rob Huff.
It means so much to them, doesn't it? They fight tooth and nail to the very end. but red flag coming out then on the final lap of this restart. So it's been a bit of a clunky end, but it has been enthralling racing nonetheless. So here's another look at how it happened. Both not giving it inch, and Jack Tetley really trying it around the outside.
Well, he really was. He got a great toe down the straight. And if Rob Huff is locked up in a corner, you know that's the past the point at which braking could and should be done. But Jack Tetley, he saw the possible victory, had to go for it. And around the outside, you really are working to diminishing returns. And look in the background, the Ford Mustang managed to slow down enough to just get ahead of the recovering Bastos Chevrolet Camaro Z28. But for poor Jack Tetley, it's a long distance in slow-mo. But at full speed, that's, at natural racing speed, that was frustration as he saw the tyre barriers coming towards him.
Yeah, and Huff lucky to keep out of that collision as well. And there went Shepherd down the inside into the chicane and got in front of Huff, but we believe we'll take the results back a lap, most likely. But fantastic racing nonetheless, and great to see Jack Tetley out of that car very quickly and walking away. But there is Rob Huff then, having a little chat with some of the officials.
Yeah, he just wanted clarification if he should be pulling into Parc Fermé. They have certainly signalled that is the case. And I think in countback, he put the driver in front for all of the laps, led all of the laps of the final 5 minutes until that final one when the nose of Jack Tetley's car went past on his left going down into Woodcote. And unfortunately, just running a little bit wide and then hitting the tyre banding on the outside of the circuit. But Rob Huff, again, we'll just wait for full clarification. But clearly, no further racing. That's it for the 80th members meeting here at Goodwood. It looks as though Rob Huff, well, he'll be certainly a little bit shaken up by that, but it looks like it's another win to his illustrious career. Ancient and modern, he can do it all.
Absolutely, and quickly as he does it, gets out of that car. Looking forward to celebrate a well-earned win for Rob Huff, ahead of Tetley and Shepherd, the top three. Bryant and Whittaker rounding out the top five. So Jake Hill then recovering all the way to sixth, having led this race briefly at the start, had to come into a black and orange flag. And then, of course, the red flag meant he started well down the order, but that meant he could try and pick off as many cars as he could due to the gap suddenly being reduced.
Yeah, now what's happened, we've got the official sort of final element because it's counted back to just 2 laps. And I just heard Rob Huff say, yeah, but the red flag was out before we got to the finish line, so they count back another lap. But either way, he led from the start. Fred Shepherd looking slightly bemused, but rather happy. Great run for him in the Ford Mustang. Boss 302, but the winner's garland around the neck of Rob Huff, that's enough confirmation for me.
Yeah, I think Shepherd was just saying, I wasn't expecting that, didn't realise that. Well, he's got the wreath around his neck now as all the drivers and the teams have a little chat about what exactly happened in that race. The Gordon Spice Trophy, Group 1 saloon cars from 1970 and 1982. Certainly proving to be incredibly exciting, and Rob Huff there, the winner on countback, but he certainly earned that win, having bided his time behind this man, Jake Hill, when he was having his exhaust smoke issues, but a great recovery drive for Hill, so I think he should be fairly satisfied with that 6th place finish.
I think he really should, because as you said, he gained 15 positions in 2 laps to work up to 6th place. He gained another, but the red flag would have taken that away from him. But yeah, slightly sad, but let's take a look at the highlights. Where to start with the Gordon Spice Trophy finale?
Where to start? Well, these Group 1 saloon cars from 1970 and 1982 getting underway, a mixture of the big engine and the small engines all making their way through. This was the first original start, and it was Jake Hill in the Ford Capri who managed to get away the quickest, but unfortunately that smoke developed and got bigger and bigger and bigger and left Rob Huff, who was in 2nd place, chasing him down with pole sitter Nick Swift, who'd fallen to 3rd, getting a face full of smoke. That would drag on for a couple of laps before Jake Hill would receive the black and orange flag and have to come into the pits, which allowed Rob Huff to take the lead.
It most certainly did. Frustration there for Jake Hill. Brilliant start, but absolutely the right decision. The drivers behind probably thinking it's getting slippery, but certainly having trouble seeing where to put their cars. And this is the view through Rob Huff's windscreen. The Bastos number 5 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 therefore took the lead of the race when Jake Hill reported to the pits. And using his craft, but there he was at the front of the race, but it wasn't really going to be a clean run to the finish.
No, well, Jake Hill continued into the pits and came back out, but was plumb last, had to fight his way back. And then we had this magnificent battle involving the likes of Young in the Volvo. We had the BMW in there too, the Mini, all fighting it out. And the Data Post Ford Fiesta finding the curb and the grass with smoke early doors as well. But a great battle, really, from 6th downwards in the early stages of this race as the Chevy Camaros decided to make their way up to the front of the pack. Huff, we had Jack Tetley, Shepherd and Bryant all leading their way. We had another red flag as well for the big incident that resulted in a 5-minute sprint to the end, and that allowed Jake Hill to try and make up as many positions as he could. Rob Huff fighting fiercely with Jack Tetley. It ended in the wall for Tetley. Rob Huff fell down to 2nd, but in the end, on countback, Rob Huff wins the final here at Goodwood. And breathe.
Exactly. I was about to say the very same thing. I was getting exciting all over again just watching the highlights. So much to talk about in that. And 2 starts, 2 for the price of 1, but unfortunately 2 cars onto their flags. First, Mark Wilson in the Akai Golf. And then at the end, we had Jack Tetley getting the nose of his car into the lead of the race. So confirmation of... we had to have official confirmation. 5:17.21, the first 3 classified finishers. Rob Huff, and let's find out because Ed is with the top 3.
Rob, I can now say that you have won the race. Congratulations. I mean, it's quite a lot to talk about there. Your heart must have been in your mouth coming into Woodcote the final lap.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think that the last 4 laps of that race were much faster than we've gone all weekend. I think with the cooling conditions and Jack wanting to get on it pretty quickly. We were pushing each other along, obviously. He was getting the slipstream down the straight, he managed to get on the outside. And then he just went for a braking move on the outside that I don't think the laws of gravity allow. Obviously, I know he's all right, so... but yeah, obviously we don't want to end the day like that, but it was a great race. You know, the first bit I thought we was going to have a great race with Jake, but unfortunately he got the meatball flag. There was a lot of smoke, obviously, and then yeah, I was just kind of enjoying myself in this lovely Camaro. And yeah, the last 4 laps were just chaos. It was just left, right, centre, try and make her as wide as possible. And yeah, obviously Jack and I had a bit of a to-do at the end, but we made it, so very happy.
Beautifully driven, well done.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Right, let's go on to, I'm not going to get run over by a Camaro, that would be just to be the final end. Right, Fred, you thought you'd won there for a second, but if someone had said you were going to finish on the podium today, you would have taken that?
I would definitely have taken that. I think I was second last at the first corner of the last race, so it's a big surprise. I saw Jack was out on his pins out, so that's good. Not the right way to be on the podium, but I'm happy with it anyway.
Beautifully driven, well done.
Thank you.
Right, well, let's catch Ollie. Ollie, 2 podiums, 2 races within about sort of half an hour of each other.
Yeah, no, it certainly kept me on my toes. Very different, of course, getting out of the E-Type into the Camaro. But no, it was an exciting race in front, and fortunately both people who had their accidents obviously seemed to be okay. So it certainly made for an exciting race. I wasn't expecting the restart, but that could have cost me a podium there, but managed to... Jack obviously made a mistake and got back on the podium. So good result for Huffy and great result for Freddie as well to get on the podium.
Beautifully driven by yourself. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, Ed doing a fantastic job of getting the lowdown for all of our drivers there. But this is how it all ended up. The final race of the day and the Gordon Spice Trophy final. Rob Huff winning out in his Chevy Camaro ahead of Fred Shepherd in the Ford Mustang Boss and Ollie Bryant in the other Chevy Camaro in 3rd. The Rover of Whittaker was in 4th and Jake Hill up to 5th in the end in that Ford Capri in front of Swift, Thorpe, Scarborough, Waterfield and the Rover of Nick Sleek rounding out the top 10. Jack Young in that Volvo was certainly in the wars, fighting left, right and centre, and he ended up in 11th, just in front of Nicholas Padmore. A great start in his BMW, saw him move up a ton of positions into 12th in front of the Ford Capri. Rupert Deeth in the Mini GT was 14th in front of the Scirocco, in 15th of Tom Shepherd. Then we had the Ford Escort, the Triumph Dolomite, the first of those. Tim Clark in 17th, ahead of David Devine, Ford Escorts. Mark Burnett in the Mini Clubman Estate, and David Green rounding out the top 20. We lost a lot of races, but what a final for the Gordon Spice Trophy.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
Honestly, it makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. You get to see all these cars, not just look at them, but you get to see them in action. That's cool.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values, and of course, sustainability.
Not only is there the motor racing, but it's everything else. The shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, drama then to end the final race of the day, the first ever Gordon Spice Trophy here at the 80th Goodwood members meeting. But I think we'll all say what a fabulous weekend we were offered here this weekend. It was great to see all the drama, all the demonstrations, all the close racings on track. And I believe a lot of people are leaving now, but you are still watching us. Well, thank you for joining us, of course. Let's quickly then just chat about our highlights between David, Ed and myself from the 80th members meeting. What's yours, David?
Well, that last race wasn't far off, to be fair, but I think for me, the weekend, it has to be the Jim Clark Trophy, a fitting name for a fitting race, having all those Lotus Cortinas together and drivers right across the board. IndyCar drivers like Dario Franchitti, obviously Andrew Jordan, touring car driver, winning a race. Just a fantastic celebration of Jim Clark and a great old school one-make race.
It was a great nod, wasn't it, to 60 years from those cars making their debut here. So great to see them out on track. I mean, so many close races, though. Obviously, yours the race, yours the demonstration, though, wasn't it, Ed?
It is. The GT1 demonstration last night was absolutely fantastic because the lights were on, the sun was going down, and if you close your eyes, you're at Le Mans in the early 2000s, 2007, 2008. And it's wonderful. You can hear the Corvettes go past, the Astons, they all have different noises. And that, for me, was brilliant. And that's what makes members meeting a bit different to the Revival. You get these more modern demonstrations. So that was fantastic.
Yeah, a beautiful demonstration there to end out day one. And it's great, isn't it, when there just sunsets here on the Goodwood Motorsport circuit. It's very, very special. Well, no one really ever asked me what my highlight is, so I'm going to ask myself.
What's yours,
well,
Rachel?
You guys have asked me now. Mine was the Brabham demonstration from yesterday. The BT52s are out in action, of course, and getting to see them on track, I think that was a highlight for a lot of people as well. And someone in particular who really enjoyed that was Riccardo Patrese, of course. He got to sit in that car for the first time since 1983, 30 years ago, when he won at the South African Grand Prix there. And he said it was just like nothing had changed. They'd set up the car exactly how it was when he raced. So it was pretty special, and I think it brought a tear to his eye as well when I got to speak to him after he jumped out of that. So that was a highlight from myself. Well, guys, what a 80th Goodwood members meeting we had. We really hope you all enjoyed it as much as we have bringing it to you. Ed, thank you so much. David, Thanks for joining us. And guys, thank you from wherever you joined us from as well. Of course, this was our opener of the Goodwood season. Next up, it is Goodwood. That's being brought to you on the 20th and 21st of May, followed by Festival of Speed, the 13th, the 16th of July. That's when all the cars will be back in action here. They'll be racing up the hill. Let's see if anyone can beat Max Chilton's record. Guys, we'll see you in a few months' time. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you soon.